Hopefully they get the break that they so desperately need. Okay, Jay Gray for us. Jay, thank you. So to come here on NBC, and today we go inside the game. Craig Melvin is going to be taking us behind the scenes with the Ravens to see how golf actually connects the team off the field. Interesting, especially after their win last night. You don't want to miss it. Thanks so much for starting your week with Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Monday. See you back with me tomorrow. Hopefully you join us. A trail of deadly destruction from Florida through the Carolinas. The death toll from Hurricane Helene now topping 85, with over 1 million people still without power across the southeast. The latest on the desperate search for hundreds still missing. The battleground blitz gets ugly. Former President Trump ramps up his rhetoric against Vice President Harris, drawing criticism from top Republicans. We're live with the controversial comments from the campaign trail. The clock is ticking on an economic bombshell. Port workers from Maine to Texas could walk off the job at the stroke of midnight, inside the scramble to strike a last-minute deal. Remembering a country music legend who transcended song on the silver screen. A look back at the life of Chris Christopherson. And the Ravens soar past the Bills on Sunday night. The highlights from the shocking blowout, along with the NFL Week 4 action. It's the last day of September. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, glad you're with me. I'm Frances Rivera. Hurricane Helene has carved a path of utter devastation across the southeast after making landfall on Florida's Gulf Coast Thursday. At least 88 people have died across 6 states as floodwaters engulfed homes. A third of those deaths was in North Carolina's Buncombe County, where entire towns have been decimated. And a desperate search for survivors continues as hundreds are still missing. More than 2 million customers remain without power from Florida to Ohio. President Biden has approved a disaster declaration in North Carolina, where supplies are dwindling in the western part of the state. Many residents there are trapped by floodwaters and washed away roads. NBC's George Solis joins us from hard-hit Asheville, where residents are frustrated over the lack of resources.
Western North Carolina is reeling from Hurricane Helene's deadly wrath.
Oh my God.
And desperately waiting for help. In the city of Asheville, streets are still underwater. Neighborhoods unrecognizable.
Oh my God.
Some people kayaking to safety. This home completely surrounded by rushing water. We were there when water rescues got underway. Days after Helene, the River Arts District remains underwater. Everything here a complete loss. Just more devastation on top of tragedy.
I want to remind all North Carolinians that conditions on the ground remain extremely dangerous, even as flooding has continued.
Alyssa Smith's only lifeline during the storm, her Jeep.
We weren't prepared for the severity of the storm at all.
The first signs of relief making their way into town. Residents lining up, desperate for resources. Some people waiting up to 30, 40 minutes in line for a chance to get some cash at one of the few working ATMs in all of Asheville. Others, like James Workman and Jeannie Adair, beginning to get frustrated with the government's response to the catastrophe. At this point, you don't see a FEMA station set up,
That's
right?
right. And we should.
We should have by now.
Yeah.
Is that concerning?
Yeah, I mean, we expect more and we can't get out.
Down in Florida, residents continuing to assess the damage after taking a direct hit from Helene. In Cedar Key, business owners trying to salvage what's left of their stores.
What Mother Nature can do and the damage is just, it's incredible.
Back in Asheville, a community picking up the pieces and preparing for the long road to recovery. This is the worst thing ever?
It is the worst thing ever. I don't know if we can rebuild or be able to come back from this.
Our thanks to George for that report. And the remnants of Helene are still lingering. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking it for us. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Good morning, Frances. I know I can't believe we're still talking about some showers and threat for scattered showers as we go throughout the day in the mid-Atlantic. Could see some flash flooding as well. We do have flood alerts posted. And this is why they're the remnants of Helene, and we're going to be continuing to deal with them today. Finally moving off the coast tomorrow. So alerts do continue for Virginia and also West Virginia. Could see up to 2 inches in some spots. This is tomorrow. that system moves off the shore. That is good news. And then we're going to see an advancing cold front moving through the Ohio Valley on Tuesday. But as we wake up this morning, we're looking at flood alerts. That's where you see the green for Harrisonburg, also Charlottesville. Also looking at flash flooding this morning as well. That's where you're seeing the red. That means flooding is happening now or it's imminent. And we're going to see that as we go throughout this Monday. There's your flash flood risk where you see the blue here. That's the likeliest spot for seeing some flash flooding. And this is why the grounds are so saturated, the streams, the rivers so swollen, and we could see additional rain up to 2 inches in some spots. Generally, we'll see a quarter inch, a half inch, not a whole lot, but just enough on top of these grounds. We'll talk more about this, also talking about that dangerous heat in the west in just a bit. Francis?
Michelle, thank you. Now to the 2024 race for the White House. Tension continuing to escalate as former President Trump took personal jabs at Vice President Harris during rallies in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania over the weekend. The former president saying Harris's actions at the border caused people to be murdered and she should be impeached and prosecuted because of it. But that's not all that was said. NBC's Alice Barr is in D.C. and joins us with those details. Hi, Alice. Good morning.
Good morning, Francis. And you're right, tensions are rising as former President Donald Trump hurled insults not only at President Biden, but at Vice President Harris. Over the weekend, there's one comment in particular that was deeply personal and has been drawing criticism from even within his own Republican Party.
Joe Biden became mentally impaired. Kamala was born that way. She was born that way. Think about it, only a mentally disabled person could have allowed this to happen to our country. Anybody would know this.
Vice President Kamala Harris is not mentally impaired.
No, I just think she's crazy liberal. I don't question her.
But what do you think about that rhetoric?
I just think the better course to take is to prosecute the case that her policies are destroying the country. They're crazy liberal.
But despite calls like that to reel this rhetoric in, former President Trump again doubled down in Pennsylvania on Sunday, going as far as calling Harris, quote, a stupid person. The Harris campaign did not immediately respond to a request for comment on the former president's Sunday remarks, but did respond to his Saturday rally, saying Mr. Trump has, quote, nothing inspiring to offer the American people, just darkness. As for Vice President Harris, she raised more than $28 million over the weekend at a star-studded L.A. fundraiser. Media outlets report she took her own dig at former President Trump, saying her crowds are pretty big. All eyes now are set on the vice presidential nominees as they take the debate stage at CBS News Studios in New York tomorrow night. Francis.
Right. Alice, thank you. And you can catch our special coverage of the VP debate on NBC and NBC News starting at 8 Eastern tomorrow night. Israeli airstrikes overnight targeted Hezbollah weapons and infrastructure in eastern Lebanon, the IDF says. On Friday, Israel assassinated Hassan Nasrallah, the top leader of Hezbollah, in a stunning setback for the Iran-backed group. Lebanese officials say the Israeli attacks that began a week ago have now killed more than 1,000 people. The international community is urging restraint, but the IDF is expanding its offensive. President Biden told reporters he was working alongside France and others to secure a diplomatic resolution to the crisis. Lebanon's prime minister says up to 1 million people have been displaced by the bombings. A massive fire at a chemical plant in Georgia forced evacuations in Rockdale County near Atlanta. No one was injured when the fire was sparked early in the morning at the Biolab chemical plant. The company has not said which chemical was being released, but the site is known to produce Clorox-branded pool cleaning products. It is the final countdown to prevent a potentially devastating strike at ports from Maine to Texas. If a deal isn't reached by midnight, tens of thousands of workers are expected to walk off the job ahead of a busy holiday shipping season. NBC's Ellison Barber takes us inside the talks.
Just hours from now, a potential major strike sparking fears that parts of the U.S. economy could come to a standstill. Thousands of dock workers threatening to walk off the job from Boston and New York, all the way down to New Orleans and Houston. The International Longshoremen's Association represents 85,000 workers in these critical port cities. A strike could cost up to $4.5 billion per day. These ports carry everything from canned goods to car parts to electronics, and a walkout would force major stores, including Walmart, Home Depot, and IKEA, to find other ways to get their products into the U.S. The workers are at an impasse over a new 6-year contract, demanding higher wages and more protections against automation. In recent weeks, the union boss defiant.
I'll shut them down throughout the world to prove that we can beat them.
The alliance pushing back, blasting what they call the union's repeated refusal to come to the table and bargain.
Are you worried this could crush the supply chain ahead of the holiday shopping season?
The longer a strike goes, the longer it's going to take to recover, the more of a potential impact it has.
President Biden has the power to break a strike, but the White House says he is not considering it.
Why not?
Because it's collective bargaining. I don't believe it's happening.
And our thanks to Ellison for that report. Well, things are heating up in the West as millions are under heat alerts. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossen is back to track all of that for us. Hi again, Michelle.
Hi there, Francis. And it's going to feel like summer in the West. Temperatures into the triple digits, 10 to 20 degrees above normal for this time of year. And we're going to break some records. We have 24 million people impacted by heat alerts on this Monday morning. We have heat advisories, heat warnings in that hot pink color for places like Death Valley, Las Vegas, Blythe, Yuma, and down to Phoenix. And we're going to see those temperatures really soaring, not only today, but over the next couple of days. Take a look at some of these numbers. Palmdale 103, the record there is 100. So we certainly will break some records as we go throughout this Monday. Tahoe City 80 degrees, the record there is 77. 102 in Las Vegas, 111 in Phoenix, and it's nearly October. Same story as we go throughout Tuesday. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, grab the umbrella if you're in the Mid-Atlantic. We're looking at some showers possible in D.C., Richmond, Roanoke, and then we're heating up in the south once again. That dangerous heat does continue. Temperatures into the triple digits in Phoenix, Tucson, 95 in El Paso. All right, that's your Monday forecast.
Thanks so much, Michelle.
Sure.
Country music legend Chris Christopherson has passed away.
Living good was good enough for me.
His representative confirming that he died peacefully at his home in Maui on Saturday. Christopherson earned 3 Grammy Awards and excelled as an actor. He won a Golden Globe for A Star is Born, where he starred alongside Barbra Streisand in 1976. Christopherson was 88 years old. So to come a new poll on what matters most to the Latino voter. We'll be right back.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Med-C Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Democracy is happening now.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Latinos are one of the fastest growing voting demographics in the country, and how they vote in this year's election could decide the presidency, but their views on the issues are just as diverse as the community itself. David Noriega reports from Las Vegas.
In battleground Wisconsin, Donald Trump slamming Kamala Harris's visit to the U.S.-Mexico border late Friday.
Talking about how she's going to start getting very tough. Why didn't she do this 4 years ago?
Harris visited the border in battleground Arizona.
Those who cross our borders unlawfully will be apprehended and removed.
But on this playing field, the border is not the top concern. What are the most important issues for you?
Family income, just the cost of living. I want to be able to support myself and my children.
On the sidelines here in Las Vegas's heavily Latino East Side, household budgets are top of mind.
Yes!
Griselda Martinez is leaning toward Trump, but she says Harris could still win her vote.
I love what Donald Trump did for us as an economy while he was in presidency, and I don't know what she has to offer.
A new NBC News Telemundo CNBC poll of Latino voters finds the cost of living is by far the group's top concern. Many Latino voters are still persuadable, but they can be hard to reach. So this progressive organization focused on Latino voters is trying to reach them where they are, like on these city buses.
Latinos are the unicorn of every electoral cycle. Just growing that Latino electorate by small amounts would make a dramatic shift in the state of the race here.
Latinos are critical nationwide, and the reason can be summed up in one word: growth. By one estimate, 27 million Latinos were eligible to vote in 2016. This year, that figure is 36 million. And though Latinos are far from a unified bloc, their vote is shifting, from 71% going for the Democrat in 2012 down to 61% in 2020.
I know Trump, he's going to get us through it.
A change that's evident back out on the soccer field. David Noriega, NBC News, Las Vegas.
Still to come, you won't find these Ravens in the air. Try the ground instead. We recap Sunday Night Football and an epic performance from Baltimore's rushing attack.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zingplaya Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Mercy Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow. And I'm Zingplaya Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Here goes Henry off a big running game against Dallas. Derrick Henry on the run.
crossing at the 40, at the 30. He will score!
There is a saying in Baltimore, if you come for the king, you best not miss. And the Ravens rode their king, Derrick Henry, to victory against the undefeated Buffalo Bills on Sunday Night Football. The legendary running back opened the night with that 87-yard touchdown run. The Ravens right their ship with a crucial win and hand Josh Allen and the Bills their first loss of the season, 35-10. So there's Derrick Henry doing what he does with that 87-yard TD run. It is the longest in Ravens history and so impactful that my son, 11-year-old Bills fan, walked out of the room after this play so early on in the game. He literally just left.
I love that you were such a divided family when it comes to football.
We're all over the place.
It's crazy.
All over.
Earlier Sunday, the Broncos overcame miserable conditions and quarterback play as they eked out a win over the Jets, thanks to a missed field goal by Greg Zuerlein over in Indy. 39-year-old Joe Flacco took the field for the Colts, throwing 2 touchdowns against the vaunted Steelers defense. Not good for Pennsylvania football, giving them their first loss of the year. And things looked delicate early on for the Chiefs, but Patrick Mahomes and company dug themselves out of their early hole to take down the Chargers and remain perfect on the season. The win might have come at a cost, though, with reports that star receiver Rashee Rice suffered a torn ACL during the game, which is so tough to overcome.
Yeah, really, really painful.
Yeah.
But when it comes to this week of the NFL, 3 undefeated teams. You got the Chiefs there, as we just saw.
Yep.
Seahawks and the Vikings, all undefeated so far.
Yeah.
All right, now to the WNBA semifinals. They tipped off on Sunday with a championship rematch. The New York Liberty took game 1 over the Las Vegas Aces, who bested them in last year's finals. Liberty stars Breanna Stewart and Sabrina Ionescu combined for 55 points in the win. And the sun is shining bright in Minnesota. The Connecticut Sun pulled away late to win game 1 over the Minnesota Lynx. Alyssa Thomas made 2 crucial buckets late in the 4th to secure that victory. All right, when we come back here on Early Today, a massive merger could be coming into view for satellite TV, and a school bus-sized space rock just merged into our orbit.
What is going to happen now? Going back and forth because they... Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Democracy is happening now.
We have a lot to get to on this historic night.
Things are happening here in Chicago.
Now never stops.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
Now is where it counts.
How confident are you that Donald Trump wins in November?
Are younger people excited about this new Democratic ticket?
The moment is now. The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Democracy is happening now.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
Here's what's making headlines this morning. Over the weekend, California Governor Gavin Newsom signed the bill banning foods that contain 6 common food dyes from schools. The bill's authors cited a report from the state's EPA that found the chemicals can cause developmental and behavioral issues. The law will go into effect December 31st, 2027. EchoStar is in advanced talks to sell Dish to rival DirecTV. 2 people familiar with the matter tell CNBC. A similar deal nearly happened in 2002, but was blocked by the government. According to a new study, playing video games for just 15 minutes can boost your mood. Researchers found that 72% of players experienced the positive impact. Overnight, the Earth gained a second so-called mini-moon. An asteroid named 2024 PT5 is entering our planet's orbit for about 2 months. It's about the size of a school bus. We'll be right back.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space. How you feeling? I feel great.
Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Med-C Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah. Gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Now for a little good news to kick off your week about members of our military and the emotional rite of passage that can bring them to tears. Here's Hallie Jackson.
Go. A time-honored military tradition going back generations. One of several ceremonies marking the end of basic training. It's called the Tap Out, celebrating the grueling hard work of recruits far from home and mostly cut off from communication as they enter a new phase of service. Graduates required to stand still, showing no emotion, until a loved one taps them on the shoulder. Many moved to tears, like Tatum Harrington, who was tapped out by her big sister Kayla, meeting her newborn nephew for the very first time. The sisters had never been apart.
I was trying not to cry, but when you hold somebody like that close to you who means something that much to you, it's the best feeling in the world.
Paulina Rendon's family traveled thousands of miles to tap her out together by putting their hands over her heart. Her sister, Jacqueline, sharing more.
And why did you all decide to do it at the same time like that?
Because we, since we are very united, we all miss you and we are here for you,
Support like that, priceless for Airman Cameron Wood. Falling into the arms of Mom Amber after more than a month apart. And sharing a hug with Dad Kermit, too.
It's like having that support system back that you've been missing for 7.5 weeks.
Well, you finally meet the young man that you dropped off at MEPS, and you see that the man that he's become, it's a total transformation. That's where I get emotional. He's ready to face the future. You can see how proud we are of him.
That is amazing, the composure that they have, right? And when they get that tap from a loved one, just the emotions that flow, it's incredible to be able to watch. Our thanks to Hallie for that report, and thanks to them even more so for their service. We appreciate it even more after seeing that. Thanks so much for watching early today. I'm Frances Rivera. Hope you have a great Monday. See you back here early tomorrow. The devastation in the wake of Hurricane Helene, the death toll climbing past 85, with hundreds more still missing. We're live with the rescue efforts this morning. Taking swings in the swing state, former President Trump coming under fire from even those in his own party as he ramps up his rhetoric against Vice President Kamala Harris. We're live with the war of words. Chaos after a chemical plant fire near Atlanta, the toxic plume of smoke forcing thousands to evacuate. And the clock is ticking on a dock worker strike. If a deal isn't reached by the midnight deadline, ports from Maine to Texas could shut down, sending shockwaves through the economy. We're live with what's stopping the union from striking a deal. And the Bills were undefeated, but never more after a Raven stunner. We have the highs and lows. Plus, live like a prince, how you could score a stay in the house from Purple Rain. It's the last day of September. Early today starts right now. Glad you're with me this morning. I'm Frances Rivera. Hurricane Helene has carved a path of utter devastation across the southeast after making landfall on Florida's Gulf Coast Thursday. At least 88 people have died across 6 states as floodwaters engulfed homes. A third of those deaths was in North Carolina's Buncombe County, where entire towns have been decimated. And a desperate search for survivors continues as hundreds are still missing. More than 2 million customers remain without power from Florida to Ohio. President Biden has approved a disaster declaration in North Carolina, where supplies are dwindling in the western part of the state. Streets in the city of Asheville are still underwater, and residents remain isolated as cell service is virtually non-existent. Some people waiting up to 40 minutes for cash at one of the only working ATMs there. And gas is equally scarce with hour-long lines. And there's another state reeling from the monster storm. For more on that, here's Priscilla Thompson.
The Tennessee Department of Health has confirmed 2 weather-related deaths.
The death toll in Tennessee rising as officials say more than 70 people remain missing.
Her sister called her family to say goodbye because they knew they weren't going to make it.
Loved ones in Irwin holding photos of the missing, still desperate for answers nearly 3 days after floodwaters rushed in. Across the region, unfathomable damage. Red Cross choppers flying in to help. That sound, a harrowing reminder for Dr. Sean Oceanbine.
What's it like for you being back here?
It's painful.
Returning to the Unicoi County Hospital for the first time since this dramatic rescue. More than 60 patients taken by helicopter. Oceanbine, the last to leave.
There were literally flowing rapids, probably 6 inches to a half a foot to a foot high, flowing within the building. And every team member, even with that, were pushing those gurneys to get them out through the doors, to get them back into an eddy behind the hospital. And that's where we used ladders from the fire truck to get on the roof because
So you all hoisted those patients onto the roof?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we did. Some of us carried individual patients on our backs. We just didn't know how much time we had.
All made it out safely as the focus remains on finding the missing.
We have team members, we don't know where they are. We will find them.
And our thanks to Priscilla for that report. The remnants of Helene are still on the move. Let's turn to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who's tracking that trouble. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Good morning, Francis. We're going to continue to track those remains today. The good news is finally moving off the coast tomorrow. So one more day. Could see some scattered showers still tomorrow, but we're looking at some heavy rain in spots early this morning. This is radar on a 6-hour loop. You see those darker colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellow, throughout portions of West Virginia, seeing that heavy rain, and that's going to contribute to flooding and the chance for flash flooding as we go throughout today and then into early tomorrow. So as we zoom in a little closer, I overlaid the flood alerts. That's where you see the green. We also have some, we had a flash flood warning that has since dissipated. That's good news, but we're going to see that pop in and out throughout the day. And this is where we're going to see the likeliest spot of seeing that flash flooding. The grounds are so saturated. The rivers and streams are swollen. So where you see this blue here, Charlottesville included, could see the chance for some flash flooding on this Monday. This is why we're going to see a 1/4 inch, a 1/2 inch, even up to 2 inches in some spots. That's where you're seeing the darker colors because we are continuing to watch this remains of Helene move through, and this will finally move off by Tuesday. Francis, we'll talk more about this. We're also going to talk about that heat in the Southwest. It's dangerous when I come back in just a few minutes.
Okay, a lot to watch on this Monday. Thanks so much, Michelle. Sure. Now to the 2024 race for the White House. Tension continues to escalate as former President Donald Trump took a personal jab at Vice President Kamala Harris during rallies in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania over the weekend. The former president saying Harris's actions at the border caused people to be murdered, and she should be impeached and prosecuted because of it. But that's not all that was said. NBC's Alice Barr is in D.C. with the details. Alice, good morning.
Good morning, Francis. Well, that's right. Tensions are rising as former President Donald Trump hurled insults at President Joe Biden, but also at Vice President Harris over the weekend. There's one comment in particular that was deeply personal and draw criticism from some even within his own party.
Joe Biden became mentally impaired. Kamala was born that way. She was born that way. Think about it, only a mentally disabled person could have allowed this to happen to our country. Anybody would know this.
Vice President Kamala Harris.
And former President Trump hurled insults again throughout the weekend, but despite calls to stop, he doubled down again in Pennsylvania on Sunday, going as far as calling Harris a, quote, stupid person. The Harris campaign did not immediately respond to a request for comment on former President Trump's Sunday remarks, but did respond to his Saturday rally, saying Mr. Trump has, quote, nothing inspiring to offer the American people, just darkness. As for the vice president, she raised more than $28 million over the weekend at a star-studded L.A. fundraiser. Media outlets reporting she took her own dig at former President Trump, saying that her crowds are pretty big. And all eyes are now set on the vice presidential nominees as they take the debate stage at CBS News Studios in New York tomorrow night. Francis.
Okay, Alice, thank you. And you can catch our special coverage of the VP debate on NBC and NBC News Now starting at 8 Eastern tomorrow night. Israeli airstrikes overnight targeted Hezbollah weapons and infrastructure in eastern Lebanon, the IDF says. On Friday, Israel assassinated Hassan Nasrallah, the top leader of Hezbollah, in a stunning setback for the Iran-backed group. Lebanese officials say the Israeli attacks that began a week ago have now killed more than 1,000 people. The international community is urging restraint, but the IDF is expanding its offensive. President Biden told reporters he was working alongside France and others to secure a diplomatic resolution to the crisis. Lebanon's prime minister says up to 1 million people have been displaced by the bombing. A massive fire at a chemical plant in Georgia forced evacuations in Rockdale County near Atlanta. No one was injured when the fire was sparked early in the morning at the Biolab chemical plant, which produces Clorox-branded pool cleaning products. Dana Griffin reports.
A hazard in the air. Thick gray and orange smoke billows from a chemical facility in Conyers, Georgia, after a fire forcing nearby residents to evacuate.
Please spread the word to stay away from this area at this point. The interstate, as you can see, is backed up.
Shelter in place, keep your doors and windows closed. In the event the wind shift, this thing can change really quickly.
Officials say around 5 a.m. as employees were inside, a sprinkler malfunctioned, causing a chemical to start the blaze, which is now out and was contained to the roof.
I do not know the specific type of chemical, but only that it is water reactive.
The company saying in a statement, "Our team is on the scene, working with first responders and local authorities to assess and contain the situation." No one was injured. The Environmental Protection Agency is now conducting air monitoring. Law enforcement pulling out respirators as a precaution. This isn't the first chemical scare at the biolab facility that manufactures pool and spa products, according to the U.S. Chemical Safety Board. In 2020, a plume of hazardous chemicals was released.
Since I've been a part of Rockdale County for 7 years, this is probably the third incident of this magnitude.
No timetable yet on when the area will be safe. Dana Griffin, NBC News.
New this morning, California Governor Gavin Newsom vetoed a first-in-the-nation artificial intelligence safety bill on Sunday, saying the bill was not the best way to regulate large-scale AI models. The bill would have required companies to test and publicly disclose safety protocols aimed at preventing manipulation. Newsom said the state will work with several industry experts to develop better regulations around AI instead. A SpaceX crew capsule is prepared for the return of 2 astronauts who have been stranded since June. The astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams had to stay on board after their Boeing Starliner capsule suffered thruster issues. The SpaceX capsule has 2 empty seats for their return in February. Wilmore and Williams will finally head back to Earth, ending what was meant to be just a brief mission that turned into an 8-month ordeal. Okay, let's take a look now at the heat alert affecting millions in the West. Let's turn back to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who's tracking it for us. Hi again, Michelle.
Hi there, Francis. And we're looking at dangerous heat, potentially record-breaking heat as well. We're looking at temperatures soaring into the triple digits today. That's 10 to 20 degrees above normal for this time of year. 24 million people impacted by heat alerts. Today on this Monday, we're looking at heat advisories, heat warnings. That's in the hot pink. So places like Las Vegas, Blythe, Phoenix, San Francisco will see temperatures well above normal for this time of year. Take a look at some of these numbers. We're looking at triple digits in Phoenix, 111. The record there is 107. 102 today in Las Vegas. Warm 2 in Grand Junction, 87. Could break the record or at least tie the record of 88 degrees there. Tomorrow, we're going to look at those temperatures equally as warm. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, grab the umbrellas if you're in the Mid-Atlantic. We're looking at showers in Pittsburgh, also in D.C., and then temperatures soaring into the triple digits, well above normal in the Southwest. 107 today in Phoenix, 102 in Tucson, 95 in El Paso. All right, that's your Monday forecast.
Okay, thanks so much, Michelle.
Sure.
Even the undefeated Buffalo Bills were no match for King Derrick Henry.
Here goes Henry up a big running game against Dallas. Derrick Henry on the run. Hamlin and Lewis chasing at the 40, at the 30. He will score.
The Baltimore Ravens rode their king to victory on Sunday Night Football. The legendary running back opened the night with that 87-yard touchdown run and caught a pass from quarterback Lamar Jackson for another score. The Ravens right their ship with a crucial win in hand. Josh Allen and the Bills, their first loss of the season, 35-10. Coming up, we remember a country legend, and we're back in a minute with a port strike that could wreak havoc on the economy.
For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app, your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Democracy is happening now.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
There is a major TV merger in the works this morning, but first, talks are coming down to the wire to prevent a strike at ports stretching from Maine to Texas. CNBC's Arabella Gamede is here with those details. Arabella, this could deal a major blow to the economy.
It certainly could. I mean, there's a whole lot of delays, snarl-ups in terms of supply disruptions as well. That could certainly come on the back of this. It's really quite massive. And let's talk about what exactly it is. It's a port strike that's happening ultimately in the U.S. East Coast and the Gulf of Mexico is what we're getting, right? The International Longshoremen's Association ultimately saying that the United States Maritime Alliance refuses to address a half-century of wage subjugation, saying that the union is set to pretty much walk out then. And if it does indeed walk out, because this strike is anticipated to happen tomorrow, if indeed this does happen, as it were, from Maine ultimately to Texas, you're talking about the first coast-wide ILA strike then since 1977. That's how massive a deal this really is. Not clear if there's any negotiations currently happening or if President Biden would actually be stepping in at any point in time in this conversation, but certainly an important one here. Very quickly as well, to touch on just the other story, Dish and DirecTV, they're nearing a deal to combine their businesses. And if that sounds familiar, well, they tried to do this 12 years ago. Let's remember that we're talking about terrestrial, normal TV here. And it obviously would go on to rural America for the most part. In 2002, the fear was that it would actually block out competition and other players in this market. And now, with all the streaming that's happening, it might even be too late to save any of those two companies despite this deal.
Well, okay, Arabella Gamede, thank you. Country music legend Chris Christopherson has passed away.
Feeling good was good enough for me. Good enough for me and Bobby McGee. From the coal mines of Kentucky.
That is from one of his most famous songs, Me and Bobby McGee. His representative confirming that he died peacefully at his home in Maui on Saturday. Christopherson earned 3 Grammy Awards during his long career and also excelled as an actor. He won a Golden Globe for A Star is Born, where he starred alongside Barbra Streisand in 1976. Chris Christopherson was 88 years old. Still to come, find out which stars NSL snagged for its selection coverage. And Francis Ford Coppola makes moviegoers an offer they can refuse. More on the director's latest epic.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Crews, officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Democracy is happening now.
We have a lot to get to on this historic night.
Things are happening here in Chicago.
Now never stops.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
Now is where it counts.
How confident are you that Donald Trump wins in November?
Are younger people excited about this new Democratic ticket?
The moment is now.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Sometimes, to survive, we must become more than we were programmed to be. I am a wild robot.
The Wild Robot reached the top of the multiplex mountain this weekend. The latest release from DreamWorks Animation took in $35 million in its debut. Meanwhile, things are looking bleak for Megalopolis. The new epic from Francis Ford Coppola opened at number 6 with just $4 million. What a blow to his passion project where he sank all his money in that. It's been in the works since like the 70s. He hasn't made a movie since 2011, so I still want to see it. I still want to see how bad it supposedly is.
Same, and all the stars, like you said before. Yeah, the guest stars, and speaking of guest stars, they're already out in full force for SNL 50. The cold open of Saturday's season premiere featured the return of Maya Rudolph as Vice President Kamala Harris. The sketch recapping the last few months of the election also included Jim Gaffigan as Tim Walz, Andy Samberg as Doug Emhoff, and even Dana Carvey as President Biden. Meanwhile, SNL mainstay Bowen Yang donned a beard to play vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance. Yang also made a splash as Moo Dang on Weekend Update and Charlie XCX for a Brat-themed talk show.
A lot of pent-up material from the last few months since they've been back on the air, so now glad to see him there. All right, when we come back, Biden honors former President Jimmy Carter ahead of his centennial birthday. And here's your chance to live like a superstar. The iconic Purple Rain House will be available to rent on Airbnb.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn. Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds. Fans here at the Mercy Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Democracy is happening now.
We have a lot to get to on this historic night.
Things are happening here in Chicago.
Now never stops.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
Now is where it counts.
How confident are you that Donald Trump wins in November?
Are younger people excited about this new Democratic ticket?
The moment is now.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor. Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Here's what's making headlines on this Monday morning. President Biden praised former President Jimmy Carter before his 100th birthday. He said, quote, "Mr. President, you've always been a moral force for our nation and the world. You're a voice of courage, conviction, compassion, and most of all, a beloved friend." Uber has announced a partnership with Spirit Halloween. Now all things spooky can be delivered straight to your door through Uber, Postmates, and the Uber Eats app. Prince fans can now book a stay at the Purple Rain House in Minneapolis. Airbnb is offering 25 one-night stays at the house in honor of the film's 40th anniversary. The home features purple velvet decor, a bathroom inspired by the music video When Doves Cry, and Prince's legendary wardrobe, and more. You can book it on October 2nd for $7 a person.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn. Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds. Fans here at the Mercy Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Residents across the southeast are still reeling from Helene's deadly wrath. The record-breaking storm destroying entire communities and leaving many trapped as supplies run out. NBC's Jay Gray joins us from Boone, North Carolina, yet another western North Carolina town facing catastrophic damage. Jay, good morning. What's the latest from there?
Yeah, Francis, it's just a tough go here and across the area. Boone, like so many of the towns and cities in the path of Helene, dealing with down power lines, as you can see, caked in mud and piles of debris everywhere.
Miles of debris stretches across Florida, Georgia, Tennessee, and the Carolinas. Helene chewing up and spitting out huge sections of the southeast.
It looks like a movie. It doesn't even look real. It looks like somebody took the road. It looks like Play-Doh and just like threw it to the side. So the damage is astronomical.
And continuing to unfold, floodwaters washing away entire communities. The violent storm and now its aftermath, responsible for more than 60 deaths. Teams on the water and in the air searching for more than 100 people still missing, including Guadalupe Hernandez Corona's sister. Through a translator, she shares their last heart-wrenching phone call.
Her sister called her family to say goodbye because they knew they weren't going to make it. So they were able to call them and talk to them. She talked to her kids. Her sister, Monica, is her sister, talked to her kids and was able to say her goodbyes.
In many areas, floodwaters are still raging, still ripping apart anything in their path.
Conditions on the ground remain extremely dangerous. Roadways are damaged, there are downed power lines and unstable ground.
A mudslide taking out several miles of Interstate 40, hundreds of roads washed out, turning towns into islands without power, gas, or water, and no idea how or when they'll get it back.
Yeah, look, so many here dealing with so much loss and unsure of what comes next. The forecast, not a big help, Francis. It's calling for rain in many areas over the next few days.
Oh, no, tough to hear. Hopefully they get the break that they so desperately need. Okay, Jay Gray for us. Jay, thank you. So to come here on NBC, and today we go inside the game. Craig Melvin is going to be taking us behind the scenes with the Ravens to see how golf actually connects the team off the field. Interesting, especially after their win last night. You don't want to miss it. Thanks so much for starting your week with Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Monday. See you back with me tomorrow. Hopefully you join us.
Developing right now on Morning News Now, devastation across the South in the wake of Hurricane Helene. This morning, dozens of people are dead, communities underwater, and millions are without power days after Helene made landfall as a catastrophic Category 4 storm.
Seeing it in person is kind of just breathtaking. You know, what Mother Nature can do and the damage is just, it's incredible.
We have team coverage with the latest on the recovery efforts, and the threat isn't over. We're tracking Helene as what's left of the system moves over the mid-Atlantic. Also this morning, a battleground blitz just 5 weeks to the presidential election, and a new NBC News poll shows Vice President Harris leading former President Trump among a key group of voters. And money on voters' minds, more proof that the state of America's economy could be the deciding factor come November. Plus, contamination concerns. This morning, thousands of people ordered to evacuate as crews work to put out a fire at a chemical plant. We'll bring you the latest. And history in space as a SpaceX crew arrives at the International Space Station to rescue 2 astronauts stranded there since June. More on the mission to bring them home after 8 months when it was supposed to be 8 days.
It has been a long journey for them. I'm sure whenever it happens, they're looking forward to getting back here. We can't wait to greet them. Good to have you with us on a Monday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We start this morning with wide-scale destruction across the southeast caused by Hurricane Helene. Entire communities in the Carolinas were washed away by powerful floods, which destroyed homes and roads, cutting towns off from the outside world and cutting off from aid.
Okay, home. I haven't seen my kids. I'm tired. I'm hungry. Still have no power.
Lines for basic essentials are stretching for miles, with people saying they have to wait several hours for things like gas and water. Now, more than 3,200 federal emergency workers from agencies like FEMA are in the region trying to get help, get people those basic needs. In Florida, where the storm first made landfall on Thursday, some communities are slowly starting to return to some sense of normalcy, with schools and roads set to reopen this morning. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is standing by with a look at the forecast, which does include some bad news for those places cleaning up from these historic floods. But first, let's begin with NBC News correspondent Jay Gray, who's in Boone, North Carolina, with the latest.
Hey there, good morning. In Boone, like so many areas in Helene's path, caked in mud, dealing with downed power lines and debris that's scattered everywhere.
Miles of debris stretches across Florida, Georgia, Tennessee, and the Carolinas. Helene chewing up and spitting out huge sections of the southeast.
It looks like a movie. It doesn't even look real. It looks like somebody took the road, looks like Play-Doh, and just like threw it to the side. So the damage is astronomical.
And continuing to unfold, floodwaters washing away entire communities. The violent storm and now its aftermath, responsible for more than 60 deaths. Teams on the water and in the air searching for more than 100 people still missing, including Guadalupe Hernandez Corona's sister. Through a translator, she shares their last heart-wrenching phone call.
Her sister called her family to say goodbye because they knew they weren't going to make it. So they were able to call them and talk to them. She talked to her kids. Her sister, Monica, is her sister, talked to her kids and was able to say her goodbyes.
In many areas, floodwaters are still raging, still ripping apart anything in their path.
Conditions on the ground remain extremely dangerous. Roadways are damaged, there are downed power lines and unstable ground.
A mudslide taking out several miles of Interstate 40, hundreds of roads washed out, turning towns into islands without power, gas, or water, and no idea how or when they'll get it back.
So many here dealing with so much loss and unsure of what comes next, and they're not getting any help from the forecast with the possibility of more rain over the next few days. In Boone, North Carolina, I'm Jay Gray. Back to you now.
All right, Jay, thank you.
Now let's get a closer look with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman.
She's tracking what's left of Helene across the mid-Atlantic. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. And yeah, we are still talking about the remains of Helene, not off the coast until tomorrow. So still we're looking for the heavy threat for rain today. Could see some flooding potential, some flash flooding potentials because the grounds are so saturated. The rivers, the streams are so swollen. This is what radar looks like right now. On a 6-hour loop, you can see those heavy returns. That's those brighter returns showing us where that heavy rainfall is falling. And this is going to be the story as we go throughout the day. So the mid-Atlantic still seeing those scattered showers. This rain stretches all the way back to the Ohio Valley through the state of Pennsylvania, West Virginia and Virginia. And again, we will see pockets of heavy rain. Could see up to 2 inches in some spots. Doesn't sound like a whole lot, but really we don't need any in these areas. So I overlaid the alerts here. We do have a flood alert that includes Charlottesville, also Blackstone, back into Elkins, West Virginia. Where you see this green, that is where we're seeing that flood alert. And we did see flash flood warnings overnight into early this morning, and most likely we will see that as we go throughout the day here. So the flash flood risk is in effect, especially where you see this blue shading. That's the likeliest spot for seeing some flash flooding. Charlottesville, you're included in that, but notice this green outline as well down to Boone, Roanoke, Morgantown, Hagerstown, also D.C. could see some flash flooding as well. We have a lot of humidity in the air. Any of these rain showers could cause some flash flooding. This is why. Could see a 1/4 inch. That's where you're seeing those lighter greens. The darker green is a 1/2 inch. But then as we get towards those darker colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows, could see an inch and a half, up to 2 inches in some spots. And that includes Virginia and also parts of West Virginia. This is why. This is the remains of Helene. Can't believe we're still talking about this days later, just lingering in the mid-Atlantic. So those alerts will continue, but then finally we're going to see it move offshore tomorrow. Better relief, more relief, a little few scattered showers still left over tomorrow. But then we're watching a cold front that's going to bring some rain into the area as we head towards Wednesday and Thursday. That's something we'll watch later on in the week. That's one big story today. Another big story is in the West. Record heat for September, almost October. We're into the triple digits in some spots. Record heat, dangerous heat, and also dry and windy in portions of the northern plains. That's going to bring the chance for some fire danger as well. 24 million people impacted by heat alerts this morning. We're looking at heat advisories, heat warnings. The hot pink, that's a heat warning. And this is through Wednesday notice. So it's not just today, it's over the next several days. And they've been dealing with this for days. San Francisco down to Los Angeles, Palm Springs, Phoenix, Las Vegas. You're under the gun for some dangerous heat. Look at the numbers. Temperatures into the triple digits. Wow. San Jose, I know, 100 degrees. The record there is 97, 100 in Palmdale. This is dangerous because we're nearing October. This is very late in the season. You get that heat fatigue. And we're looking at Phoenix, 111 today. The record there is 107. That is on your Monday. Tomorrow on Tuesday, 101 in Reading. The record there is 103. So the record-breaking temperatures will continue tomorrow. Lancaster, 104. San Jose, 100 degrees. Las Vegas, 102. The record there is 100 and 109 in Yuma. This extends all the way to portions of the Central Plains as well because we're looking at temperatures well above normal for this time of year. Anywhere from 10, even 20 degrees above normal for this time of year. Then we're nearing Thursday Thursday and Friday, still talking about dangerous heat in Fresno, 102 on Thursday, by Friday 99 Las Vegas, into the triple digits still Thursday and Friday. Same story in Tucson. I mentioned those dry and windy conditions. We're looking at some fire danger in the northern plains into the central plains. 3 million people impacted, so you want to be weather aware in those areas as you head out on this Tuesday. Let's talk about the tropics. Unfortunately, we're very, very active. We're talking about a couple systems, some disturbances as well. And we could see some spots that were affected by Helene possibly being impacted later on this week into the weekend. So we'll talk about that more later. But we do have that tropical disturbance off to the western portions of the Caribbean. That's going to move into the Gulf of Mexico. That's one we're going to watch. We're looking at Tropical Depression Joyce, Tropical Depression 12. That's most likely becoming a hurricane. And this is the one that we're going to watch as we head throughout the next couple of days, because this could develop into a tropical system by the middle of the week, and this could impact portions of this country that was impacted by Helene last week and continues to be this week. Tropical Depression 12, real quick, 35 miles per hour, could become a hurricane. This one most likely will stay over in the open water, so we'll keep our fingers crossed on that one. But we'll keep you posted on that other one.
Just a reminder, hurricane season far from over.
I know.
All right.
It's in full effect.
Michelle, thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
With just over 1 month until the election, both candidates are ramping up their efforts to win over voters in the battleground states. Vice President Harris campaigned in Nevada over the weekend and picked up a somewhat surprising endorsement from former Republican Senator from Arizona, Jeff Flake.
Meanwhile, this morning, former President Trump is getting pushback from even within his own party over personal attacks he launched against Harris at a rally in Pennsylvania on Sunday. Let's listen.
Kamala is mentally impaired. Joe Biden became mentally impaired. Kamala was born that way. Okay. She was born that way. And if you think about it, only a mentally disabled person could have allowed this to happen to our country. Anybody would know this.
For more, we're joined now by NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa. Ali, good morning. So in addition to those comments, Mr. Trump also said Vice President Harris should be, quote, impeached and prosecuted for her actions related to the U.S. southern border. How are the Harris campaign and others just reacting to these latest comments?
Yeah, guys, good morning. That extreme rhetoric from former President Trump, as you heard, continuing over the weekend, and he really doubled down on these personal insults on Vice President Harris, as you mentioned, calling her, quote, mentally impaired, saying she should, quote, be impeached and prosecuted for her actions on the border, which she visited last week for the first time in over 3 years. And yesterday, those attacks were really doubled down at his rally in Wisconsin. And while the Harris campaign, at least for now, is choosing not to publicly react to this, we are seeing members of the former president's own party condemned these comments by him, some of them saying in the past that they wish he would move on to policy and his goals if elected for a second term. We heard from Senator Lindsey Graham, a longtime ally and friend of former President Trump, saying that he thinks, quote, the better course to take is to prosecute the case, that her policies are destroying the country. We also heard from GOP Senate candidate and former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan, who said that Trump's comments were, quote, insulting not only to the vice president, but to people that actually do have mental disabilities, guys.
Ali, also, we understand that both candidates are moving around their campaign plans, their schedules in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. Tell us what we'll see from both Mr. Trump as well as Vice President Harris.
Yeah, we're already seeing what impact Hurricane Helene has on the 2024 campaign trail, not only because several of the states very hardly hit by this storm are several key swing states, but we're seeing schedule-wise how this is making an impact. We know that former President Trump is going to go to Valdosta, Georgia later today. He's going to be briefed on the storm damage there and then deliver remarks. And for Vice President Harris, this storm damage is really cutting her trip to Nevada short. She was scheduled to campaign in Las Vegas today. The the Harris campaign saying late last night that that trip will be cut short for Vice President Harris to be able to return to Washington, D.C. to get a briefing from FEMA officials to really review what sort of federal resources are still available to be added to the ones already allotted in this emergency response. And we did hear from the White House as well yesterday say that President Biden is going to go to areas impacted by the storm as soon as it's an option to not be able to pull resources that are so critical and being used at this point during recovery efforts, guys.
Ali, looking ahead tomorrow night, Governor Tim Walz, Senator J.D. Vance are going to go head-to-head in their first and their only vice presidential debate. Unlike the last debate we saw between Mr. Trump and VP Harris, the rules are going to look a little different this time around. So tell us what we can expect and just how both candidates are getting ready.
Yeah, so historically, these vice presidential debates haven't been enough to really move the needle. But of course, as we know, this election being so close, anything could make a difference on the debate stage. And this could be the last word that we hear from both of these campaigns on a national stage, given that this is the last publicly announced debate before the election. So this could really be a big political moment. Governor Walz and Senator Vance are going to face off for 90 minutes tomorrow night in New York City. This is going to be a debate hosted by CBS News. And what's different this time around is that the moderators aren't going to be fact-checking these two candidates in real time, with CBS saying that it's up to the two of them to fact-check each other. Now, as far as preps, we know that Senator Vance is using both his wife as well as Congressman Tom Emmer to play Governor Walz on the debate stage. Governor Walz, for his part, using Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg to play Vance. And this is going to be a big moment for Governor Walz. This is really going to be the last time we saw him on a national stage in a big capacity was on the stage at the Democratic National Convention. So this will be a big moment for the Harris campaign as well.
Yeah, certainly such a tight race. Every moment like this matters. All right, Ali Rafa, thank you so much.
Well, this morning we are also getting new insight into one of the key demographics in the upcoming election.
Yeah, a new poll from NBC News, CNBC, and Telemundo shows that Vice President Harris has a significant lead over former President Trump among Latino voters. The larger context here is that the wide advantage Democrats have enjoyed with Latino voters has been slipping away in recent years. As you can see, that support's now at its lowest level in the last 4 presidential cycles.
Here to help us understand that and that new poll that we've got out from NBC News, we have senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, thanks so much for joining us as always. So on its face, I mean, it seems like pretty good news for Democrats. The poll shows Harris leading Trump nationally among Latinos 54% to 40%. But as Joe just mentioned, those margins are slipping. So are Democrats losing these Latino voters, or are the Republicans gaining them? What can we glean from this?
Yeah, Savannah, maybe the answer is a little bit of both. And you're exactly right. You know, the Democratic advantage that we ended up seeing at the presidential and also on congressional ballots was about 30 to 40 point leads going back to 2012. But now all of a sudden you end up having Harris with just a 14-point lead. Democrats only have a 12-point lead when it comes to the congressional ballot. And a lot of this is just due to how divided we are as a country. That, you know, you have Latino men versus Latinas. You end up having college-educated Latinos versus those without college degrees. And those divisions, I think, are making this race a whole lot closer than we ended up seeing a decade ago.
Yeah, so Mark, I mean, the poll also looked at how Latinos felt about VP Harris and Mr. Trump when it came to some of the hot button issues this election, which maybe helps us understand what's been going on in recent years. What did it find?
Joe, it has Harris with the advantage on abortion, just like she leads with the general electorate. It has her with an advantage when it comes to temperament and also being competent and effective. But Donald Trump ends up leading when it comes to the economy and on inflation and on the border. And it is worth noting that inflation as well as the economy are the top issues for Latino voters in our poll.
You mentioned the border. The poll found a striking split on immigration. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so our poll ended up finding 35% of Latinos saying that immigration hurts more than it helps. We've asked this question going back to 2006, and that 35% is the highest we've ever had for Latino voters. Also, we asked, do you prioritize more, enforcement of the border as well as a pathway to citizenship and treating immigrants humanely? And the Latino voters in our poll were almost exactly split down the middle on that question.
And Mark, you touched on this. This poll found Latino support varies widely by gender, also by religion. Tell us more.
Yeah, so by gender, Latino men are tied between Trump and Harris, 47 each, while Harris has a 26-point lead when it comes to Latino women. And then on religion, Joe, we ended up finding Harris with big leagues among Catholic Latinos, as well as Latinos who aren't religious at all. But when it comes to evangelical Latinos, it's Donald Trump with a significant advantage. And again, all the splits that we're talking about are the splits that we're seeing with the general electorate at large. And I think that that is the biggest takeaway from our poll.
Mark Murray, thank you so much.
Now, as that poll illustrated, the issue that tops the list of concerns for most voters this year is the economy. How voters feel about it and how either candidate would handle it could be the deciding factor in who wins the White House. That's why NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson traveled to eastern North Carolina to find out how they feel about the economy.
Hey there, we know this election season that voters have said over and over again that their biggest concern ahead of November is the economy. How voters feel about the economy could be the deciding factor in who wins the White House in November. So last week, we headed to North Carolina along the coast to ask voters in their own words how they feel the economy's doing. Hi, ladies. In this key swing county, we're with NBC News. Nice and big right here. In battleground North Carolina, there's no right answer, there's no wrong answer. We showed up with a whiteboard and a question. But how would you fill this in? What do you think, sir? The economy is? First word that comes to mind, just nice and big right there.
I don't think I'm allowed to write that word.
And we heard plenty.
Pathetic.
Hard. I think doing okay.
From terrible to getting better.
I think it's strong. I mean, the whole economy is not just consumer prices.
No, it's not, that person says. From struggling.
Real people are feeling much more pain than what the 401ks or the IRAs might be showing.
To booming.
I feel like money's flowing, people are spending money. I don't have any complaints, I'm a small business owner.
And we heard one word again and again.
It sucks.
Renee Governal plans to vote for Donald Trump.
Because everything is more expensive. Everything is just so much more expensive than 3.5 years ago.
Yes. On that point, Glendora Fonestock Sutton agrees. Do you feel that pinch economically?
Absolutely.
Tell me about that.
Hey, it's rough on everybody. Like housing is up, groceries expensive, everything, and our paychecks don't live up to it.
But she's planning to vote for Kamala Harris. Nice and big right here. The whole thing may feel, well, complicated.
It's very, very complicated, and there are no quick and easy solutions.
In our newest poll, NBC News asked people all over the country the same open-ended question. The economy is, and by a 2-to-1 margin, the response is negative. Walk me through some of the dynamics at play right now. We sat down with our senior business correspondent, Christine Romans, at where else? A kitchen table to talk through it. If the experts you talk to, if economists were to boil down how the economy is doing into a single word on our whiteboard, what word would that be?
If economists were to boil it down, they would say resilient. They'd say strong. Some would say historic.
The unemployment rate, 4.2%. Inflation at its lowest rate in more than 3 years. And the markets setting record highs. But higher prices at the grocery store, for example, aren't dropping back down as quickly as many want.
The problem is there are pieces inside the economy that cause real Americans at their kitchen table paying their bills, they feel like they can't get ahead. And those things are childcare, they're elder care. They are concerns about Social Security.
Experts call it a vibe session. The disconnect between how the economy is and how it feels. For some, clearly a mixed bag. Hey there, sir. Thumbs up, thumbs down. The economy is thumbs up. And a thumbs down right behind him. From bad to great, more than just a feeling, the reality for many Americans. Who wants to do the writing? With one word this election season, top of mind, money.
So I always vote with my wallet. Yeah. Wallet first.
You vote with your wallet.
Wallet first.
And there you have it, battleground voters in their own words, many different words ahead of November. Back to you.
All right, Hallie Jackson, thank you. Don't forget, as Allie mentioned earlier, you can check out the first and only vice presidential debate tomorrow night right here on NBC. Coverage kicks off at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Let's turn now to Georgia, where some residents east of Atlanta were asked to shelter in place after a fire erupted at a chemical plant in Rockdale County, sending plumes of smoke into the sky.
Authorities say water from a malfunctioning sprinkler came into contact with a reactive chemical, causing the thick gray and orange smoke that you see here. It's billowing from the facility. Because of this, officials urged all those in the area to stay away and stay inside.
NBC News correspondent Priya Sridhar joins us now from Lothani, Georgia, with the latest. Priya, good morning. So what are officials saying about how the fire began or this chemical that's involved? Also, do we know if there were any injuries?
Absolutely, guys. Well, as you can tell, those pictures were very dramatic, and everyone who lives in this area, that's what they were seeing out their windows yesterday. And at one point, county officials were able to basically put that fire out, but it ended up reigniting, and it actually went on for about 12 hours until 4 p.m. yesterday. But early this morning, we did hear from the county that the EPA has confirmed that there is chlorine in the air. It's important to note that where this fire occurred, BioLab in Conyers, Georgia, which is about 30 miles east of Atlanta, is actually a pool and spa treatment facility. So it has a lot of different chemicals inside, and a lot of those chemicals don't mix well with water. We're actually standing right now outside of one of the evacuation sites because county officials, emergency management officials, actually told about 17,000 residents who live near this BioLab to evacuate. We did get a statement from the parent company of BioLab. They said we are actively responding to an occurrence at our facility in Conyers, Georgia. Our employees are accounted for with no injuries reported. Our team is on the scene working with first responders and local authorities to assess and contain the situation. And county officials have said this is an all hands on deck kind of situation, with Georgia Emergency Management Agency responding, hazmat teams, and also teams from FEMA, guys, to really try to contain this situation.
So, Priya, we've been covering Helene all morning long. Do we know, could that storm have had any impact on this fire igniting?
Yeah, Joe, that's actually a really great question. And the reason for that is there actually was another fire just like this at the exact same location back in September of 2020. And after an investigation was conducted as to what happened in that scenario, it was very similar, where water mixed with chemicals inside of that plant. They determined that it was a result of a hurricane. So right now, county officials are saying that it's too early to tell, but certainly once this is all resolved and everyone can return home, that's something they're definitely going to be looking into, guys.
All right, lots of questions here still. Priya Sridhar, thank you very much for your reporting.
Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, closer to home, major developments on the mission to bring back 2 astronauts stranded in space since June.
Up first, though, after the break, Lebanon under attack. Tensions rising across the Middle East ahead of a potential Israeli ground offensive. We'll be right back.
fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app, your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We're back now with the latest from the Middle East. Earlier this morning, an apparent Israeli airstrike hit an apartment building in central Beirut, an escalation in the conflict. Israel is also claiming to have killed another senior Hezbollah figure just days after the assassination of their leader, Hassan Nasrallah.
Hezbollah continues to fire rockets into northern Israel as Iran, which backs the militant group, has vowed to keep fighting despite these losses. Israel's expanded attacks on Hezbollah in Lebanon, as well as the Houthis in Yemen over the weekend, have stoked fears of a wider war in the region.
NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley joined us now from the Lebanese capital with the latest. Matt, good morning. So let's start with this latest development. Hezbollah's deputy chief said in a message this morning the Iran-backed group will select a new chief and that it is ready for a potential IDF ground invasion. This is actually the first time we've heard from a Hezbollah leader since Nasrallah's death. So tell us about the significance of this and just what it means for this conflict going forward.
Yeah, I mean, Joe, it's been 3 days since Hassan Nasrallah was killed, along with, according to the Israelis, 20 other senior leaders of Hezbollah. And now, for the first time, we heard from another senior leader who apparently was spared in that enormous blast or series of blasts that occurred in Dahiyeh, right here off my right shoulder. It's a metric of just how in disarray this group has become, that it took 3 days for them to come out and really speak to the public. This country is wondering where Hezbollah is, because remember, this isn't just a militant group. It has a big stake in politics here. As you mentioned, Naim Qassem, he said that they were going to pick a new leader. He said that they're ready for an Israeli ground invasion. And he said that they were holding back some of their weapons in reserve. He actually said Hezbollah has so far done the minimum against the Israelis, which begs the question, why aren't they doing more as Israel goes about methodically picking off its top leadership? And not just Hezbollah's top leadership. We've also heard that they killed a top member of Hamas, a top member for the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, which is a leftist group that a lot of our viewers haven't heard from for generations. Israel is taking stock and taking sides. They're taking score here. They are going about and killing top leaders of organizations even beyond Hezbollah. It is a vengeance mode that we're seeing right now. And it's, as you mentioned, it's now being seen in the heart of Beirut. That's another new thing just today or just overnight. For the first time since 2006, Israeli bombardments striking in the center of the capital. That is a small difference. It's really just a matter of blocks from what we've seen before, but it is a big change because it represents a new move by the Israelis to push into Beirut and to involve this entire country in their expanding war against Hezbollah and other militant groups. Guys.
Matt, Lebanon's prime minister has said that as many as 1 million people have been displaced and also that more than 1,000 have been killed since this fighting began with Israel, since these airstrikes. What is the current humanitarian situation on the ground, especially in light of this airstrike on Beirut that you said just right over your shoulder?
Yeah, well, the situation here is really dire because, remember, this isn't just a huge number of people, and we've seen this before in other conflicts, and Lebanon itself has been hosting an enormous displaced population from Syria for the past better part of more than 10 years. But the fact is that this population of people, about 1 million, have been displaced in such a short period of time that this country, which is already in the 5th year of a financial crisis, simply didn't have time to prepare. So aid groups, aid agencies, individuals, they're trying to muster enough food and water and other assistance, places to sleep for all of these people. But instead, we're seeing people sleeping on the streets of Beirut and throughout the country. There simply isn't enough food and water. And that's unusual when you're talking about a United Nations operation to try to bring relief to people. Normally, there's donations, there's food, there's adequate supplies. In this case, it all happened so much, so fast. It's clearly taken aid agencies off guard, and the people are suffering as a result. Guys.
All right, Matt Bradley, thank you for your reporting. Please stay safe. For more on this, let's bring in the former director for Syria and Lebanon at the National Security Council, also the host of Oh My World on YouTube, Hagar Shamali. Good morning, Hagar. Always great to have you. Thanks for being with us. So put the death of Hassan Nasrallah in context for us. What does it mean for Hezbollah, and what does it mean to the larger conflict?
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Well, so the death of Hassan Nasrallah, first for Hezbollah, this is a significant loss for them, and something that, by the way, I mean, I don't want to understate how much death and destruction this guy caused, how much he is hated by the majority of people in Lebanon, something that is not well known. The majority of Christians and Sunnis despise this guy who over decades invited Iran into Lebanon, who used Lebanon as a playground because of a goal of quote unquote resistance, of bringing weapons in, of undermining the economy of Lebanon, using its financial system when it could, of causing political impasse and political turmoil, and turning also, by the way, against own Lebanese citizens. So this, when you have at any terrorist organization, and this is a big one in particular, when you have the head of a snake, it makes a big difference to cut off the head of the snake, because terrorist organizations tend to be siloed. So they generally like to have a lot of power, and they don't always it's not something that is very transparent or very, democratic, if you will. So you're going to see a lot of undermining their operations in particular. But it's not just Nasrallah, but it's the fact that so many of their commanders have been lopped off. And you're already seeing as Matt said, this disarray, that they don't seem to know what to do. They don't seem to know how to attack Israel next. Hezbollah has a very large arsenal of weapons. They do. And they also have a very large number of fighters. But the fact that we are not seeing the response that they've been promising and for months now means to me that they've really been significantly weakened, both from a governing standpoint and militarily.
So let's just walk through it. A lot has happened over the last few days. We have the killing of Nasrallah and other Hezbollah leaders, this airstrike into central Beirut, also airstrikes by Israel into Yemen. So when you put it all together, do we say we're on the brink of this wider war? Do we say we're in the wider war already? Put that into context for us.
Yeah, well, so it depends how you define wider war, but the fact is that this is going to be a long war. It's going to include all of these areas, and it's going to have its peaks and its lows. And right now we're at a peak. But it's not going to include Iran directly. Iran itself doesn't want to get involved in a war with Israel because they know it will rope in the United States. And that provides a very strong deterrent. Iran would prefer to use all of its proxies, Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas, and so on. And Israel has now shifted its military strategy, and I don't think that their end game is very clear. But as this war has dragged on, and as they have undermined the military capabilities of Hezbollah, it appears to me that Israel is now pursuing this war with the idea of never going back to the status quo before October 7. They want to eradicate the military capabilities of these terrorist organizations and ensure that they don't pose a future security threat. So I would expect this to continue. And I don't expect, unfortunately, a ceasefire soon on any side, whether it's between Israel and Hezbollah or Israel and Hamas. But that said, it kind of ends up turning into a war of attrition where it goes for a long time and it has its peaks and its valleys. But I don't expect something like a World War III across the region, if that helps.
Hagar, what can the U.S. do at this point?
The U.S. is going to keep insisting on a ceasefire, and they're going to try to drag both sides, both separately, Israel and Hamas and Israel and Hezbollah, to the table, kicking and screaming. And that is a worthy goal. I mean, that is, even though that feels very far away, and I do not expect a ceasefire anytime soon, at the same time, that is what mediators like the United States, Egypt, and Qatar, that is what they have to do, and they have to continue trying. Because you have so many lives at stake, but also because you still have hostages at stake, including, by the way, 7 American citizens, 4 of whom are believed to be alive. So they're going to be focusing on that and trying to prevent this from escalating even further. But they're also going to be sending messages to Hezbollah and Iran in particular that the U.S. stands ready to intercept missiles if necessary. And they moved an extra carrier into the region only a couple weeks ago in order to reinforce that.
Hagar, thank you very much for joining us today. Coming up, port workers are set to head to the picket line.
Up next, the looming deadline that could have major impacts on the holiday shopping season. This is Morning News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. A looming strike deadline could mean shipping delays and economic gridlock heading into the holiday shopping season. Dock workers at some of the country's busiest ports are set to walk off the job if there's no deal by midnight tonight for the first time since 1977. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber has the details.
Just hours from now, a potential major strike sparking fears that parts of the U.S. economy could come to a standstill. Thousands of dock workers threatening to walk off the job from Boston and New York, all the way down to New Orleans and Houston. The International Longshoremen's Association represents 85,000 workers in these critical port cities. A strike could cost up to $4.5 billion per day. These ports carry everything from canned goods to car parts to electronics, and a walkout would force major stores, including Walmart, Home Depot, and IKEA, to find other ways to get their products into the U.S. The workers are at an impasse over a new 6-year contract, demanding higher wages and more protections against automation. In recent weeks, the union boss defiant.
I'll shut them down throughout the world to prove that we can beat them.
The alliance pushing back, blasting what they call the union's repeated refusal to come to the table and bargain.
Are you worried this could crush the supply chain ahead of the holiday shopping season?
The longer a strike goes, the longer it's going to take to recover, the more of a potential impact it has.
President Biden has the power to break a strike, but the White House says he is not considering it.
Why not?
Because it's collective bargaining.
If a strike does happen, the National Retail Federation says for every day workers are on strike, for each day, there's going to be a 3 to 5 day recovery period for the supply chain. Reporting in Bayonne, New Jersey, Ellison Barber, NBC News.
Our thanks to Ellison. And as we draw closer to the November election, we're following a surprisingly tight Senate race that could be the deciding factor in who controls that chamber during the next term. The race is for an open Senate seat in Maryland. It's between a Democratic county executive and a nationally known former Republican governor who's openly clashed with former President Donald Trump. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton has our details.
In blue state Maryland, where Democratic events often look more like family reunions, there's an unusually tight race that could determine the balance of the Senate. Democrats out in full force.
And the key to the Senate majority runs through Maryland.
Asking voters to send Prince George's County Executive Angela Alsobrooks down to Washington and not their popular former governor, Republican Larry Hogan. Vice President Kamala Harris holds a 30-point lead here. A new poll has Alsobrooks up by 11, but others have Hogan within the margin of error. And his approval ratings were as high as 70% when he was governor. How do you reach the split ticket voters who are planning to vote for VP Harris, but who like Larry Hogan? He was their 2-term governor.
Yeah, you know what? This race is much bigger than Larry Hogan. Larry Hogan was recruited by Mitch McConnell because they share a goal in mind. They want Republicans to have control of the Senate.
Voters here say this contest comes down to reproductive rights and who they trust to reject a possible national abortion ban. Maryland has enshrined abortion rights, and the state's clinics serve women forced to travel from out of state.
I come from a state where a lot of the politicians didn't agree with a woman choosing her own medical rights. Women should have that choice.
Hogan, who's endorsed by but has long feuded with Trump, argues voters are tired of division and want to elect someone who'll stand up to both parties.
Hogan will be in the middle of the action, representing the center.
His message to voters, he'll be a sensible voice focused on issues like veterans' needs. But also Brooks warns he won't be as independent on abortion or gun reform in a polarized Senate. How do you convince people to not believe a guy they've known for a long time?
Well, you know what? His record speaks for itself. But what we know also is that if he's elected, we'll never have a vote on Roe because the Republicans in the Senate will never bring it up for a vote.
In 2022, Governor Hogan attempted to veto and then withheld funding from a law to train additional health care workers to perform abortions, citing safety concerns.
Thanks for being here.
Morning.
In an Axios interview earlier this year, Hogan declined to say how he would vote on IVF or to codify Roe v. Wade.
So is that yes?
Whether it's needed or
yes or no?
No, it wasn't a yes or no.
He now says he will vote to codify Roe. His campaign suggested a date and location to speak with NBC News, then said he was unavailable the day of the potential interview. His team told NBC News it's important for the health of our democracy to have two functioning parties, and that as governor, he made sure access to abortion was never a question for Maryland women. And others aren't sure they trust Elsa Brooks, a CNN report finding she claimed improper tax deductions on 2 properties. She tells NBC News this was a mistake made after a move and the passing of her parents, and that she's correcting her payments.
I think you need somebody that's a straight shooter. And unfortunately, in today's world, that is few and far between.
And for many Marylanders, Hogan has the familiar face.
I'm going to vote for Hogan just because I thought he did a good job for governor. I don't really know what Elsa Brooks kind of is doing.
Even some Elsa Brooks supporters still have affection for him.
I liked him as a governor. I'm not anti-Larry Hogan, but I'm anti what he represents.
They're just not sure he should hold that potentially tie-breaking vote in the U.S. Senate.
Our thanks to Antonia Hilton. What a great report. Well, coming up, they've been stranded in space for months. Now, 2 astronauts are one small step closer to home. We'll have more on the mission to bring them back. That's next on Morning News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Welcome back. A SpaceX crew is on a rescue mission to bring back stranded astronauts, Butch Wilmore and Sunita Williams. You remember this. They arrived at the International Space Station a while ago. That two-man crew includes an American astronaut and a Russian cosmonaut, launched on Saturday in SpaceX's Dragon capsule. Wilmore and Williams, they're going to hitch a ride with the crew on the return leg, which is slated for February. They've been stranded at the space station since June, when their Boeing Starliner capsule suffered thruster failures and helium leaks. They were only supposed to be there for 8 days. This is the moment the Dragon capsule docked at the space station, and the crew were welcomed by their fellow astronauts. Joining us now is Dr. Paul Sutter. He's an astrophysicist and NASA advisor, also the author of this super chill titled book, How to Die in Space, A Journey Through Dangerous Astrophysical Phenomena. Dr. Sutter, thank you for joining us this morning. Okay, so how is it that NASA decided this was the best way to bring Williams and Wilmore back? And why did it take such a long time to ultimately settle on this course of action?
That's a great question. Ultimately, everything we do in space, we have to do with an incredible amount of care and analysis and study, because a failure is not an option. We don't want any astronauts to come to harm. And so as soon as the issues cropped up with Starliner, NASA and Boeing and SpaceX all started working together to find solutions. So one option was to take a risk with Starliner. Maybe it was fine, but you don't want to take that risk. We couldn't quantify the risk. We couldn't tell how bad of a risk it was that Starliner would fail on its return back to Earth with 2 astronauts. So instead, NASA turned to the normal crew rotations that happen roughly every 6 months on the space station. And normally this spacecraft, this Dragon capsule that just went up, was supposed to bring 4 astronauts to the International Space Station. But instead, they're just bringing 2. That leaves 2 empty seats so that when it returns, Suni and Butch can come back with them. And this seemed like the safest, most appropriate way to get these astronauts back to Earth.
It's just really so amazing that it went from 8 days to 8 months. We know that the faulty Boeing Starliner that brought them there in the first place, that returned successfully to Earth earlier this month, but it had all those issues. What's next for that capsule? Will Boeing and NASA look to rectify those issues? Is this capsule just done?
Surely this particular capsule is done. I do not think this particular capsule is going to return to space. As for what comes next with Boeing's Starliner program, I'm just glad I am not in those meetings, because I'm sure it is very tense and very fraught, because Boeing has announced that they want to continue the Starliner program. They want to keep working with NASA. They want to keep developing this spacecraft. But after a faulty issue like this, the future remains uncertain. Yes, the Starliner did return back to Earth empty and safe, but Boeing has a lot to answer for, and they have been very tight-lipped. They have not given any press conferences. They have not released a lot of information. So we're going to see over the next few months where the relationship between NASA and Boeing goes.
I've been so fascinated as we've had experts like yourself on the show, as we've had astronauts on the show, in hearing that it's not just completely negative surrounding the fact that it's an 8-day mission goes to 8 months. You know, I'm thinking like all the weddings that you're missing or things with your family. I know that they both have families. But they have seemed in good spirits, and I do understand, of course, if you're an astronaut, it's a privilege, right, to actually get to spend time in space, which is not how you're going to spend most of your time, despite how much you train for these types of things. What do you think? I mean, is this a challenge to be in the space this long unexpectedly? Is it taking a mental or physical toll, or is it something that's kind of an unusual opportunity?
Yeah, it's kind of a mixed bag here. On the one hand, these are professionals. They are professional astronauts. Their job is to be in space. Their job is not to be on the ground. And so the more time they have in space, the more time they have to do what they have been training their entire lives to do. So I'm sure that's why they're pretty calm about this, because they get to be in space longer. They maybe set some records. They get to do more experiments. But more time in space does take a toll on the human body. Without that constant pull of the Earth's gravity, your bones get thinner, your muscles get weaker, your heart gets weaker. And so this is going to take a toll on them, but that's part of the game.
Wow. All right. Dr. Paul Sutter, fascinating conversation. Always great to have you. Thank you so much. Well, let's come on back down to earth and get to some money news. Auto giant Stellantis is pumping the brakes on inventory here in the U.S. CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other money news for us. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Savannah, good morning to you. Yes, so Stellantis, that's the parent company of Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Fiat, plans to slash inventory with price cuts as it issues a massive warning over its financial outlook. Stellantis will reduce U.S. inventory to about 330,000 vehicles over the next year, and it will increase incentives on both 2024 and older vehicles. Stellantis and other automakers, they've been facing a lot of pressure from rising supplies and competition from China. These latest moves also come ahead of a possible strike by the UAW. AT&T is getting out of the entertainment industry. It's selling its controlling stake in satellite TV provider DirecTV to private equity firm TPG for more than $7 billion. AT&T says the deal will allow it to focus on being a 5G wireless and fiber connectivity company. AT&T bought DirecTV in 2015 for $67 billion, then spun most of it off into a separate entity in 2021. And Mark Cuban is warning Tesla CEO Elon Musk against forming an alliance with former President Donald Trump. In a post on X, Cuban says that's because the Republican presidential nominee may not ultimately repay his political debts, and his loyalty is only to himself. Cuban's post was in response to an earlier message from Musk in which he amplified a number of conspiracy theories about Democrats and immigration. The two billionaires are on opposing sides of the presidential race, even as they both eye some of these same business regulations, Savannah.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
Coming up, bird watching at a bar. You heard that right. Patrons catching the real eagles and falcons over a beer or two. We'll take you inside the one-of-a-kind experience next on Morning News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Finally, this hour, sports bars across the Midwest were packed, pun slightly intended, for the big Vikings-Packers matchup last night. But patrons at one particular watering hole had their feathers ruffled by something a little different on their big screens. Reporter Brad Hicks has the story.
Fountain City along the Mississippi River sits at the midpoint between Green Bay Packers and Minnesota Vikings fans. But at the Monarch Public House on Main Street, patrons are only watching the Eagles and Falcons.
Now, who wants an old-fashioned?
The bar's big screen is reserved for birds. Raptors being recorded on more than a dozen live cameras along the vital Mississippi Flyway.
We've been eyeing this site.
John Howe and his team at the Raptor Resource Project are about to make one of their cameras even better.
Today we're going to put a studio quality microphone out there with the peregrine falcons.
To do it, they need to rappel down a cliff. The Raptor Resource Project began 35 years ago to help bring peregrine falcons back from near extinction along the river. They set up cameras to monitor the nest boxes.
We found out real quickly how much interest there was to watch raptors.
With better technology and live streaming, the Raptor Resource Project cameras now give you a front row seat along the Mississippi Flyway from Iowa to Minnesota. Bald eagles and peregrine falcons are the most popular, but you can see all sorts of wildlife. You never know who will make a cameo on the cams.
It's just like you're sitting there living with those eagles or with those falcons.
Back on the cliff, Amy Reese and Dave Kester are close to getting that new studio quality microphone installed.
What do you think about that?
Snug as a bug. It is going to be fantastic.
Volunteers operate the rotating cameras on raptorresource.org. Experts moderate live chat rooms. Classrooms can even join. And every few weeks, they compile a cleverly titled, binge-worthy highlight reel from the cameras you may have missed.
We were calling them Nest Flicks, and somebody said, Nest Flicks and chill.
Along the upper Mississippi, Brad Hicks reporting.
Make an entire streaming platform out of all these
Nest
cameras of
Flicks.
animals. It's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, aftermath. Widespread cleanup efforts underway in several states in the wake of Helene, the superstorm now responsible for taking nearly 100 lives. We're on the ground in one of the areas hardest hit. In the Middle East, Israel steps up those deadly attacks in Lebanon, striking the center of the capital, Beirut, for the first time in the conflict. Militant group Hezbollah confirming the death of its leader over the weekend. And local officials say more than 1,000 people have now been killed and 1 million displaced. Our Richard Engel is there with the latest. Back home, a swing state sweep for Vice President Harris and former President Trump. Both candidates embarking on a battleground blitz over the weekend with just 35 days until Election Day. Comes on the heels of a critical border visit for the VP, looking to bring Latino voters to the ballot box in an ever-tightening race. We're covering it all as Governor Walz and Senator Vance prepare to face off on the debate stage tomorrow night in primetime. Plus, meet Hassan Piker, the Twitch sensation who's bringing his striking form of political commentary to millions of young voters online in an election year like no other. Looking forward to bringing you that story. Good to have you with us on a Monday morning. We begin with the latest on the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. The superstorm claiming dozens of lives with many more unaccounted for.
The storm left behind a path of destruction 500 miles long across the southeast after making landfall in Florida's Big Bend late Thursday. NBC News correspondent George Solis has the latest from hard-hit Asheville, North Carolina.
Good morning, Joe and Savannah. The death toll at 90, and tragically that number is expected to increase. Only now are we actually able to assess some of the devastation in some of these neighborhoods that were completely submerged by water. This is the River Arts District, and take a look. You can really see some of the debris here and destruction. Look at these power lines. They were snapped like twigs by the force of the water, which is why some officials are calling this Asheville's version of Katrina. And I have to tell you, frustration is growing that there doesn't appear to be a larger federal footprint here on the ground and no set timeline on when crucial resources like water will be turned back on.
This morning, the devastating effects of Hurricane Helene reaching far and wide as residents come face to face with destruction and a tragic reality.
I don't know if we can rebuild or be able to come back from this.
After the storm swept into the southeast last week, floodwaters downing bridges and submerging entire towns like Chimney Rock, North Carolina, now destroyed. And as cleanup begins, large swaths of communities like here in Asheville, North Carolina, still underwater. From above the city, heartbreaking views. Some areas still unreachable by water slow to recede.
I've never seen anything like this. I mean, there were buildings fully submerged.
My mother lives in a nursing home. We tried to get there today, and you just can't.
Some people kayaking to safety. We were there when water rescues got underway. And the storm also devastating Florida's Gulf Coast. The dangerous surge flooding homes and city streets. Helene's 100-plus-mile-an-hour winds ripping out floors as locals begin the long road to rebuilding.
We're going to get started. We're not going to wait a month or two.
Throughout the South and beyond, cars that survived the storm.
Lines moving very slow.
At a standstill, waiting for hours to fill up at the pump. While in North Carolina, many roads are impassable, making rescues even more difficult, and meaning the true scope of the damage and loss is still unknown.
What Mother Nature can do and the damage is just, it's incredible.
And word from the White House, President Biden is set to visit Helene-impacted areas as long as it doesn't impede with search and rescue operations, which we know are ongoing. One bright spot, a silver lining, if you will, is that we have seen some resiliency in Asheville. Neighbors helping neighbors, sharing resources during a crisis that seems slow to improve. Back to you.
All right, George, thank you.
For the latest on the cleanup and recovery efforts in Asheville, let's bring in Stacy Wood. She is the Public Information Officer for Buncombe County in North Carolina. That is where Asheville is located. Stacy, thank you for taking time to be with us this morning. We know that you are going through a lot. I mean, just help us understand what the situation is like there right now, just the biggest challenges that you're facing.
Yes, thanks for having me and helping to spread this information. We are actively in search and rescue mode right now. We have received thousands of names of unaccounted for individuals who their loved ones are desperate to find them. And so we are going door to door. We're partnering across agencies to take in those names, go door to door to check on these individuals, and then close that loop with their friends and family who are desperate to know if they're okay. That is our number one concern right now.
Absolutely. For viewers who have been seeing images like this on their screen right now coming out of Asheville, maybe people have visited or know Biltmore Village, and we've seen how high the water was there. What is the status of the floodwaters receding right now? How does it look in many parts of the city?
It looks, it's unrecognizable. Our hearts are broken. My heart breaks when I see images like this. Out in Swannanoa, out in Black Mountain, in every corner of Buncombe County, Barnardsville, total devastation. Communities who are cut off from each other and will never be the same. But our communities are strong and resilient, and I anticipate a lot of effort, community effort in this response.
Has Asheville seen anything like this before historically?
No. This is an unprecedented historical, just you can't even wrap your mind around the devastation. You see this, you see these images on TV, but if you can't fully understand what this really means here when you're on the ground. It's unbelievable.
For people who haven't visited Asheville, there's a lot of older homes and buildings, some kind of tucked in hills, but then you also have this river running through the center of the community. Is there broader concern about the environmental impacts, like in those hilly areas, that anything there could collapse, or that if the river does overflow again as there is more rain expected, that we could see further stages of concerns here?
Absolutely. Yesterday, we mentioned in a press briefing that we are concerned about landslides. And so we put out some information around warning signs for landslides. And that's just a complicating factor of this event. You have high-level landslide threats. You have river valley flooding, dams, reservoirs. We're actively monitoring and working together with our municipalities and first responders to monitor the reservoirs, dams, landslide threats, and just river flood and rescue efforts to provide updates to the community as quickly as possible, which is a challenge given that we don't even have power, phone lines, cell service. It's an incredibly complex event.
And Stacy, more rain is in the forecast. How much does that worry you and everyone in the community?
We are incredibly concerned about the forecast. We have opened multiple emergency shelters, and if people can access them, we encourage them to come to the shelter if they need a safe place to stay, especially given this upcoming forecast. So we encourage people to just keep an eye on whatever news source that they have access to, and to come to these shelters if it becomes a bigger threat.
Stacey Wood, Asheville and your county is an absolute treasure. We are thinking of you and everyone in your community right now. Please keep us updated, okay?
Thank you.
Now let's get to the dangerously high temperatures that are actually expected on the West Coast this morning.
Yeah, a lot to track. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman here with a look at what's in store for the week ahead. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, we're looking at dangerous temperature, record-breaking temperatures out west. We're looking at temperatures soaring into the triple digits, 10 to 20 degrees above normal for this time of year. So 24 million Americans in the West under heat alerts. We have heat advisories for San Francisco down to Monterey. We have some heat warnings as well. That's in the hot pink color. So Las Vegas, Death Valley, Kingman, Blythe, Yuma, Phoenix under heat warnings. And we're going to see this heat continuing over the next several days. This is what we're looking at today. Temperatures into the triple digits in many spots like Las Vegas, Palmdale, Phoenix. Phoenix, you could break a record. The record there is 107, record of 103 in Las Vegas. The record in Palmdale is 100 degrees. So most likely breaking a record there too. Notice the heat goes off into the northern plains as well. Grand Junction, 88 degrees, could break a record there as well. That is today. That as we look towards tomorrow, another hot day. This is October 1st tomorrow. So this is dangerous heat late in the season. We're looking at Las Vegas, 102, Flagstaff, 83. The record there is 83. Lancaster, 104, Yuma, 109. Again, into the central northern plains as well. We're looking at that heat continuing. And then as we go towards Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, no relief in many spots. Still in the triple digits in Las Vegas. Los Angeles, you're going to be warm on Wednesday, 80 degrees, but not in the triple digits, into the 100s too in Fresno, 102 on Thursday, 99 on Friday. That is the story in the West. We talked about the showers in portions of the Mid-Atlantic. Rain is not needed here. As we just heard, we're looking at the remains of Helene still being talked about, not offshore until tomorrow. So it's going to be another tricky day there too. The rivers and streams so swollen, the ground's saturated. Now, as we head towards Wednesday, we're going to clear it out in that spot. That is good news. So the system finally moves offshore tomorrow. We're going to bring back some sunshine, bring back some drying conditions. Much needed relief there. Northeast rain, though, in portions of the Great Lakes. September warmth does continue in parts of the West. And then, guys, as we go towards Friday, we're looking at sunny and seasonable conditions in the Northeast and rain returning in the Southeast. Could see some heavy rain along the Gulf Coast on Friday.
All right. Oh, my gosh. So much going on, Michelle. Thank you.
Turning now to the latest in the Middle East, Israeli airstrikes hit the heart of Lebanon's capital city, Beirut, for the first time since Israel escalated its attacks on the country. The bombing comes after a weekend of increased fighting between Israel and the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah, which has lost several senior figures in these strikes. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest.
I am now above South Beirut, the area where Israel killed the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah. And you can hear Israeli drones in the sky. They've been circling overhead for the last several days, searching for more Hezbollah commanders. But the group itself is sounding defiant, with the deputy leader of Hezbollah this morning saying it will emerge victorious.
Israel is widening its war in Lebanon and far beyond it, carrying out its deepest attack overnight in Lebanon's capital in nearly 20 years.
This Israeli strike happened in the middle of the night, and for the first time, it is not in the southern suburb of Beirut, the Hezbollah stronghold in this city, but right in the heart of the commercial district. And that has many people in this city very nervous that now no area is off limits.
Israel is hunting Hezbollah across Beirut and targeting all of Iran's militias in the Middle East. Yesterday, Israel carried out a major strike in Yemen. The port city, now in flames, is under the control of a militia called the Houthis, backed by Iran, and who've been targeting ships in the Red Sea. But Lebanon remains the main focus of Israel's expanding war. Israel said it wants to destroy Hezbollah, the crown jewel in Iran's so-called axis of resistance. New images show the massive crater left by the U.S.-made 2,000-pound bunker-busting bombs that Israel dropped to kill Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah in Beirut last week. And now Israel is hitting Hezbollah while it's down and in disarray, trying to eliminate every senior and mid-level commander it can find. President Biden was asked Sunday if an all-out war can be prevented.
We really have to avoid it.
But many Lebanese have no faith the U.S. can or wants to stop this. This morning, we visited an office complex now full of families who have just fled South Beirut. Izdahar Al-Fawani told me she thinks if Israel does invade, it will only make Hezbollah stronger because guerrilla war is the group's specialty. Many here remain loyal to Hezbollah, cheering Nasrallah's name as they wait for his replacement to be announced.
And this morning, an Israeli official told NBC News that Israeli special forces have been carrying out limited probing operations, leaving northern Israel, entering Lebanon. But the official said that it is not necessarily an indication that a ground incursion is imminent.
Richard, thank you.
When the race for the White House this morning, voters in several states are already casting early and absentee ballots as we inch closer to Election Day. Former President Trump and Vice President Harris were both on the campaign trail over the weekend, courting voters in those all-important swing states. Soon, though, it'll be their running mates taking the spotlight during their first and only debate. That's tomorrow night. Here's NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson with the details.
Hey there, good morning to you. With both presidential candidates planning to hit areas hit hard by Hurricane Helene in the days to come, they're also both ramping up for the final stretch to Election Day with campaign stops in several key battlegrounds as Mr. Trump escalates his personal attacks. A swing state split screen as Election Day closes in. Former President Trump in the Rust Belt, Vice President Harris, the Sun Belt, rallying voters overnight in Nevada, where she called out the former president for saying he won't do another debate.
And as you say here in Las Vegas, I'm all in. I'm all in. Even if my opponent is ready to fold.
Vice President Harris also slamming Mr. Trump for his role in killing that bipartisan immigration bill earlier this year and what she called fanning flames of division and fear.
Look, we need a president who cares more about solving problems than playing political games and demeaning people full time.
The vice president, fresh off her visit to the southern border in Arizona, earning an endorsement from the state's Republican former Senator Jeff Flake.
She wants to have a tougher policy than the Biden administration has employed, and I think that that's certainly needed.
But former President Trump blasting the vice president on immigration.
She should be impeached and prosecuted for her actions.
While also escalating personal attacks by insulting her over the weekend.
Kamala is mentally impaired. Think about it, only a mentally disabled person could have allowed this to happen to our country.
Even some Republicans pushing back.
And now he's questioning her mental competence, and I think that's insulting not only to the vice president, but to people that actually do have mental disabilities.
But Mr. Trump doubling down Sunday.
Crooked Joe Biden became mentally impaired, sad. But lying Kamala Harris, honestly, I believe she was born that way.
And in the same speech, speaking about crime.
See, we have to let the police do their job. And if they have to be extraordinarily rough.
And after last year suggesting police should shoot shoplifters as they leave stores, now proposing a free period of violence as a deterrent.
They have to be taught. Now, if you had one really violent day, one rough hour, and I mean real rough, the word will get out and it will end immediately.
And tomorrow, the focus shifts to the running mates who are getting ready for their first and only face-off. J.D. Vance has been holding prep sessions with Congressman Tom Emmer, who's playing the part of Tim Walz, with Vance's wife among those helping him get ready, according to a source familiar. Another source tells us Walz has been doing his prep at what aides call Camp North Star, joined by Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, who's playing the part of Vance. Lots to watch tomorrow night. Back to you.
All right, Hallie, thank you so much. And be sure to check out special coverage of tomorrow night's first and only vice presidential debate. That coverage kicks off at 8 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC Now, News Now, and NBC. Well, there's much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now. We're watching your wallet with some good news for potential home buyers this morning. Could it be time to jump on those falling mortgage rates or maybe refinance? We'll take a closer look at the market heading into fall.
But first, after the break, the man at the center of that apparent assassination attempt on former President Trump set to face a judge today. How he's expected to plead to the federal charges against him. That's next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. The man accused of trying to assassinate former President Donald Trump outside one of his Florida golf courses is due in court later today.
About 2 weeks ago, Ryan Wesley Ruth was arrested near the former president's Florida golf course. Authorities say the Secret Service opened fire on him when they spotted a rifle barrel poking through the bushes. A week ago, Ruth was denied bail after the federal judge called him both a serious flight risk and a danger to the community. Today, Ruth is back in court to face 5 charges, including attempted assassination of a major presidential candidate.
NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from outside the courthouse in West Palm Beach, Florida. Jesse, good morning. So walk us through the 5 federal charges Ruth faces and what we're expecting to see in court today.
Yeah, guys, good morning. Remember, initially he was just facing 2 weapons charges, but that has since been expanded after a grand jury indicted him. You mentioned the first one there, attempted assassination of a major presidential candidate. He's also now charged with possessing a firearm in furtherance of a crime of violence, assaulting a federal officer. That is in reference to the allegation that he was pointing a gun barrel toward a Secret Service agent, a felon in possession of a firearm and ammunition, and possession of a firearm with an obliterated serial number. So those last 2 charges are the ones we were already familiar with. So he will be arraigned in court today. We'll be looking to see if he enters a plea, guilty or not guilty. We'll be looking to see what comes out of that hearing, and that is scheduled for 11:45 a.m. Eastern time today.
So, Jesse, authorities say Ruth never actually fired a shot during the incident. So how are prosecutors saying they're making their case that it was clear he intended to assassinate the former president?
Yeah, so prosecutors have already laid out a whole bunch of evidence in court. We were there last week hearing as they presented all of this evidence to a judge. And among the pieces of evidence, prosecutors say that they found one of Ruth's fingerprints on this rifle. They say that a witness had spotted him in the area of the golf course. They also say that someone in North Carolina contacted them after Ruth's arrest and said that Ruth had brought them a box months earlier, and in that box, allegedly, there was that letter, which you're seeing on screen right now, which talked about a failed assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump. So they point to all of that evidence as why they believe that he was in Florida for one reason and one reason only, and that was to kill the former president. That is the allegation for prosecutors, and they say that there was cell phone data showing that he was in the area for the better part of a month, across the month leading into this incident. Ruth was repeatedly near the former president's home and golf course here in West Palm Beach.
So we haven't heard a plea from Ruth yet, but have his defense attorneys said anything about the charges?
Yeah, so we've heard from them in court, of course, arguing on his behalf, trying to find a way for the judge to grant him an opportunity to be outside of custody before the trial, which that attempt failed. The judge did not grant him pretrial granted pretrial detention on behalf of the prosecution. But the suggestion we've seen from the defense so far is there's no direct evidence proving he was holding the gun, pointing the gun at a Secret Service agent. They point to the fact that there's no surveillance footage as a special agent from the FBI admitted in court. There's no footage of Ruth actually holding the gun at the golf course. There's no footage of him running across the street from the golf course. So they point to those kinds of things, say there is effectively no proof of him in the moment holding this rifle, pointing it at the golf course, guys.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thank you very much.
Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos for more on what all of this means. So we have this attempted assassination charge now, which carries a maximum sentence of life in prison. Do we have any precedent for this? I mean, certainly not recently, right?
You mean attempted assassination?
Yeah.
What's interesting is that attempted assassination or assassination of a president or a presidential candidate is not something that is natural. In other words, it was enacted sometime after the birth of this country, because it wasn't really, this is not something the federal government ordinarily handles. Assassination attempts, murder, things like that. But yes, he is now charged with assassination attempt on a major presidential candidate. And the reason this likely took some time is because at first, all the government had evidence of was guy in the woods by a fence without any other information about why he was there. So the natural defense would be, hey, he could have been there even if wanting to assassinate someone. It could be anyone in the universe other than a major presidential candidate. So what that tells me is that the government has assembled evidence sufficient that they believe they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he was there with the intent to assassinate, and specifically the intent to assassinate Trump.
We just heard details on what some of that evidence may be, right? There's this letter that was dropped off to somebody else. He was in the area of this golf course for quite some time before, leading up to this day. Knowing that now we have this evidence mounting, what do you see a potential defense strategy as?
What's fascinating about this case is before there were reports of this letter that he supposedly dropped off that says something that is very incriminating, essentially sounding like he's admitting to trying to kill the presidential candidate. This read like a law school essay question on a test because it's kind of an interesting theory. If Guy is in the woods with firearm and you don't have any more information about his intent, how can you prove he was there to kill anybody? And I suspect that even with the advent of this letter and some of this other evidence, that will still be the defense strategy. Simply that you can't prove he held the firearm, you can't prove why he was there, you can't prove what he was doing there in the woods, and he's not talking. If ever there was a case where I expect you're not going to hear the defendant testify, it's probably going to be this one, because the defense needs to focus on the absence of the government's evidence. I suspect that if they called their client to the stand, the case would only get worse for them, not better.
So after today, what will be the next steps? How quickly could this one go to trial?
In federal court, federal law requires that cases go to trial within 70 days. However, that is not a hard rule because the defense can ask for additional time if the case is complex. Things happen, scheduling issues happen. But generally speaking, in federal court, you can expect the case to move very quickly to trial as opposed to state courts, especially in cities where the dockets are clogged. They're simply not as clogged in federal court, and they have a mandate to move cases along. This also sounds like a relatively simple case. Not a lot of complex white-collar or regulatory issues. This is a firearms and essentially an attempted murder case. I would expect it goes to trial relatively quickly, but I would also expect it ends in a plea. That's my suspicion. It's just based on my instincts.
All right. Danny Savalos, your instincts are usually right, so we appreciate it. Thanks for joining us. Coming up, a looming labor strike that could cost America's economy billions.
After the break, why thousands of dock workers might soon be taking to the picket lines at some of the country's most pivotal ports, and how it all could impact your wallet in the coming months. That is next on Morning News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We're back now with a look at a dispute that could cause a major disruption to the supplies of many of the goods shipped into the country.
Yeah, at midnight tonight, thousands of dock workers across several states could be hitting the picket line after negotiations between companies and the International Longshoremen's Association have stalled.
NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans joins us here, and she is going to tell us why this does matter to you, even if it sounds a little wonky. Why are these workers potentially hitting the picket line? What are they demanding?
They want more pay, and they want less automation, because all the automation that's happening at these ports they think is sort of existential, hard for me to say, and very scary for them to say at these ports. Their contract expires tonight. It's a 6-year deal. The union is really playing hardball here because it knows 3.8 to 4.5 billion is the cost per day of a strike. This actually is really dramatic for the economy. A lot of stuff goes through these ports.
Do we know which ports where we would see the strikes, and just what's the ripple effect then of how much?
East Coast, Gulf Coast. So we're talking, you know, Boston all the way to Houston. It's just this big sort of, big U shape there. And there are 14 major ports. I mean, you look at New York and New Jersey, that port right here in our backyard, there are, you know, just in July, it handled 420,000 imported containers full of everything from cherries to, you know, cars to lumber to steel to all these things you need to run an economy.
Wow. Okay, so for people at home, people who just want to shop for something, you order something online.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about the holidays, of course, and how much shopping goes on during that time. What does this look like? What does this mean it does for us?
So big retailers, they saw this coming, and they have been planning. I mean, you've got some of these big names. They have been actually filling their warehouses in the months before this because they know that freight rates are going to rise and they're going to have more difficulty getting supplies. There might be things in short supply. So about 90% of the holiday shopping stuff, we're told, is in warehouses.
Okay.
It's ready to go. It's on pallets. It's.
I'm surprised it's not in stores already. To be honest
exactly. It might be. It might be actually. But you know there's only so long that can last. For every day of a strike, it takes up to 5 days to sort of catch up. So the longer something like this happens, the more it snarls the supply chain and can raise prices for consumers. And that's really what these big companies and their trade associations have been telling the White House, saying we really would like you to intervene, but also telling both the union and the port operators that you guys need a deal because this isn't good for the economy and for the prices consumers pay.
Do we have some historical context that tells us, okay, if a strike like this happens, does it put a lot of pressure on the companies to settle because they see the prices going up or the short supplies, or can these last a long time?
I mean, there's a lot of pressure on these companies because they have made billions and billions of dollars. And if you listen to this union boss, he talks about they want, I mean, reportedly 77% pay increase over 6 years. 40% is what the union offered, what the USMC, the Maritime Alliance offered. The union said it's insulting. This is a classic dogfight right now, and at midnight, the chains go on the fences. In fact, some places are already chaining up right now because I think this strike is going to happen.
You mentioned that they're going to the White House wanting an intervention here. We did hear from the president saying, I don't plan to intervene. It's collective bargaining in action. Do we think that stands if this starts to go on for quite some time? And what do you think? I mean, so close to an election. How much will that impact?
Right now, the White House is saying that they want these two parties to do what they do best, collective bargain, get the best deal. But the White House over the weekend, a senior White House official telling us they want to do this, make sure it's a fair deal, commensurate with the profits these companies are making. And these companies have made a lot of money through COVID and beyond. So we shall see. But automation, a very big sticking point here, too, because there's automation that could put a lot of these jobs just out of business.
Wow. Christine Romans, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Now to the United Kingdom, where Prince Harry is returning to London today to support a charity. This is Princess Kate is slowly starting to step back into public life. NBC News International correspondent Kelly Kobiea has more.
Well, Prince Harry has said it's a true privilege to be invited as the guest of honor to this charity event here in London today. The charity, which Prince Harry has been working with for more than a decade, has confirmed that he will be here, but they're not saying much else.
A homecoming for Prince Harry, expected back in London today in support of a children's charity, making a speech and meeting families at the Well Child Awards, the same event he attended last year, celebrating children living with serious illness. Details of the event kept under wraps for now.
We know that the charity itself was told by Harry's security team that they were not to publicise details of the events.
The visit to London comes after Prince Harry's busy trip to New York last week at the UN General Assembly, bringing attention to online safety for children and his mother, Princess Diana's work on landmines.
The Halo Trust work in Angola meant a great deal to my mother. Carrying on her legacy is a responsibility that I take incredibly seriously.
The Duke of Sussex even making a surprise appearance on The Tonight Show, walking through Jimmy Fallon's haunted house. And next month, Prince Harry will be in South Africa for the first time since his royal tour with Meghan in 2019, when she first revealed she was struggling in her royal role. The couple stepped back as working royals months later in early 2020. And now, former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson claims in his new memoir that he was asked to try to persuade Harry to stay with a kind of manly pep talk the day before the prince flew to Canada. Details of this return to the UK still unclear. How long will Prince Harry stay? Will he see his father, King Charles?
Whilst I think many people were perhaps optimistic that Harry and Charles might reconcile, I don't think that anybody thinks that that's going to happen anytime soon between Harry and William.
His sister-in-law, Princess Kate, is now slowly returning to work after announcing she'd finished chemotherapy. And last week posting this after a surprise visit to watch a ballet performance in London, calling it wonderfully powerful, moving, and inspiring. The princess possibly back in public in the coming weeks for a ceremony honoring veterans and her annual Christmas concert.
As for any possible meeting with his father, King Charles, well, the king did spend the weekend in Balmoral in Scotland. He's due back in London for a public event on Wednesday, so there may be an opportunity in between for the two to meet.
All right, Kelly, thank you.
Well, back in the U.S., some libraries around the country are calling themselves book sanctuaries and making banned books available to readers. Reporter Lisa Robinson from our NBC News affiliate in Baltimore visited the first one in Maryland.
Shake your silly side. Wednesday's story time was Granddad's Camper, an LGBTQ book for kids. Library officials say many of the typically banned books are about gender identity, same-sex marriages, and race.
During this Banned Books Week, we stand here united in our commitment to one thing: protecting your freedom to read.
This bookshelf contains commonly challenged and banned books, but they'll be here for people to read. Library CEO Skip Auld says the nation's libraries and librarians continue to be under attack.
The American Library Association reports that in 2023, public libraries saw a 92% increase in the number of titles targeted for censorship over the previous year.
Here in Maryland, in the last 5 years, more than half of the state's public libraries have faced book challenges. There's also been a 600% increase in staff threats and 11 bomb threats. Parents we spoke to say they support the library's decision.
It's pretty wonderful. I mean, the idea of banning books is so just archaic. And I think that's really important that our children especially are able to read books about people other than themselves.
Books like To Kill a Mockingbird, which tells a very, very important story about racial relations in the South at a certain time in our history. And it's unbelievable to me that there are people who would not want our children to be able to have access to these books.
County Executive Stuart Pittman took the effort here one step further and declared the county a book sanctuary.
Our thanks to Lisa Robinson for that report. Coming up, we are diving into Generation Twitch.
Yeah, enter streamer Hassan Piker. He's a wildly popular political commentator who's bringing the nitty-gritty of hot-button issues to millions of young voters on a platform known for its video game communities. We're going to introduce you next.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
We're back with some positive news for potential home buyers.
Yeah, mortgage rates fell for the third week in a row last week, hitting their lowest point since 2022.
So is now the right time to buy? NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen is here with everything we need to know. So first of all, just talk about the falling mortgage rates and why we are seeing this right now.
Yeah, this is great news for buyers and sellers, Joe. When you see inflation coming down, and then that obviously affects mortgage rates coming down, it's kind of like the combo everybody has been waiting for. It leads to a lot of movement in the market. Here's a snapshot of what things look like right now. 6.08% is the average rate right now for a 30-year fixed mortgage. That's the most common one. Compare that to a year ago. That's a 1.25 less. If you're aggressive and you want to take on a 15-year fixed mortgage, you can pay off that home. The rate is even lower. It's sitting at 5.16% compared to, look, 6.72% just a year ago. So the rates have come down significantly for folks. Just keep in mind, buying a home isn't just about the rate. You need to think about your income. How much is that property tax going to cost you? What about insurance? And something to avoid home buyer's remorse. Do you have money in a savings account for an emergency? Because when that toilet starts leaking or that shower breaks, you no longer have a landlord to call to fix it. It's you.
Yeah.
You're the
Savannah,
landlord.
you got to get that wrench out. As a recent home buyer, that has been very interesting.
Yes.
And honestly, the first day we owned the home, we needed a new toilet in one of the bathrooms.
And Alex was like, okay, let me brush up on my skills.
Really, really fun. Yeah. So, okay, if you are wanting to buy a home, this is the question, right? Which I know is a tough one to answer, but is it now, oh, great, there's a home I want and the rate's just above 6%, or is these just going to keep falling, and is it better to wait?
Well, this is as close to a crystal ball as I can get for you, but the Fed, when they met this month, projected another half-point cut by the end of the year. So we're looking at another meeting in November after the election and December as well. And then going into the beginning of next year, we're likely going to see rates continue to fall. So if you can wait. The National Association of Realtors says they are seeing that people are kind of on the sidelines because they see rates falling. But there are some signs that people are interested again. Home tours have gone up 8% since the beginning of the year. People are out there looking. And also mortgage applications rose 10% month over month. So people are getting themselves ready, which is good.
And it's going to get very competitive when the rates drop a little bit more.
Absolutely.
For those who already own a home, especially those who maybe bought with a higher interest rate, what should they know about refinance?
Really tempting to refinance right now. And I would say call your lender and figure out, okay, is this a time that makes sense? Because it costs 2 to 6% of the new loan to refinance. It is not free, but let me give you an idea of what the payments could look like, right? In a scenario where the average or the median home price right now in the U.S. is sitting at $412,000, you're paying about $2,600 a month on a 7.5% mortgage. Drop that 1% and you're saving more than $200 a month. That's more than $2,600 over the course of the year. Play that out over a 30-year mortgage, you're saving close to $80,000 on interest. So even 1 percentage point can make quite a difference if you do refinance, and especially if you have a rate that's sitting closer to 8%. You're seeing 6% right now. That's looking pretty good.
Yeah. But remember, there's costs that come with that, too.
2 to 6% of the new loan. So there are fees. They'll roll it in for you, but that's why you got to do the math on the monthly payment.
Yeah, you hear the word refinancing thrown around a lot, but it's not so simple.
No, it's not free.
So what is the best advice for getting the best mortgage rate?
Yes. The best way to get the best mortgage rate, Savannah, is to have the best credit score possible. So pay down that revolving debt. That's the credit card debt that you have. We talk about that. Financial quicksand, I want you to get rid of it. Pay more than the minimum if you can. Pay all your bills on time. Set it and forget it, because paying on time accounts for 35% of your credit score. Very important. 2 things you can do also. Pick up the phone and call and say, can you increase my credit limit? Not because you're going to spend to that credit limit, but because it helps your credit score. Also ask if they'll lower your interest rate. It doesn't hurt to ask. 3/4 of the time it works. And finally, 1 in 4 Americans has a mistake on their credit report. So go to freecreditreport.com, ask for your free credit report, and see if there are any mistakes, and then call to have that fixed. That will bring your credit score up as well.
All right. Vicki, great tips. Thank you so much. Good to have you here this morning. Well, let's stay on money news. And speaking of houses, Apple might be looking to move in with some new home products that are reportedly in the works.
CNBC's Savannah Henao has that and some other money headlines. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Good morning. Well, yeah, Apple may release an iPad-like smart home display next year. Bloomberg reports it will use a new operating system called Home OS. It's based on the software that runs Apple TV, and it'll include apps such as Calendar, Notes, and Home. And Apple has tested prototypes with magnets, so you can mount it on the wall. It will also support Apple's AI technology, Apple Intelligence. Meanwhile, California Governor Gavin Newsom vetoes a landmark bill that would have created the country's first safety measures for large AI models. The measure had drawn major opposition from startups and tech giants in Silicon Valley, as well as several Democrats in the House. Now, it would have required companies to test their AI models and disclose safety protocols to prevent them from being manipulated to do things such as wipe out the state's electric grid or help build chemical weapons. Newsom says the state will instead partner with industry experts to develop guardrails. And bachelor's degrees in science, tech, engineering, and math are the most valuable college majors. A new study from Bankrate ranks more than 150 majors based on average annual income, on unemployment rate, and the percentage of people with an advanced degree. Now, workers with STEM degrees have higher salaries and lower unemployment. Engineering degrees claim 8 of the top 10 spots, and the top 15 majors have average salaries ranging between $90,000 and $115,000 a year.
Yeah, not a surprise, but makes sense to have the numbers to back it up. All right, Savannah,
exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, you might have heard of the streaming platform Twitch. It was once really known as a platform to watch people play video games like Fortnite. But now there's a new genre on the site, political commentary.
That's right. This is how millions of Gen Zers and millennials are keeping up with the latest election news. NBC News Digital reporter Maya Egan is here with more on one specific person on this site. Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, guys. So Hassan Piker's channel is called Hassan Abi, and he shared with me that a lot of his audience members are feeling frustrated right now with all the ups and downs of this political year, but they're still wanting to stay informed and keeping up with him in a non-traditional way. Take a look at some of our conversation.
Hassan Piker is not your typical political commentator.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the you are.
You might think of Twitch as a site for gamers, but now millions of people also watch streamers watching the news on the platform instead of traditional TV. And 70% of those users under the age of 35.
Hassan is the biggest political commentator on Twitch.
Hassan's channel, Hassan Abi, was the third most streamed channel globally on Twitch as of August 2024, drawing in over 114 million views and 2.7 million subscribers.
Hassan Abi, he kind of pioneered the space for the style of political coverage he does.
He provides commentary and answers questions live 8 hours a day, 7 days a week for newsy events like the last presidential debate.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. Yeah! And this is what's happening.
So we spent a few days with Hassan to get his perspective on what Gen Z wants.
If politicians want to appeal to Gen Z, it's not about the memes and streams. It's just like communicate to them that they are worthy of attention and that their desires are valid and that you're actually going to do something.
With 10% of voters under 30 saying they won't be voting in November and 67% of them saying the country is going in the wrong direction, according to our NBC News Stay Tuned poll, both Dems and Republicans are looking for ways to draw this bloc to the voting booth.
A lot of young people, maybe first-time voters, were completely activated in a major way during Black Lives Matter. They were out in the streets, they were protesting, they did the activism, they did the voting, they voted for Joe Biden won, and then what happened? Nothing. Nothing changed in a significant way. It probably discourages a lot of people.
Twitch's audience is largely young men, a demographic that nationally is trending more conservative, according to a poll by Reuters. As streamers like Aiden Ross, who interviewed Donald Trump in August on Kick, appealed to this group.
And do you know what the hits are yet? Do you know?
Hassan is a prominent voice on the left and even streamed from this year's Democratic National Convention.
The way that people depict the left online in these spaces was cartoonish, hysterical, woke scold, like social justice warriors. And I felt like there was no one really representing just like a normal dude who just doesn't want to be an asshole to like random marginalized people, you know what I mean?
Where do you see your role fitting into that? Are you trying to engage the young viewers watching your stream? Are you trying to encourage them to vote?
I think voting is the least important, most consequential thing you can do. It's not the end all be all. I always stress people to vote, of course, but that's not like all these get out to vote initiatives. They're silly. It's just, if you want to make people vote, you got to offer them something, either party.
Hassan says his goal is to entertain and educate young people while trying to limit the number of folks online from blindly believing misinformation and falling into hateful communities. And he said Twitch has moved on from just gamer bros.
There were a lot of diverse gamers from different backgrounds, but they were not necessarily being represented in terms of their politics. All these center-right and centrist figures were basically leaning further and further in the right in their politics. Okay, if I can get 100 people to not go down that pipeline and instead be normal about trans people and stop breaking their own brains, constantly thinking about trans people and what they're up to, then that's good. That's a success for me.
So, Maya, I'm wondering if you guys talked about any specific issues, like ones that really matter to young people this election, and what Hassan says about them on his channel.
Yeah, so he mentioned that cost of living is obviously a huge concern for his audience. They say that they're really pessimistic about their financial future. That's something we've seen reflected in our own NBC News data, but also this Harvard Youth poll that was recently released. It said that majority of voters 18 to 29 support things like a cap on prescription drugs. 66% support eliminating taxes on tips. Healthcare, another big issue, with majority supporting a nationwide law to legalize abortion, and 55% supporting a $25,000 being given to first-time homebuyers. Savannah.
All right, Maya Eglin, thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, coming up, we're remembering a country music legend who also made his mark on the silver screen.
After the break, the life and legacy of Chris Christopherson and the tributes now pouring into a songwriter truly like no other. That's next. Stay with us.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. Tributes are being paid to singer, songwriter, and actor Chris Christopherson.
It is estimated more than 500 artists recorded songs written by Christopherson, an amazing talent with a career spanning decades through his 88 years of life. Singer, songwriter, and renowned actor Chris Christopherson was a country music legend whose career spanned more than 50 years.
Freedom's just another word.
Some of the biggest names in music, from Elvis Presley to the Grateful Dead, recorded his songs.
Me and my Bobby McGee.
Janis Joplin's version of Me and Bobby McGee topped the charts in 1971. Christofferson also wrote the #1 country hit Sunday Morning Coming Down for his friend and mentor Johnny Cash.
Sunday morning coming down.
And the 1972 hit Help Me Make It Through the Night, covered by Sammy Smith and later Gladys Knight, became a #1 country and top 10 pop hit, earning Christofferson a Grammy. He spent much of the 1970s married to singer Rita Coolidge, with whom he won 2 more Grammys.
You can't quit. Watch me.
He wasn't just known for his music. Christofferson was also an accomplished actor, making his big screen debut in the 1971 film Cisco Pike. He later starred in Martin Scorsese's Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore.
Pack your bags. I'll take you to Monterey.
And in 1976 won a Golden Globe, starring opposite Barbra Streisand in the remake of A Star Is Born.
We're coming closer, lady. Don't you leave me now.
Christofferson discussed overcoming his own real-life battle with substance abuse here on Today.
I hope that by cleaning up my act, that I'll be more able to practice my art or my craft or whatever it is, and to do my work better.
Drug-free and sober, Christofferson later went on to star as Whistler in the Blade series.
They've been lying to us from day one.
In 2004, he was inducted into the Country Music Hall of Fame, giving his final musical appearance last year at the 90th birthday celebration for Willie Nelson. Family announced his death, saying in part, "We're all so blessed for our time with him. Thank you for loving him all these many years."
Oh.
And overnight, 2 legends who worked with Christofferson paid tribute. Barbra Streisand, remembering him as the perfect choice for A Star Is Born. Dolly Parton simply writing in part, "I will always love you." He was also part of The Highwaymen, which was this incredible foursome: Johnny Cash, Waylon Jennings, Willie Nelson, and him.
Jeez.
Quite the legacy.
Oh, my goodness. Wow, what a great look back.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Don't go anywhere, though. The news continues right now. Developing right now on Morning News Now, devastation across the South in the wake of Hurricane Helene. This morning, dozens of people are dead, communities underwater, and millions are without power days after Helene made landfall as a catastrophic Category 4 storm.
Seeing it in person is kind of just breathtaking. You know, what Mother Nature can do and the damage is just, it's incredible.
We have team coverage with the latest on the recovery efforts, and the threat isn't over. We're tracking Helene as what's left of the system moves over the mid-Atlantic. Also this morning, a battleground blitz just 5 weeks to the presidential election, and a new NBC News poll shows Vice President Harris leading former President Trump among a key group of voters. And money on voters' minds, more proof that the state of America's economy could be the deciding factor come November. Plus, contamination concerns. This morning, thousands of people ordered to evacuate as crews work to put out a fire at a chemical plant. We'll bring you the latest. And history in space as a SpaceX crew arrives at the International Space Station to rescue 2 astronauts stranded there since June. More on the mission to bring them home after 8 months when it was supposed to be 8 days.
It has been a long journey for them. I'm sure whenever it happens, they're looking forward to getting back here. We can't wait to greet them. Good to have you with us on a Monday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We start this morning with wide-scale destruction across the southeast caused by Hurricane Helene. Entire communities in the Carolinas were washed away by powerful floods, which destroyed homes and roads, cutting towns off from the outside world and cutting off from aid.
Okay, home. I haven't seen my kids. I'm tired. I'm hungry. Still have no power.
Lines for basic essentials are stretching for miles, with people saying they have to wait several hours for things like gas and water. Now, more than 3,200 federal emergency workers from agencies like FEMA are in the region trying to get help, get people those basic needs. In Florida, where the storm first made landfall on Thursday, some communities are slowly starting to return to some sense of normalcy, with schools and roads set to reopen this morning. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is standing by with a look at the forecast, which does include some bad news for those places cleaning up from these historic floods. But first, let's begin with NBC News correspondent Jay Gray, who's in Boone, North Carolina, with the latest.
Hey there, good morning in Boone. Like so many areas in Helene's path, caked in mud, dealing with downed power lines and debris that's scattered everywhere.
Miles of debris stretches across Florida, Georgia, Tennessee, and the Carolinas. Helene chewing up and spitting out huge sections of the southeast.
It looks like a movie. It doesn't even look real. It looks like somebody took the road, looks like Play-Doh, and just like threw it to the side. So the damage is astronomical.
And continuing to unfold, floodwaters washing away entire communities. The violent storm and now its aftermath responsible for more than 60 deaths. Teams on the water and in the air searching for more than 100 people still missing, including Guadalupe Hernandez Corona's sister. Through a translator, she shares their last heart-wrenching phone call.
Her sister called her family to say goodbye because they knew they weren't going to make it. So they were able to call them and talk to them. She talked to her kids. Her sister, Monica, is her sister, talked to her kids and was able to say her goodbyes.
In many areas, floodwaters are still raging, still ripping apart anything in their path.
Conditions on the ground remain extremely dangerous. Roadways are damaged, there are downed power lines and unstable ground.
A mudslide taking out several miles of Interstate 40, hundreds of roads washed out, turning towns into islands without power, gas, or water, and no idea how or when they'll get it back.
So many here dealing with so much loss and unsure of what comes next, and they're not getting any help from the forecast with the possibility of more rain over the next few days. In Boone, North Carolina, I'm Jay Gray. Back to you now.
All right, Jay, thank you.
Now let's get a closer look with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman.
She's tracking what's left of Helene across the mid-Atlantic. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. And yeah, we are still talking about the remains of Helene, not off the coast until tomorrow. So still we're looking for the heavy threat for rain today. Could see some flooding potential, some flash flooding potentials because the grounds are so saturated. The rivers, the streams are so swollen. This is what radar looks like right now. On a 6-hour loop, you can see those heavy returns. That's those brighter returns showing us where that heavy rainfall is falling. And this is going to be the story as we go throughout the day. So the mid-Atlantic still seeing those scattered showers. This rain stretches all the way back to the Ohio Valley through the state of Pennsylvania, West Virginia and Virginia. And again, we will see pockets of heavy rain. Could see up to 2 inches in some spots. Doesn't sound like a whole lot, but really we don't need any in these areas. So I overlaid the alerts here. We do have a flood alert that includes Charlottesville, also Blackstone, back into Elkins, West Virginia. Where you see this green, that is where we're seeing that flood alert. And we did see flash flood warnings overnight into early this morning, and most likely we will see that as we go throughout the day here. So the flash flood risk is in effect, especially where you see this blue shading. That's the likeliest spot for seeing some flash flooding. Charlottesville, you're included in that, but notice this green outline as well down to Boone, Roanoke, Morgantown, Hagerstown. Also DC could see some flash flooding as well. We have a lot of humidity in the air. Any of these rain showers could cause some flash flooding. This is why. Could see a 1/4 inch. That's where you're seeing those lighter greens. The darker green is a 1/2 inch. But then as we get towards those darker colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows, could see an inch and a half, up to 2 inches in some spots. And that includes Virginia and also parts of West Virginia. This is why. This is the remains of Helene. Can't believe we're still talking about this days later, just lingering in the mid-Atlantic. So those alerts will continue, but then finally we're going to see it move offshore tomorrow. Better relief, more relief, a little few scattered showers still left over tomorrow. But then we're watching a cold front that's going to bring some rain into the area as we head towards Wednesday and Thursday. That's something we'll watch later on in the week. That's one big story today. Another big story is in the West. Record heat for September, almost October. We're into the triple digits in some spots. Record heat, dangerous heat, and also dry and windy in portions of the northern plains. That's going to bring the chance for some fire danger as well. 24 million people impacted by heat alerts this morning. We're looking at heat advisories, heat warnings. The hot pink, that's a heat warning. And this is through Wednesday notice. So it's not just today, it's over the next several days. And they've been dealing with this for days. San Francisco down to Los Angeles, Palm Springs, Phoenix, Las Vegas. You're under the gun for some dangerous heat. Look at the numbers. Temperatures into the triple digits. Wow. San Jose, I know, 100 degrees. The record there is 97, 100 in Palmdale. This is dangerous because we're nearing October. This is very late in the season. You get that heat fatigue. And we're looking at Phoenix, 111 today. The record there is 107. That is on your Monday. Tomorrow on Tuesday, 101 in Redding. The record there is 103. So the record-breaking temperatures will continue tomorrow. Lancaster, 104. San Jose, 100 degrees. Las Vegas, 102. The record there is 100 and 109 in Yuma. This extends all the way to portions of the Central Plains as well, because we're looking at temperatures well above normal for this time of year. Anywhere from 10, even 20 degrees above normal for this time of year. Then we're nearing Thursday and Friday, still talking about dangerous heat in Fresno, 102 on Thursday. By Friday, 99 Las Vegas, into the triple digits still Thursday and Friday. Same story in Tucson. I noticed, mentioned those dry and windy conditions. We're looking at some fire danger in the northern plains into the central plains. 3 million people impacted, so you want to be weather aware in those areas as you head out on this Tuesday. Let's talk about the tropics. Unfortunately, we're very, very active. We're talking about a couple systems, some disturbances as well. And we could see some spots that were affected by Helene possibly being impacted later on this week into the weekend. So we'll talk about that more later. But we do have that tropical disturbance off to the west in portions of the Caribbean. That's going to move into the Gulf of Mexico. That's one we're going to watch. We're looking at Tropical Depression Joyce, Tropical Depression 12. That's most likely becoming a hurricane. And this is the one that we're going to watch as we head throughout the next couple of days, because this could develop into a tropical system by the middle of the week, and this could impact portions of this country that was impacted by Helene last week and continues to be this week. Tropical Depression 12, real quick, 35 miles per hour, could become a hurricane. This one most likely will stay over in the open water, so we'll keep our fingers crossed on that one. But we'll keep you posted on that other one.
Just a reminder, hurricane season far from over.
I know.
All right.
It's in full effect.
Michelle, thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
With just over 1 month until the election, both candidates are ramping up their efforts to win over voters in the battleground states. Vice President Harris campaigned in Nevada over the weekend and picked up a somewhat surprising endorsement from former Republican Senator from Arizona, Jeff Flake.
Meanwhile, this morning, former President Trump is getting pushback from even within his own party over personal attacks he launched against Harris at a rally in Pennsylvania on Sunday. Let's listen.
Kamala is mentally impaired. Joe Biden became mentally impaired. Kamala was born that way. Okay? She was born that way. And if you think about it, only a mentally disabled person could have allowed this to happen to our country. Anybody would know this.
For more, we're joined now by NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa. Ali, good morning. So in addition to those comments, Mr. Trump also said Vice President Harris should be, quote, impeached and prosecuted for her actions related to the U.S. southern border. How are the Harris campaign and others just reacting to these latest comments?
Yeah, guys, good morning. That extreme rhetoric from former President Trump, as you heard, continuing over the weekend, and he really doubled down on these personal insults on Vice President Harris, as you mentioned, calling her, quote, mentally impaired, saying she should, quote, be impeached and prosecuted for her actions on the border, which she visited last week for the first time in over 3 years. And yesterday, those attacks were really doubled down at his rally in Wisconsin. And while the Harris campaign, at least for now, is choosing not to publicly react to this, we are seeing members of the former president's own party condemned these comments by him, some of them saying in the past that they wish he would move on to policy and his goals if elected for a second term. We heard from Senator Lindsey Graham, a longtime ally and friend of former President Trump, saying that he thinks, quote, the better course to take is to prosecute the case, that her policies are destroying the country. We also heard from GOP Senate candidate and former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan, who said that Trump's comments were, quote, insulting not only to the vice president, but to people that actually do have mental disabilities, guys.
Ali, also, we understand that both candidates are moving around their campaign plans, their schedules in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. Tell us what we'll see from both Mr. Trump as well as Vice President Harris.
Yeah, we're already seeing what impact Hurricane Helene has on the 2024 campaign trail, not only because several of the states very hardly hit by this storm are several key swing states, but we're seeing schedule-wise how this is making an impact. We know that former President Trump is going to go to Valdosta, Georgia later today. He's going to be briefed on the storm damage there and then deliver remarks. And for Vice President Harris, this storm damage is really cutting her trip to Nevada short. She was scheduled to campaign in Las Vegas today. The the Harris campaign saying late last night that that trip will be cut short for Vice President Harris to be able to return to Washington, D.C. to get a briefing from FEMA officials to really review what sort of federal resources are still available to be added to the ones already allotted in this emergency response. And we did hear from the White House as well yesterday say that President Biden is going to go to areas impacted by the storm as soon as it's an option to not be able to pull resources that are so critical and being used at this point during recovery efforts, guys.
Allie, looking ahead tomorrow night, Governor Tim Walz, Senator J.D. Vance are going to go head-to-head in their first and their only vice presidential debate. Unlike the last debate we saw between Mr. Trump and VP Harris, the rules are going to look a little different this time around. So tell us what we can expect and just how both candidates are getting ready.
Yeah, so historically, these vice presidential debates haven't been enough to really move the needle. But of course, as we know, this election being so close, anything could make a difference on the debate stage. And this could be the last word that we hear from both of these campaigns on a national stage, given that this is the last publicly announced debate before the election. So this could really be a big political moment. Governor Walz and Senator Vance are going to face off for 90 minutes tomorrow night in New York City. This is going to be a debate hosted by CBS News. And what's different this time around is that the moderators aren't going to be fact-checking these two candidates in real time, with CBS saying that it's up to the two of them to fact-check each other. Now, as far as preps, we know that Senator Vance is using both his wife as well as Congressman Tom Emmer to play Governor Walz on the debate stage. Governor Walz, for his part, using Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg to play Vance. And this is going to be a big moment for Governor Walz. This is really going to be the last time we saw him on a national stage in a big capacity was on the stage at the Democratic National Convention. So this will be a big moment for the Harris campaign as well.
Yeah, certainly such a tight race. Every moment like this matters. All right, Allie Rafa, thank you so much.
Well, this morning we are also getting new insight into one of the key demographics in the upcoming election.
Yeah, a new poll from NBC News, CNBC, and Telemundo shows that Vice President Harris has a significant lead over former President Trump among Latino voters. The larger context here is that the wide advantage Democrats have enjoyed with Latino voters has been slipping away in recent years. As you can see, that support's now at its lowest level in the last 4 presidential cycles.
Here to help us understand that and that new poll that we've got out from NBC News, we have senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, thanks so much for joining us as always. So on its face, I mean, it seems like pretty good news for Democrats. The poll shows Harris leading Trump nationally among Latinos 54% to 40%. But as Joe just mentioned, those margins are slipping. So are Democrats losing these Latino voters, or are the Republicans gaining them? What can we glean from this?
Yeah, Savannah, maybe the answer is a little bit of both. And you're exactly right. You know, the Democratic advantage that we ended up seeing at the presidential and also on congressional ballots was about 30 to 40 point leads going back to 2012. But now all of a sudden you end up having Harris with just a 14-point lead. Democrats only have a 12-point lead when it comes to the congressional ballot. And a lot of this is just due to how divided we are as a country. That, you know, you have Latino men versus Latinas. You end up having college-educated Latinos versus those without college degrees. And those divisions, I think, are making this race a whole lot closer than we ended up seeing a decade ago.
Yeah, so Mark, I mean, the poll also looked at how Latinos felt about VP Harris and Mr. Trump when it came to some of the hot button issues this election, which maybe helps us understand what's been going on in recent years. What did it find?
Joe, it has Harris with the advantage on abortion, just like she leads with the general electorate. It has her with an advantage when it comes to temperament and also being competent and effective. But Donald Trump ends up leading when it comes to the economy and on inflation and on the border. And it is worth noting that inflation as well as the economy are the top issues for Latino voters in our poll.
You mentioned the border. The poll found a striking split on immigration. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so our poll ended up finding 35% of Latinos saying that immigration hurts more than it helps. We've asked this question going back to 2006, and that 35% is the highest we've ever had for Latino voters. Also, we asked, do you prioritize more, enforcement of the border as well as a pathway to citizenship and treating immigrants humanely? And the Latino voters in our poll were almost exactly split down the middle on that question.
And Mark, you touched on this. This poll found Latino support varies widely by gender, also by religion. Tell us more.
Yeah, so by gender, Latino men are tied between Trump and Harris, 47 each, while Harris has a 26-point lead when it comes to Latino women. And then on religion, Joe, we ended up finding Harris with big leagues among Catholic Latinos, as well as Latinos who aren't religious at all. But when it comes to evangelical Latinos, it's Donald Trump with a significant advantage. And again, all the splits that we're talking about are the splits that we're seeing with the general electorate at large. And I think that is the biggest takeaway from our poll.
Mark Murray, thank you so much.
Now, as that poll illustrated, the issue that tops the list of concerns for most voters this year is the economy. How voters feel about it and how either candidate would handle it could be the deciding factor in who wins the White House. That's why NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson traveled to eastern North Carolina to find out how they feel about the economy.
Hey there, we know this election season that voters have said over and over again that their biggest concern ahead of November is the economy. How voters feel about the economy could be the deciding factor in who wins the White House in November. So last week, we headed to North Carolina along the coast to ask voters in their own words how they feel the economy's doing.
Hi, ladies.
In this key swing county.
We're with NBC News.
Nice and big right here. In battleground North Carolina, there's no right answer, there's no wrong answer. We showed up with a whiteboard and a question.
But how would you fill this in?
What do you think, sir? The economy is? First word that comes to mind, just nice and big right there.
I don't think I'm allowed to write that word.
And we heard plenty.
Pathetic.
Hard. I think doing okay.
From terrible to getting better.
I think it's strong. I mean, the whole economy is not just consumer prices.
No, it's not, that person says. From struggling.
Real people are feeling much more pain than what the 401ks or the IRAs might be showing.
To booming.
I feel like money's flowing, people are spending money. I don't have any complaints, I'm a small business owner.
And we heard one word again and again.
It sucks.
Renee Governal plans to vote for Donald Trump.
Because everything is more expensive. Everything is just so much more expensive than 3.5 years ago.
Yes. On that point, Glendora Fonestock Sutton agrees.
Do you feel that pinch economically?
Absolutely.
Tell me about that.
Hey, it's rough on everybody. Like housing is up, groceries expensive, everything, and our paychecks don't live up to it.
But she's planning to vote for Kamala Harris. Nice and big right here. The whole thing may feel, well, complicated.
It's very, very complicated, and there are no quick and easy solutions.
In our newest poll, NBC News asked people all over the country the same open-ended question. The economy is, and by a 2-to-1 margin, the response is negative. Walk me through some of the dynamics at play right now. We sat down with our senior business correspondent, Christine Romans, at where else? A kitchen table to talk through it. If the experts you talk to, if economists were to boil down how the economy is doing into a single word on our whiteboard, what word would that be?
If economists were to boil it down, they would say resilient. They'd say strong. Some would say historic.
The unemployment rate, 4.2%. Inflation at its lowest rate in more than 3 years. And the markets setting record highs. But higher prices at the grocery store, for example, aren't dropping back down as quickly as many want.
The problem is there are pieces inside the economy that cause real Americans at their kitchen table paying their bills, they feel like they can't get ahead. And those things are childcare, they're elder care. They are concerns about Social Security.
Experts call it a vibe session. The disconnect between how the economy is and how it feels. For some, clearly a mixed bag.
Hey there, sir. Thumbs up, thumbs down. The economy is thumbs up. And a thumbs down right behind him.
From bad to great more than just a feeling, the reality for many Americans.
Who wants to do the writing?
With one word, this election season, top of mind, money.
So I always vote with my wallet. Yeah, wallet first.
You vote with your wallet.
Wallet first.
And there you have it, battleground voters in their own words, many different words ahead of November. Back to you.
All right, Hallie Jackson, thank you. Don't forget, as Allie mentioned earlier, you can check out the first and only vice presidential debate tomorrow night right here on NBC. Coverage kicks off at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Let's turn now to Georgia, where some residents east of Atlanta were asked to shelter in place after a fire erupted at a chemical plant in Rockdale County, sending plumes of smoke into the sky.
Authorities say water from a malfunctioning sprinkler came into contact with a reactive chemical, causing the thick gray and orange smoke that you see here. It's billowing from the facility. Because of this, officials urge all those in the area to stay away and stay inside.
NBC News correspondent Priya Sridhar joins us now from Lithonia, Georgia, with the latest. Priya, good morning. So what are officials saying about how the fire began or this chemical that's involved? Also, do we know if there were any injuries?
Absolutely, guys. Well, as you can tell, those pictures were very dramatic, and everyone who lives in this area, that's what they were seeing out their windows yesterday. And at one point, county officials were able to basically put that fire out, but it ended up reigniting, and it actually went on for about 12 hours until 4 p.m. yesterday. But early this morning, we did hear from the county that the EPA has confirmed that there is chlorine in the air. It's important to note that where this fire occurred, BioLab in Conyers, Georgia, which is about 30 miles east of Atlanta, is actually a pool and spa treatment facility. So it has a lot of different chemicals inside, and a lot of those chemicals don't mix well with water. We're actually standing right now outside of one of the evacuation sites because county officials, emergency management officials, actually told about 17,000 residents who live near this BioLab to evacuate. We did get a statement from the parent company of BioLab. They said we are actively responding to an occurrence at our facility in Conyers, Georgia. Our employees are accounted for with no injuries reported. Our team is on the scene working with first responders and local authorities to assess and contain the situation. And county officials have said this is an all hands on deck kind of situation, with Georgia Emergency Management Agency responding, hazmat teams, and also teams from FEMA, guys, to really try to contain this situation.
So, Priya, we've been covering Helene all morning long. Do we know, could that storm have had any impact on this fire igniting?
Yeah, Joe, that's actually a really great question. And the reason for that is there actually was another fire just like this at the exact same location back in September of 2020. And after an investigation was conducted as to what happened in that scenario, it was very similar, where water mixed with chemicals inside of that plant. They determined that it was a result of a hurricane. So right now, county officials are saying that it's too early to tell, but certainly once this is all resolved and everyone can return home, that's something they're definitely going to be looking into, guys.
All right, lots of questions here still. Priya Sridhar, thank you very much for your reporting.
Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, closer to home, major developments on the mission to bring back 2 astronauts stranded in space since June.
Up first, though, after the break, Lebanon under attack. Tensions rising across the Middle East ahead of a potential Israeli ground offensive. We'll be right back.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Med-C Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Democracy is happening now.
We have a lot to get to on this historic night.
Things are happening here in Chicago.
Now never stops.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
Now is where it counts.
How confident are you that Donald Trump wins in November?
Are younger people excited about this new Democratic ticket?
The moment is now.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Democracy is happening now.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
We're back now with the latest from the Middle East. Earlier this morning, an apparent Israeli airstrike hit an apartment building in central Beirut, an escalation in the conflict. Israel is also claiming to have killed another senior Hezbollah figure just days after the assassination of their leader, Hassan Nasrallah.
Hezbollah continues to fire rockets into northern Israel as Iran, which backs the militant group, has vowed to keep fighting despite these losses. Israel's expanded attacks on Hezbollah in Lebanon, as well as the Houthis in Yemen over the weekend, have stoked fears of a wider war in the region.
NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from the Lebanese capital with the latest. Matt, good morning. So let's start with this latest development. Hezbollah's deputy chief said in a message this morning the Iran-backed group will select a new chief and that it is ready for a potential IDF ground invasion. This is actually the first time we've heard from a Hezbollah leader since Nasrallah's death. So tell us about the significance of this and just what it means for this conflict going forward.
Yeah, I mean, Joe, it's been 3 days since Hassan Nasrallah was killed, along with, according to the Israelis, 20 other senior leaders of Hezbollah. And now, for the first time, we heard from another senior leader who apparently was spared in that enormous blast or series of blasts that occurred in Dahia, right here off my right shoulder. It's a metric of just how in disarray this group has become, that it took 3 days for them to come out and really speak to the public. This country is wondering where Hezbollah is, because remember, this isn't just a militant group. It has a big stake in politics here. As you mentioned, Naim Qassem, he said that they were going to pick a new leader. He said that they're ready for an Israeli ground invasion. And he said that they were holding back some of their weapons in reserve. He actually said Hezbollah has so far done the minimum against the Israelis, which begs the question, why aren't they doing more as Israel goes about methodically picking off its top leadership? And not just Hezbollah's top leadership. We've also heard that they killed a top member of Hamas, a top member for the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, which is a leftist group that we probably, a lot of our viewers, haven't heard from for generations. Israel is taking stock and taking sides. They're taking score here. They are going about and killing top leaders of organizations even beyond Hezbollah. It is a vengeance mode that we're seeing right now. And it's, as you mentioned, it's now being seen in the heart of Beirut. That's another new thing just today or just overnight. For the first time since 2006, Israeli bombardments striking in the center of the capital. That is a small difference. It's really just a matter of blocks from what we've seen before, but it is a big change because it represents a new move by the Israelis to push into Beirut and to involve this entire country in their expanding war against Hezbollah and other militant groups. Guys.
Matt, Lebanon's prime minister has said that as many as 1 million people have been displaced and also that more than 1,000 have been killed since this fighting began with Israel, since these airstrikes. What is the current humanitarian situation on the ground, especially in light of this airstrike on Beirut that you said just right over your shoulder?
Yeah, well, the situation here is really dire because remember, this isn't just a huge number of people, and we've seen this before in other conflicts, and Lebanon itself has been hosting an enormous displaced population from Syria for the past better part of more than 10 years. But the fact is that this population of people, about 1 million, have been displaced in such a short period of time that this country, which is already in the 5th year of a financial crisis, simply didn't have time to prepare. So aid groups, aid agencies, individuals, they're trying to muster enough food and water and other assistance, places to sleep for all of these people, but instead we're seeing people sleeping on the streets of Beirut and throughout the country. There simply isn't enough food and water, and that's unusual when you're talking about a United Nations operation to try to bring relief to people. Normally, there's donations, there's food, there's adequate supplies. In this case, it all happened so much, so fast. It's clearly taken aid agencies off guard, and the people are suffering as a result. Guys.
All right, Matt Bradley, thank you for your reporting. Please stay safe. For more on this, let's bring in the former director for Syria and Lebanon at the National Security Council, also the host of Oh My World on YouTube, Hagar Shamali. Good morning, Hagar. Always great to have you. Thanks for being with us. So put the death of Hassan Nasrallah in context for us. What does it mean for Hezbollah, and what does it mean to the larger conflict?
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Well, so the death of Hassan Nasrallah, first for Hezbollah, this is a significant loss for them, and something that, by the way, I mean, I don't want to understate how much death and destruction this guy caused, how much he is hated by the majority of people in Lebanon, something that is not well known. The majority of Christians and Sunnis despise this guy who over decades invited Iran into Lebanon, who used Lebanon as a playground because of a goal of quote unquote resistance, of bringing weapons in, of undermining the economy of Lebanon, using its financial system when it could, of causing political impasse and political turmoil, and turning also, by the way, against own Lebanese citizens. So this, when you have at any terrorist organization, and this is a big one in particular, when you have the head of a snake, it makes a big difference to cut off the head of the snake, because terrorist organizations tend to be siloed. So they generally like to have a lot of power, and they don't always it's not something that is very transparent or democratic, if you will. So you're going to see a lot of undermining their operations in particular. But it's not just Nasrallah, but it's the fact that so many of their commanders have been lopped off. And you're already seeing as Matt said, this disarray, that they don't seem to know what to do. They don't seem to know how to attack Israel next. Hezbollah has a very large arsenal of weapons. They do. And they also have a very large number of fighters. But the fact that we are not seeing the response that they've been promising and for months now means to me that they've really been significantly weakened, both from a governing standpoint and militarily.
So let's just walk through it. A lot has happened over the last few days. We have the killing of Nasrallah and other Hezbollah leaders, this airstrike into central Beirut, also airstrikes by Israel into Yemen. So when you put it all together, do we say we're on the brink of this wider war? Do we say we're in the wider war already? Put that into context for us.
Yeah, well, so it depends how you define wider war, but the fact is that this is going to be a long war. It's going to include all of these areas, and it's going to have its peaks and its lows. And right now we're at a peak. But it's not going to include Iran directly. Iran itself doesn't want to get involved in a war with Israel because they know it will rope in the United States. And that provides a very strong deterrent. Iran would prefer to use all of its proxies, Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas, and so on. And Israel has now shifted its military strategy, and I don't think that their end game is very clear. But as this war has dragged on, and as they have undermined the military capabilities of Hezbollah, it appears to me that Israel is now pursuing this war with the idea of never going back to the status quo before October 7. They want to eradicate the military capabilities of these terrorist organizations and ensure that they don't pose future security threat. So I would expect this to continue. And I don't expect, unfortunately, a ceasefire soon on any side, whether it's between Israel and Hezbollah or Israel and Hamas. But that said, it kind of ends up turning into a war of attrition where it goes for a long time and it has its peaks and its valleys. But I don't expect something like a World War III across the region, if that helps.
Hagar, what can the U.S. do at this point?
The U.S. is going to keep insisting on a ceasefire, and they're going to try to drag both sides, both separately, Israel and Hamas and Israel and Hezbollah, to the table, kicking and screaming. And that is a worthy goal. I mean, that is, even though that feels very far away, and I do not expect a ceasefire anytime soon, at the same time, that is what mediators like the United States, Egypt, and Qatar, that is what they have to do, and they have to continue trying. Because you have so many lives at stake, but also because you still have hostages at stake, including, by the way, 7 American citizens, 4 of whom are believed to be alive. So they're going to be focusing on that and trying to prevent this from escalating even further. But they're also going to be sending messages to Hezbollah and Iran in particular that the U.S. stands ready to intercept missiles if necessary. And they moved an extra carrier into the region only a couple of weeks ago in order to reinforce that.
Hagar, thank you very much for joining us today. Coming up, port workers are set to head to the picket line.
Up next, the looming deadline that could have major impacts on the holiday shopping season. This is Morning News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Democracy is happening now.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. A looming strike deadline could mean shipping delays and economic gridlock heading into the holiday shopping season. Dock workers at some of the country's busiest ports are set to walk off the job if there's no deal by midnight tonight for the first time since 1977. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber has the details.
Just hours from now, a potential major strike sparking fears that parts of the U.S. economy could come to a standstill. Thousands of dock workers threatening to walk off the job from Boston and New York, all the way down to New Orleans and Houston. The International Longshoremen's Association represents 85,000 workers in these critical port cities. A strike could cost up to $4.5 billion per day. These ports carry everything from canned goods to car parts to electronics, and a walkout would force major stores, including Walmart, Home Depot, and IKEA, to find other ways to get their products into the U.S. The workers are at an impasse over a new 6-year contract, demanding higher wages and more protections against automation. In recent weeks, the union boss defiant.
I'll shut them down throughout the world to prove that we can beat them.
The alliance pushing back, blasting what they call the union's repeated refusal to come to the table and bargain.
Are you worried this could crush the supply chain ahead of the holiday shopping season?
The longer a strike goes, the longer it's going to take to recover, the more of a potential impact it has.
President Biden has the power to break a strike, but the White House says he is not considering it.
Why not?
Because it's collective bargaining.
If a strike does happen, the National Retail Federation says for every day workers are on strike, for each day, there's going to be a 3 to 5 day recovery period for the supply chain. Reporting in Bayonne, New Jersey, Ellison Barber, NBC News.
Our thanks to Ellison. And as we draw closer to the November election, we're following a surprisingly tight Senate race that could be the deciding factor in who controls that chamber during the next term. The race is for an open Senate seat in Maryland. It's between a Democratic county executive and a nationally known former Republican governor who's openly clashed with former President Donald Trump. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton has our details.
In blue state Maryland, where Democratic events often look more like family reunions, there's an unusually tight race that could determine the balance of the Senate. Democrats out in full force.
And the key to the Senate majority runs through Maryland.
Asking voters to send Prince George's County Executive Angela Alsobrooks down to Washington and not their popular former governor, Republican Larry Hogan. Vice President Kamala Harris holds a 30-point lead here. A new poll has Alsobrooks up by 11, but others have Hogan within the margin of error. And his approval ratings were as high as 70% when he was governor.
How do you reach the split ticket voters who are planning to vote for VP Harris, but who like Larry Hogan? He was their two-term governor.
Yeah, you know what? This race is much bigger than Larry Hogan. Larry Hogan was recruited by Mitch McConnell because they share a goal in mind. They want Republicans to have control of the Senate.
Voters here say this contest comes down to reproductive rights and who they trust to reject a possible national abortion ban. Maryland has enshrined abortion rights, and the state's clinics serve women forced to travel from out of state.
I come from a state where a lot of the politicians didn't agree with a woman choosing her own medical rights. Women should have that choice.
Hogan, who's endorsed by but has long feuded with Trump, argues voters are tired of division and want to elect someone who'll stand up to both parties.
Hogan will be in the middle of the action, representing the center.
His message to voters, he'll be a sensible voice focused on issues like veterans' needs. But also Brooks warns he won't be as independent on abortion or gun reform in a polarized Senate.
How do you convince people to not believe a guy they've known for a long time?
Well, you know what? His record speaks for itself. But what we know also is that if he's elected, we'll never have a vote on Roe because the Republicans in the Senate will never bring it up for a vote.
In 2022, Governor Hogan attempted to veto and then withheld funding from a law to train additional health care workers to perform abortions, citing safety concerns.
Thanks for being here.
In an Axios interview earlier this year, Hogan declined to say how he would vote on IVF or to codify Roe v. Wade.
So is that
whether it's needed or
yes or no?
No, it wasn't a yes or no.
He now says he will vote to codify Roe. His campaign suggested a date and location to speak with NBC News, then said he was unavailable the day of the potential interview. His team told NBC News it's important for the health of our democracy to have two functioning parties, and that as governor, he made sure access to abortion was never a question for Maryland women. And others aren't sure they trust Alsobrooks, a CNN report finding she claimed improper tax deductions on 2 properties. She tells NBC News this was a mistake made after a move and the passing of her parents, and that she's correcting her payments.
I think you need somebody that's a straight shooter. And unfortunately, in today's world, that is few and far between.
And for many Marylanders, Hogan has the familiar face.
I'm going to vote for Hogan just because I thought he did a good job for governor. I don't really know what Alsobrooks kind of is doing.
Even some Alsobrooks supporters still have affection for him.
I liked him as a governor. I'm not anti-Larry Hogan, but I'm anti what he represents.
They're just not sure he should hold that potentially tie-breaking vote in the U.S. Senate.
Our thanks to Antonia Hilton. What a great report. Well, coming up, they've been stranded in space for months. Now, 2 astronauts are one small step closer to home. We'll have more on the mission to bring them back. That's next on Morning News Now.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app, your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Big Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Big Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Big Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. A SpaceX crew is on a rescue mission to bring back stranded astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunita Williams. You remember this. They arrived at the International Space Station a while ago. That two-man crew includes an American astronaut and a Russian cosmonaut, launched on Saturday in SpaceX's Dragon capsule. Wilmore and Williams, they're going to hitch a ride with the crew on the return leg, which is slated for February. They've been stranded at the space station since June, when their Boeing Starliner capsule suffered thruster failures and helium leaks. They were only supposed to be there for 8 days. This is the moment the Dragon capsule docked at the space station, and the crew were welcomed by their fellow astronauts. Joining us now is Dr. Paul Sutter. He's an astrophysicist and NASA advisor, also the author of this super chill titled book, How to Die in Space, A Journey Through Dangerous Astrophysical Phenomena. Dr. Sutter, thank you for joining us this morning. Okay, so how is it that NASA decided this was the best way to bring Williams and Wilmore back? And why did it take such a long time to ultimately settle on this course of action?
That's a great question. Ultimately, everything we do in space, we have to do with an incredible amount of care and analysis and study, because a failure is not an option. We don't want any astronauts to come to harm. And so as soon as the issues cropped up with Starliner, NASA and Boeing and SpaceX all started working together to find solutions. So one option was to take a risk with Starliner. Maybe it was fine, but you don't want to take that risk. We couldn't quantify the risk. We couldn't tell how bad of a risk it was that Starliner would fail on its return back to Earth with 2 astronauts. So instead, NASA turned to the normal crew rotations that happen roughly every 6 months on the space station. And normally this spacecraft, this Dragon capsule that just went up, was supposed to bring 4 astronauts to the International Space Station. But instead, they're just bringing 2. That leaves 2 empty seats so that when it returns, Suni and Butch can come back with them. And this seemed like the safest, most appropriate way to get these astronauts back to Earth.
It's just really so amazing that it went from 8 days to 8 months. We know that the faulty Boeing Starliner that brought them there in the first place, that returned successfully to Earth earlier this month, but it had all those issues. What's next for that capsule? Will Boeing and NASA look to rectify those issues? Is this capsule just done?
Surely this particular capsule is done. I do not think this particular capsule is going to return to space. As for what comes next with Boeing's Starliner program, I'm just glad I am not in those meetings, because I'm sure it is very tense and very fraught, because Boeing has announced that they want to continue the Starliner program. They want to keep working with NASA. They want to keep developing this spacecraft. But after a faulty issue like this, the future remains uncertain. Yes, the Starliner did return back to Earth empty and safe, but Boeing has a lot to answer for, and they have been very tight-lipped. They have not given any press conferences. They have not released a lot of information. So we're going to see over the next few months where the relationship between NASA and Boeing goes.
I've been so fascinated as we've had experts like yourself on the show, as we've had astronauts on the show, in hearing that it's not just completely negative surrounding the fact that an 8-day mission goes to 8 months. You know, I'm thinking like all the weddings that you're missing or things with your family. I know that they both have families. But they have seemed in good spirits, and I do understand, of course, if you're an astronaut, it's a privilege, right, to actually get to spend time in space, which is not how you're going to spend most of your time, despite how much you train for these types of things. What do you think? I mean, is this a challenge to be in the space this long unexpectedly? Is it taking a mental or physical toll, or is it something that's kind of an unusual opportunity?
Yeah, it's kind of a mixed bag here. On the one hand, these are professionals. They are professional astronauts. Their job is to be in space. Their job is not to be on the ground. And so the more time they have in space, the more time they have to do what they have been training their entire lives to do. So I'm sure that's why they're pretty calm about this, because they get to be in space longer. They maybe set some records. They get to do more experiments. But more time in space does take a toll on the human body. Without that constant pull of the Earth's gravity, your bones get thinner, your muscles get weaker, your heart gets weaker. And so this is going to take a toll on them, but that's part of the game.
Wow. All right. Dr. Paul Sutter, fascinating conversation. Always great to have you. Thank you so much. Well, let's come on back down to earth and get to some money news. Auto giant Stellantis is pumping the brakes on inventory here in the U.S. CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other money news for us. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Savannah, good morning to you. Yes, so Stellantis, that's the parent company of Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Fiat, plans to slash inventory with price cuts as it issues a massive warning over its financial outlook. Stellantis will reduce U.S. inventory to about 330,000 vehicles over the next year, and it will increase incentives on both 2024 and older vehicles. Stellantis and other automakers, they've been facing a lot of pressure from rising supplies and competition from China. These latest moves also come ahead of a possible strike by the UAW. AT&T is getting out of the entertainment industry. It's selling its controlling stake in satellite TV provider DirecTV to private equity firm TPG for more than $7 billion. AT&T says the deal will allow it to focus on being a 5G wireless and fiber connectivity company. AT&T bought DirecTV in 2015 for $67 billion, then spun most of it off into a separate entity in 2021. And Mark Cuban is warning Tesla CEO Elon Musk against forming an alliance with former President Donald Trump. In a post on X, Cuban says that's because the Republican presidential nominee may not ultimately repay his political debts, and his loyalty is only to himself. Cuban's post was in response to an earlier message from Musk in which he amplified a number of conspiracy theories about Democrats and immigration. The two billionaires are on opposing sides of the presidential race, even as they both eye some of the same business regulations, Savannah.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
Got it.
Coming up, bird watching at a bar. You heard that right. Patrons catching the real eagles and falcons over a beer or two. We'll take you inside the one-of-a-kind experience next on Morning News Now.
Democracy is happening now.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app, your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Finally, this hour, sports bars across the Midwest were packed, pun slightly intended, for the big Vikings-Packers matchup last night. But patrons at one particular watering hole had their feathers ruffled by something a little different on their big screens. Reporter Brad Hicks has the story.
Fountain City along the Mississippi River sits at the midpoint between Green Bay Packers and Minnesota Vikings fans. But at the Monarch Public House on Main Street, patrons are only watching the Eagles and Falcons.
Now, who wants an old-fashioned?
The bar's big screen is reserved for birds. Raptors being recorded on more than a dozen live cameras along the vital Mississippi Flyway.
We've been eyeing this site.
John Howe and his team at the Raptor Resource Project are about to make one of their cameras even better.
Today we're going to put a studio quality microphone out there with the Peregrine Falcons.
To do it, they need to rappel down a cliff. The Raptor Resource Project began 35 years ago to help bring peregrine falcons back from near extinction along the river. They set up cameras to monitor the nest boxes.
We found out real quickly how much interest there was to watch raptors.
With better technology and live streaming, the Raptor Resource Project cameras now give you a front row seat along the Mississippi Flyway from Iowa to Minnesota. Bald eagles and peregrine falcons are the most popular, but you can see all sorts of wildlife. You never know who will make a cameo on the cams.
It's just like you're sitting there living with those eagles or with those falcons.
Back on the cliff, Amy Reese and Dave Kester are close to getting that new studio quality microphone installed.
What do you think about that?
Snug as a bug. It is going to be fantastic.
Volunteers operate the rotating cameras on raptorresource.org. Experts moderate live chat rooms. Classrooms can even join. And every few weeks, they compile a cleverly titled, binge-worthy highlight reel from the cameras you may have missed.
We were calling them Nestflix, and somebody said, Nestflix and chill.
Along the upper Mississippi, Brad Hicks reporting.
Make an entire streaming platform out of all these
Netflix.
cameras of animals. It's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, aftermath. Widespread cleanup efforts underway in several states in the wake of Helene. The superstorm now responsible for taking nearly 100 lives. We're on the ground in one of the areas hardest hit. In the Middle East, Israel steps up those deadly attacks in Lebanon, striking the center of the capital, Beirut, for the first time in the conflict. Militant group Hezbollah confirming the death of its leader over the weekend. And local officials say more than 1,000 people have now been killed and 1 million displaced. Our Richard Engel is there with the latest. Back home, a swing state sweep for Vice President Harris and former President Trump. Both candidates embarking on a battleground blitz over the weekend with just 35 days until Election Day. Comes on the heels of a critical border visit for the VP, looking to bring Latino voters to the ballot box in an ever-tightening race. We're covering it all as Governor Walz and Senator Vance prepare to face off on the debate stage tomorrow night in primetime. Plus, meet Hassan Piker, the Twitch sensation who's bringing his striking form of political commentary to millions of young voters online in an election year like no other. Looking forward to bringing you that story. Good to have you with us on a Monday morning. We begin with the latest on the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. The superstorm claiming dozens of lives with many more unaccounted for.
The storm left behind a path of destruction 500 miles long across the southeast after making landfall in Florida's Big Bend late Thursday. NBC News correspondent George Solis has the latest from hard-hit Asheville, North Carolina.
Good morning, Joe and Savannah. The death toll at 90, and tragically that number is expected to increase. Only now are we actually able to assess some of the devastation in some of these neighborhoods that were completely submerged by water. This is the River Arts District, and take a look. You can really see some of the debris here and destruction. Look at these power lines. They were snapped like twigs by the force of the water, which is why some officials are calling this Asheville's version of Katrina. And I have to tell you, frustration is growing that there doesn't appear to be a larger federal footprint here on the ground and no set timeline on when crucial resources like water will be turned back on.
This morning, the devastating effects of Hurricane Helene reaching far and wide as residents come face to face with destruction and a tragic reality.
I don't know if we can rebuild or be able to come back from this.
After the storm swept into the southeast last week, floodwaters downing bridges and submerging entire towns like Chimney Rock, North Carolina, now destroyed. And as cleanup begins, large swaths of communities like here in Asheville, North Carolina, still underwater. From above the city, heartbreaking views. Some areas still unreachable by water slow to recede.
I've never seen anything like this. I mean, there were buildings fully submerged.
My mother lives in a nursing home. We tried to get there today, and you just can't.
Some people kayaking to safety. We were there when water rescues got underway. And the storm also devastating Florida's Gulf Coast. The dangerous surge flooding homes and city streets. Helene's 100-plus-mile-an-hour winds ripping out floors as locals begin the long road to rebuilding.
We're going to get started. We're not going to wait a month or two.
Throughout the South and beyond, cars that survived the storm.
Lines moving very slow.
At a standstill, waiting for hours to fill up at the pump. While in North Carolina, many roads are impassable, making rescues even more difficult, and meaning the true scope of the damage and loss is still unknown.
What Mother Nature can do and the damage is just, it's incredible.
And word from the White House, President Biden is set to visit Helene-impacted areas as long as it doesn't impede with search and rescue operations, which we know are ongoing. One bright spot, a silver lining, if you will, is that we have seen some resiliency in Asheville. Neighbors helping neighbors, sharing resources during a crisis that seems slow to improve. Back to you.
All right, George, thank you.
For the latest on the cleanup and recovery efforts in Asheville, let's bring in Stacy Wood. She is the Public Information Officer for Buncombe County in North Carolina. That is where Asheville is located. Stacy, thank you for taking time to be with us this morning. We know that you are going through a lot. I mean, just help us understand what the situation is like there right now, just the biggest challenges that you're facing.
Yes, thanks for having me and helping to spread this information. We are actively in search and rescue mode right now. We have received thousands of names of unaccounted for individuals who their loved ones are desperate to find them. And so we are going door to door. We're partnering across agencies to take in those names, go door to door to check on these individuals, and then close that loop with their friends and family who are desperate to know if they're okay. That is our number one concern right now.
Absolutely. For viewers who have been seeing images like this on their screen right now coming out of Asheville, maybe people have visited or know Biltmore Village, and we've seen how high the water was there. What is the status of the floodwaters receding right now? How does it look in many parts of the city?
It looks, it's unrecognizable. Our hearts are broken. My heart breaks when I see images like this. Out in Swannanoa, out in Black Mountain, in every corner of Buncombe County, Barnardsville, total devastation. Communities who are cut off from each other and will never never be the same. But our communities are strong and resilient, and I anticipate a lot of effort, community effort, in this response.
Has Asheville seen anything like this before historically?
No, this is an unprecedented historical. Just you can't even wrap your mind around the devastation. You see this, you see these images on TV, but if you can't fully understand what this really means here when you're on the ground. It's unbelievable.
For people who haven't visited Asheville, there's a lot of older homes and buildings, some kind of tucked in hills, but then you also have this river running through the center of the community. Is there broader concern about the environmental impacts, like in those hilly areas, that anything there could collapse, or that if the river does overflow again as there is more rain expected, that we could see further stages of concerns here?
Absolutely. Yesterday, we mentioned in a press briefing that we are concerned about landslides. And so we put out some information around warning signs for landslides. And that's just a complicating factor of this event. You have high-level landslide threats. You have river valley flooding, dams, reservoirs. We're actively monitoring and working together with our municipalities and first responders to monitor the reservoirs, dams, landslide threats, and just river flood and rescue efforts to provide updates to the community as quickly as possible, which is a challenge given that we don't even have power, phone lines, cell service. It's an incredibly complex event.
And Stacey, more rain is in the forecast. How much does that worry you and everyone in the community?
We are incredibly concerned about the forecast. We have opened multiple emergency shelters, and if people can access them, we encourage them to come to the shelter if they need a safe place to stay, especially given this upcoming forecast. So we encourage people to just keep an eye on whatever news source that they have access to, and to come to these shelters if it becomes a bigger threat.
Stacey Wood, Asheville and your county is an absolute treasure. We are thinking of you and everyone in your community right now. Please keep us updated, okay?
Thank you.
Now let's get to the dangerously high temperatures that are actually expected on the West Coast this morning.
Yeah, a lot to track. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman here with a look at what's in store for the week ahead. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, we're looking at dangerous temperature, record-breaking temperatures out west. We're looking at temperatures soaring into the triple digits, 10 to 20 degrees above normal for this time of year. So 24 million Americans in the West under heat alerts. We have heat advisories for San Francisco down to Monterey. We have some heat warnings as well. That's in the hot pink color. So Las Vegas, Death Valley, Kingman, Blythe, Yuma, Phoenix under heat warnings. And we're going to see this heat continuing over the next several days. This is what we're looking at today. Temperatures into the triple digits in many spots like Las Vegas, Palmdale, Phoenix. Phoenix, you could break a record. The record there is 107, record of 103 in Las Vegas. The record in Palmdale is 100 degrees. So most likely breaking a record there too. Notice the heat goes off into the northern plains as well. Grand Junction, 88 degrees, could break a record there as well. That is today. That as we look towards tomorrow, another hot day. This is October 1st tomorrow. So this is dangerous heat late in the season. We're looking at Las Vegas, 102, Flagstaff, 83. The record there is 83. Lancaster, 104, Yuma, 109. Again, into the central northern plains as well. We're looking at that heat continuing. And then as we go towards Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, no relief in many spots. Still in the triple digits in Las Vegas. Los Angeles, you're going to be warm on Wednesday, 80 degrees, but not in the triple digits, into the 100s too in Fresno, 102 on Thursday, 99 on Friday. That is the story in the West. We talked about the showers in portions of the Mid-Atlantic. Rain is not needed here, as we just heard. We're looking at the remains of Helene still being talked about, not offshore until tomorrow. So it's going to be another tricky day there too. The rivers and streams so swollen, the ground's saturated. Now, as we head towards Wednesday, we're going to clear it out in that spot. That is good news. So the system finally moves offshore tomorrow. We're going to bring back some sunshine, bring back some drying conditions. Much needed relief there. Northeast rain, though, in portions of the Great Lakes. September warmth does continue in parts of the West. And then, guys, as we go towards Friday, we're looking at sunny and seasonable conditions in the Northeast and rain returning in the Southeast. Could see some heavy rain along the Gulf Coast on Friday.
Oh, my gosh. So much going on, Michelle. Thank you.
Turning now to the latest in the Middle East, Israeli airstrikes hit the heart of Lebanon's capital city, Beirut, for the first time since Israel escalated its attacks on the country. The bombing comes after a weekend of increased fighting between Israel and the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah, which has lost several senior figures in these strikes. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest.
I am now above South Beirut, the area where Israel killed the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah. And you can hear Israeli drones in the sky. They've been circling overhead for the last several days, searching for more Hezbollah commanders. But the group itself is sounding defiant, with the deputy leader of Hezbollah this morning saying it will emerge victorious.
Israel is widening its war in Lebanon and far beyond it, carrying out its deepest attack overnight in Lebanon's capital in nearly 20 years.
This Israeli strike happened in the middle of the night, and for the first time, it is not in the southern suburb of Beirut, the Hezbollah stronghold in this city, but right in the heart of the commercial district. And that has many people in this city very nervous that now no area is off limits.
Israel is hunting Hezbollah across Beirut and targeting all of Iran's militias in the Middle East. Yesterday, Israel carried out a major strike in Yemen. The port city, now in flames, is under the control of a militia called the Houthis, backed by Iran, and who've been targeting ships in the Red Sea. But Lebanon remains the main focus of Israel's expanding war. Israel said it wants to destroy Hezbollah, the crown jewel in Iran's so-called axis of resistance. New images show the massive crater left by the U.S.-made 2,000-pound bunker-busting bombs that Israel dropped to kill Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah, in Beirut last week. And now Israel is hitting Hezbollah while it's down and in disarray, trying to eliminate every senior and mid-level commander it can find. President Biden was asked Sunday if an all-out war can be prevented.
Yeah, we really have to avoid it.
But many Lebanese have no faith the U.S. can or wants to stop this. This morning, we visited an office complex now full of families who have just fled South Beirut. Izdahar Al-Fawani told me she thinks if Israel does invade, it will only make Hezbollah stronger because guerrilla war is the group's specialty. Many here remain loyal to Hezbollah, cheering Nasrallah's name as they wait for his replacement to be announced.
And this morning, an Israeli official told NBC News that Israeli special forces have been carrying out limited probing operations, leaving northern Israel, entering Lebanon. But the official said that it is not necessarily an indication that a ground incursion is imminent.
Richard, thank you.
When the race for the White House this morning, voters in several states are already casting early and absentee ballots as we inch closer to Election Day. Former President Trump and Vice President Harris were both on the campaign trail over the weekend, courting voters in those all-important swing states. Soon, though, it'll be their running mates taking the spotlight during their first and only debate. That's tomorrow night. Here's NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson with the details.
Hey there, good morning to you. With both presidential candidates planning to hit areas hit hard by Hurricane Helene in the days to come, they're also both ramping up for the final stretch to Election Day with campaign stops in several key battlegrounds as Mr. Trump escalates his personal attacks. A swing state split screen as Election Day closes in. Former President Trump in the Rust Belt, Vice President Harris, the Sun Belt, rallying voters overnight in Nevada, where she called out the former president for saying he won't do another debate.
And as you say here in Las Vegas, I'm all in. I'm all in. Even if my opponent is ready to fold.
Vice President Harris also slamming Mr. Trump for his role in killing that bipartisan immigration bill earlier this year and what she called fanning flames of division and fear.
Look, we need a president who cares more about solving problems than playing political games and demeaning people full time.
The vice president, fresh off her visit to the southern border in Arizona, earning an endorsement from the state's Republican former Senator Jeff Flake.
She wants to have a tougher policy than
than the Biden administration has employed, and I think that that's certainly needed.
But former President Trump blasting the vice president on immigration.
She should be impeached and prosecuted for her actions.
While also escalating personal attacks by insulting her over the weekend.
Kamala is mentally impaired. Think about it, only a mentally disabled person could have allowed this to happen to our country.
Even some Republicans pushing back.
And now he's questioning her mental competence, and I think that's insulting not only to the vice president, but to people that actually do have mental disabilities.
But Mr. Trump doubling down Sunday.
Crooked Joe Biden became mentally impaired, sad. But lying Kamala Harris, honestly, I believe she was born that way.
And in the same speech, speaking about crime.
See, we have to let the police do their job. And if they have to be extraordinarily rough.
And after last year suggesting police should shoot shoplifters as they leave stores, now proposing a free period of violence as a deterrent.
They have to be taught. Now, if you had one really violent day, one rough hour, and I mean real rough, the word will get out and it will end immediately.
And tomorrow, the focus shifts to the running mates who are getting ready for their first and only face-off. J.D. Vance has been holding prep sessions with Congressman Tom Emmer, who's playing the part of Tim Walz, with Vance's wife among those helping him get ready, according to a source familiar. Another source tells us Walz has been doing his prep at what aides call Camp North Star, joined by Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, who's playing the part of Vance. Lots to watch tomorrow night. Back to you.
All right, Hallie, thank you so much. And be sure to check out special coverage of tomorrow night's first and only vice presidential debate. That coverage kicks off at 8 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC Now, News Now, and NBC. Well, there's much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now. We're watching your wallet with some good news for potential home buyers this morning. Could it be time to jump on those falling mortgage rates or maybe refinance? We'll take a closer look at the market heading into fall.
But first, after the break, the man at the center of that apparent assassination attempt on former President Trump set to face a judge today. How he's expected to plead to the federal charges against him. That's next.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great.
Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Betsy Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Welcome back. The man accused of trying to assassinate former President Donald Trump outside one of his Florida golf courses is due in court later today.
About 2 weeks ago, Ryan Wesley Ruth was arrested near the former president's Florida golf course. Authorities say the Secret Service opened fire on him when they spotted a rifle barrel poking through the bushes. A week ago, Ruth was denied bail after the federal judge called him both a serious flight risk and a danger to the community. Today, Ruth is back in court to face 5 charges, including attempted assassination of a major presidential candidate.
NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from outside the courthouse in West Palm Beach, Florida. Jesse, good morning. So walk us through the 5 federal charges Ruth faces and what we're expecting to see in court today.
Yeah, guys, good morning. Remember, initially he was just facing 2 weapons charges, but that has since been expanded after a grand jury indicted him. You mentioned the first one there, attempted assassination of a major presidential candidate. He's also now charged with possessing a firearm in furtherance of a crime of violence, assaulting a federal officer. That is in reference to the allegation that he was pointing a gun barrel toward a Secret Service agent, a felon in possession of a firearm and ammunition, and possession of a firearm with an obliterated serial number. So those last 2 charges are the ones we were already familiar with. So he will be arraigned in court today. We'll be looking to see if he enters a plea, guilty or not guilty. We'll be looking to see what comes out of that hearing, and that is scheduled for 11:45 a.m. Eastern time today.
So, Jesse, authorities say Ruth never actually fired a shot during the incident. So how are prosecutors saying they're making their case that it was clear he intended to assassinate the former president?
Yeah, so prosecutors have already laid out a whole bunch of evidence in court. We were there last week hearing as they presented all of this evidence to a judge. And among the pieces of evidence, prosecutors say that they found one of Ruth's fingerprints on this rifle. They say that a witness had spotted him in the area of the golf course. They also say that someone in North Carolina contacted them after Ruth's arrest and said that Ruth had brought them a box months earlier, and in that box, allegedly, there was that letter, which you're seeing on screen right now, which talked about a failed assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump. So they point to all of that evidence as why they believe that he was in Florida for one reason and one reason only, and that was to kill the former president. That is the allegation for prosecutors, and they say that there was cell phone data showing that he was in the area for the better part of a month, across the month leading into this incident. Ruth was repeatedly near the former president's home and golf course here in West Palm Beach.
So we haven't heard a plea from Ruth yet, but have his defense attorneys said anything about the charges?
Yeah, so we've heard from them in court, of course, arguing on his behalf, trying to find a way for the judge to grant him an opportunity to be outside of custody before the trial, which that attempt failed. The judge did not grant him pretrial granted pretrial detention on behalf of the prosecution. But the suggestion we've seen from the defense so far is there's no direct evidence proving he was holding the gun, pointing the gun at a Secret Service agent. They point to the fact that there's no surveillance footage as a special agent from the FBI admitted in court. There's no footage of Ruth actually holding the gun at the golf course. There's no footage of him running across the street from the golf course. So they point to those kinds of things, say there is effectively no proof of him in the moment holding this rifle, pointing it at the golf course, guys.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thank you very much.
Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos for more on what all of this means. So we have this attempted assassination charge now, which carries a maximum sentence of life in prison. Do we have any precedent for this? I mean, certainly not recently, right?
You mean attempted assassination?
Yeah.
What's interesting is that attempted assassination or assassination of a president or a presidential candidate is not something that is natural. In other words, it was enacted sometime after the birth of this country, because it wasn't really, this is not something the federal government ordinarily handles. Assassination attempts, murder, things like that. But yes, he is now charged with assassination attempt on a major presidential candidate. And the reason this likely took some time is because at first, all the government had evidence of was guy in the woods by a fence, without any other information about why he was there. So the natural defense would be, hey, he could have been there even if wanting to assassinate someone. It could be anyone in the universe other than a major presidential candidate. So what that tells me is that the government has assembled evidence sufficient that they believe they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he was there with the intent to assassinate, and specifically the intent to assassinate Trump.
We just heard details on what some of that evidence may be, right? There's this letter that was dropped off to somebody else. He was in the area of this golf course for quite some time before, leading up to this day. Knowing that now we have this evidence mounting, what do you see a potential defense strategy as?
What's fascinating about this case is before there were reports of this letter that he supposedly dropped off that says something that is very incriminating, essentially sounding like he's admitting to trying to kill the presidential candidate. This read like a law school essay question on a test, because it's kind of an interesting theory. If Guy is in the woods with firearm and you don't have any more information about his intent, how can you prove he was there to kill anybody? And I suspect that even with the advent of this letter and some of this other evidence, that will still be the defense strategy. Simply that you can't prove he held the firearm, you can't prove why he was there, you can't prove what he was doing there in the woods, and he's not talking. If ever there was a case where I expect you're not going to hear the defendant testify, it's probably going to be this one, because the defense needs to focus on the absence of the government's evidence. I suspect that if they called their client to the stand, the case would only get worse for them, not better.
So after today, what will be the next steps? How quickly could this one go to trial?
In federal court, federal law requires that cases go to trial within 70 days. However, that is not a hard rule, because the defense can ask for additional time if the case is complex. Things happen, scheduling issues happen. But generally speaking, in federal court, you can expect the case to move very quickly to trial, as opposed to state courts, especially in cities where the dockets are clogged. They're simply not as clogged in federal court, and they have a mandate to move cases along. This also sounds like a relatively simple case. Not a lot of complex white-collar or regulatory issues. This is a firearms and essentially an attempted murder case. I would expect it goes to trial relatively quickly, but I would also expect it ends in a plea. That's my suspicion. It's just based on my instincts.
All right. Danny Savalos, your instincts are usually right, so we appreciate it. Thanks for joining us. Coming up, a looming labor strike that could cost America's economy billions.
After the break, why thousands of dock workers might soon be taking to the picket lines at some of the country's most pivotal ports, and how it all could impact your wallet in the coming months. That is next on Morning News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Med-C Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app, your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
We're back now with a look at a dispute that could cause a major disruption to the supplies of many of the goods shipped into the country.
Yeah, at midnight tonight, thousands of dock workers across several states could be hitting the picket line after negotiations between companies and the International Longshoremen's Association have stalled.
NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans joins us here, and she is going to tell us why this does matter to you, even if it sounds a little wonky. Why are these workers potentially hitting the picket line? What are they demanding?
They want more pay, and they want less automation, because all the automation that's happening at these ports they think is sort of existential, hard for me to say, and very scary for them to say at these ports. Their contract expires tonight. It's a 6-year deal. The union is really playing hardball here because it knows 3.8 to 4.5 billion is the cost per day of a strike. This actually is really dramatic for the economy. A lot of stuff goes through these ports.
Do we know which ports where we would see the strikes, and just what's the ripple effect then of how much?
East Coast, Gulf Coast. So we're talking, you know, Boston all the way to Houston. It's just this big sort of, big U shape there. And there are 14 major ports. I mean, you look at New York and New Jersey, that port right here in our backyard, there are, you know, just in July, it handled 420,000 imported containers full of everything from cherries to, you know, cars to lumber to steel to all these things you need to run an economy.
Wow. Okay, so for people at home, people who just want to shop for something, you order something online.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about the holidays, of course, and how much shopping goes on during that time. What does this look like? What does this mean it does for us?
So big retailers, they saw this coming, and they have been planning. I mean, you've got some of these big names. They have been actually filling their warehouses in the months before this because they know that freight rates are going to rise and they're going to have more difficulty getting supplies. There might be things in short supply. So about 90% of the holiday shopping stuff, we're told, is in warehouses.
Okay.
It's ready to go. It's on pallets. It's.
I'm surprised it's not in stores already.
Yeah, exactly. It might be. It might be actually. But you know there's only so long that can last. For every day of a strike, it takes up to 5 days to sort of catch up. So the longer something like this happens, the more it snarls the supply chain and can raise prices for consumers. And that's really what these big companies and their trade associations have been telling the White House, saying we really would like you to intervene, but also telling both the union and the port operators that you guys need a deal because this isn't good for the economy and for the prices consumers pay.
Do we have some historical context that tells us, okay, if a strike like this happens, does it put a lot of pressure on the companies to settle because they see the prices going up or the short supplies, or can these last a long time?
I mean, there's a lot of pressure on these companies because they have made billions and billions of dollars. And if you listen to this union boss, he talks about they want, I mean, reportedly 77% pay increase over 6 years. 40% is what the union offered, what the USMC, the Maritime Alliance, offered. The union said it's insulting. This is a classic dogfight right now, and at midnight, the chains go on the fences. In fact, some places are already chaining up right now because I think this strike is going to happen.
You mentioned that they're going to the White House wanting an intervention here. We did hear from the president saying, I don't plan to intervene. It's collective bargaining in action. Do we think that stands if this starts to go on for quite some time? And what do you think? I mean, so close to an election. How much will that impact?
Right now, the White House is saying that they want these two parties to do what they do best, collective bargain, get the best deal. But the White House over the weekend, a senior White House official telling us they want to do this, make sure it's a fair deal, commensurate with the profits these companies are making. And these companies have made a lot of money through COVID and beyond. So we shall see. But automation, a very big sticking point here, too, because there's automation that could put a lot of these jobs just out of business.
Wow. Christine Romans, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Now to the United Kingdom, where Prince Harry is returning to London today to support a charity. This is Princess Kate is slowly starting to step back into public life. NBC News International correspondent Kelly Kobiea has more.
Well, Prince Harry has said it's a true privilege to be invited as the guest of honor to this charity event here in London today. The charity, which Prince Harry has been working with for more than a decade, has confirmed that he will be here, but they're not saying much else.
A homecoming for Prince Harry, expected back in London today in support of a children's charity, making a speech and meeting families at the Well Child Awards, the same event he attended last year, celebrating children living with serious illness. Details of the event kept under wraps for now.
We know that the charity itself was told by Harry's security team that they were not to publicise details of the event.
The visit to London comes after Prince Harry's busy trip to New York last week at the UN General Assembly, bringing attention to online safety for children and his mother, Princess Diana's work on landmines.
The Hello Trust work in Angola meant a great deal to my mother. Carrying on her legacy is a responsibility that I take incredibly seriously.
The Duke of Sussex even making a surprise appearance on The Tonight Show, walking through Jimmy Fallon's haunted house. And next month, Prince Harry will be in South Africa for the first time since his royal tour with Meghan in 2019, when she first revealed she was struggling in her royal role. The couple stepped back as working royals months later in early 2020. And now, former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson claims in his new memoir that he was asked to try to persuade Harry to stay with a kind of manly pep talk the day before the prince flew to Canada. Details of this return to the UK still unclear. How long will Prince Harry stay? Will he see his father, King Charles?
Whilst I think many people were perhaps optimistic that Harry and Charles might reconcile, I don't think that anybody thinks that that's going to happen anytime soon between Harry and William.
His sister-in-law, Princess Kate, is now slowly returning to work after announcing she'd finished chemotherapy. And last week posting this after a surprise visit to watch a ballet performance in London, calling it wonderfully powerful, moving, and inspiring. The princess possibly back in public in the coming weeks for a ceremony honoring veterans and her annual Christmas concert.
As for any possible meeting with his father, King Charles, well, the king did spend the weekend in Balmoral in Scotland. He's due back in London for a public event on Wednesday, so there may be an opportunity in between for the two to meet.
All right, Kelly, thank you.
Well, back in the U.S., some libraries around the country are calling themselves book sanctuaries and making banned books available to readers. Reporter Lisa Robinson from our NBC News affiliate in Baltimore visited the first one in Maryland.
Shake your silly side.
Wednesday's story time was Granddad's Camper, an LGBTQ book for kids. Library officials say many of the typically banned books are about gender identity, same-sex marriages, and race.
During this Banned Books Week, we stand here united in our commitment to one thing: protecting your freedom to read.
This bookshelf contains commonly challenged and banned books, but they'll be here for people to read. Library CEO Skip Auld says the nation's libraries and librarians continue to be under attack.
The American Library Association reports that in 2023, public libraries saw a 92% increase in the number of titles targeted for censorship over the previous year.
Here in Maryland, in the last 5 years, more than half of the state's public libraries have faced book challenges. There's also been a 600% increase in staff threats and 11 bomb threats. Parents we spoke to say they support the library's decision.
It's pretty wonderful. I mean, the idea of banning books is so just archaic. And I think that it's really important that our children especially are able to read books about people other than themselves.
Books like To Kill a Mockingbird, which tells a very, very important story about racial relations in the South at a certain time in our history. And it's unbelievable to me that there are people who would not want our children to be able to have access to these books.
County Executive Stuart Pittman took the effort here one step further and declared the county a book sanctuary.
Our thanks to Lisa Robinson for that report. Coming up, we are diving into Generation Twitch.
Yeah, enter streamer Hassan Piker. He's a wildly popular political commentator who's bringing the nitty-gritty of hot-button issues to millions of young voters on a platform known for its video game communities. We're going to introduce you next.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn. Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds. Fans here at the Mercy Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they informed.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're back with some positive news for potential home buyers.
Yeah, mortgage rates fell for the 3rd week in a row last week, hitting their lowest point since 2022.
So is now the right time to buy? NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen is here with everything we need to know. So first of all, just talk about the falling mortgage rates and why we are seeing this right now.
Yeah, this is great news for buyers and sellers, Joe. When you see inflation coming down, and then that obviously affects mortgage rates coming down, it's kind of like the combo everybody has been waiting for. It leads to a lot of movement in the market. Here's a snapshot of what things look like right now. 6.08% is the average rate right now for a 30-year fixed mortgage. That's the most common one. Compare that to a year ago. That's a 1.25 less. If you're aggressive and you want to take on a 15-year fixed mortgage, you can pay off that home. The rate is even lower. It's sitting at 5.16% compared to, look, 6.72% just a year ago. So the rates have come down significantly for folks. Just keep in mind, buying a home isn't just about the rate. You need to think about your income. How much is that property tax going to cost you? What about insurance? And something to avoid home buyer's remorse. Do you have money in a savings account for an emergency? Because when that toilet starts leaking or that shower breaks, you no longer have a landlord to call to fix it. It's you.
Yeah.
You're the
Savannah,
landlord.
you got to get that wrench out. As a recent home buyer, that has been very interesting.
Yes.
And honestly, the first day we owned the home, we needed a new toilet in one of the bathrooms.
And Alex was like, okay, let me brush up on my skills.
Really, really fun. Yeah. So, okay, if you are wanting to buy a home, this is the question, right? Which I know is a tough one to answer, but is it now, oh, great, there's a home I want and the rate's just above 6%, or is these just going to keep falling, and is it better to wait?
Well, this is as close to a crystal ball as I can get for you, but the Fed, when they met this month, projected another half-point cut by the end of the year. So we're looking at another meeting in November after the election and December as well. And then going into the beginning of next year, we're likely going to see rates continue to fall. So if you can wait. The National Association of Realtors says they are seeing that people are kind of on the sidelines because they see rates falling. But there are some signs that people are interested again. Home tours have gone up 8% since the beginning of the year. People are out there looking. And also mortgage applications rose 10% month over month. So people are getting themselves ready, which is good.
And it's going to get very competitive when the rates drop a little bit more.
Absolutely.
For those who already own a home, especially those who maybe bought with a higher interest rate, what should they know about refinance?
Really tempting to refinance right now. And I would say call your lender and figure out, okay, is this a time that makes sense? Because it costs 2 to 6% of the new loan to refinance. It is not free. Right. But let me give you an idea of what the payments could look like, right? In a scenario where the average or the median home price right now in the U.S. is sitting at $412,000, you're paying about $2,600 a month on a 7.5% mortgage. Drop that 1% and you're saving more than $200 a month. That's more than $2,600 over the course of the year. Play that out over a 30-year mortgage, you're saving close to $80,000 on interest. So even 1 percentage point can make quite a difference if you do refinance, and especially if you have a rate that's sitting closer to 8%. You're seeing 6% right now. That's looking pretty good.
Yeah. But remember, there's costs that come with that, too.
2 to 6% of the new loan. So there are fees. They'll roll it in for you, but that's why you got to do the math on the monthly payment.
Yeah, you hear the word refinancing thrown around a lot, but it's not so simple.
No, it's not free.
So what is the best advice for getting the best mortgage rate?
Yes. The best way to get the best mortgage rate, Savannah, is to have the best credit score possible. So pay down that revolving debt. That's the credit card debt that you have. We talk about that. Financial quicksand, I want you to get rid of it. Pay more than the minimum if you can. Pay all your bills on time. Set it and forget it, because paying on time accounts for 35% of your credit score. Very important. 2 things you can do also. Pick up the phone and call and say, can you increase my credit limit? Not because you're going to spend to that credit limit, but because it helps your credit score. Also ask if they'll lower your interest rate. It doesn't hurt to ask. 3/4 of the time it works. And finally, 1 in 4 Americans has a mistake on their credit report. So go to freecreditreport.com, ask for your free credit report, and see if there are any mistakes, and then call to have that fixed. That will bring your credit score up as well.
All right. Vicki, great tips. Thank you so much. Good to have you here this morning. Well, let's stay on money news. And speaking of houses, Apple might be looking to move in with some new home products that are reportedly in the works.
CNBC's Savannah Henao has that and some other money headlines. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Good morning. Well, yeah, Apple may release an iPad-like smart home display next year. Bloomberg reports it will use a new operating system called Home OS. It's based on the software that runs Apple TV, and it'll include apps such as Calendar, Notes, and Home. And Apple has tested prototypes with magnets, so you can mount it on the wall. It will also support Apple's AI technology, Apple Intelligence. Meanwhile, California Governor Gavin Newsom vetoes a landmark bill that would have created the country's first safety measures for large AI models. The measure had drawn major opposition from startups and tech giants in Silicon Valley, as well as several Democrats in the House. Now, it would have required companies to test their AI models and disclose safety protocols to prevent them from being manipulated to do things such as wipe out the state's electric grid or help build chemical weapons. Newsom says the state will instead partner with industry experts to develop guardrails. And bachelor's degrees in science, tech, engineering, and math are the most valuable college majors. A new study from Bankrate ranks more than 150 majors based on average annual income, on unemployment rate, and the percentage of people with an advanced degree. Now, workers with STEM degrees have higher salaries and lower unemployment. Engineering degrees claim 8 of the top 10 spots, and the top 15 majors have average salaries ranging between $90,000 and $115,000 a year.
Yeah, not a surprise, but makes sense to have the numbers to back it up. All right, Savannah,
exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, you might have heard of the streaming platform Twitch. It was once really known as a platform to watch people play video games like Fortnite. But now there's a new genre on the site, political commentary.
That's right. This is how millions of Gen Zers and millennials are keeping up with the latest election news. NBC News Digital reporter Maya Egan is here with More on one specific person on this site. Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, guys. So Hassan Piker's channel is called Hassan Abi, and he shared with me that a lot of his audience members are feeling frustrated right now with all the ups and downs of this political year, but they're still wanting to stay informed and keeping up with him in a non-traditional way. Take a look at some of our conversation.
Hassan Piker is not your typical political commentator.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the you are.
You might think of Twitch as a site for gamers, but now millions of people also watch streamers watching the news on the platform instead of traditional TV, and 70% of those users under the age of 35.
Hassan is the biggest political commentator on Twitch.
Hassan's channel, Hassan Abi, was the third most streamed channel globally on Twitch as of August 2024, drawing in over 114 million views and 2.7 million subscribers.
Hassan Abi, he kind of pioneered the space for the style of political coverage he does.
He provides commentary and answers questions live 8 hours a day, 7 days a week for newsy events like the last presidential debate.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. Yeah! And this is what's happening.
So we spent a few days with Hassan to get his perspective on what Gen Z wants.
If politicians want to appeal to Gen Z, it's not about the memes and streams. It's just like communicate to them that they are worthy of attention and that their desires are valid and that you're actually going to do something.
With 10% of voters under 30 saying they won't be voting in November and 67% of them saying the country is going in the wrong direction, according to our NBC News Stay Tuned poll, both Dems and Republicans are looking for ways to draw this bloc to the voting booth.
A lot of young people, maybe first-time voters, were completely activated in a major way during Black Lives Matter. They were out in the streets, they were protesting, they did the activism, they did the voting, they voted for Joe Biden won, and then what happened? Nothing. Nothing changed in a significant way. It probably discourages a lot of people.
Twitch's audience is largely young men, a demographic that nationally is trending more conservative, according to a poll by Reuters. As streamers like Aiden Ross, who interviewed Donald Trump in August on Kick, appealed to this group.
And do you know what the hits are yet? Do you know?
Hassan is a prominent voice on the left and even streamed from this year's Democratic National Convention.
The way that people depict the left online in these spaces was cartoonish, hysterical, woke scold, like social justice warrior. And I felt like there was no one really representing just like a normal dude who just doesn't want to be an asshole to like random marginalized people, you know what I mean?
Where do you see your role fitting into that? Are you trying to engage the young viewers watching your stream? Are you trying to encourage them to vote?
I think voting is the least important, most consequential thing you can do. It's not the end all be all. I always stress people to vote, of course, but that's not like all these like get out to vote initiatives. They're silly. It's just, if you want to make people vote, you got to offer them something, either party.
Hassan says his goal is to entertain and educate young people while trying to limit the number of folks online from blindly believing misinformation and falling into hateful communities. And he said Twitch has moved on from just gamer bros.
There were a lot of diverse gamers from different backgrounds, but they were not necessarily being represented in terms of their politics. All these like center-right and centrist figures were basically leaning further and further in the right in their politics. Okay, if I can get 100 people to not go down that pipeline and instead be normal about trans people and stop breaking their own brains, like constantly thinking about trans people and what they're up to, then that's good. That's a success for me.
So, Maya, I'm wondering if you guys talked about any specific issues, like ones that really matter to young people this election and what Hassan says about them on his channel.
Yeah, so he mentioned that cost of living is obviously a huge concern for his audience. They say that they're really pessimistic about their financial future. That's something we've seen reflected in our own NBC News data, but also this Harvard Youth poll that was recently released. It said that majority of voters 18 to 29 support things like a cap on prescription drugs. 66% support eliminating taxes on tips. Healthcare, another big issue, with majority supporting a nationwide law to legalize abortion, and 55% supporting a $25,000 being given to first-time homebuyers. Savannah.
All right, Maya Eglin, thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, coming up, we're remembering a country music legend who also made his mark on the silver screen.
After the break, the life and legacy of Chris Christopherson and the tributes now pouring into a songwriter truly like no other. That's next. Stay with us.
We're talking
talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Tributes are being paid to singer, songwriter, and actor Chris Christopherson.
It is estimated more than 500 artists recorded songs written by Christopherson, an amazing talent with a career spanning decades through his 88 years of life. Singer, songwriter, and renowned actor Chris Christopherson was a country music legend whose career spanned more than 50 years. Freedom's just another word. Some of the biggest names in music, from Elvis Presley to the Grateful Dead, recorded his songs.
Me and my Bobby McGee.
Janis Joplin's version of Me and Bobby McGee topped the charts in 1971. Christopherson also wrote the #1 country hit Sunday Morning Coming Down for his friend and mentor Johnny Cash.
Sunday morning coming down.
And the 1972 hit Help Me Make It Through the Night, covered by Sammy Smith and later Gladys Knight, became a #1 country and top 10 pop hit, earning Christopherson a Grammy. He spent much of the 1970s married to singer Rita Coolidge, with whom he won 2 more Grammys.
You can't quit. Watch me.
He wasn't just known for his music. Christopherson was also an accomplished actor, making his big screen debut in the 1971 film Cisco Pike. Later starred in Martin Scorsese's Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore.
Pack your bags. I'll take you to Monterey.
And in 1976 won a Golden Globe, starring opposite Barbra Streisand in the remake of A Star Is Born.
We're coming closer, lady. Don't you leave me now.
Christopherson discussed overcoming his own real-life battle with substance abuse here on Today.
I hope that by cleaning up my act, that I'll be more able to practice my art or my craft or whatever it is, and to do my work better.
Drug-free and sober, Christopherson later went on to star as Whistler in the Blade series.
They've been lying to us from day one.
In 2004, he was inducted into the Country Music Hall of Fame, giving his final musical appearance last year, the 90th birthday celebration for Willie Nelson. His family announced his death, saying in part, "We're all so blessed for our time with him. Thank you for loving him all these many years."
Oh.
And overnight, two legends who worked with Christopherson paid tribute. Barbra Streisand, remembering him as the perfect choice for A Star is Born. Dolly Parton simply writing in part, "I will always love you." He was also part of The Highwaymen, which was this incredible foursome: Johnny Cash, Waylon Jennings, Willie Nelson, and him.
Jeez.
Quite the legacy.
Oh my goodness, wow, what a great look back.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Don't go anywhere though, the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, aftermath. Widespread cleanup efforts underway in several states in the wake of Helene, the superstorm now responsible for taking nearly 100 lives. We're on the ground in one of the areas hardest hit. In the Middle East, Israel steps up those deadly attacks in Lebanon, striking the center of the capital, Beirut, for the first time in the conflict. Militant group Hezbollah confirming the death of its leader over the weekend. And local officials say more than 1,000 people have now been killed and 1 million displaced. Our Richard Engel is there with the latest. Back home, a swing state sweep for Vice President Harris and former President Trump. Both candidates embarking on a battleground blitz over the weekend with just 35 days until Election Day. Comes on the heels of a critical border visit for the VP, looking to bring Latino voters to the ballot box in an ever-tightening race. We're covering it all as Governor Walz and Senator Vance prepare to face off on the debate stage tomorrow night in primetime. Plus, meet Hassan Piker, the Twitch sensation who's bringing his striking form of political commentary to millions of young voters online in an election year like no other. Looking forward to bringing you that story. Good to have you with us on a Monday morning. We begin with the latest on the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. The superstorm claiming dozens of lives, with many more unaccounted for.
The storm left behind a path of destruction 500 miles long across the southeast after making landfall in Florida's Big Bend late Thursday. NBC News correspondent George Solis has the latest from hard-hit Asheville, North Carolina.
Good morning, Joe and Savannah. The death toll at 90, and tragically that number is expected to increase. Only now are we actually able to assess some of the devastation in some of these neighborhoods that were completely submerged by water. This is the River Arts District, and take a look. You can really see some of the debris here and destruction. Look at these power lines. They were snapped like twigs by the force of the water, which is why some officials are calling this Asheville's version of Katrina. And I have to tell you, frustration is growing that there doesn't appear to be a larger federal footprint here on the ground, and no set timeline on when crucial resources like water will be turned back on.
This morning, the devastating effects of Hurricane Helene reaching far and wide as residents come face to face with destruction and a tragic reality.
I don't know if we can rebuild or be able to come back from this.
After the storm swept into the southeast last week, floodwaters downing bridges and submerging entire towns, like Chimney Rock, North Carolina, now destroyed. And as cleanup begins, large swaths of communities, like here in Asheville, North Carolina, still underwater. From above the city, heartbreaking views. Some areas still unreachable by water slow to recede.
I've never seen anything like this. I mean, there were buildings fully submerged.
My mother lives in a nursing home. We tried to get there today, and you just can't.
Some people kayaking to safety. We were there when water rescues got underway. And the storm also devastating Florida's Gulf Coast. The dangerous surge flooding homes and city streets. Helene's 100+ mile-an-hour winds ripping out floors as locals begin the long road to rebuilding.
We're going to get started. We're not going to wait a month or two.
Throughout the South and beyond, cars that survived the storm.
Lines moving very slow.
At a standstill, waiting for hours to fill up at the pump. While in North Carolina, many roads are impassable, making rescues even more difficult, and meaning the true scope of the damage and loss is still unknown.
What Mother Nature can do and the damage is just, it's incredible.
And word from the White House, President Biden is set to visit Helene-impacted areas as long as it doesn't impede with search and rescue operations, which we know are ongoing. One bright spot, a silver lining, if you will, is that we have seen some resiliency in Asheville. Neighbors helping neighbors, sharing resources during a crisis that seems slow to improve. Back to you.
All right, George, thank you.
For the latest on the cleanup and recovery efforts in Asheville, let's bring in Stacy Wood. She is the Public Information Officer for Buncombe County in North Carolina. That is where Asheville is located. Stacy, thank you for taking time to be with us this morning. We know that you are going through a lot. I mean, just help us understand what the situation is like there right now, just the biggest challenges that you're facing.
Yes, thanks for having me and helping to spread this information. We are actively in search and rescue mode right now. We have received thousands of names of unaccounted for individuals who their loved ones are desperate to find them. And so we are going door to door. We're partnering across agencies to take in those names, go door to door to check on these individuals, and then close that loop with their friends and family who are desperate to know if they're okay. That is our number one concern right now.
Absolutely. For viewers who have been seeing images like this on their screen right now coming out of Asheville, maybe people have visited or know Biltmore Village, and we've seen how high the water was there. What is the status of the floodwaters receding right now? How does it look in many parts of the city?
It looks, it's unrecognizable. Our hearts are broken. My heart breaks when I see images like this. Out in Swannanoa, out in Black Mountain, in every corner of Buncombe County, Barnardsville, total devastation. Communities who are cut off from each other and will never be the same. But our communities are strong and resilient, and I anticipate a lot of effort, community effort, in this response.
Has Asheville seen anything like this before historically?
No. This is an unprecedented historical, just you can't even wrap your mind around the devastation. You see this, you see these images on TV, but if you can't fully understand what this really means here when you're on the ground. It's unbelievable.
For people who haven't visited Asheville, there's a lot of older homes and buildings, some kind of tucked in hills, but then you also have this river running through the center of the community. Is there broader concern about the environmental impacts, like in those hilly areas, that anything there could collapse, or that if the river does overflow again as there is more rain expected, that we could see further stages of concerns here?
Absolutely. Yesterday, we mentioned in a press briefing that we are concerned about landslides. And so we put out some information around warning signs for landslides. And that's just a complicating factor of this event. You have high-level landslide threats. You have river valley flooding, dams, reservoirs. We're actively monitoring and working together with our municipalities and first responders to monitor the reservoirs, dams, landslide threats, and just river flood and rescue efforts to provide updates to the community as quickly as possible, which is a challenge given that we don't even have power, phone lines, cell service. It's an incredibly complex event.
And Stacy, more rain is in the forecast. How much does that worry you and everyone in the community?
We are incredibly concerned about the forecast. We have opened multiple emergency shelters, and if people can access them, we encourage them to come to the shelter if they need a safe place to stay, especially given this upcoming forecast. So we encourage people to just keep an eye on whatever news source that they have access to, and to come to these shelters if it becomes a bigger threat.
Stacy Wood, Asheville and your county is an absolute treasure. We are thinking of you and everyone in your community right now. Please keep us updated, okay?
Thank you.
Now let's get to the dangerously high temperatures that are actually expected on the West Coast this morning.
Yeah, a lot to track. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman here with a look at what's in store for the week ahead. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, we're looking at dangerous temperature, record-breaking temperatures out west. We're looking at temperatures soaring into the triple digits, 10 to 20 degrees above normal for this time of year. So 24 million Americans in the West under heat alerts. We have heat advisories for San Francisco down to Monterey. We have some heat warnings as well. That's in the hot pink color. So Las Vegas, Death Valley, Kingman, Blythe, Yuma, Phoenix under heat warnings. And we're going to see this heat continuing over the next several days. This is what we're looking at today. Temperatures into the triple digits in many spots like Las Vegas, Palmdale, Phoenix. Phoenix, you could break a record. The record there is 107, record of 103 in Las Vegas. The record in Palmdale is 100 degrees. So most likely breaking a record there too. Notice the heat goes off into the northern plains as well. Grand Junction, 88 degrees, could break a record there as well. That is today. That as we look towards tomorrow, another hot day. This is October 1st tomorrow. So this is dangerous heat late in the season. We're looking at Las Vegas, 102, Flagstaff, 83. The record there is 83. Lancaster, 104, Yuma, 109. Again, into the central northern plains as well. We're looking at that heat continuing. And then as we go towards Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, no relief in many spots. Still in the triple digits in Las Vegas. Los Angeles, you're going to be warm on Wednesday, 80 degrees, but not in the triple digits, into the 100s too in Fresno, 102 on Thursday, 99 on Friday. That is the story in the West. We talked about the showers in portions of the Mid-Atlantic. Rain is not needed here, as we just heard. We're looking at the remains of Helene still being talked about, not offshore until tomorrow. So it's going to be another tricky day there too. The rivers and streams so swollen, the ground's saturated. Now, as we head towards Wednesday, we're going to clear it out in that spot. That is good news. So the system finally moves offshore tomorrow. We're going to bring back some sunshine, bring back some drying conditions. Much needed relief there. Northeast rain, though, in portions of the Great Lakes. September warmth does continue in parts of the West. And then, guys, as we go towards Friday, we're looking at sunny and seasonable conditions in the Northeast and rain returning in the Southeast. Could see some heavy rain along the Gulf Coast on Friday.
All right. Oh, my gosh. So much going on, Michelle. Thank you.
Turning now to the latest in the Middle East, Israeli airstrikes hit the heart of Lebanon's capital city, Beirut, for the first time since Israel escalated its attacks on the country. The bombing comes after a weekend of increased fighting between Israel and the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah, which has lost several senior figures in these strikes. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest.
I am now above South Beirut, the area where Israel killed the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah. And you can hear Israeli drones in the sky. They've been circling overhead for the last several days, searching for more Hezbollah commanders. But the group itself is sounding defiant, with the deputy leader of Hezbollah this morning saying it will emerge victorious.
Israel is widening its war in Lebanon.
We have some breaking news to bring you. We are just moments away from President Biden addressing his administration's response to the destruction left by Helene.
The storm made landfall as a powerful Category 4 hurricane in Florida's Big Bend region last Thursday. This morning, the death toll continues to rise. According to an NBC News count, at least 99 people have been killed as a result of the storm. There are also more than 2 million customers who still don't have power in several states in the Southeast. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from the White House, where President Biden is about to give those remarks. Gabe, what actions have the Biden administration taken so far to help the affected areas, and what should we expect we're going to hear right now in these upcoming remarks?
Hi there, Savannah. Good morning. Well, the president has already issued disaster declarations for several states, and he yesterday called the damage in the affected region just stunning. And the vice president also cutting her campaign trip out west short as she heads back here to Washington for a FEMA briefing at FEMA headquarters later today. The White House says more than 3,300 federal personnel are deployed in supporting response efforts throughout the region. Now, the response for this, and I'll send it back to you as the president is heading to the lectern.
State the obvious over the weekend with devastating storms in the South. I spoke for a couple hours with leaders yesterday affected by this hurricane, and Governor Kemp of Georgia, Governor Cooper of North Carolina, county officials in the Big Bend region of Florida, and other leaders in South Carolina and Tennessee about the broad and devastating impacts of Hurricane Helene. It's not just a catastrophic storm, it's a historic, history-making storm. The entire Southeast and Appalachia. Damage from the hurricane stretches across at least 10 states. Winds over 120 miles an hour in some places. Storm surges up to 15 feet and record flooding. Communities are devastated. Loved ones waiting, not sure if their loved ones are okay. They can't contact them because there's no cell phone connections. Many more folks displaced with no idea when they'll be able to be returned to the home, if ever, if there's a home to return to. So we're keeping them all in our prayers, and all the lives lost, and those particularly unaccounted for. There's nothing like wondering, is my husband, wife, son, daughter, mother, father alive? And many more who remain without electricity, water, food, and communications. Whose homes and businesses have washed away in an instant. I want them to know we're not leaving until the job is done. I also want you to know I'm committed to traveling to the impacted areas as soon as possible, but I've been told that it would be disruptive if I did it right now. We will not do that at the risk of diverting or delaying any of the response assets needed to deal with this crisis. My first responsibility is to get all the help needed to those impacted areas. And I expect to be there, excuse me, I have a cold. I expect to be there later this week. I and my team are in constant contact with the governors, mayors, and local leaders. The head of FEMA, Deanne Griswold, is on the ground now in North Carolina. She's going to stay in Asheville and Appalachia region for the foreseeable future. There's been reports of over 100 dead in consequence of this storm, and there are reports of up to 600 people unaccounted for because they can't be contacted. God willing, they're alive, but there's no way to contact them again because of the lack of cell phone coverage. I've directed my team to provide every available resource as fast as possible to your communities to rescue, recover, and to begin rebuilding. In addition to FEMA, it includes the Federal Communications Commission to help establish communications capability, the National Guard, the Army Corps of Engineers, and the Department of Defense are going to provide all the resources at its disposal to rescue and assist in clearing debris and delivering life-saving supplies. So far, that's over 3,600 personnel deployed. That number is growing by the day. I quickly approved requests from governors of Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, Virginia, and Alabama for an emergency declaration. And I approved additional requests for the governors of North Carolina, Florida, South Carolina, and for a disaster declaration to pay for debris removal and provide financial assistance directly to survivors. FEMA and the Small Business Administration are there to help the residents whose homes and businesses were literally destroyed, washed away, or blown away. And the federal search and rescue teams have been working side by side with state and local officials and partners in very treacherous conditions to find those who are missing. And they'll not rest until everyone's accounted for. I want to thank all the first responders and everyone who's been working around the clock. One of the brave teams who's volunteered to be there is from San Diego County Fire Department, set to travel all the way from California to North Carolina to help. But on their way, they were in a terrible car accident in Louisiana. We pray for their full recovery, but it was a bad accident. We know there's more to do, and we'll continue to surge resources, including food, water, communications, and life-saving equipment. We'll be there, as I said before, and I mean it, as long as it takes to finish this job. Let me close with this. As president, I've seen firsthand the devastating toll that disasters like this take on families and communities. I've been on the ground in many disaster areas since I've been president. Excuse me, and I've heard dozens of stories from survivors about how it feels to be left with nothing, not even knowing where or when to get back on track. I'm here to tell every single survivor in these impacted areas that we will be there with you as long as it takes. For the sake of yourselves, excuse me, and your families, I urge everyone returning to their communities and home to listen to the local officials and follow all safety instructions. Take this seriously. Please be safe. Your nation has your back, and the Biden-Harris administration will be there until the job is done. God bless you all, and I'm thinking of those that are still wondering where your loved ones are. Thank you.
We need to supplemental to help the people in the Southeast, Mr. President.
Say again?
We need to ask Congress for a supplemental.
That's my expectation, yes.
You know roughly how much you're thinking?
Not yet. It's been this is a historic storm. It's devastating. They've never seen anything like this before. And some of them are back-to-back, 3 storms in a row. So it's really, really devastating.
Would you consider asking Congress to come back for a special session to pass a supplemental?
That is something I may have to request, but no decision has been made yet.
Do you have a sense of where you'll go when you are able to go, sir?
Yes, I told the governor of North Carolina I'd go down, and I expect to be down there by Wednesday or Thursday. It would be clear for me to go. You guys have traveled with me. You know, as an entourage, this can be disruptive.
Is it a mistake for President Trump to be down there today in Georgia? Is that disruptive?
I don't have any idea.
On another issue, on the other side of the world in the Middle East, it's our understanding...
I'm going to stick with this.
What's that?
I'm going to stick with this subject, but go ahead.
Well, it's just the fact that Israel may be now launching a limited operation into Lebanon. Are you aware of that? Are you comfortable with their plan?
I'm more aware than you might know, and I'm comfortable with them stopping. We should have a ceasefire now. Thank you.
Do you expect Iran to retaliate?
All right, the message from President Biden: we are not leaving until the job is done, talking about the devastation in the southeastern U.S. We're joined again by NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, President Biden said he plans to be at the scene of the destruction by Wednesday, doesn't want to be there right now because doesn't want to divert any resources away. What else did the president have to say here?
Yeah, Joe, the president saying that yesterday that he hoped to be there by the end of the week, but just there he said he hopes to make it by Wednesday or Thursday. He was also asked what he thought about former President Trump heading down to Georgia today. The former president, of course, making this a campaign issue. He is criticizing President Biden and Vice President Harris for not being in the disaster area, but President Biden, again, making clear that, in his opinion, it would be very disruptive right now. He says he's in contact with North Carolina's governor, and again, he's making arrangements to head there on Wednesday or possibly Thursday. Now, he said that there were also 600 people unaccounted for, Joe, and one of the biggest challenges in a disaster like this is communication, and that is something that the president said the federal government was working on, trying to get cell phone towers back online so family members can communicate. He also described how the number of federal personnel on the ground has risen from 3,300 to 3,600, and he reiterated that he had signed emergency disaster declarations for several states, including Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, Virginia, and Alabama. But again, Joe, this comes as the vice president cut her trip out west short. She is heading back here to Washington to get a briefing at FEMA headquarters this afternoon. But President Biden, once again, saying that he plans to head to the region as early as Wednesday once he's assured that his trip will not disrupt emergency operations. Joe and Savannah.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez for us from the White House following President Biden's remarks. Thank you very much. We will continue to bring you the very latest out of those areas hardest hit by Helene throughout the day. But the news continues right now.
Yeah, guys, good morning. Remember, initially he was just facing 2 weapons charges, but that has since been expanded after a grand jury indicted him. You mentioned the first one there, attempted assassination of a major presidential candidate. He's also now charged with possessing a firearm in furtherance of a crime of violence, assaulting a federal officer. That is in reference to the allegation that he was pointing a gun barrel toward a Secret Service agent, a felon in possession of a firearm and ammunition, and possession of a firearm with an obliterated serial number. So those last 2 charges are the ones we were already familiar with. So he will be arraigned in court today. We'll be looking to see if he enters a plea, guilty or not guilty. We'll be looking to see what comes out of that hearing, and that is scheduled for 11:45 a.m. Eastern time today.
So, Jesse, authorities say Ruth never actually fired a shot during the incident. So how are prosecutors saying they're making their case that it was clear he intended to assassinate the former president?
Yeah, so prosecutors have already laid out a whole bunch of evidence in court. We were there last week hearing as they presented all of this evidence to a judge. And among the pieces of evidence, prosecutors say that they found one of Ruth's fingerprints on this rifle. They say that a witness had spotted him in the area of the golf course. They also say that someone in North Carolina contacted them after Ruth's arrest and said that Ruth had brought them a box months earlier, and in that box, allegedly, there was that letter, which you're seeing on screen right now, which talked about a failed assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump. So they point to all of that evidence as why they believe that he was in Florida for one reason and one reason only, and that was to kill the former president. That is the allegation for prosecutors, and they say that there was cell phone data showing that he was in the area for the better part of a month, across the month leading into this incident. Ruth was repeatedly near the former president's home and golf course here in West Palm Beach.
So we haven't heard a plea from Ruth yet, but have his defense attorneys said anything about the charges?
Yeah, so we've heard from them in court, of course, arguing on his behalf, trying to find a way for the judge to grant him an opportunity to be outside of custody before the trial, which that attempt failed. The judge did not grant him pretrial granted pretrial detention on behalf of the prosecution. But the suggestion we've seen from the defense so far is there's no direct evidence proving he was holding the gun, pointing the gun at a Secret Service agent. They point to the fact that there's no surveillance footage as a special agent from the FBI admitted in court. There's no footage of Ruth actually holding the gun at the golf course. There's no footage of him running across the street from the golf course. So they point to those kinds of things, say there is effectively no proof of him in the moment holding this rifle, pointing it at the golf course, guys.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thank you very much.
Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos for more on what all of this means. So we have this attempted assassination charge now, which carries a maximum sentence of life in prison. Do we have any precedent for this? I mean, certainly not recently, right?
You mean attempted assassination?
Yeah.
What's interesting is that attempted assassination or assassination of a president or a presidential candidate is not something that is natural. In other words, it was enacted sometime after the birth of this country, because it wasn't really, this is not something the federal government ordinarily handles. Assassination attempts, murder, things like that. But yes, he is now charged with assassination attempt on a major presidential candidate. And the reason this likely took some time is because at first, all the government had evidence of was guy in the woods by a fence, without any other information about why he was there. So the natural defense would be, hey, he could have been there even if wanting to assassinate someone. It could be anyone in the universe other than a major presidential candidate. So what that tells me is that the government has assembled evidence sufficient that they believe they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he was there with the intent to assassinate, and specifically the intent to assassinate Trump.
We just heard details on what some of that evidence may be, right? There's this letter that was dropped off to somebody else. He was in the area of this golf course for quite some time before, leading up to this day. Knowing that now we have this evidence mounting, what do you see a potential defense strategy as?
What's fascinating about this case is before there were reports of this letter that he supposedly dropped off that says something that is very incriminating, essentially sounding like he's admitting to trying to kill the presidential candidate. This read like a law school essay question on a test, because it's kind of an interesting theory. If Guy is in the woods with firearm and you don't have any more information about his intent, how can you prove he was there to kill anybody? And I suspect that even with the advent of this letter and some of this other evidence, that will still be the defense strategy. Simply that you can't prove he held the firearm, you can't prove why he was there, you can't prove what he was doing there in the woods, and he's not talking. If ever there was a case where I expect you're not going to hear the defendant testify, it's probably going to be this one, because the defense needs to focus on the absence of the government's evidence. I suspect that if they called their client to the stand, the case would only get worse for them, not better.
So after today, what will be the next steps? How quickly could this one go to trial?
In federal court, federal law requires that cases go to trial within 70 days. However, that is not a hard rule, because the defense can ask for additional time if the case is complex. Things happen, scheduling issues happen. But generally speaking, in federal court, you can expect the case to move very quickly to trial, as opposed to state courts, especially in cities where the dockets are clogged. They're simply not as clogged in federal court, and they have a mandate to move cases along. This also sounds like a relatively simple case. Not a lot of complex white-collar or regulatory issues. This is a firearms and essentially an attempted murder case. I would expect it goes to trial relatively quickly, but I would also expect it ends in a plea. That's my suspicion. It's just based on my instincts.
All right, Danny Ceballos, your instincts are usually right, so we appreciate it. Thanks for joining us. Coming up, a looming labor strike that could cost America's economy billions.
After the break, why thousands of dock workers might soon be taking to the picket lines at some of the country's most pivotal ports, and how it all could impact your wallet in the coming months. That is next on Morning News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app. Your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
We're back now with a look at a dispute that could cause a major disruption to the supplies of many of the goods shipped into the country.
Yeah, at midnight tonight, thousands of dock workers across several states could be hitting the picket line after negotiations between companies and the International Longshoremen's Association have stalled.
NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans joins us here, and she is going to tell us why this does matter to you, even if it sounds a little wonky. Why are these workers potentially hitting the picket line? What are they demanding?
They want more pay, and they want less automation, because all the automation that's happening at these ports they think is sort of existential, hard for me to say, and very scary for them to say at these ports. Their contract expires tonight. It's a 6-year deal. The union is really playing hardball here because it knows 3.8 to 4.5 billion is the cost per day of a strike. This actually is really dramatic for the economy. A lot of stuff goes through these ports.
Do we know which ports where we would see the strikes, and just what's the ripple effect then of how much?
East Coast, Gulf Coast. So we're talking, Boston all the way to Houston. It's just this big sort of, big U shape there. And there are 14 major ports. I mean, you look at New York and New Jersey, that port right here in our backyard, there are, just in July, it handled 420,000 imported containers full of everything from cherries to, you know, cars to lumber to steel to all these things you need to run an economy.
Wow. Okay, so for people at home, people who just want to shop for something, you order something online.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about the holidays,
Right.
of course, and how much shopping goes on during that time. What does this look like? What does this mean it does for us?
So big retailers, they saw this coming and they have been planning. I mean, you've got some of these big names. They have been actually filling their warehouses in the months before this because they know that freight rates are going to rise and they're going to have more difficulty getting supplies. There might be things in short supply. So about 90% of the holiday shopping stuff, we're told, is in warehouses.
Okay.
It's ready to go. It's on pallets. It's.
I'm surprised it's not in stores already. To be
Yeah,
honest with
exactly.
you.
It might be. It might be, actually. But, you know, there's only so long that can last. For every day of a strike, it takes up to 5 days to sort of catch up. So the longer
Wow.
something like this happens, the more it snarls the supply chain and can raise prices for consumers. And that's really what these big companies and their trade associations have been telling the White House, saying we really would like you to intervene, but also telling both the union and the port operators that you guys need a deal because this isn't good for the economy and for the prices consumers pay.
Do we have some historical context that tells us, okay, if a strike like this happens, does it put a lot of pressure on the companies to settle because they see the prices going up or the short supplies, or can these last a long time?
I mean, there's a lot of pressure on these companies because they have made billions and billions of dollars. And if you listen to this union boss, he talks about they want, I mean, reportedly a 77% pay increase over 6 years. 40% is what the union offered, what the USMC, the Maritime Alliance offered. The union said it's insulting. This is a classic dogfight right now, and at midnight, the chains go on the fences. In fact, some places are already chaining up right now because they think this strike is going to happen.
You mentioned that they're going to the White House wanting an intervention here. We did hear from the president saying, I don't plan to intervene. It's collective bargaining in action. Do we think that stands if this starts to go on for quite some time? And what do you think? I mean, so close to an election. How much will that impact?
Right now, the White House is saying that they want these two parties to do what they do best, collective bargain, get the best deal. But the White House over the weekend, a senior White House official telling us they want to do this, make sure it's a fair deal, commensurate with the profits these companies are making. And these companies have made a lot of money through COVID and beyond. So we shall see. But automation, a very big sticking point here, too, because there's automation that could put a lot of these jobs just out of business.
Wow. Christine Romans, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Now to the United Kingdom, where Prince Harry is returning to London today to support a charity. This is Princess Kate is slowly starting to step back into public life. NBC News International correspondent Kelly Kobiea has more.
Well, Prince Harry has said it's a true privilege to be invited as the guest of honor to this charity event here in London today. The charity, which Prince Harry has been working with for more than a decade, has confirmed that he will be here, but they're not saying much else.
A homecoming for Prince Harry, expected back in London today in support of a children's charity, making a speech and meeting families at the Well Child Awards, the same event he attended last year, celebrating children living with serious illness. Details of the event kept under wraps for now.
We know that the charity itself was told by Harry's security team that they were not to publicise details of the event.
The visit to London comes after Prince Harry's busy trip to New York last week at the UN General Assembly, bringing attention to online safety for children and his mother, Princess Diana's work on landmines.
The Hello Trust work in Angola meant a great deal to my mother. Carrying on her legacy is a responsibility that I take incredibly seriously.
The Duke of Sussex even making a surprise appearance on The Tonight Show, walking through Jimmy Fallon's haunted house. And next month, Prince Harry will be in South Africa for the first time since his royal tour with Meghan in 2019, when she first revealed she was struggling in her royal role. The couple stepped back as working royals months later in early 2020. And now, former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson claims in his new memoir that he was asked to try to persuade Harry to stay with a kind of manly pep talk the day before the prince flew to Canada. Details of this return to the UK still unclear. How long will Prince Harry stay? Will he see his father, King Charles?
Whilst I think many people were perhaps optimistic that Harry and Charles might reconcile. I don't think that anybody thinks that that's going to happen anytime soon between Harry and William.
His sister-in-law, Princess Kate, is now slowly returning to work after announcing she'd finished chemotherapy. And last week posting this after a surprise visit to watch a ballet performance in London, calling it wonderfully powerful, moving, and inspiring. The princess possibly back in public in the coming weeks for a ceremony honoring veterans and her annual Christmas concert.
As for any possible meeting with his father, King Charles, well, the king did spend the weekend in Balmoral in Scotland. He's due back in London for a public event on Wednesday, so there may be an opportunity in between for the two to meet.
All right, Kelly, thank you.
Well, back in the U.S., some libraries around the country are calling themselves book sanctuaries and making banned books available to readers. Reporter Lisa Robinson from our NBC News affiliate in Baltimore visited the first one in Maryland.
Shake your silly Lisa. Wednesday's story time was Granddad's Camper, an LGBTQ book for kids. Library officials say many of the typically banned books are about gender identity, same-sex marriages, and race.
During this Banned Books Week, we stand here united in our commitment to one thing: protecting your freedom to read.
This bookshelf contains commonly challenged and banned books, but they'll be here for people to read. Library CEO Skip Auld says the nation's libraries and librarians continue to be under attack.
The American Library Association reports that in 2023, public libraries saw a 92% increase in the number of titles targeted for censorship over the previous year.
Here in Maryland, in the last 5 years, more than half of the state's public libraries have faced book challenges. There's also been a 600% increase in staff threats and 11 bomb threats. Parents we spoke to say they support the library's decision.
It's pretty wonderful. I mean, the idea of banning books is so just archaic. And I think that's really important that our children especially are able to read books about people other than themselves.
Books like To Kill a Mockingbird, which tells a very, very important story about racial relations in the South at a certain time in our history. And it's unbelievable to me that there are people who would not want our children to be able to have access to these books.
County Executive Stuart Pittman took the effort here one step further and declared the county a book sanctuary.
Our thanks to Lisa Robinson for that report. Coming up, we are diving into Generation Twitch.
Yeah, enter streamer Hassan Piker. He's a wildly popular political commentator who's bringing the nitty-gritty of hot-button issues to millions of young voters on a platform known for its video game communities. We're going to introduce you next. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app, your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Med Sea Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me give you a hint.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app. Your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
We're back with some positive news for potential home buyers.
Yeah, mortgage rates fell for the third week in a row last week, hitting their lowest point since 2022.
So is now the right time to buy? NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen is here with everything we need to know. So first of all, just talk about the falling mortgage rates and why we are seeing this right now.
Yeah, this is great news for buyers and sellers, Joe. When you see inflation coming down, and then that obviously affects mortgage rates coming down, it's kind of like the combo everybody has been waiting for. It leads to a lot of movement in the market. Here's a snapshot of what things look like right now. 6.08% is the average rate right now for a 30-year fixed mortgage. That's the most common one. Compare that to a year ago. That's a 1.25 less. If you're aggressive and you want to take on a 15-year fixed mortgage, you can pay off that home. The rate is even lower. It's sitting at 5.16% compared to, look, 6.72% just a year ago. So the rates have come down significantly for folks. Just keep in mind, buying a home isn't just about the rate. You need to think about your income. How much is that property tax going to cost you? What about insurance? And something to avoid home buyer's remorse. Do you have money in a savings account for an emergency? Because when that toilet starts leaking or that shower breaks, you no longer have a landlord to call to fix it. It's you.
Yeah.
You're the
Savannah,
landlord.
you got to get that wrench out. As a recent home buyer, that has been very interesting. Yes. And honestly, the first day we owned the home, we needed a new toilet in one of the bathrooms.
And Alex was like, okay, let me brush up on my skills.
Really, really fun. Yeah. So, okay, if you are wanting to buy a home, this is the question, right? Which I know is a tough one to answer, but is it now, oh, great, there's a home I want and the rate's at just above 6%, or is these just going to keep falling, and is it better to wait?
Well, this is as close to a crystal ball as I can get for you, but the Fed, when they met this month, projected another half-point cut by the end of the year. So we're looking at another meeting in November after the election and December as well. And then going into the beginning of next year, we're likely going to see rates continue to fall. So if you can wait. The National Association of Realtors says they are seeing that people are kind of on the sidelines because they see rates falling. But there are some signs that people are interested again. Home tours have gone up 8% since the beginning of the year. People are out there looking. And also mortgage applications rose 10% month over month. So people are getting themselves ready, which is good.
And it's going to get very competitive when the rates drop a little bit more.
Absolutely.
For those who already own a home, especially those who maybe bought with a higher interest rate, what should they know about refinance?
Really tempting to refinance right now. And I would say call your lender and figure out, okay, is this a time that makes sense? Because it costs 2 to 6% of the new loan to refinance. It is not free, but let me give you an idea of what the payments could look like, right? In a scenario where the average or the median home price right now in the U.S. is sitting at $412,000, you're paying about $2,600 a month on a 7.5% mortgage. Drop that 1% and you're saving more than $200 a month. That's more than $2,600 over the course of the year. Play that out over a 30-year mortgage, you're saving close to $80,000 on interest. So even 1 percentage point can make quite a difference if you do refinance, and especially if you have a rate that's sitting closer to 8%. You're seeing 6% right now. That's looking pretty good.
Yeah. But remember, there's costs that come with that, too.
2 to 6% of the new loan. So there are fees. They'll roll it in for you, but that's why you got to do the math on the monthly payment.
Yeah, you hear the word refinancing thrown around a lot, but it's not so simple.
No, it's not free.
So what is the best advice for getting the best mortgage rate?
Yes. The best way to get the best mortgage rate, Savannah, is to have the best credit score possible. So pay down that revolving debt. That's the credit card debt that you have. We talk about that. financial quicksand. I want you to get rid of it. Pay more than the minimum if you can. Pay all your bills on time. Set it and forget it, because paying on time accounts for 35% of your credit score. Very important. Two things you can do also. Pick up the phone and call and say, can you increase my credit limit? Not because you're going to spend to that credit limit, but because it helps your credit score. Also ask if they'll lower your interest rate. It doesn't hurt to ask. 3/4 of the time it works. And finally, 1 in 4 Americans has a mistake on their credit report. So go to freecreditreport.com, ask for your free credit report, and see if there are any mistakes, and then call to have that fixed. That will bring your credit score up as well.
All right. Vicki, great tips. Thank you so much. Good to have you here this morning. Well, let's stay on Money News. And speaking of houses, Apple might be looking to move in with some new home products that are reportedly in the works.
CNBC's Savannah Henao has that and some other money headlines. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Good morning. Well, yeah, Apple may release an iPad-like smart home display next year. Bloomberg reports it will use a new operating system called Home OS. It's based on the software that runs Apple TV, and it'll include apps such as Calendar, Notes, and Home. And Apple has tested prototypes with magnets, so you can mount it on the wall. It will also support Apple's AI technology, Apple Intelligence. Meanwhile, California Governor Gavin Newsom vetoes a landmark bill that would have created the country's first safety measures for large AI models. The measure had drawn major opposition from startups and tech giants in Silicon Valley, as well as several Democrats in the House. Now, it would have required companies to test their AI models and disclose safety protocols to prevent them from being manipulated to do things such as wipe out the state's electric grid or help build chemical weapons. Newsom says the state will instead partner with industry experts to develop guardrails. And bachelor's degrees in science, tech, engineering, and math are the most valuable college majors. A new study from Bankrate ranks more than 150 majors based on average annual income, on unemployment rate, and the percentage of people with an advanced degree. Now, workers with STEM degrees have higher salaries and lower unemployment. Engineering degrees claim 8 of the top 10 spots, and the top 15 majors have average salaries ranging between $90,000 and $115,000 a year.
Yeah, not a surprise, but makes sense to have the numbers to back it up. All right, Savannah,
exactly.
Thank you.
Well, you might have heard of the streaming platform Twitch. It was once really known as a platform to watch people play video games like Fortnite. But now there's a new genre on the site, political commentary.
That's right. This is how millions of Gen Zers and millennials are keeping up with the latest election news. NBC News Digital reporter Maya Egan is here with more on one specific person on this site. Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, guys. So Hassan Piker's channel is called Hassan Abi, and he shared with me that a lot of his audience members are feeling frustrated right now with all the ups and downs of this political year, but they're still wanting to stay informed and keeping up with him in a non-traditional way. Take a look at some of our conversation.
Hassan Piker is not your typical political commentator.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the you are.
You might think of Twitch as a site for gamers, but now millions of people also watch streamers watching the news on the platform instead of traditional TV. And 70% of those users under the age of 35.
Hassan is the biggest political commentator on Twitch.
Hassan's channel, Hassan Abi, was the 3rd most streamed channel globally on Twitch as of August 2024, drawing in over 114 million views and 2.7 million subscribers.
Hassan Abi, he kind of pioneered the space for the style of political coverage he does.
He provides commentary and answers questions live 8 hours a day, 7 days a week for newsy events like the last presidential debate.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. Yeah! And this is what's happening.
So we spent a few days with Hassan to get his perspective on what Gen Z wants.
If politicians want to appeal to Gen Z, it's not about the memes and streams. It's just like communicate to them that they are worthy of attention and that their desires are valid and that you're actually going to do something.
With 10% of voters under 30 saying they won't be voting in November and 67% of them saying the country is going in the wrong direction, according to our NBC News Stay Tuned poll, both Dems and Republicans are looking for ways to draw this bloc to the voting booth.
A lot of young people, maybe first-time voters, were completely activated in a major way during Black Lives Matter. They were out in the streets, they were protesting, they did the activism, they did the voting, they voted for Joe Biden won, and then what happened? Nothing. Nothing changed in a significant way. It probably discourages a lot of people.
Twitch's audience is largely young men, a demographic that nationally is trending more conservative, according to a poll by Reuters. As streamers like Aiden Ross, who interviewed Donald Trump in August on Kick, appealed to this group.
And do you know what the hits are yet? Do you know?
Hassan is a prominent voice on the left and even streamed from this year's Democratic National Convention.
The way that people depict the left online in these spaces was cartoonish, hysterical, woke scold, like social justice warrior. And I felt like there was no one really representing just like a normal dude who just doesn't want to be an asshole to like random marginalized people, you know what I mean?
Where do you see your role fitting into that? Are you trying to engage the young viewers watching your stream? Are you trying to encourage them to vote?
I think voting is the least important, most consequential thing you can do. It's not the end all be all. I always stress people to vote, of course, but that's not like all these like get out to vote initiatives. They're silly. It's just, if you want to make people vote, you gotta offer them something, either party.
Hassan says his goal is to entertain and educate young people while trying to limit the number of folks online from blindly believing misinformation and falling into hateful communities. And he said Twitch has moved on from just gamer bros.
There were a lot of diverse gamers from different backgrounds, but they were not necessarily being represented in terms of their politics. All these like center-right and centrist figures were basically leaning further and further in the right in their politics. Okay, if I can get 100 people to not go down that pipeline and instead be normal about trans people and stop breaking their own brains, like constantly thinking about trans people and what they're up to, then that's good. That's a success for me.
So, Maya, I'm wondering if you guys talked about any specific issues, like ones that really matter to young people this election and what Hassan says about them on his channel.
Yeah, so he mentioned that cost of living is obviously a huge concern for his audience. They say that they're really pessimistic about their financial future. That's something we've seen reflected in our own NBC News data, but also this Harvard Youth poll that was recently released. It said that majority of voters 18 to 29 support things like a cap on prescription drugs. 66% support eliminating taxes on tips. Healthcare, another big issue, with majority supporting a nationwide law to legalize abortion, and 55% supporting a $25,000 being given to first-time homebuyers. Savannah.
All right, Maya Eglin, thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, coming up, we're remembering a country music legend who also made his mark on the silver screen.
After the break, the life and legacy of Chris Christopherson and the tributes now pouring into a songwriter truly like no other. That's next. Stay with us.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Tributes are being paid to singer, songwriter, and actor Chris Christopherson.
It is estimated more than 500 artists recorded songs written by Christopherson, an amazing talent with a career spanning decades through his 88 years of life. Singer, songwriter, and renowned actor Chris Christopherson was a country music legend whose career spanned more than 50 years. Freedom's just another word. Some of the biggest names in music, from Elvis Presley to the Grateful Dead, recorded his songs.
Me and my Bobby, yeah.
Janis Joplin's version of Me and Bobby McGee topped the charts in 1971. Christopherson also wrote the #1 country hit Sunday Morning Coming Down for his friend and mentor Johnny Cash.
Sunday morning coming down.
And the 1972 hit Help Me Make It Through the Night, covered by Sammy Smith and later Gladys Knight, became a #1 country and top 10 pop hit, earning Christopherson a Grammy. He spent much of the 1970s married to singer Rita Coolidge, with whom he won 2 more Grammys.
You can't quit.
Watch me. He wasn't just known for his music. Christopherson was also an accomplished actor, making his big screen debut in the 1971 film Cisco Pike. Later starred in Martin Scorsese's Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore.
Pack your bags. I'll take you to Monterey.
And in 1976 won a Golden Globe, starring opposite Barbra Streisand in the remake of A Star Is Born.
We're coming closer, lady. Don't you leave me now.
Christopherson discussed overcoming his own real-life battle with substance abuse here on Today.
I hope that by cleaning up my act, that I'll be more able to practice my art or my craft or whatever it is, and to do my work better.
Drug-free and sober, Christopherson later went on to star as Whistler in the Blade series.
They've been lying to us from day one.
In 2004, he was inducted into the Country Music Hall of Fame, giving his final musical appearance last year at the 90th birthday celebration for Willie Nelson. Family announced his death, saying in part, "We're all so blessed for our time with him. Thank you for loving him all these many years."
Oh.
And overnight, 2 legends who worked with Christopherson paid tribute. Barbra Streisand, remembering him as the perfect choice for A Star Is Born. Dolly Parton simply writing in part, "I will always love you." He was also part of the Highwaymen, which was this incredible foursome: Johnny Cash, Waylon Jennings, Willie Nelson, and him. Jeez. Quite the legacy.
Oh my goodness, wow, what a great look back.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Don't go anywhere though, the news continues right now.
Hey everybody, good Monday. I'm so glad you could be with me. I'm Vicki Wynn. My co-anchor Morgan is off today. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Monday, September 30th. Picking up the pieces, more than 100 people are dead after Hurricane Helene wreaked havoc across the southeast. We're going to go down to North Carolina, where first responders are dealing with the devastating aftermath of that storm. Looming strike. East Coast port workers are threatening to walk off the job when their contract expires at midnight. How the demonstration could cost the U.S. economy billions of dollars per day. Money management. Insurance costs are skyrocketing and taking an even bigger bite out of many household budgets. We'll break down strategies to consider to help alleviate those rising premiums. Sober curious? More than half of Gen Z says they're trying to cut back on drinking to make way for healthier lifestyles. We'll talk with a doctor about the benefits of intermittent sobriety. Welcome to NBC News Daily this Monday. We start with the deadly aftermath of Hurricane Helene. The storm carved a path of destruction through Florida, the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. The extent of the devastation can be seen in these videos. Entire communities underwater, houses torn to pieces, and flooded roads remain impassable, making search and recovery efforts difficult. We know at this hour at least 116 people are confirmed dead, many more unaccounted for days after Helene hit. At this hour, the biggest concern, getting food and water to survivors. Many people do not have cell phone service or power. President Biden addressed storm victims in just the last hour.
I want them to know we're not leaving until the job is done. I also want you to know I'm committed to traveling to the impacted areas as soon as possible.
Now, this is the scene from earlier today from Asheville, North Carolina. That is an area known for its vibrant art scene and historic architecture. That storm has taken a mental and emotional toll on many people who live in that community.
I haven't seen my kids. I'm tired. I'm hungry. Still have no power. I have no gas to get to my kids. I don't know where to get gas. So there's that.
You can hear the exhaustion in her voice. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins me now from Asheville, North Carolina. So, George, we know nearly 20 inches of rain fell there. Many communities still underwater. Other areas can't be reached because of washed out roads or mudslides. Talk about the conditions first responders and residents are facing today.
Hey, Vicki, that death toll, unfortunately, looks to be climbing and continue to climbing, and so do the people that are missing. The conditions here still horrific. You mentioned what Asheville is all about, that historic art district. We're here in the River Arts District. This area, this time yesterday, was still underwater. It has receded significantly, but nevertheless, we have business owners coming out to assess the damage and what's left of their businesses for the first time here today. And we are just hearing harrowing story after harrowing story. Livelihoods completely lost here in all of this devastation. You can see the despair on their faces, many of them wondering, will help ever arrive here? Will they ever see a response from the federal government, from the local government? Earlier today, the sheriff of Buncombe County, where we are, saying there are about 11,000 calls for wellness checks, and they can only do about 150 of those. Just staggering numbers, and that largely has to do with those cell phone communications. They did say they managed to put a portable cell tower up here, so some of that service is being restored, but that's only in some pockets. A lot of people still can't get a call out to their loved ones, and it is shocking to them that days after this storm, they are not seeing a larger footprint from the federal government. You heard from the president that he is committed to visiting this area, but he also doesn't want to until those search and rescue efforts are complete. So again, just a disaster on top of a disaster. So many people hurting right now for this slow-moving crisis, Vicki.
George, I know you've talked to some of the people who live there. Obviously, they've never seen anything like this before, and some are saying they don't know if they can actually rebuild, with insurance being what it is. What else are you hearing from the survivors?
Really just despair. I actually talked to one of these art gallery owners who was on the phone with her insurance company. All they can do right now is just give them their information, saying, we'll come out when we can and get to you and assess your damage. So they really just are hoping for any lifeline at this point, any response from the federal government. And we did, as we've been talking to people here, so their reaction really just speaks more than any words could. Take a listen.
If we don't get help from somebody soon, I mean, this will be probably the end of it. And it just been 40 years in the family business. It's going to be shut down just because of this.
And again, just one of so many stories that we're going to start to hear. We're expecting more updates from city officials here in the coming hours. But again, for residents, it's not so much about getting the information. It's about the resources, mainly the water. There's no timeline when water is going to be restored here. And again, people are just really starting to get frustrated and feeling that stress of a situation that doesn't seem to be getting any better, Vicki.
George Solis, thank you so much, live from Asheville, North Carolina. We're going to head out to the Middle East, where fighting is escalating as Israel expands its attacks against Hezbollah and other Iran-backed militant groups. Israel is launching more airstrikes and conducting special force operations inside Lebanon ahead of a potential ground invasion. This is all according to an Israeli official. The operations are to gather intel and probe Hezbollah's military positions. But that agency says it is ready for a ground war as Israel ratchets up its bombing campaign, hitting central Beirut for the first time since 2006, the last time these two sides went to war. NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from Beirut. So, Matt, despite Hezbollah's top leaders being taken out by Israeli strikes, they still have huge ranks, much bigger than Hamas. What could a ground invasion look like?
Huge ranks bigger than Hamas. They have organization. They have missile capabilities. They're thought to have about 150,000 projectiles, many of which they've certainly already expended. So, and we also heard from Naim Qassem. He is the Deputy Secretary General of Hezbollah. He made his first comments today since the death of Hassan Nasrallah on Friday, and he said that actually they had been doing the minimum so far against Israel. So it sounds as though this could be a boast. We don't know. They're holding some of their capabilities in reserve. So all of this is unclear. Now, what this ground invasion will look like, we don't know. This is something that it was going to be up to the Israelis, and certainly not up to Washington, who, despite the fact that Joe Biden gave a bear hug to Benjamin Netanyahu in the early days of this conflict, all the way back after October 7th of last year, we now know that Washington doesn't have the same kind of traction over Jerusalem that it might have had in the past. And so despite the fact that they might be trying to stop some muscular ground invasion, it looks as though Israel is going to be taking matters into their own hands and doing whatever they like.
Well, Matt, speaking of Israel, they're saying they've killed Hamas's leader in Lebanon, the latest in a number of high-ranking members to be killed in these strikes recently. Talk about the impact of his death on the overall Hamas organization.
Yeah, I mean, this is a man who was basically coordinating efforts, as we understand it, between Hamas and Hezbollah. You know, that isn't necessarily an essential operation because Hezbollah operates very much on its own and doesn't really take direction from Hamas, even though they were firing missiles. That's what started their engagement on October 8th, the day after October 7th, firing missiles at Israel, they said, in solidarity with Hamas. If you want to look for who is the puppet master behind Hezbollah, well, it's going to be Tehran. And so it's not entirely clear that this is going to have any effect at all.
Matt Bradley, live for us from Lebanon today. Thank you, Matt. More than 90,000 people are being told to stay in their homes after a chemical fire erupted at a plant outside of Atlanta yesterday. The flames created large plumes of smoke that could be seen from miles away. Crews were able to get it under control, but it caused a chemical reaction that is still posing health risks. NBC News correspondent Priya Sridhar joins us now from Lithonia, Georgia, with the details. Priya, it's good to see you. So officials are revealing some more details about which chemicals have been detected in the air. What have they found?
Absolutely, Vicki. Well, early this morning, the county released a statement saying that the EPA conducted air surveys and were able to determine that chlorine was in the air. And in addition to those 90,000 people you mentioned who are under a shelter-in-place recommendation, there was an additional 17,000 people who were evacuated. We're actually standing outside one of those evacuation centers right now. And in the release this morning, they also said that we could continue to experience those plumes in the air for days to come. So it's unclear at this point when that shelter-in-place recommendation is going to be lifted, but businesses in this county are closed, schools in this county are closed, government facilities are closed. Everyone's kind of staying indoors, especially now that we know that it's chlorine, because chlorine, of course, can be dangerous. According to the CDC, it can, in addition to causing eye irritation and dizziness and headaches, it can also cause vomiting and nausea, Vicki.
Priya, what are officials telling people who are still sheltering in place? Do they have a timeline as to when it will be safe? And what will happen going forward to reassure people that the air quality is back to safe levels?
So we've already heard reports from people in the neighboring counties mentioning that they are also smelling chlorine in the air. So now officials in those counties are saying that they're also going to be conducting those air tests to determine if there's any chlorine in the air. We don't have a timeline just yet. It seems like it's basically indefinite. And we also don't know when officials are going to brief us again, but they are recommending to people who are under that shelter-in-place notice to keep their doors and windows closed and also not to run the air conditioning right now because that could bring in air from the outside into your home, Vicki.
Priya Sridhar, great advice. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute, over 100,000 Verizon customers are reporting service issues today. The outages are stretching nationwide in major cities like Indianapolis, Atlanta, and right here in New York. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins me now. Deirdre, great to see you. So where do things currently stand? What is Verizon doing to fix this?
Hey, Vicki. So service is still down. Users are reporting on Down Detector that their phones are displaying SOS mode at times, which suggests the device isn't connected to its cellular network, but emergency calls can be made through other carrier networks. Verizon said it's looking to identify and fix the issue. Meanwhile, just 25 out of every 1,000 homes, that's 2.5% in the U.S., changed hands in the first 8 months of this year. According to a report from Redfin, that is the lowest turnover rate in at least 30 years. The report cited rising home prices and low supply behind the low turnover, as well as elevated mortgage rates. Even the rates have fallen over a percentage point from their 2024 peak. And finally, Uber is about to launch its wildest ride ever. Starting in October, riders will be able to reserve on Uber a day trip for a South African safari for just $200 for up to 4 guests.
The Safari experience is part of Uber's program of limited edition experiences called Go Anywhere, designed to help travelers book bucket list adventures. I hope they're safe.
That
You're
is
gonna
Go
go on
Anywhere,
an
yeah.
Uber and a Safari.
Oh, well, they got the Safari truck with the Uber logo on it, so all right, we'll
looks
see.
Okay.
All right, Deirdre Bosa, thank you so much. Workers at some of the nation's busiest ports could go on strike as early as tomorrow. Why analysts say it would likely cost the economy billions of dollars a day. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We are just hours away from a potential port strike that could have a big impact on the economy. Contract negotiations between workers and their employers seem to be at a standstill, and the workers are prepared to walk off the job if no deal is reached by midnight. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans joins me now with the very latest. Christine, great to see you. So negotiations seem to be at an impasse at this point. Are we hoping there are additional talks scheduled ahead of midnight?
I mean, from what I can tell, all my reporting, there's no talking happening right now. I mean, the White House has talked to both parties, but they are really far apart. This has been an impasse that's months in the making. And you've got basically major retailers and importers who have been scrambling to get the stuff they need. I mean, even now, moving with trucks and on rail cars as much of their stuff as they can, you know, away from the ports because they're expecting they're going to shut down at midnight.
And when they shut down, we know it takes a minute to see sort of the ripple effect, but talk to us about how long it'll take before we all as consumers start to feel the impact.
So you've already seen freight rates starting to rise, and so somebody's got to pay for the higher cost of moving the stuff. So that could end up in, you know, consumers' bottom line. But it's everything from bananas to cars to car parts to flat screen TVs. You look at, you know, IKEA and Home Depot and Walmart. They have a lot of stuff that comes through these ports. And those are goods that will eventually be on your store shelves. So it depends on how long this is going to last. If it's a short If it's a short strike, you can make up for that in a matter of days.
Okay.
But the longer something like this goes on, the more of a kind of a hit it has to the overall economy. I was even reading some analyst notes last night and this morning that were saying they're worried about maybe some small manufacturers that might not be able to get all the parts they need to make their widgets, and then you could have maybe some factory line workers losing some hours until you wait for this to be done. So it's something that could have a widespread impact. I will say for the holiday shoppers, though, these retailers saw this coming. The holiday-themed stuff is already in warehouses. It's already back on pallets in the back of the big box stores, so I wouldn't worry about that. It's the other knock-on effects if this goes on too long.
Oh, yeah, I was at Costco this weekend. The Christmas stuff is out, folks, right alongside the Halloween costumes.
Yeah.
All right,
it's here.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Help has finally arrived for the 2 stranded astronauts who've been stuck for months on the International Space Station. A SpaceX capsule that will eventually bring them home has now reached the station. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello breaks down what comes next.
1, ignition, engines full power, and liftoff of Crew 9. Go SpaceX, go Falcon, go NASA.
Blasting off Launch Pad 40 atop a Falcon 9 rocket, SpaceX Crew 9 headed for the International Space Station for a crew rotation that's become anything but normal.
The vehicle is supersonic.
On board, veteran astronaut Commander Nick Hague and Russian astronaut Alexander Gorbanov. Staying behind, original crew members Zena Cardman and Stephanie Wilson. Their empty seats will be taken by Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams on the return flight in February.
1, ignition.
Wilmore and Williams have been on the space station since June, unable to return home due to problems with their Boeing Starliner spaceship, which returned home without them. Now, Williams has been named Space Station Commander.
This is my happy place. I love being up here in space. It's just fun.
Williams and Wilmore are getting new spacesuits since their Boeing suits can't be used in a SpaceX ship on return. And since they trained in Boeing Starliner, they now have to learn the SpaceX systems while already in orbit.
Tom Costello joins me now. Tom, what kind of work will Crew 9 be doing on that station?
Well, let's bring you up to date with the latest video first. We've got them docking. Crew 9 docked with the space station. That happened late Sunday. By the way, Williams and Wilmore's now original 10-day mission becomes 8 months by the time they actually come home. Okay, on the station, they're conducting more than 200 research projects. They will study how human cells and platelets are affected during long-duration spaceflight and how plants grow on the station with different levels of moisture. So the original assignments for Crew 9, they go on, but with Wilmore and Williams now taking over those 2 roles, those 2 astronauts' jobs. And as you know, those 2 astronauts had to stay home. By the way, NASA says they will get to go into space eventually. They'll look for roles for them soon.
All right, fantastic. Tom Costello with the good news. Thank you.
Okay.
The election is a little more than 5 weeks away. We'll break down what new polling data shows about Latino voters. That's a critical group that could help decide the race. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
democracy is happening now.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Many young people are turning to social media to get the latest information on the election. This is according to recent research out of the Pew Research Center. One of those sites is Twitch. That is the interactive platform that's mostly known for gaming, sports, and music. NBC's Maya Eaglin sat down with one of the most popular streamers on this site, Hassan Piker. He's also known as Hassan Abi, to talk to him about how he's using his influence to educate voters.
Hassan Piker is not your typical political commentator.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the f you are.
You might think of Twitch as a site for gamers, but now millions of people also watch streamers watching the news on the platform instead of traditional TV. And 70% of those users under the age of 35.
Hassan is the biggest political commentator on Twitch.
Hassan's channel, Hassan Abi, was the third most streamed channel globally on Twitch as of August 2024, drawing in over 114 million views and 2.7 million subscribers.
Hassan Abi, he kind of pioneered the space for the style of political coverage he does.
He provides commentary and answers questions live 8 hours a day, 7 days a week for newsy events like the last presidential debate.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. Yeah! And this is what's happening.
So we spent a few days with Hassan to get his perspective on what Gen Z wants.
If politicians want to appeal to Gen Z, it's not about the memes and streams. It's just like communicate to them that they are worthy of attention and that their desires are valid and that you're actually going to do something.
With 10% of voters under 30 saying they won't be voting in November and 67% of them saying the country is going in the wrong direction, according to our NBC News Stay Tuned poll, both Dems and Republicans are looking for ways to draw this bloc to the voting booth.
A lot of young people, maybe first-time voters, were completely activated in a major way during Black Lives Matter. They were out in the streets, they were protesting, they did the activism, they did the voting, they voted for Joe Biden won, and then what happened? Nothing. Nothing changed in a significant way. It probably discourages a lot of people.
Twitch's audience is largely young men, a demographic that nationally is trending more conservative, according to a poll by Reuters. As streamers like Aiden Ross, who interviewed Donald Trump in August on Kick, appealed to this group.
And do you know what the hits are yet? Do you know?
Hassan is a prominent voice on the left and even streamed from this year's Democratic National Convention.
The way that people depict the left online in these spaces was cartoonish, hysterical, woke scold, like social justice warriors. And I felt like there was no one really representing just like a normal dude who just doesn't want to be an asshole to like random marginalized people, you know what I mean?
Where do you see your role fitting into that? Are you trying to engage the young viewers watching your stream? Are you trying to encourage them to vote?
I think voting is the least important, most consequential thing you can do. It's not the end all be all. I always stress people to vote, of course, but that's not like all these like get out to vote initiatives. They're silly. It's just, if you want to make people vote, you gotta offer them something, either party.
Hassan says his goal is to entertain and educate young people while trying to limit the number of folks online from blindly believing misinformation and falling into hateful communities. And he said Twitch has moved on from just gamer bros.
There were a lot of diverse gamers from different backgrounds, but they were not necessarily being represented in terms of their politics. All these like center-right and centrist figures were basically leaning further and further in the right in their politics. Okay, if I can get 100 people to not go down that pipeline and instead be normal about trans people and stop breaking their own brains, like constantly thinking about trans people and what they're up to, then that's good. That's a success for me.
And Maya Eglin is here on set with me now. Really fascinating because I don't think a lot of people think of Twitch as a place where young people are getting their news, but certainly it is.
Right.
What about critics of Hassan? What are they saying?
So they're saying that he's radical and outspoken. He was even banned temporarily from Twitch in 2021 for the language that he used. Another common thread of criticism is also about his status and wealth. So he's a self-described socialist. A lot of his critics comment on his multi-million-dollar house or his lifestyle. When I asked him about this, he said that, you know, there's this misconception that socialism is a poverty cult. That full conversation and a bit more of that is actually on our YouTube page right now. Stay tuned.
Fantastic. Maya Eglin, thank you so much for that. Really cool story. Stay with us. Much more news ahead. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
Welcome back. It is 12:30 in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, and right here in New York City. I'm Vicki Nguyen. Thanks for being with me. Here's what's making news right now. Basketball Hall of Famer and dedicated healthcare philanthropist Dikembe Mutombo has died at the age of 58 following a battle with brain cancer. Mutombo retired from the NBA in 2009 after a storied 18-year career playing in Denver, Atlanta, Philadelphia, New Jersey, New York, and Houston. He holds the record for the second most shot blocks in NBA history. Ryan Ruth, the man accused of that second assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump, pleaded not guilty to 5 federal charges in a Florida courtroom just a few moments ago. The charges include attempted assassination of a presidential candidate, illegal possession of a firearm, and assault of a federal officer. His attorneys waived a formal reading of the charges and officially requested a jury trial. And British pop rock band Oasis is heading to the U.S. for its highly anticipated reunion tour next year. The band announcing today it will expand its tour that was originally only slated for the U.K. Now they'll be playing in Chicago, New Jersey, L.A., and Mexico City next summer. Tickets for that Oasis show go on sale this Friday. More than 100 people are now confirmed dead after Hurricane Helene smashed into Florida and unleashed catastrophic flooding in Georgia, the Carolinas, Tennessee, and Virginia. President Biden says he plans to visit the disaster areas on Wednesday or Thursday. You're looking at the devastation in the town of Horseshoe Beach. That is close to where the monster Category 4 storm made landfall in Florida's Big Bend region. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is live in Treasure Island, Florida for us this afternoon. So, Guad, you've actually been on the ground with the search and rescue teams. What are you seeing? What are you learning?
Vicki, we spent all of yesterday with one of the teams going through some of these neighborhoods here in what's called the Barrier Islands area. These are different communities, different cities that suffered some of the most extensive damage in the Tampa Bay area. You can see everything behind me. It's a mix of furniture, appliances that some of the residents have been putting outside, and mountains of sand. Specifically in this area, the storm surge caused most of the damage. And as we walked through some of these neighborhoods with one of the search and rescue teams, they told us it was quite difficult to go from property to property. They use a specific software so they can coordinate with local agencies, and every time they go through one of these properties, then they upload the information to that software. But there's damage that comes, some from the water that of course came in, but there's also a lot of damage from the sand in this particular community that you can see has been building up. I'm going to turn over to this side. The properties over there have feet of sand. This almost looks like after a snowstorm in parts of the Northeast when the snow plows come through and they push the snow to the side. That's essentially what it looks like here with the sand. Now, we know that there have been reports of some individuals that were found deceased in this part of the Tampa Bay area, unfortunately. And we talked to the search and rescue teams what it's been like, so you can imagine how difficult it is for them to go through this. They did end with those search and rescue missions yesterday, and I should also add it's in the 90s when it comes to the temperature, and it feels even hotter with properties that have no electricity, no running water, so it just makes things more difficult. We spoke to one of the residents whose house is about a block away from us, and this is what he had to say about the storm.
It's devastating. I mean, all these little mom and pop hotels around here, I don't know if they can even rebuild them or whatever they're going to do, but they're demolished, a lot of them. I mean, one of my friends that lives a couple streets down, it hit so fast and the water started rising. He was on a paddleboard with his 2 dogs inside of his place, hoping. And we couldn't get out to save him because there's like 6 feet of water on the road.
That's just one of the neighbors that spoke to us earlier today. And when you think about the cleanup here, it's going to be different for every community. You've got vehicles, you've got entire homes that lost everything inside. You've got streets that have objects, roadways that need to be cleared. You have the infrastructure that's damaged when it comes to the power, running water, internet. So these are all things that the counties are going to have to look into, as well as picking up all of this debris. So it's going to be weeks before things go back to normal here. Vicki?
Yeah, weeks, if not months. Guad Venegas, thank you very much. We turn now to the 2024 race for the White House. New polling from NBC, Telemundo, and CNBC shows Vice President Kamala Harris leading former President Donald Trump 54-40 among Latino voters. The bigger story, though, is that Democrats' historic lead with Latinos has been steadily shrinking over the last several presidential election cycles. NBC News correspondent David Noriega joins me now from the east side of Las Vegas. That is an area of the city that is predominantly Latino. David, you have been speaking to voters in a very critical swing state, Nevada. How do they feel about the candidates right now? What do they say is important to earning their vote?
Yeah, Vicki, so talking to voters here on the east side, there's a big diversity of opinion. But the one thing that we're getting almost universally consistent answers on is when I ask people, what is the top issue motivating you in this election? Consistently, the answer is the economy, particularly the cost of living. And that's borne out by this new poll. Far and away, the top 2 issues are inflation and the cost of living and jobs in the economy. Distant third and fourth are threats to democracy and maybe a little surprisingly, immigration and the border situation. Beyond that, though, Vicki, this is a community that's more torn between the parties and the candidates, really, than they have been in the last 20 years or so. And that really comes through in talking to voters. Many are undecided. They're leaning a little bit towards one candidate or the other, or even within the same household. Sometimes they have one person who's voting for Harris and another person that's voting for Trump. And that's why it is so important for these campaigns to try to reach these voters where they are. Vicki?
And on that note, David, what is each campaign doing to reach Latino voters who are becoming a bigger share of the overall electorate in this country?
Right, so the story there, mainly, Vicky, is that the Democrats in the Harris campaign are far outspending the Trump campaign. They've spent, just for example, more than $13 million on ads in Hispanic media markets. That's more than 20 times the amount the Trump campaign has spent. They also have, I think, a bit of a clearer vision of who these voters are and a clearer strategy, at least, that they've outlined to the media and to the public of how to reach them. Just last night, for example, Kamala Harris was here in Las Vegas. She gave a rally, and a lot of the rally was kind of clearly structured around trying to reach out to Latino voters. The person who introduced her, the local fire chief, he spoke in both Spanish and English. There were signs everywhere saying "Vamos" and "If we vote, we win" in Spanish. And she spoke directly to that crowd. We talked to some of the people who were at that rally. Obviously, a lot of them were committed Harris supporters, but we found at least one person who was a former Trump supporter who has now switched to Harris. I'll play you a little bit of what she said. Take a listen.
This is the first rally ever. I'm a former Trump supporter, and I switched. I'm going to vote for Kamala, and I want to hear her speak in person. I think this is historic, and I want to feel the love, you know, because she wants to bring the country together. It's so much diversity. Being from Brazil, Latina, mixed, I feel like this is more of my crowd.
It remains to be seen, of course, Vicky, whether these efforts to reach voters will actually translate to enough votes to swing this election in November.
All right, David Noriega live in Las Vegas for us. Thank you. And you can tune into our special coverage of the vice presidential debate tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC and NBC News Now. Well, the cost of insuring some of your biggest investments is skyrocketing. Auto insurance premiums are up more than 16% over the past year. This is according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And the average cost for homeowners insurance spiked nearly 20% between 2021 and 2023, according to Insurify. But there are some ways to protect your budget and avoid these price spikes. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson joins me now with the details. Sharon, help us. Why is coverage so expensive?
It's so expensive because we're looking at these extreme weather events. We're looking at the devastation that we're seeing from Hurricane Helene and the amount of money it's going to cost to rebuild, to get those supplies, the labor costs. All of that is contributing. Add to that for car insurance, looking at the replacement vehicle costs as well as the medical claims, and that's causing prices to spike.
Insurers just passing those costs right to us as consumers.
Exactly.
You mentioned Hurricane Helene. What should we be doing when it comes with flooding? Because so many people who don't live in a flood area don't expect their homes to be, to be flooded, and yet that keeps happening time and again with these severe weather events that seem to be happening more frequently now. Should people start considering this extra investment?
I think absolutely they should consider the extra investment, and it's really important to look at your standard homeowners policy and understand what's covered and what you may have to pay out of pocket for, whether you have a hurricane deductible, a windstorm deductible, and knowing that flood damage is not covered in a standard homeowners policy. Are you able to get flood insurance from a private company or where most people get it from the government, from the National Flood Insurance Program? The issue is that, a lot of people don't understand that even if they don't live in a flood zone, they could be very much at risk, even more so than for a fire. Right. And just 1 inch of water in your home could do up to $25,000 worth of damage.
Wow.
So it's so important.
Okay, if you are in the market for a new home or a new car, or you want to renew your policy and you're seeing a crazy spike in the premium, how can you best shop around?
Well, I think it's important to get at least 3 or 4 quotes from different companies. You can go to an insurance marketplace online or an app. You can also talk to an independent insurance agent. This is someone who can get more of the history of what you're looking for, what your personal financial situation is, where you live, what you need. But also remember, you're not paying for them. They're getting their commission from the insurer. So it's someone that you can go and talk to get advice on what you should do in your situation.
Yeah, sometimes it's nicer to be able to talk to someone in person, have them answer your questions, than doing it all through an app or a website.
And even if you are on that app or website, continue to go through and ask questions. I did this myself just the other day, and asking questions about, do I qualify for this credit? Do I qualify for this discount? Saved a couple $100.
Oh, excellent. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson, thank you so much.
Sure.
Country music and film star Kris Kristofferson has passed away. He was 88 years old. Kristofferson wrote songs for some of the biggest artists. He won multiple Grammys. He also graced the big screen, even winning a Golden Globe for his role in A Star Is Born. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer shows us his life and legacy.
Singer, songwriter, and renowned actor, Kris Kristofferson was a country music legend whose career spanned more than 50 years.
Freedom's just another
Some of the biggest names in music, from Elvis Presley to the Grateful Dead, recorded his songs.
Me and my Bobby McGee.
Janis Joplin's version of Me and Bobby McGee topped the charts in 1971. Christofferson also wrote the #1 country hit Sunday Morning Coming Down for his friend and mentor Johnny Cash.
Sunday morning coming down.
And the 1972 hit Help Me Make It Through the Night, covered by Sammy Smith and later Gladys Knight, became a #1 country and top 10 pop hit, earning Christofferson a Grammy. He spent much of the 1970s married to singer Rita Coolidge, with whom he won 2 more Grammys.
You can't quit. Watch me.
He wasn't just known for his music. Christofferson was also an accomplished actor, making his big screen debut in the 1971 film Cisco Pike. Later starred in Martin Scorsese's Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore.
Pack your bags. I'll take you to Monterey.
And in 1976 won a Golden Globe, starring opposite Barbra Streisand in the remake of A Star Is Born.
We're coming closer, lady. Don't you leave me now.
Christofferson discussed overcoming his own real-life battle with substance abuse here on Today.
I hope that by cleaning up my act, that I'll be more able to practice my art or my craft or whatever it is, and to do my work better.
Drug-free and sober, Christofferson later went on to star as Whistler in the Blade series.
They've been lying to us from day one.
In 2004, he was inducted into the Country Music Hall of Fame, giving his final musical appearance last year, the 90th birthday celebration for Willie Nelson. Family announced his death, saying in part, "We're all so blessed for our time with him. Thank you for loving him all these many years." Joe Fryer, NBC News.
You have probably heard of intermittent fasting, but what about intermittent sobriety? It is a new trend now, and coming up, we'll speak with a doctor about the potential health benefits. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Drinking culture is changing here in the U.S. 41% of Americans say they're trying to cut back on alcohol. This is according to a survey taken earlier this year, and that number jumps to 61% if we are talking specifically about Gen Z. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins me now. Dr. Azar, always great to have you here on set. So let's talk about the guidelines for intermittent sobriety, and how is that different from this other term I've been hearing a lot, people who are sober curious?
Sober curious, I know. Well, and by the way, I'm not exactly sure who made up these terms. I was trying to figure that out. So I think we've kind of all maybe come to the conclusion that said this is what it means intuitively. So intermittent sobriety means that you have temporary recurring periods of time where you're abstaining from alcohol. Right. Kind of like intermittent fasting. Sure. Periods when you're eating and periods when you're not eating. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're drinking less, and I think that that's really important. I think the idea here, the goal is to restrict drinking to certain days or certain times. So you'll say, I'm only going to drink when I go out on Friday and Saturday night, but I'm going to abstain during the week. There's also this other thing that's called mindful sobriety, which I think is a little bit similar to sober curious, which is maybe I'll try drinking a little bit less. Maybe if I normally have 2 drinks when I'm out, I'm going to have 1. That's like you're still drinking, but you're lowering the actual amount. Intermittent sobriety is you're drinking or you're not drinking.
Well, from a health standpoint then, if you are going to be drinking only on Fridays and Saturdays, but you're drinking a lot, is intermittent sobriety really great for your bottom line health?
Nope. We were always taught ever since medical school on, let's say you're a woman, and moderate drinking is 1 drink a day, 7 drinks a week. Well, if you say, okay, doc, but what if I drink 3 drinks on Friday night and 4 drinks on Saturday? Is that better? It doesn't work that way. It really is a cumulative effect, and we know that alcohol as a carcinogen is bad for you. Very different again from weekend warriors, because weekend warrioring works.
You mean working out?
Yeah, it actually is. It actually is, okay or equally good, or maybe it's actually exactly the same, because whether you do it on the weekend or during the week, it actually is good for you.
Well, let's talk about the health benefits, because I think we keep hearing research back and forth, but the most recent data, it seems to say no amount of alcohol is really great for you. No. None of it is good.
So this all stemmed from the 90s. Blame the 90s, right, Vicki? There were so many articles back then that showed that, people who drank moderately, had a drink a day, had lower cardiovascular risk than people who didn't drink. That's been debunked.
Okay.
Essentially what they did, they didn't correct for a lot of the other potential lifestyle factors. That those people who were drinking 1 drink a day also exercised and they also ate well. Well, as soon as they corrected for those things, that benefit went away. Wow. And more recently, we had a very important study that showed that people who drank light to moderate did not have a decreased risk of cardiovascular disease, but they had an increased risk of cancer. So we have up here also for our viewers, look at all the things that happen when you stop drinking.
Sure.
I mean, everything from mental health to your physical health, internal organs, cardiovascular risk. We know that alcohol, sadly, and some cancers, that alcohol is associated with so many potential negative health outcomes. And the thing is, drinking, there's no healthy amount of alcohol. Like if you want to take red wine, for example. You would have to drink maybe 5,000 glasses of red wine to equal the amount of resveratrol in a supplement. Okay. So it's kind of like a fallacy to think that if you're drinking red wine, even it's going to be healthy for you. I know it's not
right.
Great. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer.
Keep it straight.
Exactly.
All right, stay with us. You're watching Daily.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app. Your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
Academy Award winner Kate Winslet is out with a new movie starring as a war correspondent during World War II. The film comes out on the heels of Winslet's acclaimed performances in the HBO series The Regime. Sunday Today host Willie Guy sat down with her to discuss playing a dictator on the show and her illustrious 30-year career.
At first, Kate Winslet wasn't so sure about playing a dictator.
I would just sit with my eyes closed and say to my husband, I can't. And just, here's a great list of wonderful people who would be excellent in this role.
Oh, you prepared alternates.
I had a full list.
But the Oscar winner was the only choice.
It is time to show America and the world precisely what we are worth.
In The Regime, Winslet plays Chancellor Elena Vernon, a vaguely European leader whose grasp on power and reality are slipping away.
Be better at being normal. Good, let's start.
I play a slightly larger-than-life, absurd, sometimes repulsive, sometimes oddly lovable, challenging female dictator. But then there's this other really fantastic, unexpected dynamic, which is that she finds herself totally falling in love with a very unlikely ex-soldier who is employed to take care of her and only her. And these two people become obsessed with one another, and it's quite funny.
Born into a family of often struggling actors about 50 miles outside of London, Winslet was drawn to the family business.
Was there any chance you were not going to become an actress, given where you came from?
When you're little, you know, and people say, when I grow up, I want to be a vet. I would think to myself, when I grow up, I want to be on stage. But I didn't know how to say it. But I certainly never thought that I would be in films.
Roles in local theater turned into a part on the BBC series Dark Season.
But then, as someone once said, never listen to what people tell you, only what you tell yourself.
And at 17 years old, a breakout lead in the 1994 film Heavenly Creatures.
I am actually from England, Miss Stewart. Of course.
Her introduction to a life in the movies.
You look at the call sheet, your pickup time might be, 3:50 a.m. or 4:10 a.m. It's like having a secret. I have my little coffee in my thermos, I'm running my lines. Who else gets to do this?
And you don't take it for granted, doesn't seem.
God, no. And being cast number one on that call sheet comes with a responsibility. That's my job, to walk on that set and make sure that everyone feels heard, supported, that we're all going to go into this together.
In 1997, the rising star quickly became a global celebrity when she played Rose alongside Leonardo DiCaprio's Jack in one of the biggest movies in Hollywood history.
I will never let go, Jack.
Winslet had just turned 22 when Titanic hit theaters, turning her life upside down overnight.
Obviously, when Titanic comes out in 1997, everything changes for
Yeah.
you. What was that moment like in your life as that became a phenomenon?
Actually, in its most acute phase of Titanicness, it was really not much fun because I didn't have kind of an infrastructure, I guess, that went hand in hand with being a famous person. Also, when you are given opportunities like that when you're young and you're a girl, you just shut up and be grateful. So there was a lot of kind of, yeah, thank you so much, thank you. And so I felt like I really had to sort of stand up for myself.
At 48 and well on the other side of the Titanic whirlwind, Winslet lives with her husband and children in a quiet corner of England, as a new generation of actors benefits from her experience.
The fact that that doesn't happen anymore makes me want to weep for joy. I watch wonderful actresses now. They have a voice. They play incredible roles. They don't have to explain it. That equal level of ownership to the guys, they have it.
Well, you had probably a role in some of that progress, which is to say, this is not okay, what was happening to Kate Winslet. If you were a step on the ladder.
I sifted through the rubble and went through the kind of shit bit in the hope that maybe one day things would change. And so now I can quietly say, maybe I did have a little bit to do with that. I hope I did. Just a bit.
Willie, guys, thank you so much for that interview. I'm Vicki Nguyen. You are watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us. A lot of news coming up ahead right after this.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey everyone, happy Monday. I'm Vicki Nguyen. My co-anchor Morgan is off today. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Monday, September 30th. Helene aftermath. More than 100 people are dead and entire neighborhoods underwater after the storm left a path of destruction across several states. We're live on the ground in hard-hit North Carolina and Florida. Chemical plant fire. People near Atlanta told to evacuate or shelter in place. What we are learning about the potential health risks, plus what exactly was burning. Real estate frenzy. Mortgage rates finally dropping after the Fed started cutting interest rates. What you need to know if you're in the market for a new home. Brilliant minds. Zachary Quinto is the star behind NBC's new hit medical drama. I caught up with him and talked about playing the role of an unconventional neurologist. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with the growing tensions in the Middle East as Israel ratchets up their attacks on Hezbollah. An Israeli official tells NBC News its military is launching more intense airstrikes and conducting special forces operations inside Lebanon ahead of a possible ground invasion. The Israeli military also expanding its attacks to other Iran-backed militant groups in the region, killing 4 people and injuring 40 others in Yemen. This is according to the health ministry there. They're targeting the Houthi terrorist group, looking to limit their abilities to gain supplies. NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley joins me now from Beirut. So, Matt, Lebanon's prime minister says he's willing to deploy forces to the Israeli border if the fighting continues to intensify. What is happening there in the region right now?
Well, we know from Israeli sources, and they've been telling this actually to NBC News, that the Israelis have been launching limited incursions over the border. It doesn't sound as though they're necessarily meeting much resistance. This is mostly reconnaissance, and they said they've been doing this for the past several weeks. But the real issue here is, despite what we've been hearing about what's going on for the past several weeks, what we've been hearing today from Yoav Gallant, he's the Minister of Defense of Israel. He said that we're about to enter into a new phase of the war. He also, we've been hearing from the Washington Post and from CBS News, saying that Israeli officials have told officials in Washington that they are preparing for a ground incursion, possibly as early as within the next few hours. This is the thing that Lebanese and people throughout the region have been dreading for the better part of the past year. And honestly, it looks like it could be happening sooner rather than later.
Matt, the U.S. Embassy in Beirut now working with airlines to help get Americans out of Lebanon. We were talking about the potential for these evacuations last week. What's happening now?
Yeah, well, we've been hearing from the U.S. Embassy. They're making it very, very clear, as they have been for the past year, they are not evacuating anybody. They are bringing out their non-essential staff and family members from the Beirut Embassy, but they are not helping Americans who are here leaving. They are saying, and they've made this very clear, anybody who wants to get out needs to go and buy a ticket on a commercial airline. They are not arranging evacuation flights, but they are urging very much American citizens who are still here to leave immediately, again, ahead of this possibly imminent Israeli ground invasion.
Matt Bradley, live in Lebanon for us today. Thank you, Matt. President Biden today pledging to send resources and to help following the impact of Hurricane Helene. More than 100 people are dead across several states, including North Carolina. And 3 days after the powerful storm made landfall, many are still without power and cell service. This was the scene in Asheville, North Carolina, earlier today. That's one of the hardest hit areas. Damage and destruction as far as the eye can see. And those who survived the storm say their homes are gone. They're struggling to get their hands on basic things like water, food, and gas. That is where NBC News correspondent George Solis is, Asheville, North Carolina. Now, George, you're on the ground. People there are reporting looting, and others say that they're getting water from a local river. Let's talk about the efforts right now to get supplies to all of these storm survivors.
Yeah, Vicki, it is a challenge. And on the subject of looting, we're actually here when someone behind me, where we are right now, this is the River Arts District, was caught trying to take something from one of these businesses that lost everything and turned into a bit of a shouting match. It was eventually resolved, but that's where we are right now. Things are starting to get tense here as that lack of federal response is here. People are trying to salvage their items. They're waiting to see when any kind of help will be to salvage their businesses, to get some water, because at this point, there is no water in this city. That is a timeline that is yet to be ironed out. Cell phone service is slowly starting to return here, but it is spotty at best in locations. So we are still dealing with a lot of that cutoff from the rest of the outside world, in a sense. A lot of people frustrated that they can't get in touch with their loved ones or really ask for the help that they need. And again, that lack of a federal presence here is really concerning to those residents who say this has been ongoing for days now. They feel like they're not getting much help, and they don't know what that help is going to look like once it gets here on the ground. And again, as I mentioned, we're standing in the River Arts District, where this area this time yesterday was completely submerged. Those waters have started to recede, but now you can see the despair on some of the business owners that come here and see all of their belongings, everything they've ever owned, their lifelines completely washed away, and they don't know what comes next. And as you mentioned, President Biden is pledged help here. He actually pledged to come to these ravaged areas by Helene, as long as it doesn't impede with those ongoing search and rescue operations. Now, where we are, the water has receded, but there are still areas in Asheville that are still submerged like this, and that water is slow to recede. So again, the situation here is slow moving, and people are starting to get very frustrated, Vicki.
You know, let's talk about the emergency efforts right now. There are a lot of areas that are isolated, blocked by water, mudslides. What is the progress there? And do we know when FEMA will get boots on the ground, when people can actually start filing for some of this federal assistance?
Yeah, well, on that note, we are expected to hear from FEMA later this afternoon to provide some of that information that's so critically wanted and needed in this area. We have seen some of the roads being cleaned up, a lot of it being done by some of those utility companies that have come from outside of the region that have made their way here, and then neighbors helping neighbors, many of them chopping trees and debris, clearing it as best as they can in this region. More work needs to be done, obviously, as these days keep getting longer and longer for residents, and many of them hoping that any rain in the forecast doesn't just make matters worse here as these waters slowly start to recede, Vicki.
George Solis, live in North Carolina for us. Thank you, George. In Georgia, officials said today they have detected dangerous levels of a chlorine in the air after a chemical fire outside of Atlanta. Because of that shelter in place, an advisory now is being extended. The fire began early yesterday morning on the roof of a big biolab plant. It's caused a release of chemical gas, which forced 17,000 people from their homes. NBC News correspondent Priya Sridhar joins me now from Lithonia, Georgia. So, Priya, have officials released a timeline on when the air will be safe to breathe again and lifting of that shelter-in-place order? And what are the concerns in terms of this chlorine that's in the air spreading to nearby counties?
Well, Vicki, the alert that people received on their phones say that the warning is in place until further notice. So it's unclear at this time exactly when it will be lifted. But officials also said that we can expect to see those plumes of smoke from this fire for several days to come. Now, people in Atlanta and neighboring counties are saying they're also experiencing a haze and an odor. So the mayor of Atlanta, Andre Dickens, said that he's actually dispatched some Atlanta firefighters to test the air to see that if in fact there is chlorine that people in Atlanta are also experiencing. But of course, this comes with some very dangerous symptoms of vomiting, nausea if you breathe in that air. So what officials are really advising is to stay indoors with your windows, your doors closed, and also to turn off all your air conditioning systems so that outdoor air isn't circulating inside your home, Vicki.
You know, Priya, are we any closer to finding out what might have started that fire at that biolab?
Yeah, so the fire chief said that the official cause of the fire is still under investigation, but the actual biolab manufactures pool and spa cleaning products. So that's kind of why that chlorine is likely in the air right now. She did say in a press conference yesterday that a sprinkler system malfunctioned and that the water from the sprinkler system reacted with some chemicals that were essentially water resistant. And so for several hours, officials were trying to go into that plant and remove the pallets of chemicals that were inside because it made the firefighters' job so difficult because they were trying to battle a fire with water in a place where there were so many chemicals that were resistant to that water. And so while they were able to put the fire out initially, it actually re-sparked and caused another fire around noon yesterday. And the fire and all of this smoke that you're seeing this dramatic video of went on for about 12 to 13 hours, Vicki.
Priya Sridhar live in Georgia for us. Priya, thank you so much. It is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Verizon says it is working on fixing service issues impacting more than 100,000 U.S. customers today. Outages are stretching nationwide in major cities like Omaha, Phoenix, and Seattle. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins me now. Dom, what's Verizon doing to fix this, and where do things currently stand?
So, Vicki, it's not entirely really clear what Verizon is doing to come up with a potential fix, but the company does say its engineers are working on identifying and solving that problem. Now, some of the users who experienced issues said their phones went into that so-called SOS mode. You can see it on that top part of your screen, right? And reported issues with making calls and sending or receiving text messages. So apparently a fix is in the works. We'll see what happens in the coming hours. Meanwhile, songs by some huge artists, including Adele, Bob Dylan, Kendrick Lamar, amongst others, are no longer available in the U.S. on YouTube. It's the result of a dispute between the platform and the music licensing organization SESAC. YouTube says it pulled content represented by the organization and is in active talks and conversations with SESAC to come up with a resolution. And on the movie side of things, Francis Ford Coppola's Megalopolis had a weak performance at the box office this weekend. The Godfather director's first release in more than a decade only raked in about $4 million in receipts. However, it only opened in about 1,900 theaters, which is a more limited release than most blockbusters. Coppola reportedly spent $120 million of his own money to make that sci-fi movie. It's interesting. These types of movies, they can be kind of skittish. We'll see whether or not the coming weeks get more people excited about this potential hit.
I mean, I've heard it's a visual feast, but we did have Andrew Freund on in our entertainment wrap last week, and he kind of gave it a thumbs down. So I don't know. We'll see. I do love some Adam Driver, though.
I would just say this. I would say you maybe want to make your own verdict on this whole thing. So.
Yes, indeed. Very diplomatic of you. Dominic Chu, as always, thank you. With mortgage rates falling for 3 weeks in a row, is it finally time to jump into the market and buy a new home? We have the tips you need, plus how to make sure you are getting the best mortgage rate. That's next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking until the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Running out for port workers to get a new contract with their employer, the United States Maritime Alliance. The workers are preparing to walk off the job at midnight, and if they do go on strike, it could have a huge impact on consumers. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber has more on what's at stake.
Just hours from now, a potential major strike sparking fears that parts of the U.S. economy could come to a standstill. Thousands of dock workers threatening to walk off the job from Boston and New York, all the way down to New Orleans and Houston. The International Longshoremen's Association represents 85,000 workers in these critical port cities. A strike could cost up to $4.5 billion per day. These ports carry everything from canned goods to car parts to electronics, and a walkout would force major stores, including Walmart, Home Depot, and IKEA, to find other ways to get their products into the U.S. The workers are at an impasse over a new 6-year contract, demanding higher wages and more protections against automation. In recent weeks, the union boss defiant.
I'll shut them down throughout the world to prove that we can beat them.
The alliance pushing back, blasting what they call the union's repeated refusal to come to the table and bargain.
Are you worried this could crush the supply chain ahead of the holiday shopping season?
The longer a strike goes, the longer it's going to take to recover, the more of a potential impact it has.
President Biden has the power to break a strike, but the White House says he is not considering it.
Why not? Because it's collective bargaining.
Ellison Barber, NBC News.
All right, now to some good news for prospective home buyers. Mortgage rates fell for the third week in a row last week to their lowest point since 2022. That is pushing more people to get into the market and also homeowners to consider selling, which would increase inventory. But is now the best time? Let's take a look at the numbers. The 30-year fixed mortgage rate right now sitting at 6.08%. Compare that to a year ago. That's down 1.25 points. Huge difference. The lowest level, as we mentioned, since September of 2022. But although these lower rates will be tempting, it is also important to keep in mind there's a lot of factors that go into buying a home besides rates. You got to look at your income level, think about property taxes, homeowners insurance, and of course, maintenance costs. So do you jump in now or do you wait for additional cuts? We know that 2 more cuts are projected when the Fed meets again in November after the election and then once more in December. They projected a 0.5% cut. So obviously, if you can wait even into next year. There is some indications that demand is coming back, though. Mortgage applications are up 10% month over month. And touring activity, the number of people who are out looking, that's up 8% from the start of the year, according to Redfin. Now, if you already own a home, is it time to refinance? Well, the median price of a home in the United States right now, $412,300. So take a look here. Here's the scenario. If your mortgage rate was 7.5%, you're paying about $2,600 a month. If you refinance with the same 20% down payment at a rate of just 1% lower, you're at $2,422. You're saving $221 a month. That adds up to $2,600 a year. Over the course of 30 years, that's nearly $80,000 that you're saving in interest. But remember, you will still have to pay fees and refinancing costs when you start over with a new loan, and that can be anywhere from 2 to 6% of the cost of the loan. Now, remember, the best way to get the best rate is to get the best credit score. So that means paying down your credit card debt as much as possible. Cut out those unnecessary expenses. Make your coffee, make your lunch, paint your own nails, pay your bills on time as well. You want to set it and forget it when it comes to these automatic payments. You're paying bills on time. That accounts for 35% of your credit score. That's an easy one, right? Also, try to call and increase your credit limit. You can just ask them, can you raise my limit? Let's say it's $5,000. If they raise it to $8,000 or $10,000, that improves your credit score. Just don't spend more. And also, dispute any credit report errors. 1 in 4 Americans has a mistake on their credit report. So go to freecreditreport.com, request your information, and if there is a problem on there, call one of the 3 credit unions or call your credit card, your bank, wherever the mistake is, correct it. That is all going to help you. All right, well, coming up next, we've got more news for you, but for now, stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Many young people are turning to social media to get the latest information on the election. This is according to recent research out of the Pew Research Center. One of those sites is Twitch. That is the interactive platform that's mostly known for gaming, sports, and music. NBC's Maya Eaglin sat down with one of the most popular streamers on this site, Hassan Piker. He's also known as Hassan Abi, to talk to him about how he's using his influence to educate voters.
Hassan Piker is not your typical political commentator.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the you are.
You might think of Twitch as a site for gamers, but now millions of people also watch streamers watching the news on the platform instead of traditional TV. And 70% of those users under the age of 35.
Hassan is the biggest political commentator on Twitch.
Hassan's channel, Hassan Abi, was the 3rd most streamed channel globally on Twitch as of August 2024, drawing in over 114 million views and 2.7 million subscribers.
Hassan Abi, he kind of pioneered the space for the style of political coverage he does.
He provides commentary and answers questions live 8 hours a day, 7 days a week for newsy events like the last presidential debate.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening.
So we spent a few days with Hassan to get his perspective on what Gen Z wants.
If politicians want to appeal to Gen Z, it's not about the memes and streams. It's just like communicate to them that they are worthy of attention and that their desires are valid and that you're actually going to do something.
With 10% of voters under 30 saying they won't be voting in November, and 67% of them saying the country is going in the wrong direction, according to our NBC News Stay Tuned poll, both Dems and Republicans are looking for ways to draw this bloc to the voting booth.
A lot of young people, maybe first-time voters, were completely activated in a major way during Black Lives Matter. They were out in the streets, they were protesting, they did the activism, they did the voting, they voted for Joe Biden won, and then what happened? Nothing. Nothing changed in a significant way. It probably discourages a lot of people.
Twitch's audience is largely young men, a demographic that nationally is trending more conservative, according to a poll by Reuters. As streamers like Aiden Ross, who interviewed Donald Trump in August on Kick, appealed to this group.
And do you know what the hits are yet? Do you know?
Hassan is a prominent voice on the left, and even streamed from this year's Democratic National Convention.
The way that people depict the left online in these spaces was cartoonish, hysterical, woke scold, like social justice warriors. And I felt like there was no one really representing just like a normal dude who just doesn't want to be an asshole to like random marginalized people, you know what I mean?
Where do you see your role fitting into that? Are you trying to engage the young viewers watching your stream? Are you trying to encourage them to vote?
I think voting is the least important, most consequential thing you can do. It's not the end-all be-all. I always stress people to vote, of course, but that's not like all these like get out to vote initiatives. They're silly. It's just, if you want to make people vote, you gotta offer them something, either party.
Hassan says his goal is to entertain and educate young people while trying to limit the number of folks online from blindly believing misinformation and falling into hateful communities. And he said Twitch has moved on from just gamer bros.
There were a lot of diverse gamers from different backgrounds, but they were not necessarily being represented in terms of their politics. All these like center-right and centrist figures were basically leaning further and further in the right in their politics. Okay, if I can get 100 people to not go down that pipeline and instead be normal about trans people and stop breaking their own brains, like constantly thinking about trans people and what they're up to, then that's good. That's a success for me.
And Maya Eglin is here on set with me now. Really fascinating because I don't think a lot of people think of Twitch as a place where young people are getting their news, but certainly it is.
Right.
What about critics of Hassan? What are they saying?
So they're saying that he's radical and outspoken. He was even banned temporarily from Twitch in 2021 for the language that he used. Another common thread of criticism is also about his status and wealth. So he's a self-described socialist. A lot of his critics comment on his multi-million-dollar house or his lifestyle. When I asked him about this, he said that, you know, there's this misconception that socialism is a poverty cult. That full conversation and a bit more of that is actually on our YouTube page right now on Stay Tuned.
Fantastic. Maya Eglin, thank you so much for that. Really cool story. Stay with us. Much more news ahead. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It is 12:30 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 1:30 in Baltimore, Maryland. I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. In Los Angeles, the man accused of hijacking a bus and killing one person appeared in court today. 51-year-old Lamont Campbell is currently being held without bail. He's accused of shooting and killing 48-year-old Anthony Rivera. Police say it happened during the hijacking. According to his family, Rivera was coming home from Dodger Stadium, where he was working as a parking attendant. Country music legend Kris Kristofferson has died. According to a statement from his family, Kristofferson died peacefully in his home in Maui. He was known for his role in the hit 1976 remake of A Star is Born. He won 4 Grammys over the course of his career, including a Lifetime Achievement Award in 2014. Kris Kristofferson was 88 years old. The 2 astronauts stranded on the International Space Station are now one step closer to coming home. The SpaceX capsule set to bring the astronauts back to Earth arrived at the ISS over the weekend. The Dragon capsule will stay at the space station until February, turning what was meant to be a week-long trip for the astronauts into an 8-month ordeal. The death toll from Hurricane Helene has now topped 100 people after the monster Category 4 storm slammed into Florida and unleashed historic flooding across the South. Take a look at the devastation in the town of Horseshoe Beach. That is in Florida's Big Bend region, very close to where Helene made landfall. Right now, crews are rushing to restore power and clean drinking water for people who live there. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is live in Treasure Island, Florida for us. So, Guad, neighborhoods and streets have been buried in sand. What have you been seeing there today and when you went out with rescue workers?
Vicki, so we're southeast of Horseshoe Beach here in the Tampa Bay area. So basically, all of these waterfront communities had the storm surge cause a lot of this damage. You can see the sand next to me. As you said, these communities, a lot of them are buried, at least in this area in Treasure Island, are buried in sand. Look at the mailbox over on that side. And a lot of this sand came in with the water through the properties behind. You can see the garage doors that were essentially blown open by the water that came in from the Gulf. Again, the hurricane made landfall far away from here, but the way the storm worked its way around, it pushed a lot of the water from the Gulf into these communities. This part of the Tampa Bay area is known as the Barrier Islands. Treasure Island was one of the most affected. I'm going to make my way over here to show you more of that damage. These cars were inside of that garage. I just spoke to the homeowner who said he left part of the door open just in case there'd be some surge for the water to flow without pushing the garage door. Of course, he didn't expect to get this much water, and now the cars are outside, and you can see all of this damage. We also spoke to one of the residents nearby who said this about the storm.
It's devastating. I mean, all these little mom and pop hotels around here, I don't know if they can even rebuild them or whatever they're going to do, but they're demolished, a lot of them. I mean, one of my friends that lives a couple streets down, it hit so fast and the water started rising. He was on a paddleboard with his 2 dogs inside of his place, hoping. And we couldn't get out to save him because there's like 6 feet of water on the road.
And Vicki, authorities are still looking into the damage when you look at these communities. So Tampa Bay has 8 counties. One of those counties is Pinellas County. We are in Pinellas County. 12 to 13,000 residential structures had major damage or suffered major damage just alone in this county. So there's still a lot of assessing to be done as authorities do what they can to also allow residents to come back in and clear some of their property out of these homes that have been damaged, Vicki.
Guad Venegas live in Florida for us, where we can see that devastation left behind. Guad, thank you. With many homes and businesses flooded or damaged from Helene, the cost of rebuilding and cleanup is expected to be very expensive, especially for those who don't have insurance. CNBC correspondent Contessa Brewer joins me now to break down the numbers. So, Contessa, AccuWeather is estimating the damage left behind by Hurricane Helene will cost up to $160 billion. Talk to us about how this compares to previous storms and what do people need to know if they're going to be filing these claims?
Yeah, AccuWeather is combining their estimate of damage, which includes a lot of critical infrastructure, with economic output loss as well. I got to tell you, the insurance part of this is really tricky because so much of the damage that we've seen from Helene is because of flooding, and property insurance does not cover flooding. So a lot of this is going to end up being picked up by the National Flood Insurance Program. However, in the hardest hit areas, the Insurance Information Institute tells me fewer than 1% of properties have flood insurance. So what happens in those cases? That means that they will be left at the mercy of what FEMA pays out. For state and local governments, it might be that the repair of roads and bridges and other critical infrastructure lands on their shoulders. Georgia Power says this is the worst storm that it's ever seen in company history from a hurricane. So that's number one. Number two is that in many places, for instance, Allstate has gone out and they have mobile units, but people won't be able to file claims until they can get cell phone service or Wi-Fi signals and the like. And we know that in much of these areas, that is still underway. They just don't have the signals there. In Florida, you can expect that the amount of time that it will take for people, the amount of time granted will be extended, and so people will be given a grace period.
All right, Contessa Brewer with the very latest for us in terms of what it means for our wallets. Thank you very much.
Sure.
A new poll from NBC, Telemundo, and CNBC is looking into the impact of Latino voters and how they cast their ballots in presidential elections. It shows Vice President Kamala Harris leads former President Donald Trump 54-40 in that demographic. But what is probably the most surprising is that Democrats have gradually been losing support from Latinos over time. NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki joins me now from the big board. Steve, good to have you. So 4 years ago, our polls were telling us Donald Trump had made inroads with Hispanic voters. This latest polling suggests that trend continues. What's behind it?
Yeah, it's been a big question these last 4 years if Trump would lock in that new support and build on it. Certainly a 54-40% lead here for Harris over Trump among Latino voters. And as you said, it's the trend, 44 points. That was Barack Obama's margin among Latinos when he was reelected in 2012, 38-33. This 14-point margin now really stands out for the Democrats. That's, historically, that's very low for the Democrats to have that kind of a number with Hispanic voters. There is a gender gap that is a big part of this. Among male Hispanic voters, the race is tied. Among women, Harris does have a big advantage, 26 points. There's also an age gap. Among those under 50, Harris is barely leading. The race is close to tied there. Just a 3-point advantage for Harris. Among Hispanics over 50, Harris has a 30-point advantage. And if you broke this down one rung further, men under 50, so gender and age, men under 50, Trump is leading with that group outright by 9 points.
Steve, we know that the Latino vote is certainly not monolithic, but in the polling, in your own research and experience, what are some of the most important issues when it comes to Latino voters?
There's a lot of overlap here. We just take a poll of all voters overall, but just take a look at this. We asked about some characteristics and some issues, and the basic question that was asked here in this poll is who would be better on this, Trump or Harris? So Harris's advantage here, her biggest one, is on the issue of abortion by a 32-point margin. Latino voters in this poll said Harris would be better than Trump on abortion. We see that with voters overall. On the idea of being competent and effective as president, again, there's a 17-point advantage for Kamala Harris. But the most concerning issues when you ask Hispanic voters, and again, this is true with voters overall, they talk about the economy, they talk about inflation, and there it is, a Trump advantage on both of those fronts. And this one might be a bit counterintuitive, but on the border and immigration, among Latinos, Trump with a double-digit advantage there.
All right, Steve Kornacki with the latest numbers. Steve, thank you. And you can tune in to our special coverage of the vice presidential debate tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC and NBC News Now. Prince Harry is back in London today for the latest in a number of recent public appearances. But a lack of details about his visit has speculation swirling over whether he will meet with his father or his brother. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea has the very latest.
A homecoming for Prince Harry, expected back in London today in support of a children's charity, making a speech and meeting families at the Well Child Awards, the same event he attended last year, celebrating children living with serious illness. Details of the event kept under wraps for now.
We know that the charity itself was told by Harry's security team that they were not to publicise details of the events.
The visit to London comes after Prince Harry's busy trip to New York last week at the UN General Assembly, bringing attention to online safety for children and his mother, Princess Diana's work on landmines.
The Hello Trust work in Angola meant a great deal to my mother. Carrying on her legacy is a responsibility that I take incredibly seriously.
The Duke of Sussex even making a surprise appearance on The Tonight Show, walking through Jimmy Fallon's haunted house. And next month, Prince Harry will be in South Africa for the first time since his royal tour with Meghan in 2019, when she first revealed she was struggling in her royal role. The couple stepped back as working royals months later in early 2020. And now, former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson claims in his new memoir that he was asked to try to persuade Harry to stay with a kind of manly pep talk the day before the prince flew to Canada. Details of this return to the UK still unclear. How long will Prince Harry stay? Will he see his father, King Charles?
Whilst I think many people were perhaps optimistic that Harry and Charles might reconcile, I don't think that anybody thinks that that's going to happen anytime soon between Harry and William.
His sister-in-law, Princess Kate, is now slowly returning to work after announcing she'd finished chemotherapy. And last week posting this after a surprise visit to watch a ballet performance in London, calling it wonderfully powerful, moving, and inspiring. The princess possibly back in public in the coming weeks for a ceremony honoring veterans and her annual Christmas concert. Kelly Kobiella, NBC News.
Actor Zachary Quinto, known for his iconic roles in Heroes and Star Trek, he's now playing an eccentric neurologist in the new show Brilliant Minds. He joins me next. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies. Yes. That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
These labs are all in the black. I want to give this thing time to declare itself. We need to keep an eye on her.
Too late. She's going in for surgery. Said she was feeling better. Said she wanted to get it over with and get out of here.
That is a scene from NBC's new medical drama, Brilliant Minds. The cases in the show, they're actually inspired by real-life neurologist and best-selling author Dr. Oliver Sacks. He was known for using unconventional methods to understand and treat his patients. Dr. Sacks is portrayed by actor Zachary Quinto in the new show. Star of Brilliant Minds, Zachary Quinto, joins me here today. It is great to have you.
Great to be here. Thank you so much.
I love the fan response right now. People are on Instagram saying they are hooked. They cried through that first episode. Talk to us about how closely this show portrays the real-life doctor who used these unconventional methods, and what do you want your audience to take away?
Good questions. Thank you. The character I play, Oliver Wolf, is based on, as you mentioned, real-life neurologist Oliver Sacks and prolific author. He was considered the poet laureate of medicine by the New York Times. He lived and worked primarily in the middle of the 20th century. So while many aspects of the character I play are based on his life, and many of the cases that we examine on our show are based on cases that he really worked on, this is a very contemporary story. We're telling these stories in the modern world, in the modern day, and we're really imagining what might it have been like had Oliver Sacks been born a generation later.
Yeah.
And so it's a really unique experience for me as an actor to play a character that's so closely related to a real-life person, but I don't have to worry about any of the vocal choices or physical choices that tie me to that person.
Sure.
It's kind of amazing. I get to create the character from my imagination and my collaboration with Michael Grassi, our amazing showrunner, and his staff of writers. But it's really rooted in the truth, and that's something that I find really unique. And what do I want audiences to take from it? I always say that if audiences see themselves in the stories that we're telling, then we're doing our job. And it seems like that is a lot of the reaction that I've been getting from people, is that they're moved by the stories because they resonate for them on very personal levels.
I think part of it is because that's how we wish medicine could be, that our doctors would see us as people, that they would think outside the box to care for us.
Yeah.
He obviously was known for treating neurological ailments such as dementia. I understand you have also experienced that in your own family.
That's right.
Talk to us a little bit about how you relied on some of those real-life experiences to prepare for the role and what you bring to the character.
Well, the compassion that I feel like Oliver Wolf uses as a guide to move through his life and his work is something that I have firsthand experience with. I lost my mom to dementia a few years ago, and you think you know, or I thought I knew what that disease was until I was actually confronted with it in my relationship with a loved one, which generated in me whole reservoirs of patience, empathy and compassion that I didn't even know that I had.
Yeah.
And so I feel like that is a huge part of my relationship to this character, to this doctor, because that to me has to be the thing that drives him through every experience that he has on the show.
Yeah.
And, you know, I do think it's something, Oliver Sacks represented the kind of medicine that we've lost touch with, because medicine has become so diagnostic.
Right.
That's all we care about now. Slide yourself into a machine, figure out what's wrong with you, and then treat the symptoms, right? But Oliver Sacks was really fascinated and driven by this idea, ask not what disease the patient has, ask what patient the disease has.
Wow.
Who was the person? And even though in many cases on our show we're dealing with neurological diseases, disorders, conditions, or injuries that often have no cure, there's no fix for these issues. So what our show really examines and what it really invites audiences into is the exploration of how do you find purpose and dignity and meaning and joy in a life that may never return to the sense of normal that you had grown accustomed to and maybe even taken for granted.
It just looks at the human nature of the person with the condition, not just the condition itself, which can be so clinical.
Yeah.
You know, you've played so many different characters. Spock, the villain in Heroes, is one I think a lot of people remember because you were so good in that role. You're playing in this show an openly gay character who's also the lead. Talk about the importance of playing an openly LGBTQ character in a mainstream show.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first openly gay doctor on a primetime medical drama on network television. And part of the reason for me that that's a big deal is because it's actually not a big deal. It's not a big deal for the character. It's not a big deal to the story. It's an aspect of who he is. He's an incredibly complicated character with a lot of dimension and depth, and that is only one aspect of who he is. And I think, you know, Oliver Sacks in real life was celibate for 35 years, and I couldn't understand how someone would ever be able to make a choice like that in their life. But when I really looked at it more, I realized that he was living and working at a time when being an openly gay man was not accepted.
No.
And it would have hindered his ability to make contributions to the field of neurology that he was singularly and purposely designed to make. And so he made this profound sacrifice for the sake of his career, for the sake of his patients and their well-being. And I think the fact that we are now in an environment where we're able to tell these stories, I'm able to live the life that I want to live openly and in an integrated way, is such an indication of how far we've come.
The show is fantastic. It's called Brilliant Minds. Zachary Quinto, thank you very much for your time today. And stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Academy Award winner Kate Winslet is out with a new movie starring as a war correspondent during World War II. The film comes out on the heels of Winslet's acclaimed performances in the HBO series The Regime. Sunday Today host Willie Guy sat down with her to discuss playing a dictator on the show and her illustrious 30-year career.
At first, Kate Winslet wasn't so sure about playing a dictator.
I would just sit with my eyes closed and say to my husband, I can't. And just, here's a great list of wonderful people who would be excellent in this role.
Oh, you prepared alternates.
I had a full list.
But the Oscar winner was the only choice.
It is time to show America and the world precisely what we are worth.
In The Regime, Winslet plays Chancellor Elena Vernon, a vaguely European leader whose grasp on power and reality are slipping away.
Be better at being normal. Good, let's start.
I play a slightly larger-than-life, absurd, sometimes repulsive, sometimes oddly lovable, challenging female dictator. But then there's this other really fantastic, unexpected dynamic, which is that she finds herself totally falling in love with a very unlikely ex-soldier who is employed to take care of her and only her. And these two people become obsessed with one another, and it's quite funny.
Born into a family of often struggling actors about 50 miles outside of London, Winslet was drawn to the family business.
Was there any chance you were not going to become an actress, given where you came from?
When you're little, you know, and people say, when I grow up, I want to be a vet. I would think to myself, when I grow up, I want to be on stage. But I didn't know how to say it. But I certainly never thought that I would be in films.
Roles in local theater turned into a part on the BBC series Dark Season.
But then, as someone once said, never listen to what people tell you, only what you tell yourself.
And at 17 years old, a breakout lead in the 1994 film Heavenly Creatures.
I am actually from England, Miss Stewart. Of course.
Her introduction to a life in the movies.
You look at the call sheet, your pickup time might be, 3:50 a.m. or 4:10 a.m. It's like having a secret. I have my little coffee in my thermos, I'm running my lines. Who else gets to do this?
And you don't take it for granted, doesn't seem.
God, no. And being cast #1 on that call sheet comes with a responsibility. That's my job, to walk on that set and make sure that everyone feels heard, supported, that we're all going to go into this together.
In 1997, the rising star quickly became a global celebrity when she played Rose alongside Leonardo DiCaprio's Jack in one of the biggest movies in Hollywood history.
I will never let go, Jack.
Winslet had just turned 22 when Titanic hit theaters, turning her life upside down overnight.
Obviously, when Titanic comes out in 1997, everything changes for
Yeah.
you. What was that moment like in your life as that became a phenomenon?
Actually, in its most acute phase of Titanicness, it was really not much fun because I didn't have kind of an infrastructure, I guess, that went hand in hand with being a famous person. Also, when you are given opportunities like that when you're young and you're a girl, you just shut up and be grateful. So there was a lot of kind of, yeah, thank you so much, thank you. And so I felt like I really had to sort of stand up for myself.
At 48 and well on the other side of the Titanic whirlwind, Winslet lives with her husband and children in a quiet corner of England, as a new generation of actors benefits from her experience.
The fact that that doesn't happen anymore makes me want to weep for joy. I watch wonderful actresses now. They have a voice. They play incredible roles. They don't have to explain it. That equal level of ownership to the guys, they have it.
Well, you had probably a role in some of that progress, which is to say this is not okay, what was happening to Kate Winslet. If you were a step on the ladder.
I sifted through the rubble and went through the kind of shit bit in the hope that maybe one day things would change. And so now I can quietly say, maybe I did have a little bit to do with that. I hope I did. Just a bit.
Willie, guys, thank you so much for that interview. I'm Vicki Nguyen. You are watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us. A lot of news coming up ahead right after this.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, September 30th, 2024, devastating destruction. More than 100 people are confirmed dead, with millions struggling to recover days after Helene hit. We're on the ground with the frantic search to find the thousands still missing and the extreme measures being taken to provide any relief to entire communities that have been cut off.
Stuck at sea, workers at some major U.S. ports are set to hit the picket lines in just hours. It's their first strike in nearly 50 years. How this move could cost the economy billions of dollars a day.
Premium prices, the surging cost of car and homeowners insurance taking a big bite out of Americans' budgets. Some people even seeing their rates double. How to navigate those high prices and find the best deals for the coverage you need.
Plus, taking a break. A lot of people are finding ways to cut back on alcohol. From dry January to sober curiosity, there's now a new trend in the mix, intermittent sobriety. We'll tell you how it works and if doctors believe it can make a difference.
That'll be an interesting conversation coming
sure.
up, but we do begin with the staggering destruction and desperate need for help in the wake of Hurricane Helene.
Helene's remnants are lingering over parts of the East Coast today. Historic flooding from the powerful storm wiped out entire towns, destroyed homes, and washed roads and bridges away. Many communities are still cut off. At least 116 people have died in 6 states. Hundreds more are still missing this afternoon.
More than 2 million people are still without power, and cell phone service also very limited. Many residents are growing increasingly frustrated that they aren't getting the help they need. President Biden says the government is surging resources to the region, and he plans to visit affected areas later this week. The president also addressed criticism that the response to the storm has been slow.
Mr. President, why weren't you and Vice President Harris here in Washington commanding this weekend?
I was commanding. I was on the phone for at least 2 hours yesterday and the day before as well.
We'll get the big picture with NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns in just a moment. But first, let's go to NBC News correspondent George Solis in hard-hit Asheville, North Carolina.
The death toll, unfortunately, keeps climbing. The number of unaccounted also continues going up. Officials here in Buncombe County saying so far they've received about 11,000 calls for wellness checks, and they're doing about 150 home searches right now. Really just a staggering number of this reality of what's happening here in Asheville. Right now we're standing in the River Arts District. This time yesterday, all of this was still underwater. You can see obviously a lot of it has receded, and now we're hearing from those business owners that are looking at what used to be their businesses, their livelihoods completely gone. We've been talking to some of the owners here, and you can see the despair on their faces. Many of them not sure what comes next. A lot of them frustrated with the lack of the federal response here on the ground. The other issue, the fact that there's no timeline on when crucial utilities will be turned on, specifically water. Many of them hearing different information and different time points. A lot of that has to do with the cell phone service. Now, officials say they did put up a temporary tower that's helping with the situation, but it's spotty still on a good day. So that is a huge, huge concern for people. We're hearing reports of people just banding together to listen to radio reports, to share information. That's how critical things have gotten here on the ground in Asheville. There's still no power in a lot of areas. A lot of regions still cut off from everyone else. We have heard from the White House that President Biden will be here on the ground when he can, when it doesn't impact those search and rescue operations, which are still ongoing. For a lot of residents, one of the few silver linings in all of this is how this community has banded together, many of them sharing resources, bottled water, food, whatever they can, until that federal response is established here in town. It's not to say we haven't heard reports of water distribution sites being established, but again, because of those spotty communications, it is hard to get that disseminated across all of Asheville. This community, not sure how much more they can take this catastrophe that is apparently very slow moving. Back to you.
Yeah, in moments of devastation, it's always encouraging to hear people coming together still. George, thanks for that. Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, a lot of this devastation happened in mountainous regions. Walk us through how, and how will the forecast impact people trying to recover today?
Yeah, this was something like they've never seen in this region. Records go back over 150 years. One record broke their all-time record high by 10 feet. I mean, that's unheard of. So how do you do that? Well, you get these rainfall amounts in the mountainous areas. You know, Asheville picked up about 13 inches. They actually picked up most of that rain the day before Helene even got there. I'll explain that in a second. But Mount Mitchell, 24, Buswells, 30.78 inches. I mean, that's unheard of amounts that high. So as far as the setup went, we had deep tropical moisture all the way up into the mountains. But, you know, that happens. But you need something to wring it out. So we had a blocking high. We had a cold front that, you know, stalled right over the top of the mountains. So mountains lift the air. And when you get a front that's near the area, too, that lifts the air also. So this was like, you know, almost like an atmospheric river situation on the West Coast. We had that the day before the hurricane came. And then we had this very unusual upper-level low for this time of year over Mississippi and Arkansas. And that steered Helene right into the same region. So it was like two huge rainfall events that are historic in back-to-back days. And now, of course, everyone's wondering, what's possibly next? It is still the busy time of the hurricane season. 40% chance of development here in the Caribbean into the Gulf. But the good news is, unlike the models last week with Helene saying it was going to develop, this looks like it's going to stay relatively weak, just rainfall in Florida, and it will stay away from North Carolina.
All right, meteorologist Bill Cairns with the latest. Thanks so much.
Overseas now, Israel is widening its war in the Middle East, launching ground raids now in Lebanon today, following overnight airstrikes on central Beirut.
It comes after a barrage of Israeli attacks on Iranian proxies this weekend. A massive bombardment killed his Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah in Beirut on Friday. And on Sunday, the Israeli military struck Houthi rebels in Yemen. This morning, Secretary of State Antony Blinken pressed the need for more diplomacy while addressing Nasrallah's death.
Hassan Nasrallah was a brutal terrorist whose many victims included Americans, Israelis, civilians in Lebanon, civilians in Syria, and many others as well. Lebanon, the region, the world are safer without him.
NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Haifa in northern Israel. So, Raf, it does look like an Israeli ground offensive in Lebanon may be imminent here, and this is all coming as hundreds of civilians have already been killed and nearly 1 million displaced by some estimates. So what do we know about a potential invasion? And just give us the latest.
Clay, in just the last few minutes, the State Department has said that Israel has informed the United States it plans to launch limited ground operations in southern Lebanon. The goal of those operations, according to the State Department, is to push Hezbollah forces away from the immediate border area. The danger with limited operations is they start limited and they get bigger. Israel last went into southern Lebanon in a big way in 2006 during the last Israel-Lebanon war. That was a brief, bloody, indecisive conflict. But Israeli forces went into Lebanon back in 1982, and guys, they ended up staying for 20 years. That was a decision that rewrote the history of the Middle East. And as we speak, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel's security cabinet are meeting, and it appears that they are weighing a similar decision tonight. An Israeli official tells us that in recent weeks, Israeli commandos have been crossing the border, which is only about 15 miles north of where we are right now. They've been launching probing operations, gathering intelligence about Hezbollah, seeking out its weaknesses there. And that does appear to be in anticipation of a larger ground offensive. Israel's defense minister was here in the north of the country earlier today. He told troops stationed near the border that the next phase of the war will begin soon and that they will be part of it. So I can tell you guys, there are a lot of nervous people here across northern Israel, and especially in southern Lebanon right now. Guys.
Yeah, especially. Raf Sanchez, thank you. Appreciate you.
Well, here at home, we're just hours away from a potential workers' strike at ports up and down the East and Gulf Coast. Thousands of dock workers from Maine to Texas are preparing to walk off the job at midnight.
It's all because of a labor dispute between companies and the International Longshoremen's Association. If it happens, the walkout could be the biggest disruption to the global supply chain since the pandemic, and it could have a big impact on the U.S. economy. Let's bring in NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans. So, Christine, walk us through the dispute. Where do the negotiations stand, and what's happening right now?
So the negotiations are at a standstill. I mean, really an impasse here. And everyone's all the players are kind of assuming that this is going to happen at midnight, that there will be this. They'll lock the gates of 14 of these very important ports. What the dock workers want is more pay, and they want restrictions to automation. Automation, really one of these things that some of the union chiefs see as a real, existential threat to these important, pretty well-paid jobs overall, but they want much higher pay commensurate with the billions of dollars that these big shipping companies are bringing in.
So which ports are planning to strike at this point, and how major could these disruptions be?
From New England all the way down to Houston, and we're talking about ports that handle a lot of cars. We're talking about ports that handle bananas and cherries and technology and farm equipment, and you name it, this stuff is going through here. A lot of these ports you see on your screen have their own kind of specialties for what's coming in and what's going out. Altogether, it's about 56% of American exports, more than half of, American imports come through those ports. That's about more than $2 billion in trade a day.
So that does not sound like good news for the overall U.S. economy.
It would be the first major kind of hiccup. If it was only a few days, it'd be a hiccup, but it'd be something much worse than that if it's longer, since the pandemic. Now, what I've learned from a lot of these retailers, they've said they saw this coming. There's been an impasse between these two parties for some time, so they've been really front-loading for the holidays. A lot of the big retailers are. But a lot of times when I'm talking to small business owners and manufacturers, they're relying on parts that are somewhere on a ship right now in the ocean, right, that's going to get stuck on the other side of the dock. So depending on where you are in the economy and how long this lasts, it could have a different impact.
All right, Christine Romans for us. Christine, thanks so much.
Appreciate it. Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Verizon is working on restoring service after a major outage.
And YouTube has removed songs from some of the most popular artists in music. Pippa Stevens joins us now. Hi, Pippa.
Hey, Kate and Zinkley. Well, Verizon customers are experiencing widespread outages today from Chicago to Seattle. About 100,000 users reported issues to downdetector.com. Many said their phones went into SOS mode, leaving them unable to make calls or send or respond to texts. Verizon says its engineers are working on identifying and fixing the problem. A benefit to help student loan borrowers behind on their payments expires Wednesday. It protected borrowers from credit-damaging consequences for 1 year following a missed installment. The so-called on-ramp period was established when student payments resumed last year following a 3-year pandemic pause. And songs by some huge artists, including Adele, Bob Dylan, and Kendrick Lamar, are no longer available on YouTube in the U.S. It's the result of a dispute between the platform and the music licensing organization SESAC. YouTube says it pulled content represented by the organization and is in active conversations with SESAC to come to a quick resolution. Kate and Zinkley.
All right, we'll see where it lands. Yeah, Pippa, thanks so much.
Coming up, space rescue. The crew just launched to help the 2 astronauts stranded at the International Space Station.
Plus, Vice President Kamala Harris issues a new debate challenge to former President Donald Trump overnight, while Trump escalates personal attacks on his rival. The reaction from both sides coming up next.
leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
Welcome back. Right now, former President Trump is speaking to supporters in Georgia after getting a briefing earlier today on storm damage in the state in the wake of Helene.
Vice President Harris, meantime, has canceled a campaign event in Nevada and is heading back to Washington, D.C. for a FEMA briefing on the hurricane. Both vice presidential nominees, meantime, Governor Tim Walz and Senator J.D. Vance, are both in the final stages of preparing for their first and only debate tomorrow night.
So let's bring in NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor and NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns here with us on set. Dasha, we'll start with you. What should we know about the former president's visit to Georgia today? Of course, the state is still reeling from the storm, as so many are in this region.
Well, look, two of the most affected states, Georgia and North Carolina, both major battleground states. So the former president visiting Georgia today, no doubt he will be highlighting some of his criticism of the federal response to this, President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris's response. And he is talking both Georgia and North Carolina today. Take a listen.
We're working with the people in North Carolina now to get them hooked up for communication. And in the meantime, we're at Valdosta, and we're with the mayor and congressman and everybody else. We've brought a lot of supplies.
Yeah, no doubt, given the nature of this disaster and the states where it's being most burdensome on folks, this is going to get political, guys.
Yeah. Dasha, thank you. Let me go over to Yamiche for a moment. So Vice President Harris spent the weekend out west, right? She was talking with Border Patrol agents on the U.S.-Mexico border. Then she spoke with supporters in Las Vegas. What more have we learned about her plans on immigration and how that might look different maybe from the Biden administration?
Yeah. Well, Vice President Harris was, of course, now balancing running for president as well as her duties as vice president, which is why we're seeing her go back to D.C. She has been very clear that she wants to continue largely the policies of President Biden when it comes to immigration. That includes cracking down on asylum cases where people are trying to cross the border in between the official ports of entry. And that has brought the arrests for the Border Patrol and people coming in between those points of entry down. And we've seen those numbers go down because of the policies that President Biden has put in place. So this has really been a shift for Democrats because there was a time where Vice President Harris and others were wanting to decriminalize the border. Those days are behind her. Now she really is echoing the language of President Biden and other Democrats on wanting to be tough on border security. And she's doing that because we're also hearing from voters, both Republicans and Democrats, that they want to see tougher border security. So she hasn't been clear about whether or not she might break with President Biden on some clear issues and whether or not she might go even further than President Biden, because she has not been backing things like mass deportations, which is what we're hearing from former President Trump. But she is making clear that she wants to make sure that the illegal crossings continue to be something that is very much called for an arrest, and very much someone who's going to continue to sort of push back on the idea that people can come here if they go through those ports of entry. She also has been saying that she wants to back the bipartisan deal that had been in place when Democrats and Republicans agreed for it. She's now saying that she wants to continue to see that and would sign that into law as well.
Right. Yamiche, thank you. So we know Vice President Harris spent the weekend out west, and former President Trump spent some time kind of digging into personal attacks into Harris during his rallies. What should we know about that? He also made comments about sort of addressing this uptick in shoplifting with some violence and force.
Yeah, back to some heated rhetoric, back to those personal attacks on Vice President Kamala Harris, guys, this time going after her mental acuity, calling her, quote, mentally disabled and mentally impaired. Now, we did reach out to the campaign about that statement, and they're doubling down, just saying Harris is wholly unfit to serve as president, as evidenced by the shocking ICE numbers, among other things. And he also called for, quote, one really violent night or one really rough hour, saying that would, or not necessarily called for, but said that would end shoplifting and crime. His campaign also not backing down from that, guys.
Dasha Burns, Yamiche Alcindor, thanks to you both.
And coming up, Prince Harry returning to London. We'll tell you why.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
A Pennsylvania woman is one of the first patients in the U.S. to receive a groundbreaking new treatment for Alzheimer's disease. Kisunla from drug maker Eli Lilly is delivered through an IV and made specifically for early symptomatic Alzheimer's. It works by removing certain plaque and buildup of protein in the brain. Doctors say that protein may lead to issues with memory and thinking. 63-year-old Karen Chung is hopeful about the new treatment.
I'm so thrilled to be here because we've been biting at the bit to get, first of all, diagnosis, but then somehow a treatment or something that's going to help me. I'm going to be able to enjoy my family and traveling and do things that I wouldn't have been able to do maybe without this.
Doctors note the treatment does not stop cognitive deterioration, but it does appear to slow it down.
Fascinating, Kate. Thanks so much. Well, Sir Richard Branson has tackled space travel, climate change, and built a hotel and music empire. Now, the billionaire has a new project, and it's personal. It's called Dyslexic U, a free online university for people of all ages who have dyslexia. He's putting money behind this because he has dyslexia as well. Here's NBC News correspondent Chloe Malaz.
Sir Richard Branson has built a multi-billion-dollar empire, a career spanning over 5 decades, producing hotels all over the world, an airline, a record label, a line of cruise ships, even rocketing into space. But something you might not know is that despite his meteoric success, Branson dropped out of school as a teen in England while struggling with dyslexia.
I just looked at blackboards and it was a mumbo jumbo to me. And I quit school at 15 because I was dyslexic. I didn't know I was dyslexic. It hadn't really been invented when I was at school. And went out into the outside world and learned my education from the University of Life.
But his success brought a different perspective.
Dyslexia is a superpower.
Now announcing his latest project, Dyslexic U.
Oh, that was fun.
That Branson describes as the first free online university for dyslexic thinkers.
Dyslexia helped me strangely by getting me to really concentrate on the things I was good at. So what we're now trying to do is just help other dyslexic kids be able to fulfill their dreams too.
The university currently featuring 2 one-hour courses. Branson's co-founder Kate Griggs saying this is only the beginning.
What exactly will you all be offering?
If you're a dyslexic person, you can go on and learn more about how incredibly successful dyslexic people have used their dyslexic thinking to turbocharge their careers. If you're not dyslexic, you can go on and you can understand how dyslexics think and how you can develop those skills as well to be successful. So eventually it will be everything from banking to advertising and space science to intelligence and spies.
There's even a commencement speech from Branson himself, citing other famous individuals with dyslexia.
Pablo Picasso, Agatha Christie, Muhammad Ali, Steve Jobs.
Branson has spent years on philanthropy with his foundation Virgin Unite to tackle the world's challenges, like climate change and criminal justice reform, and he urges other wealthy people to use their resources and platforms to help others.
Entrepreneurs who've also made money need to put pretty well all that money back into solving the problems of the world. They need to use their entrepreneurial skills to try to solve the problems of the world. If you're in a position where you can speak out about things, it's very important to be able to
And
use
the
it.
giving pledge, though, do you want to urge other individuals in positions like yourself to be signing that? Because
of course, if I take my kids as an example, they do not want to inherit vast sums of money. You know, my daughter helps run our foundation, and she would be delighted to have more money in the foundation to be able to spend in the years to come.
to the parents, to the child that's watching this right now, who doesn't have the answer when the teacher calls on them, who's not doing well in school, or the parent that feels like they don't know where to turn, what do you want to say to them?
Find out one thing that really interests them, and let them put their energy behind that. Don't worry too much if you're exam results are not, are not top of the class. We are slightly different from others, and we should be grateful for it.
Chloe Malas, NBC News.
Coming up, Oasis fans in the U.S. won't have to travel far to see the band reunite. What we know about their North American tour and what's being done to make sure fans can actually get tickets. You're watching NBC News Daily.
For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app, your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Residents in a Georgia county are being asked to shelter in place indefinitely after a chemical lab plant fire. Fire officials say a small fire broke out on Sunday and caused a sprinkler head to malfunction, which then led to water mixing with a water-reactive chemical. Over 15,000 residents of Rockdale County, Georgia, were evacuated, with parts of Interstate 20 entirely shut down. Officials say the flames are out now, but the chemical reaction will continue to produce plumes of smoke for several days.
A University of Pennsylvania tenured law school professor is facing penalties over her comments about race in recent years. The university said a 2-year investigation found that Professor Amy Wax has questioned the academic performance of black students, invited a white nationalist to speak to her class, and suggested the country is better off with less Asian immigration. Beginning in 2025, she will be suspended from working at the school for 1 year and will be paid at half pay along with other sanctions. Wax told the New York Sun newspaper that she plans to stay at the school to serve as a conservative presence on campus.
A new SpaceX crew has arrived at the International Space Station with plans to bring home those 2 astronauts who've been there since early June. The 2-person crew successfully launched from Florida on Saturday. The flight was originally supposed to carry 4 members, but seats were saved for the return of those 2 other astronauts who rode up on Boeing's Starliner. Starliner returned to Earth without them following a series of helium leaks and problems with its thrusters. All 4 astronauts are now expected to return to Earth in February.
The man accused of attempting to assassinate former President Donald Trump on his golf course has pleaded not guilty via his attorneys to the 5 charges against him.
58-year-old Ryan Ruth was back in court earlier today. Prosecutors say earlier this month, Ruth was camped out with a gun near where former President Trump was golfing in West Palm Beach, Florida. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is outside the courthouse in West Palm Beach for us. Jesse, tell us what happened when Ruth faced that judge today.
Yeah, Cadence and Clay, this was a very quick hearing, different from the roughly 3-hour hearing that we saw last week where a judge granted pretrial detention, meaning that Ruth will stay behind bars until trial. He now faces 5 charges after a grand jury returned an indictment. He is charged with attempted assassination of a major presidential candidate, possessing a firearm in furtherance of a crime of violence, assaulting a federal officer, felon in possession of a firearm and ammunition, and possession of a firearm with an obliterated serial number. The judge read those charges to him today and asked if he understood what he's being charged with, and Ruth replied in the affirmative saying, quote, "Yes, Your Honor." Those are the only words we heard him speaking. His attorneys then requested that, then entered a not guilty plea on his behalf and requested a trial by jury. I do want to make note, though, of something that happened before the proceedings began, before the judge entered the room. As Ruth was escorted in, he was, by the way, once again bound at the wrists, around the waist, and at the ankles. A couple things that stood out to me. First of all, there was only 1 U.S. Marshal standing over him this time around. Last week, we saw 4 U.S. Marshals standing over his table. The other thing is we saw him gesturing as if he was scribbling and pointing to himself. We saw him do that twice before proceedings. Back to you guys.
So, Jesse, what happens next with Ruth in this case?
Yeah, so according to a document filed by the U.S. Attorney's Office, they say that they believe this trial would take 15 days to try in court. So, again, at this point, Ruth has pleaded not guilty, and we'll just see how things move forward. And reiterating again, he has been ordered held without bail, so he will not be able to go home, spend any time outside of a detention facility as of now until his trial. So you can expect he will remain behind bars until the trial. And prosecutors saying they believe this would take just over 2 weeks to prosecute. And that is where things stand at this point. Back to you guys.
All right, Jesse Kirsch for us. Jesse, thank you.
We're learning some new information surrounding immigration in the United States. According to data provided to Congress by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, more than 13,000 immigrants convicted of homicide are living outside of ICE detention. While it's not clear when the first of those 13,000 entered the country, 2 law enforcement officials tell NBC News these migrants likely entered under previous administrations. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more.
Cadence and Clay, good afternoon. The report by Immigration and Customs Enforcement was provided to Congress last week and released by a Republican member of Congress, Tony Gonzalez of Texas. It quickly became fodder for former President Trump's criticism of the Biden-Harris administration over immigration. The reality, though, is a bit more nuanced. Here's the headline. More than 13,000 immigrants convicted of homicide, either in the U.S. or abroad, are living outside of ICE detention, according to the data in that report. The immigrants are part of ICE's non-detained docket, meaning the agency has some information on the immigrants and they have pending immigration cases in the U.S., but they're not currently in detention, either because they're not prioritized for detention, they're serving time in jail or prison for their crimes, or because ICE just can't find them. Now, the Biden administration is pushing back hard on these numbers, or at least how some Republicans are looking at them, by saying that most of the people in question came to the U.S. well before President Biden took office. A spokesman for the Department of Homeland Security says the data in this letter is being misinterpreted. The data goes back decades. It includes people who entered the country over the past 40 years or more. And it also includes many who are under the jurisdiction or currently incarcerated by federal, state, or local law enforcement. Now, 2 law enforcement officials say ICE prioritizes migrants who have been convicted of serious crimes like homicide for arrest, but the agency's limited resources limit how many they can find. Right now, there are 7.5 million immigrants on ICE's non-detained docket, meaning they have pending immigration cases, but they're not currently in detention. Still, the Trump campaign is seizing on the numbers, highlighting the immigration issue just 5 weeks before the election. Kate and St. Clair.
Gabe, thank you. Let's talk about the price you pay. You may have noticed you're paying more in insurance costs, especially if you own a home or you have a car.
That's because rates to cover cars have jumped an average of more than 16% in the last year. And home insurance rates have also seen, in some cases, a double-digit spike. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson is here with us now. So, Sharon, why are we seeing these rising insurance costs?
Well, we've seen this devastation from Hurricane Helene, and we're looking at the extreme weather events and the price that it costs to rebuild homes and the supplies and the labor costs. All of that factors in. When you talk about car insurance, you're also talking about the replacement vehicles there and the medical claims also increasing the expense that you're paying.
Sharon, it seems like it's just getting harder in some parts of the country, including even around New York, where I live, to get homeowners insurance, for example, car insurance as well. You say you have to shop around. Tell us more.
Well, if you're having trouble because there's been a non-renewal or you've been canceled, that is a time to contact your state insurer and make sure, insurance agency, and make sure that that is accurate. Find out exactly the reasons why. If it's something that you haven't done to your home that you need to fix, get that done. But it may be the fact that there have been frequent claims or it's an area that they want to get out of. So shopping around includes going to a private companies to shop around and perhaps getting several quotes, working with an independent agent. But it also may mean going to the state and the insurer of last resort that they may have, like Citizens in Florida.
So let's talk about deductibles. You say people should consider actually increasing them. First, can you remind us of what they are and what you mean by that?
Well, the deductible is the amount of money that you pay out of pocket before the insurance kicks in. And that deductible you may want to raise because it could lower your premium. The key there, though, is that you want to make sure that you have enough in your emergency fund to cover that. And you also want to make sure that if it's a smaller expense, that you pay for that out of pocket. Because the frequent claims, the number of claims that you have can also impact your insurance premiums going up.
So what's the benefit of adjusting your coverage? What does that look like?
Well, I think the importance of adjusting coverage is actually to know what your coverage is, to understand what the dwelling covers, what the limits are there for purposeful property, for liability, understand what those limits are, make sure that they're accurate. You may have, in terms of personal property, a special consideration for jewelry or artwork that you no longer have or that may have not be the same in value. There may have been some change there. So you want to make sure that that is accurate. You also want to make sure in your car insurance that if it's an older car, there are two types of coverage you don't have to have, and that's collision and comprehensive. Yeah. And the Insurance Information Institute says if the value of your car is worth 10 times less than those premiums, you may not want those.
And look, on the news, we've seen the devastation from Helene, particularly to houses. If someone is actively considering insurance, what are the biggest considerations they should keep in mind?
Make sure you understand what the homeowner's policy covers and what it doesn't cover. Make sure you understand what extra deductibles might be there for hurricane or windstorm. And most importantly, understand that flood is not covered in homeowners insurance policies, that you need to get flood insurance either through a private company or from the National Flood Insurance Program where most people get their flood insurance. But understand that it is so important to have that because even if you're not in a flood zone, just 1 inch of water can cause $25,000 worth of damage.
Ooh, really important and timely tips. Sharon Epperson. Sure. Thank you.
Prince Harry is expected back in his home country today for a children's charity event, but questions remain about whether he will make another stop to see his father, King Charles, during the trip. NBC News international correspondent Kelly Kobiella reports.
A homecoming for Prince Harry, expected back in London today in support of a children's charity, making a speech and meeting families at the Well Child Awards, the same event he attended last year, celebrating children living with serious illness. Details of the event kept under wraps for now.
We know that the charity itself was told by Harry's security team that they were not to publicise details of the event.
The visit to London comes after Prince Harry's busy trip to New York last week at the UN General Assembly, bringing attention to online safety for children and his mother, Princess Diana's work on landmines.
The Hello Trust work in Angola meant a great deal to my mother. Carrying on her legacy is a responsibility that I take incredibly seriously.
The Duke of Sussex even making a surprise appearance on The Tonight Show, walking through Jimmy Fallon's haunted house. And next month, Prince Harry will be in South Africa for the first time since his royal tour with Meghan in 2019, when she first revealed she was struggling in her royal role. The couple stepped back as working royals months later in early 2020. And now, former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson claims in his new memoir that he was asked to try to persuade Harry to stay with a kind of manly pep talk the day before the prince flew to Canada. Details of this return to the UK still unclear. How long will Prince Harry stay? Will he see his father, King Charles?
Whilst I think many people were perhaps optimistic that Harry and Charles might reconcile, I don't think that anybody thinks that that's going to happen anytime soon between Harry and William.
His sister-in-law, Princess Kate, is now slowly returning to work after announcing she'd finished chemotherapy. And last week posting this after a surprise visit to watch a ballet performance in London, calling it wonderfully powerful, moving and inspiring. The princess possibly back in public in the coming weeks for a ceremony honoring veterans and her annual Christmas concert. Kelly Kobiella, NBC News.
Coming up, you've probably heard of intermittent fasting, but what about intermittent sobriety? It's a new online trend, but does it actually do anything for your health? We'll ask a doctor.
But first, time for today's daily snapshot. It's not a bird, it's not a plane, it's a diver soaring through the skies at the Red Bull Cliff Diving World Series in Turkey over the weekend. I love the music. The platform is a whopping 90 feet above the water. It doesn't look that high, does it? But it's 90 feet up. And diving off that platform, Gary Hunt of France, 10-time Red Bull Cliff Diving World Champion. We're getting in like a beach mood here. Yeah, the competition includes a total of 8 events around the world, and the diver with the most points at the end is crowned the world champion. The next and final round of cliff diving this November in Australia.
Love it.
Congrats. Let's just keep that music, that vibe going. It's a Monday.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Mercy Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
I'm not like totally anti-alcohol. Like I have a couple of drinks with my friends every couple of weeks and I loosen up and I feel good and that's that. But when you really lay out the pros and the cons of drinking and not drinking, the cons are endless. And the pros are like, oh, you can be kind of socially cool for a few hours.
In today's Daily Health, there is a new trend people are talking about online. It's called intermittent sobriety.
It's tied to the growing movement around abstaining from alcohol, and it's an idea that is gaining in popularity, particularly among Gen Z. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now. Okay, so we heard that post from somebody on social media. What is intermittent sobriety? What's driving this?
Well, okay, so first of all, I don't know who exactly came up with the term, but I think people are using a bunch of different terms, not really interchangeably, but kind of. So intermittent sobriety, sober curious, mindful sobriety. Think of intermittent sobriety as something like intermittent fasting, where there's a period of time where you're not drinking and there's a period of time that you're drinking, just like with eating and not eating. You know, I think this trend kind of started in the UK a couple of years ago with Dry January, and then it was adopted here. And, you know, I give Gen Z a lot of credit. I think it's a move in the right direction, given what we know about alcohol and your health. But nonetheless, that's what people are doing. They're going through periods of time where they're just abstaining completely voluntarily.
And Dr. Azar, I feel like every few months there's a new study that comes out about alcohol. Is it good for you? Is it not? One of those studies, though, has shown that taking a break from drinking, even if just for a short time, can have its benefits. Walk us through what some of those look like.
I mean, honestly, like, you can think about every single part of your body could benefit from not drinking. Your sleep will get better, your mental acuity will get better, you might lose weight. It certainly can lower the risk of heart disease. It's definitely better for your liver, but even reducing the risk of certain cancers. Your skin's going to look better. You know, in the 90s was really when this idea that drinking moderately, 1 drink a day, could have health benefits. And, you know, since that study's been done, it's pretty much been debunked. There really are no health benefits to drinking. The question is, how much can you drink and not really cause harm? We don't really have an exact number for that, but needless to say, even a small amount can reap some negative benefits for your health.
Okay, I understand all of that, but also, cutting out alcohol can be hard.
Yes,
especially if people around you are drinking. You're out to dinner and everybody's having a glass of wine. Any tips on how to do it?
Yeah, and you know what? I'm going to sound a little bit like my mom. You know, it's kind of everything in moderation. If you're really, really interested in not drinking as much, just start by cutting down instead of going cold turkey. But you can try to introduce some other things like flavored seltzers, green tea, which we know has a lot of benefits, smoothies. You know, you want to still feel like you're participating, and you want to still have that, you know, idea that you're holding something fun, which is the whole idea of a mocktail. You just have to be careful about calories. Right. A lot of those things, when you swap out alcohol, you're substituting in maybe some sugar and other things like that. So you just have to be mindful of those kinds of things.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I think earlier you said there isn't really a healthy amount of alcohol to consume. But all that said, and correct me if I'm wrong on that, but all that said, can you walk us through briefly any signs that you might have a larger drinking problem?
Sure. I mean, you know, and when we say moderate drinking, it's basically like 1 drink a day for women, or 7 total for the week, and for men, it's for 2 drinks a day, or 14 for the week. And, you know, it's the stuff we kind of already know. Alcohol is influencing, you know, impacting your work and school.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I can go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
If you or someone you're close to has ever completed basic training for the military, you may be familiar with the tap out.
The tap out is a moment where recruits celebrate the end of their training with one special touch from a loved one. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson takes a closer look at this touching tradition.
Go. A time-honored military tradition going back generations. One of several ceremonies marking the end of basic training. It's called the Tap Out, celebrating the grueling hard work of recruits far from home and mostly cut off from communication as they enter a new phase of service. Graduates required to stand still, showing no emotion, until a loved one taps them on the shoulder. Many moved to tears, like Tatum Harrington, who was tapped out by her big sister Kayla, meeting her newborn nephew for the very first time. The sisters had never been apart.
I was trying not to cry, but when you hold somebody like that close to you who means something that much to you, it's the best feeling in the world.
Paulina Rendon's family traveled thousands of miles to tap her out together by putting their hands over her heart. Her sister, Jacqueline, sharing more.
And why did you all decide to do it at the same time like that?
Because we, since we are very united, we all miss you and we are here for you,
Support like that, priceless for Airman Cameron Wood. Falling into the arms of Mom Amber after more than a month apart. And sharing a hug with Dad Kermit, too.
It's like having that support system back that you've been missing for 7.5 weeks.
Well, you finally meet the young man that you dropped off at MEPS, and you see that the man that he's become, it's a total transformation. That's where I get emotional. He's ready to face the future. You can see how proud we are of him.
Hallie Jackson, NBC News.
Such a beautiful tradition. Hallie, thanks for taking us there. Now let's take a look at some of those other stories trending right now.
Today is going to be the day that Oasis fans have been waiting for. The English rock band is officially coming to North America for its highly awaited reunion tour. Oasis will play 5 concerts in Toronto, Chicago, New Jersey, Los Angeles, and Mexico City.
Ooh.
Yeah, ticket pre-sales open on the band's website until Tuesday morning. General sales begin Friday. Okay. Oasis is saying they're not going to use that dynamic pricing tool, which is when prices rise and fall, responding to demand. That, as you may remember, sent prices soaring when they started selling tickets for their UK tour.
Okay, good news.
So maybe
for the fans.
I'm definitely. Could you tell?
Love that. Okay, and speaking of fans, Prince fans will get the chance of a lifetime to party like it's 1999. Airbnb is giving you a chance to live in the house made famous in the Purple Rain movie, which is celebrating its 40th anniversary this year. The house in Minneapolis has been covered with memorabilia and instruments so visitors can really get immersed. The price, a mere $7 a night.
What?
Yeah, I'm shocked. In 2024, and folks, you can book starting Wednesday until Sunday, so get on that.
I know, but how many times are they going to rent it out? Right?
That's
it's going to be like
money maker.
Limited, I would think.
Yes.
Did you catch up on Weekend Update? Did you catch that on Saturday Night Live? Bowen Yang transformed into Mu Deng, the hippo, has made viral waves across the internet. That costume is everything. Mu Deng announced that she would not be making Mu Deng as the hippo and Yang. Said it would not be making an endorsement for president. Yang also drew comparisons between the hippo and pop star Chappell Roan.
Do you know Chapel Roan?
I'm 10 weeks old, Colin. Of course I know Chapel Roan. And by the way, leave her alone. Let her take as much time as she needs for her mental health. We both deserve patience and grace, so stop harassing her and stop throwing shellfish at her.
In other news, Mudeng now has her own cryptocurrency. What? At last check, one Mudeng coin, I swear, is worth 21 cents.
Oh, love that.
I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Ziglia Samwa. You're watching Daily.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ziglia Samwa.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, September 30th, 2024, Helene's aftermath. The death toll from the massive storm continues to rise. Millions across the Southeast are still without power, struggling to find basic necessities. We're on the ground as the scope of the storm comes into focus.
Deadline midnight. Tens of thousands of unionized port workers are set to walk off the job if a new contract isn't agreed to. The major economic impact it could have, including on the prices you pay.
Veep impact. J.D. Vance and Tim Walz preparing to come face-to-face for the first and only vice presidential debate. It comes as we hear directly from a key voting bloc this election, Latinos, the issues driving their vote.
And Skin Deep, the growing effort to make skin care more inclusive for people of color. Our conversation with the founder of one company leading the charge.
You'll recognize the names Idris Elba, Sabrina Elba. It's a good conversation with Sabrina.
Yeah, look forward to that. We do begin, though, with the breaking news.
That's right. The desperation and frustration mounting from the historic aftermath of Hurricane Helene.
The storm devastated communities across the southeastern U.S. Severe flooding wiped away roads, homes, and even entire towns. More than 100 people have died in 6 states. Hundreds more remain missing.
Millions of people still do not have power. Cell phone and internet service is limited in many areas. Residents in some communities are criticizing the federal government for what they say is a slow response to the storm. Today, President Biden said he plans to visit affected areas later this week, and he's directing the government to send all the help that it can.
You know there's more to do. We'll continue to surge resources
including food, water, communications, and life-saving equipment. We'll be there, as I said before, and I mean it, as long as it takes to finish this job.
Let's start our coverage with NBC News correspondent George Solis in Asheville, North Carolina.
The death toll, unfortunately, keeps climbing. The number of unaccounted also continues going up. Officials here in Buncombe County saying so far they've received about 11,000 calls for wellness checks, and they're doing about 150 home searches right now. Really just a staggering number of this reality of what's happening here in Asheville. Right now we're standing in the River Arts District. This time yesterday, all of this was still underwater. You can see obviously a lot of it has receded, and now we're hearing from those business owners that are looking at what used to be their businesses, their livelihoods, completely gone. We've been talking to some of the owners here, and you can see the despair on their faces. Many of them not sure what comes next. A lot of them frustrated with the lack of the federal response here on the ground. The other issue, the fact that there's no timeline on when crucial utilities will be turned on, specifically water, many of them hearing different information and different time points. A lot of that has to do with the cell phone service. Now, officials say they did put up a temporary tower that's helping with the situation, but it's spotty still on a good day. So that is a huge, huge concern for people. We're hearing reports of people just banding together to listen to radio reports, to share information. That's how critical things have gotten here on the ground in Asheville. There's still no power in a lot of areas. A lot of regions still cut off from everyone else. We have heard from the White House that President Biden will be here on the ground when he can, when it doesn't impact those search and rescue operations, which are still ongoing. For a lot of residents, one of the few silver linings in all of this is how this community has banded together, many of them sharing resources, bottled water, food, whatever they can, until that federal response is established here in town. It's not to say we haven't heard reports of water distribution sites being established, but again, because of those spotty communications, it is hard to get that disseminated across all of Asheville. This community, not sure how much more they can take this catastrophe that is apparently very slow moving. Back to you.
George Solis, thanks so much. Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, can you help our viewers understand how these mountainous areas that typically are not hit were hit so hard by this storm, and how does the weather look over the next few days?
Yeah, what's interesting is that our West Coast viewers can relate to this a lot better than our East Coast viewers because they have similar terrain and a similar events during the year. So let me explain first. These rainfall totals are kind of what you'd see in some of the big, huge atmospheric river events that we get in the West. You know, rainfall totals 20, 24 inches. One spot was over 30 inches of rain. So this is epic amounts of rainfall in mountainous terrain, and obviously that goes all down into the valleys. And this literally was an atmospheric river event with a hurricane on the end of it. I mean, so, you know, usually these atmospheric river events, you get a ton of heavy rain, you get flooding alone, and then to have a Category 4 hurricane come right into that is just, you know, that's what happened. We had an unusual storm over Arkansas, upper level low for this time of year. It was in an unusual place, a blocking high, and that had deep tropical feed. And eventually that deep tropical feed just sucked Helene up and sent it northwards. And that's why we had such this incredible disaster in areas that don't typically see it. So what's next? The Hurricane Center thinks that there is a 40% chance of development in almost the exact same spot that Helene did. So that gets everyone's attention. But this time, all of our computer models are keeping this very weak, maybe a tropical depression, maybe a tropical storm at worst, and it will drift more or less towards Florida, avoiding those areas in North Carolina, Georgia, and South Carolina. So we'll watch it. But as of now, this does not look to be an incredibly big threat like Helene.
All right, meteorologist Bill Cairns, thanks so much. Well, Helene is top of mind on the campaign trail as well. Former President Donald Trump is in Georgia today speaking with people about the storm damage.
Vice President Harris has canceled the campaign event in Nevada and is heading back to Washington, D.C. for a FEMA briefing on the hurricane. Meanwhile, both vice presidential nominees, Governor Tim Walz and Senator J.D. Vance, are in the final stages of preparing for their first and only debate tomorrow night.
Let's bring in NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor, and NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is here with us on set. So, Dasha, what do we know about the former president's trip to Georgia right now?
Well, former President Trump has been critical of the administration's response to Hurricane Helene. He falsely claimed that Governor Kemp had a hard time getting in touch with President Biden when Kemp himself said that President Biden did give him a call. So no doubt he's going to be amplifying that message, though, of the criticism of the White House and of Vice President Kamala Harris's response to Hurricane Helene. The hurricane hit the states of Georgia and North Carolina. They're among the hardest hit states. Those are also the battlegrounds, so it would make sense that the former president is going there and that the message is turning political.
Absolutely. Amish, let's bring you in on a different note, because Democratic groups with the support of the Harris campaign are filing a lawsuit in the state of Georgia, also a swing state, as we heard, after the state decided to change some rules around the election. What more are we learning there?
That's right. What we know now is that the Democratic National Committee, as well as the Democratic Party in Georgia, with the backing of the Harris campaign, the campaign supportive of this new lawsuit, that they've sued the Georgia State Election Board on Monday. Now, they're claiming this new rule ordering counties to count ballots by hand would invite chaos on election night, create delays in reporting results for large counties, and put the security of ballots at risk. Part of that lawsuit says, quote, to protect the sanctity of the state's laws and to prevent election night chaos, this court should declare the hand count rule exceeds the state election board's statutory authority. We also have heard from the deputy campaign manager of the Harris campaign. His name is Quentin Folks. He says, we agree with Georgia's Republican Attorney General and Secretary of State. This rule is unproductive and unlawful, and we are fighting it. So they are really trying to push back on this rule and saying that it really is putting everything at risk here.
All right, Dasha Burns and Michelle Sindor, thanks to you both.
Now, attention all Verizon users, if you're having problems with your cell phone service today, you are not alone.
A massive outage hit the cellular service provider this morning, with more than 100,000 people across the country reporting issues. Some customers are saying their phones were going into SOS mode, which means the phone is not connected to a cellular network. Let's get right to NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa in Chicago. Maggie, what's going on?
Hey, guys, well, we really actually don't know what is causing this as far as what's going on, and that's adding, as you can imagine, to the frustration for a lot of people, including people on our own staff here at NBC Chicago Bureau. Some of our producers, their phones were hit by this outage, and they were trying frantically to connect to Wi-Fi and do everything they could to stay in touch. I want to show you the outage map. We're doing this from Chicago because our city was one of the hardest hit, but make no mistake, this is nationwide across the country. You can see some of the hot spots for this outage. We're talking about Seattle, Denver, Omaha, Cincinnati, Columbus, Chicago again. In there, this started around mid-morning, around 10 a.m., and it kind of spiked pretty quickly. It's been tapering off slowly since. Verizon releasing a statement on X just saying, we are aware of an issue impacting service for some customers. Our engineers, they wrote, are engaged, and we are working quickly to identify and solve the issue. So just kind of reiterating, guys, they haven't said if they figured it out yet what's causing all of this. So a lot of confusion and a lot of frustration, as you can imagine.
Yeah, Maggie, so a lot in limbo. Is there anything folks can do in the interim? It sounds like we still don't have a sense of timeline in terms of a resolution.
We don't have a sense of timeline, but it is worth pointing out it peaked at around 104,000 people reporting the outages. It's now down at last check to about 49,000. So if you want to take that into account as far as maybe the rate of recovery, if that continues, it could be a good sign. Beyond that, you're right. We don't have a hard timeline as to when this will be fixed. I mean, the main piece of advice, no shocker, Verizon recommending people connect to Wi-Fi and try as much as you can to stay on that to facilitate communication. And remember, SOS mode in your phone does let you call emergency services. So you do guys have that lifeline even in this outage.
Always important. Maggie Vespa, thank you.
It's time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. DirecTV signs a deal that's been decades in the making.
And a legendary director's new movie is struggling at the box office. CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now. Hi, Pippa.
Hey, Kate and Zinkley. DirecTV agreed today to buy EchoStar's satellite television business, which includes Dish TV. The deal caps off decades of on and off talks to create one of the nation's largest pay TV distributors with a combined 20 million subscribers. It also provides a much-needed exit to AT&T from the entertainment business, which is selling its 70% stake in DirecTV to private equity firm TPG for $7.6 billion. California Governor Gavin Newsom vetoed a contentious artificial intelligence safety bill yesterday that faced harsh criticism from tech companies. It would have mandated safety testing for large AI models, among other requirements. Governor Newsom said its passage could have driven AI companies from the state. And Francis Ford Coppola's Megalopolis had a weak performance at the box office this weekend. The Godfather director's first release in more than a decade raked in about $4 million. However, it only opened in about 1,900 theaters, which are with a more limited release than most blockbusters. Coppola reportedly sunk $120 million of his own money into the sci-fi production. Kate and Zinkley, it seems like all of the reviews are very polarized on either side. Nobody has a neutral opinion on this one.
Yeah. My son saw it yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you got to respect a passion project.
Yeah,
You know?
sure. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well said. Pippa Stevens, thank you.
Thanks, Pippa. Coming up, we are live in Israel as concerns grow about a potential all-out war with Hezbollah. The new ground operations Israel is undertaking today. Coming up next on NBC News Daily.
Democracy is happening now.
We have a lot to get to on this historic night.
Things are happening here in Chicago.
Now never stops.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
Now is where it counts.
How confident are you that Donald Trump wins in November?
Are younger people excited about this new Democratic ticket?
The moment is now.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're following some breaking news in the Middle East. U.S. officials tell NBC News that Israel is reportedly planning a limited ground operation into Lebanon and that it could happen imminently. It comes after airstrikes rattled central Beirut overnight, its deepest strikes in the Lebanese capital in 18 years. That bombing followed a violent weekend targeting Iran's proxies in the region. A massive bombardment killed Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah in Beirut on Friday, and on Sunday, the Israeli military struck Houthi rebels in Yemen. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez joins me now from Haifa in northern Israel. Raf, what more are you learning about this limited ground operation?
Kate, multiple sources tell NBC News that this operation could begin as early as tonight. I can tell you here in northern Israel, it feels like things are beginning to move very, very quickly. A little earlier, the Israeli military closed the eastern section of the Israel-Lebanon border, declaring it a closed military zone. We don't know for sure, but that appears to be a strong indication that that is where the tip of the Israeli spear will cross over into southern Lebanon. We are seeing reports in Lebanese media that Israeli artillery is pounding that area of the border right now. And I can tell you, as you move around northern Israel, you are seeing the unmistakable signs of an army massing for a potential ground offensive. Tanks on the side of the road, artillery moving around, enormous numbers of troops. It feels like what we were seeing along the Gaza border in the weeks after October 7th, right before the Israeli military moved in there. In the last couple of weeks, Israeli special forces have been carrying out limited operations inside of southern Lebanon. That's according to an Israeli official. The goal of those raids to gather intelligence and to probe Hezbollah's defenses. We expect what will happen potentially in the coming hours will be on a much, much larger scale, that it will involve Israeli tanks, Israeli armored units. But Israel is telling the United States that this will ultimately be a limited ground operation designed at pushing Hezbollah forces back from the immediate border area. The problem, Kate, is that ground offensives often begin limited and then they take on a life of their own once the shooting starts. Israeli forces went into southern Lebanon back in 1982. Again, it was supposed to be a limited operation to push militants away from the Israeli border. And Israeli troops ended up staying for 20 years. That was a decision that rewrote the history of the Middle East. And as we speak, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is meeting with his security cabinet, and they appear to be weighing a similarly momentous decision. Okay.
All right, Raf Sanchez with the breaking news there. Thank you so much.
Here in the U.S., the clock is ticking. Tens of thousands of dock workers are preparing to walk off the job at midnight at ports up and down the East and Gulf Coasts.
As labor negotiations between companies and the International Longshoremen's Association have stalled, that's what's going on. And if that strike happens, we could see a major impact to the U.S. economy. NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee joins us now. Tremaine, it looks like negotiations are kind of at a standstill right now. Are there any hopes of stopping this before the midnight deadline?
That's right. Every hour we get closer to that deadline, the strike seems more and more inevitable. The longshoremen demanding a 77% wage increase over the next 6 years and a limit to the use of automated machinery like cranes. But now, listen, this could be very expensive. If the strike does happen, we're talking about an estimated $3.8 to $4.5 billion in losses every single day.
So that's a pretty large scope, massive losses. Are the companies prepared for this strike, first of all? And walk us through the potential impact for consumers, given the range.
For consumers, it's pretty bad. We're talking about half of the consumer goods that come in and out of the country being ground to a halt right now, right? And so as we speak, trucking companies and freight companies are scrambling to get billions of dollars worth of goods that are already at the docks now to get them on trailers. But also the impact of companies, we're talking about some pretty big names: Walmart, IKEA, Samsung, LG, Home Depot, Hyundai, major companies.
And Tremaine, the White House is urging both parties to negotiate. Can President Biden do anything else to kind of move things along?
He could use federal powers to force the workers back to work if they do strike. But he said, you know what, these guys have a right to organize and to strike and demand a fair deal. So that's where we are.
Yeah, he's very pro-union, so you would think
Union
it would
Joe.
be hard for him to go in on that.
Tremaine Lee, thank you.
Thank you. Still to come, Prince Harry is back in the UK. We'll tell you why he's there as speculation grows over whether or not he will visit his father, King Charles. You're watching NBC News Daily.
You can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. That includes YouTube, Roku, NBCnews.com. Don't go anywhere. The news continues right after this.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
You might have heard of the streaming platform Twitch. It's usually used for gamers to watch elite players battle in video games.
But now there's a new genre taking over the platform, political commentary. Millions of Gen Zers and millennials have been keeping up with the state of the election thanks to mega streamers. NBC Stay Tuned digital reporter Maya Eaglin has the story.
Hassan Piker is not your typical political commentator.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the you are.
You might think of Twitch as a site for gamers, but now millions of people also watch streamers watching the news on the platform instead of traditional TV. And 70% of those users under the age of 35.
Hassan is the biggest political commentator on Twitch.
Hassan's channel, Hassan Abi, was the third most streamed channel globally on Twitch as of August 2024, drawing in over 114 million views and 2.7 million subscribers.
Hassan Abi, he kind of pioneered the space for the style of political coverage he does.
He provides commentary and answers questions live 8 hours a day, 7 days a week for newsy events like the last presidential debate.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. Yeah! And this is what's happening.
So we spent a few days with Hassan to get his perspective on what Gen Z wants.
If politicians want to appeal to Gen Z, it's not about the memes and streams. It's just like communicate to them that they are worthy of attention and that their desires are valid and that you're actually going to do something.
With 10% of voters under 30 saying they won't be voting in November and 67% of them saying the country is going in the wrong direction, according to our NBC News Stay Tuned poll, both Dems and Republicans are looking for ways to draw this bloc to the voting booth.
A lot of young people, maybe first-time voters, were completely activated in a major way during Black Lives Matter. They were out in the streets, they were protesting, they did the activism, they did the voting, they voted for Joe Biden won, and then what happened? Nothing. Nothing changed in a significant way. It probably discourages a lot of people.
Twitch's audience is largely young men, a demographic that nationally is trending more conservative, according to a poll by Reuters. As streamers like Aiden Ross, who interviewed Donald Trump in August on Kick, appealed to this group.
And do you know what the hits are yet? Do you know?
Hassan is a prominent voice on the left and even streamed from this year's Democratic National Convention.
The way that people depict the left online in these spaces was cartoonish, hysterical, woke scold, like social justice warrior. And I felt like there was no one really representing just like a normal dude who just doesn't want to be an asshole to like random marginalized people, you know what I mean?
Where do you see your role fitting into that? Are you trying to engage the young viewers watching your stream? Are you trying to encourage them to vote?
I think voting is the least important, most consequential thing you can do. It's not the end all be all. I always stress people to vote, of course, but that's not like all these like get out to vote initiatives. They're silly. It's just, if you want to make people vote, you got to offer them something, either party.
Hassan says his goal is to entertain and educate young people while trying to limit the number of folks online from blindly believing misinformation and falling into hateful communities. And he said Twitch has moved on from just gamer bros.
There were a lot of diverse gamers from different backgrounds, but they were not necessarily being represented in terms of their politics. All these like center-right and centrist figures were basically leaning further and further in the right in their politics. Okay, if I can get 100 people to not go down that pipeline and instead be normal about trans people and stop breaking their own brains, like constantly thinking about trans people and what they're up to, then that's good. That's a success for me.
Maya Eaglin, NBC News.
Fascinating report, Maya. Thanks so much. Coming up, Moo Dang gets the Saturday Night Live treatment. We'll show you Bowen Yang's hysterical take on that baby hippo you see who has captured hearts all over the world and the internet.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. It's not a bird, It's not a plane, it's a diver soaring through the skies at the Red Bull Cliff Diving World Series in Turkey over the weekend. Look at that. The platform is a whopping 90 feet above the water.
Ooh, no thanks.
It doesn't look that tall, but it is. And diving right there is Gary Hunt of France. He's 10-time Red Bull Cliff Diving World Champion.
Wow.
The competition includes a total of 8 events around the globe, and the diver with the most amount of points at the end is given the world champion title.
Nice.
The next and final round of cliff diving, if you want to be there, Zinkley, is in November in Australia.
I think I'll watch. Don't think I'll jump.
No. Don't jump.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Bed C Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Residents in a Georgia county are being asked to shelter in place indefinitely after a chemical lab plant fire. Fire officials say a small fire broke out on Sunday and caused a sprinkler head to malfunction, which led to water mixing with a water-reactive chemical. Over 15,000 residents of Rockdale County, Georgia, were evacuated, with parts of Interstate 20 entirely shut down. Officials say the flames are out now, but the chemical reaction will continue to produce plumes of smoke for several days.
A University of Pennsylvania tenured law school professor is facing penalties over her comments about race in recent years. The university says a 2-year investigation found that Professor Amy Wax has questioned the academic performance of black students, invited a white nationalist to speak to her class, and suggested the country is better off with less Asian immigration. Beginning in 2025, she will be suspended from working at the school for 1 year and will be paid at half pay, along with other sanctions. Wax told the New York Sun newspaper that she plans to stay at the school to serve as, quote, a conservative presence on campus.
And a new SpaceX crew has arrived at the International Space Station with plans to bring home those 2 astronauts who have been stuck there since early June. The new 2-person crew successfully launched from Florida on Saturday. The flight was originally supposed to carry 4 members, but seats were saved for the return of those astronauts who rode up on Boeing's Starliner. Starliner returned to Earth without them following a series of helium leaks and problems with its thrusters. All 4 of those astronauts are expected to return to Earth in February.
We We are just 36 days away now from the presidential election, and we want to focus on a key demographic for both candidates, Latino voters.
A new NBC News CNBC Telemundo poll finds Vice President Kamala Harris leads former President Donald Trump 54 to 40% nationally among Latinos. The 14-point gap is the smallest for a Democratic nominee in the last 4 presidential election cycles. NBC News correspondent David Noriega is in Las Vegas, has been tracking this poll. So, David, Las Vegas does have a large Latino population. You have been speaking with some of the voters there. What are the top issues on their mind heading into November?
Yeah, that's right, guys. So I've been in Las Vegas on the east side, which is the predominantly Latino part of the city. I've been talking to voters all weekend, and a few things stand out. First of all is that even though there's a diversity of opinions in this demographic and people are voting different ways or undecided, one thing that is almost universally present when I ask the question, what are your top issues in this election? Pretty much consistently, the answer is the economy, pocketbook issues, particularly the cost of living. Now, again, beyond that, that leads people in different directions. It leads some of them towards Trump. It leads others towards Harris. But I want to play you a couple of interviews that I did with Latino voters here in East Las Vegas. We visited a park near where I am now, where there was some youth soccer leagues happening, spoke to a couple of parents, and I want to play you a bit of what they said. Take a listen.
Family income, just the cost of living. I want to be able to support myself and my children and be able to do things, and that's what's important to me. I know that there's a lot of bigger issues, but those issues don't affect me and my family and how I'm living right now. Yeah.
We can't afford nothing. Like, we literally got to work everybody got to work 2 jobs or something to afford stuff.
This community is torn, right? It's, as that poll shows, more torn between the candidates and the parties than it has been in the last couple of decades. That first voter that you heard from told me that she's leaning towards Trump about 60-40, so she's undecided, persuadable. That second voter, even though she is fully committed to Trump, I also met her husband, who is voting for Harris, and they told me that they had an argument about it just that morning. So even within households, this community is torn heading into November. Guys?
Yeah, and David, Vice President Harris just held a rally in Las Vegas yesterday. I know former President Trump was there just over 2 weeks ago. What are the campaigns doing to try to win over those Latino voters?
Yeah, the story here mainly is that the Harris campaign, the Democratic Party, is far outspending the Republicans in the Trump campaign in trying to reach Latino voters. And they have a bit of a clearer vision on how to do so, at least that they have made public to the public and to us, the press. So just by way of example, the Harris campaign has spent more than $13 million on ads targeting Hispanic media markets. That's more than 20 times the amount that the Trump campaign has spent on the same. The Harris rally yesterday was a clear indication of this as well. The person who introduced Kamala Harris was a Latino fire chief here in Clark County who spoke in both English and Spanish. There were signs everywhere in Spanish. It was a direct and clear appeal to this Latino community that campaign knows they need in order to swing this state in November. Guys?
All right, David Noriega. David, thanks. Let's talk about the price you pay. You may have noticed you're paying more in insurance costs, especially if you own a home or you have a car.
That's because rates to cover cars have jumped an average of more than 16% in the last year. And home insurance rates have also seen, in some cases, a double-digit spike. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson is here with us now. So, Sharon, why are we seeing these rising insurance costs?
Well, we've seen this devastation from Hurricane Helene, and we're looking at the extreme weather events and the price that it costs to rebuild homes and the supplies and the labor costs. All of that factors in. When you talk about car insurance, you're also talking about the replacement vehicles there and the medical claims also increasing the expense that you're paying.
Sharon, it seems like it's just getting harder in some parts of the country, including even around New York, where I live, to get homeowners insurance, for example, car insurance as well. You say you have to shop around. Tell us more.
Well, if you're having trouble because there's been a non-renewal or you've been canceled, that is a time to contact your state insurer and make sure, insurance agency, and make sure that that is accurate. Find out exactly the reasons why. If it's something that you haven't done to your home that you need to fix, get that done. But it may be the fact that there have been frequent claims or it's an area that they want to get out of. So shopping around includes going to a private companies to shop around and perhaps getting several quotes, working with an independent agent. But it also may mean going to the state and the insurer of last resort that they may have, like citizens in Florida.
So let's talk about deductibles. You say people should consider actually increasing them. First, can you remind us of what they are and what you mean by that?
Well, the deductible is the amount of money that you pay out of pocket before the insurance kicks in. And that deductible you may want to raise because it could lower your premium. The key there, though, is that you want to make sure that you have enough in your emergency fund to cover that. And you also want to make sure that if it's a smaller expense, that you pay for that out of pocket. Because the frequent claims, the number of claims that you have can also impact your insurance premiums going up.
So what's the benefit of adjusting your coverage? What does that look like?
Well, I think the importance of adjusting coverage is actually to know what your coverage is, to understand what the dwelling covers, what the limits are there for personal property, for liability, understand what those limits are, make sure that they're accurate. You may have, in terms of personal property, a special consideration for jewelry or artwork that you no longer have, or that may have not be the same in value. There may have been some change there. So you want to make sure that that is accurate. You also want to make sure in your car insurance that if it's an older car, there are two types of coverage you don't have to have, and that's collision and comprehensive.
Yeah.
And the Insurance Information Institute says if the value of your car is worth 10 times less than those premiums, you may not want those.
And look, on the news, we've seen the devastation from Helene, particularly to houses. If someone is actively considering insurance, what are the biggest considerations they should keep in mind?
Make sure you understand what the homeowner's policy covers and what it doesn't cover. Make sure you understand what extra deductibles might be there for hurricane or windstorm. And most importantly, understand that flood is not covered in homeowners insurance policies, that you need to get flood insurance either through a private company or from the National Flood Insurance Program, where most people get their flood insurance. But understand that it is so important to have that, because even if you're not in a flood zone, just 1 inch of water can cause $25,000 worth of damage.
Ooh, really important and timely tips. Sharon Epperson,
sure.
Thank you.
Prince Harry is expected to be back in his home country today for a children's charity event, but questions remain about whether he'll make another stop to see his father, King Charles, during the trip. NBC News international correspondent Kelly Kobiella reports.
Well, Prince Harry has said it's a true privilege to be invited as the guest of honor to this charity event here in London today. The charity, which Prince Harry has been working with for more than a decade, has confirmed that he will be here, but they're not saying much else.
A homecoming for Prince Harry, expected back in London today in support of a children's charity, making a speech and meeting families at the Well Child Awards, the same event he attended last year, celebrating children living with serious illness. Details of the event kept under wraps for now.
We know that the charity itself was told by Harry's security team that they were not to publicise details of the event.
The visit to London comes after Prince Harry's busy trip to New York last week at the UN General Assembly, bringing attention to online safety for children and his mother, Princess Diana's work on landmines.
The Hello Trust work in Angola meant a great deal to my mother. Carrying on her legacy is a responsibility that I take incredibly seriously.
The Duke of Sussex even making a surprise appearance on The Tonight Show, walking through Jimmy Fallon's haunted house. And next month, Prince Harry will be in South Africa for the first time since his royal tour with Meghan in 2019, when she first revealed she was struggling in her royal role. The couple stepped back as working royals months later in early 2020. And now, former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson claims in his new memoir that he was asked to try to persuade Harry to stay with a kind of manly pep talk the day before the prince flew to Canada. Details of this return to the UK still unclear. How long will Prince Harry stay? Will he see his father, King Charles?
Whilst I think many people were perhaps optimistic that Harry and Charles might reconcile, I don't think that anybody thinks that that's going to happen anytime soon between Harry and William.
His sister-in-law, Princess Kate, is now slowly returning to work after announcing she'd finished chemotherapy. And last week posting this after a surprise visit to watch a ballet performance in London, calling it wonderfully powerful, moving and inspiring. The princess possibly back in public in the coming weeks for a ceremony honoring veterans and her annual Christmas concert.
As for any possible meeting with his father, King Charles, well, the king did spend the weekend in Balmoral in Scotland. He's due back in London for a public event on Wednesday, so there may be an opportunity in between for the two to meet.
Kelly Kobiea, thanks so much. Coming up, the push to make skincare more inclusive for people of color using a key ingredient you might have in your kitchen. That's coming up on NBC News Daily.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
Today, we're taking a unique look at the unique skincare needs and challenges for people of color.
Yeah, in a recent poll, 60% of Black Americans said skincare brands have become more inclusive in creating products for brown and black skin. But 48% of those surveyed also said there is still room for improvement. Trending lately, the rise of makeup and beauty brands geared at communities of color. Think of Rihanna's Fenty beauty line, Beyonce's Sacred hair brand, Tracee Ellis Ross with Pattern, the hairline, and as of 2022, Sabrina Elba and Idris Elba, who started the brand Sable Labs. I recently caught up with Sabrina, and here's part of our conversation. Yeah, so I want to start with the name of the brand, right. Sable, which I understand is a play on the last name of you and your husband, Idris.
It is. Good catch.
Yes.
So it's actually Elba's backwards, which is why it has the apostrophe. But people are always like, is it Sablé? Sabla? I'm like, that sounds so much fancier.
I did have to ask for a pronunciation. I mean, what made you go from, obviously, you have a partnership in marriage.
Yeah.
Now you have this partnership in business.
Yeah.
Why do this? I understand it has to do with your journeys around hyperpigmentation and eczema.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so amazing that I can say I have such a supportive partner who was like, you've got a dream, you want to do this, let's do it together. And it came at a point, like you said, where I was really frustrated with my skin journey. Growing up, I had lots of acne, I have very acne-prone skin, but what frustrated me more was the hyperpigmentation that would come after that, which is dark spots on your face that can stay there for months at a time. And I'm walking around in high school feeling like, no, I'm going to wear makeup and cover this up, which came back again when I was in my early adult years. And that's when I was like, I've got to do something about this, because how is it that nothing out there can be dealing with this effectively?
There aren't enough products.
Exactly. And that's the truth of it. And it's like you mentioned in the beginning, there aren't enough products catered for melanin-rich skin. Not to say that the solutions aren't out there. We know what melanin-rich skin needs. It's actually the most sensitive subgroup of people. The beauty is if you formulate for melanin-rich skin first, because it's a group with the highest needs, you get skincare better for everyone.
Well, let's talk about some of the ingredients, right? Because Black community, the diaspora knows we love our okra. Right? In our stews, in the South, we like it fried. You actually put it in one of your products, and you talk about trying to center African ingredients. Yeah. Why? Walk me through that.
You know, I grew up with a proud East African mother. Idris has a proud West African mother, and between the both of them, the wealth they have of knowledge about botanicals across the entire continent, which I rejected when I was younger, by the way. I was like, Mom, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm not putting that on my face. But actually, these ingredients have been tried and tested on the faces of our ancestors for thousands of years. They work. All I had to do was elevate them a bit with some of the science that we added and give them back their stories, their names. We've seen these ingredients get appropriated in grocery stores and supermarkets where we've almost forgotten that they're African.
Wow.
Yeah, and
so
that's
in a way, you're
reclaiming
it for yourself.
Exactly. Something like okra that's packed with Allegia peptides. It acts like a no-tox Botox. I mean, the effects of this botanical alone have given us amazing clinical results for the product, and that's what we're really proud of. This is a beauty, and it works.
And this is a conversation that we're not just having, but it's happening online. Specifically, I wanted to talk about something trending in the cosmetic and beauty space right now. There's video, and she samples blush brands. I'm sure you've seen it, and she's kind of highlighting the struggle of getting makeup and cosmetics that look good on brown skin, right? We've all tried to put on the sunscreen and you get that white film, right? Or you try some nice blush, but it's coming off white. Why do you think it's still so hard in 2024 to find products that work for us?
It is frustrating, isn't it? And some of the products, the biggest problem is it could be for someone else, but it is marketed for us and made to seem like it can work on our skin as well. I think the reason things like this keep happening is it can actually be cheaper for brands to formulate for the clients they think will shop the most, or the consumers they think will shop the most.
Who's that?
Not us, unfortunately, but it is us. And I think the power of the black dollar is so undervalued.
You are known for your work as a UN Goodwill Ambassador. You were on the Time 100 list for your activism around the climate crisis and ending famine. I wonder, ultimately, with this brand, what do you want people to take away?
You know, one of the things I was most passionate about when we were building this out, and I'm really fortunate to say that I've done so much philanthropic work, as you mentioned with EFAD as well, in the agricultural field. When we take a product off a shelf at a store, we forget that those ingredients have faces and people behind them. Some of the ingredients that we find throughout Africa are being abused in industries that don't pay people the right market rate. There's child labor involved. There are deaths involved because of the situations and circumstances that some of these farmers have to put themselves in. We are only as strong as our weakest people.
Sounds like you're really trying to uplift people, and I'm definitely feeling uplifted from this conversation.
Thank you.
So Sabrina Alba, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it was such a pleasure to speak with her. And it's rare. You know, I'm first generation. She is too. Yeah. She's East African. Idris is West African. And I am both.
Right.
And she talks about sort of infusing both cultures, which can be very different in their work on this brand. And it's pretty rare to find a company doing what they're doing, especially with the African ingredients.
Yeah, I imagine. Fascinating conversation. Thank you for bringing that to us.
Of course, and lots of needs for people of color around eczema, psoriasis, and the like. So it's good to see some of those needs being met.
Yeah, people taking action. There's much more news ahead.
So don't go anywhere. You're watching NBC News Daily.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Music fans around the world are remembering the life and work of Kris Kristofferson.
Kristofferson died over the weekend. He was 88 years old. His songs are some of the most iconic of the genre. Morning News Now anchor Joe Fryer takes a look back at his remarkable career.
Kris Kristofferson was truly an amazing talent with a career spanning decades through his 88 years of life. An accomplished songwriter and film star, get this, it is estimated that more than 500 artists recorded songs written by Kristofferson. Singer, songwriter, and renowned actor, Kris Kristofferson was a country music legend whose career spanned more than 50 years. Freedom's just another word. Some of the biggest names in music, from Elvis Presley to the Grateful Dead, recorded his songs. Me and my Bobby McGee. Janis Joplin's version of Me and Bobby McGee topped the charts in 1971. Kristofferson also wrote the #1 country hit Sunday Morning Coming Down for his friend and mentor Johnny Cash. Sunday morning coming down. And the 1972 hit Help Me Make It Through the Night, covered by Sammy Smith and later Gladys Knight, became a #1 country and top 10 pop hit, earning Kristofferson a Grammy. He spent much of the 1970s married to singer Rita Coolidge, with whom he won 2 more Grammys. You can't quit. Watch me. He wasn't just known for his music. Kristofferson was also an accomplished actor, making his big screen debut in the 1971 film Cisco Pike. Later starred in Martin Scorsese's Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore.
Pack your bags. I'll take you to Monterey.
And in 1976 won a Golden Globe, starring opposite Barbra Streisand in the remake of A Star Is Born. We're coming closer, lady. Don't you leave me now. Kristofferson discussed overcoming his own real-life battle with substance abuse here on Today.
I hope that by cleaning up my act, that I'll be more able to practice my art or my craft or whatever it is, and to do my work better.
Drug-free and sober, Kristofferson later went on to star as Whistler in the Blade series.
They've been lying to us from day one.
In 2004, he was inducted into the Country Music Hall of Fame, giving his final musical appearance last year at the 90th birthday celebration for Willie Nelson. Family announced his death, saying in part, "We're all so blessed for our time with him. Thank you for loving him all these many years." Overnight, 2 legends who worked with Kristofferson paid tribute to him. Barbra Streisand remembered him as the perfect choice for A Star Is Born. Dolly Parton simply wrote in part, "I will always love you." Back to you.
And so will we. Joe Fryer, thanks so much. Now let's take a look at some of those other stories trending now.
Today is gonna be the day that Oasis fans have been waiting for. The English rock band is officially coming to North America for its highly awaited reunion tour. Oasis will play 5 concerts: Toronto, Chicago, New Jersey, Los Angeles, and Mexico City. Ticket pre-sales are open on the band's website until Tuesday morning, and then general sales begin on Friday. I think we should go. I think I should introduce you.
I was going to say,
Oasis.
You're the fan. I need to get introduced.
Yeah.
I'm ready. I'm ready. Who I do know, though, Prince. And Prince fans will get the chance of a lifetime to party like it's 1999. Airbnb is giving you a chance to live in the house made famous in the Purple Rain movie, which is celebrating its 40th anniversary this year. The house in Minneapolis has been covered with memorabilia and instruments, so visitors can really be immersed. The price, a mere $7 per person. And you can book starting Wednesday until
Sunday.
My husband actually sent that to the group family
before
chat
this show
yesterday.
I love that.
Like, we got to go here.
Okay, it's time. Also, happy anniversary to y'all.
Oh, thank you. Did you catch Weekend Update on Saturday Night Live? Bowen Yang transformed into Mu Deng, the hippo making waves on the internet. On SNL, Mu Deng made news by announcing that she would not make an endorsement for president of the United States. Yang also drew comparisons between the hippo and pop star Chappell Roan.
Do you know Chappell Roan?
I'm 10 weeks old, Colin. Of course I know Chappell Roan. And by the way, leave her alone. Let her take as much time as she needs for her mental health. We both deserve patience and grace, so stop harassing her and stop throwing shellfish at her.
It's worth watching the whole thing.
Absolutely.
For sure. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinklea Simwa. You're watching Daily.
For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app, your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
If it's Monday, communities in crisis, millions without power, and hundreds still unaccounted for as state, local, and federal officials rush resources to the areas hardest hit by Helene. Plus, Israel expands its attacks after the killing of the Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah, as special forces crossed into Lebanon ahead of a possible ground invasion, despite President Biden's renewed calls for a ceasefire. And we'll get the view from Latino voters in some of the most important presidential battlegrounds, as new polling from NBC News shows Democrats' support with the key voting bloc slipping compared to past elections. Hi there, welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Ryan Nobles in Washington, and we begin with the widespread devastation and the ongoing disaster response following Hurricane Helene. Right now, authorities are blaming that storm for at least 116 deaths across 4 states. Hundreds remain unaccounted for. Thousands are stuck in shelters. Millions are without power, and some areas remain unreachable. More than a third of the reported deaths are from North Carolina, where more than 2 feet of rain fell in the Asheville area. FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell is in Asheville, where President Biden says that she'll remain for, quote, the foreseeable future.
She and the North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper are expected to brief the president this hour, and we do expect to hear from President Biden in the Oval Office after he receives that briefing. In neighboring Georgia, at least 25 people have been killed by the storm. Governor Brian Kemp told reporters today that Helene, quote, literally spared no one. In Florida, where Helene made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane, entire communities along the state's Big Bend region were just wiped away. Today, in his first public remarks since the storm hit, President Biden vowed to visit some of the most devastated communities while defending his administration's response.
I'm committed to traveling to the impacted areas as soon as possible, but I've been told that it would be disruptive if I did it right now. We will not do that at the risk of diverting or delaying any of the response assets needed to deal with this crisis.
Why weren't you and Vice President Harris here in Washington commanding this weekend?
I was commanding. I was on the phone for at least 2 hours yesterday and the day before as well. I commanded. It's called a telephone. And all my security people.
All this, of course, comes a little more than a month before Election Day, with two of the states hardest hit by Helene, North Carolina and Georgia, key battlegrounds for both campaigns. Last night, Vice President Harris posted this image on X, saying that she was being briefed by FEMA and spoke with North Carolina's governor about the rescue and recovery efforts. She changed her schedule to be back in D.C., where we're expecting to hear or where she's expecting to visit the FEMA headquarters later today. Former President Trump, meanwhile, is in Georgia right now assessing the damage in Valdosta and continues to criticize the Biden administration's response to the storm. NBC's George Solis has the latest from Asheville, North Carolina.
The death toll, unfortunately, keeps climbing. The number of unaccounted also continues going up. Officials here in Buncombe County say so far they've received about 11,000 calls for wellness checks, and they're doing about 150 home searches right now. Really just a staggering number of this reality of what's happening here in Asheville. Right now we're standing in the River Arts District. This time yesterday, all of this was still underwater. You can see obviously a lot of it has receded, and now we're hearing from those business owners that are looking at what used to be their businesses, their livelihoods completely gone. We've been talking to some of the owners here, and you can see the despair on their faces. Many of them not sure what comes next. A lot of them frustrated with the lack of the federal response here on the ground. The other issue, the fact that there's no timeline on when crucial utilities will be turned on, specifically water, many of them hearing different information and different time points. A lot of that has to do with the cell phone service. Now, officials say they did put up a temporary tower that's helping with the situation, but it's spotty still on a good day. So that is a huge, huge concern for people. We're hearing reports of people just banding together to listen to radio reports, to share information. That's how critical things have gotten here on the ground in Asheville. There's still no power in a lot of areas. A lot of regions still cut off from everyone else. We have heard from the White House that President Biden will be here on the ground when he can, when it doesn't impact those search and rescue operations, which are still ongoing at this time. Again, we've been hearing from those residents here, most of them impacted by this storm one way or the other.
All right, George Solis in Asheville, North Carolina. George, thank you for that. Meanwhile, NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson is in Irwin, Tennessee. She joins me now for the view of what is happening there. Priscilla, first, what is the latest on the search for those dozens of people still missing?
Yeah, Ryan. So right now there are more than 150 people who are still unaccounted for. That's according to Tennessee Emergency Management. And at this hour, they have only confirmed 3 people have died from this storm. So there are a lot of people who are worried that that death toll is going to rise, given the amount of people who are still unaccounted for. And officials today said that this is no longer a search and rescue effort, but that it is a search and recovery effort. And we heard from families earlier today who showed up at that press conference holding pictures of their loved ones, hoping to get answers from officials and any sort of confirmation from officials. Many of them describing the last time that they heard from their loved ones as those floodwaters began to rise, because they were working at a plastic factory when all of this happened. And I want to play a little bit of some of what those folks had to say.
He says that the last communication that he had with her, she said, the water, the water's coming up, it's rising, and we've been trying to call 911, but they already told us that their priority is the hospital. And he says, I don't understand. There's a difference in the platforms, the trailer platform and the hospital. And why was that their priority?
And that hospital they're referencing is the one that you see right behind me, where dozens of people were rescued off the roof of that hospital and evacuated as those floodwaters began to rise. And officials today said that they simply did not have enough resources to get out to everyone who needed to be rescued. And the owner of the plastic factory says that they dismissed employees when they saw the roads and the parking lot beginning to flood. But they claim that there were employees who remained on the property and that those employees got into an 18-wheeler and became trapped, and that it tipped over and 5 of them went missing. So lots of unanswered questions here, and families really just looking for some sort of closure as cleanup is underway. Ryan?
It does seem, Priscilla, that this community was just caught off guard by just how much damage the storm brought. Do they feel like they were prepared enough for what Helene brought?
No, and that was one of the questions that the families were asking earlier. Why wasn't there more of a warning? Like, why didn't anyone tell us that it was going to be like this? And, you know, we have to acknowledge that this does appear to have been a historic event, something that no one has ever seen and perhaps was not expected. Even the hospital said their original plan was to have folks hunker down in the hospital. They did not expect for it to be a situation where they would need to evacuate folks. So certainly lots of questions about if more should have or could have been done to prepare. But right now, the focus really on cleanup and finding all of those people who remain unaccounted for. Ryan?
Okay, Priscilla Thompson, thank you to you and your crew. Stay safe out there. Moments ago, I spoke with Keith Turry, FEMA's acting director of response and recovery, and I began by asking him about the biggest logistical challenges the agency is facing right now delivering aid to the impacted communities.
Yeah, I think one of the most critical things we're doing right now is making sure that we can get to those communities that need help and support them with our state and local partners. We pre-possessioned assets throughout the region, impacted all the way from Florida up to North Carolina before the storm. And now all of those commodities and assets are moving into the areas. In certain areas like Western North Carolina, obviously there are significant issues with transportation, roads that are out. And so part of the effort is working with the state and the local officials to identify what those areas are for transportation and using air and other means if we need to. And so some positive trends are happening. There were over 400 roads closed in North Carolina just a few days ago, and now we're down to 180. So still progress being made, but still a long way to go. One thing I do want to just stress for folks is that we do have a major disaster declaration declared in Florida, South Carolina, and North Carolina. And so if you need assistance from FEMA, you can register at 1-800-621-3362.
And obviously there are enormous logistical challenges. You mentioned the fact that so many of these roads have been shut down. There's also communications problems, cell towers. Many of these victims don't even have power. So what do you say to some of these victims who still haven't received any aid? And do you have any idea what the estimate is of people who still need that support right now?
Yeah, well, first I'll just say there is a massive effort of local, state, and federal officials across a number of agencies that are working around the clock to help make sure that everyone that needs assistance gets it, particularly in some of those areas that are without communication, without power. We are working with the providers, whether that be cell providers or power providers, to make sure that we can reduce any logistical barriers they have to potential access. We're actually bringing satellite communications, Starlink communications into a number of areas to make sure that they can get access to local officials. And so, yeah, it's a challenge. We're working through it, and know that the help is on the way for sure.
And do you have an anticipation of how long it'll take to reach every community that's been devastated by the storm at this point?
We don't have an estimate in every community. It's going to take some time, day by day. We're working through in a very coordinated way what that looks like, and that also being helped by the local officials that have an understanding of where those people are and how we can make sure that we can get access to them.
And you said that FEMA at one point had 4 search and rescue teams in North Carolina before Helene hit. Should FEMA have had more teams in place, in places like Asheville before Friday?
We had over 14 teams staged up and down the East Coast. We had 4 teams that were staged in North Carolina, and that's just the federal teams. That's on top of what the state and local governments already have. And then we had a pipeline already determined to bring more teams in. And so we had rescues that were ongoing. There have been over 800 rescues that have been occurred across in North Carolina and over 1,400 across the entire impacted area. Those search and rescue teams are still out doing access checks, making sure that they can find folks that may need assistance. And so the pipeline of resources is still moving to support those that need it.
Obviously, there's always so much focus on coastal communities as a hurricane is bearing down on the United States, which makes sense. But we obviously are seeing a tremendous amount of devastation in some of these inland communities, particularly in the mountains. Do you think that there's going to be more of a focus on preparing these inland communities when a hurricane comes? Is that a new challenge of hurricane preparedness?
Actually, the rain associated with the tropical system has been a long-standing challenge. I think we are seeing more significant rain events, both in hurricanes and outside of hurricanes. But there have been a number of storms over the years that have created significant inland flooding risks, and our partners at the Weather Service helped forecast that in advance. And that's why we were able to pre-position resources in all of these inland states that may have needed some assistance. Even though the storm was coming up through the Big Bend, we knew that Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina were going to be impacted, and that helped in the preparedness efforts.
And if you can give us an idea of what your resource allocation efforts are like right now, there are already members of Congress suggesting that perhaps Congress will have to return to session before the election to provide more funding for FEMA and these agencies that are helping with the recovery. Is there any way to tell whether or not you're going to have the resources necessary to help the need that's kind of grown out of this storm?
Yeah, we have the resources that we need today to make sure that we're handling this response and for the weeks ahead. Big disasters like this, they always typically will create a range of requirements across a number of federal agencies, and I know that's something that we'll be working with others on moving forward. But for today, we have what we need to handle this response and to make sure that we're helping everyone who needs it.
All right, you guys have a tremendous amount of work ahead of you. Keith Turi, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
And coming up, Israeli forces focus their firepower on Lebanon as the region reels from the death of Hezbollah's powerful leader. Live reports from northern Israel and the Pentagon are straight ahead. But first, former President Trump heads to Georgia to assess some of the damage from Helene and rally political support with just 36 days until the election. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. As we mentioned earlier, Donald Trump is on the ground right now in Georgia, where he assessed some of the devastation caused by Hurricane Helene. The former president has been outspoken in his criticism of the Biden administration for its response to this disaster. He continued those attacks today.
The governor's doing a very good job. He's having a hard time getting the president on the phone. I guess they're not being responsive. The federal government is not being responsive. But they're having a very hard time getting the president on the phone. He won't get on, and of course the vice president, she's out someplace campaigning, looking for money.
Now, we should note that none of that is true. Governor Brian Kemp said today that he had spoken with President Biden yesterday and that the president had asked what he needed. Kemp's also said that he responded, "We've got what we need. We'll work through the federal process." As we noted earlier, Vice President Harris left the trail today to head back to Washington for a briefing at FEMA headquarters later today. For more now, I'm joined by NBC News correspondent Garrett Hake in Valdosta, Georgia. Also with me is NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. So, Garrett, let's start with you. Donald Trump, once out of his mouth, is saying that this isn't political, that he's just worried about the people of this community being taken care of. But then on the other end of it, he's hammering the Biden administration, looping in his opponent, Kamala Harris, to all of this by actually saying things that are not true. Why does his campaign think that this is a winning strategy? And is it not his campaign? Maybe this is just Donald Trump being Donald Trump.
Yeah, it's always hard to separate the two in these moments, Ryan, but of course this is political. And I think Donald Trump and his campaign realized over the weekend they had a bit of an opportunity because it looked like the administration was out of position. Kamala Harris was on the wrong coast raising money. Joe Biden was at his beach house. It's not a good look, and I think they thought they could capitalize on that on Saturday and Sunday. But Donald Trump knows as well as anybody that the idea of the president or vice president coming to a disaster zone in the immediate wake of that disaster is far more disruptive than helpful. And I think he tried to split the difference today coming to Valdosta, Georgia, where there is some damage, but this is not by any stretch of the imagination one of the hardest hit places, and kind of get credit for feeling the feelings, for feeling the pain of what are in many cases his voters in pretty Republican-leaning areas. He was with Samaritan's Purse, an aid group with Franklin Graham, kind of comes down, looks like he's doing the part to help out. But the challenge is either to the federal government response or the president being out of touch. None of that stuff withstands scrutiny or fact-checking. But for Trump, it may not have to, right? This is probably all going to get washed out by the VP debate tomorrow anyway. So they score a few cheap points while they can, and then they move on.
Yeah, Trump also accused North Carolina's Democratic Governor Roy Cooper of going out of his way not to help the Republican areas impacted by Helene. I know that you specifically pressed him on this. Is this something that could backfire in a state that Trump likely needs to win? Or is he betting that people who are hurting are just going to believe something that isn't really that true?
I tried to press him, Ryan, and this is one of those tricky ones where Trump gave a typical kind of non-response. I asked him what evidence he had for this, where he was getting this, and he said, "Oh, go take a look." Like, that's not an answer, and it's not something you can go verifiably prove or disprove. I'm not sure that we should ascribe a strategy to this. I mean, this feels much more like one of those things where you just kind of muddy the water and hope that at least some people in his coalition, or the people he wants to be in his coalition, who you remember, largely are disengaged politically, they're men, they're younger men who may not be paying that close of attention, might see or hear this and at least for a moment feel it in one of those areas, and maybe they're more likely to come out and pull a lever for Trump. But, this is like a triple bank shot to be anything that sounds like a real electoral strategy here. It's more just be on the attack in every conceivable way you can be on the attack, which is at the core of Donald Trump's political philosophy.
And I know you've covered plenty of these disasters before, Garrett. Just quickly, what's your sense of how long it would take before the conditions would be able to sustain a presidential visit?
Yeah, look, it depends on where you want to go. I mean, here where I am in Valdosta, the roads are open. You can get around. Some places have power. Some places don't. I think you could probably have the president on the ground here in a day or two. If you're talking about North Carolina, maybe the end of the week, you need the floodwaters to go down. You need electricity, and you need working roads. I mean, that's the biggest part of this. This is not a one-car parade here that comes in, especially with the president, when you have a multi-car motorcade, the ability to move quickly. I'm not on the ground in North Carolina, but I think there's still at least a couple days away to being able to support that logistically.
Okay, Garrett, thank you for that. Gabe, let's go to you now. The president has said that he's planning on visiting these impacted areas later in the week. Has the White House given any indication specifically as to how soon that might happen?
Well, Ryan, the president said earlier today that he hopes to make it to North Carolina potentially by Wednesday or Thursday. But again, he stressed that he would only do so if he could be guaranteed that he wasn't disrupting any of the emergency response there. Now, President Biden is right now in the Oval Office getting a briefing from his Homeland Security advisor and also from the FEMA administrator who is on the ground right now in North Carolina. The White House, during its briefing a short time ago, tried to really emphasize what the federal government was doing to help the people of North Carolina, Georgia, and the other affected states, saying more than 3,600 federal employees were deployed there on the ground. But as you just heard Garrett say, the White House is very quick to point out that the president did speak with Governor Brian Kemp of Georgia yesterday and is really trying to heighten its response, or at least the optics of the response. They had President Biden come out and give remarks this morning, and we expect to hear from him in just a short time in the Oval Office. Right.
And that is, of course, the president's plans. But what about Vice President Harris? Should we expect her to visit some of these communities?
Well, that is a question right now. The campaign hasn't said when she might go. Similar to what the White House has been saying about the president, the campaign says she will only go once she is told that she can go there safely and without disrupting the emergency operations on the ground. But as you said, the vice president was fundraising over the weekend and cut her West Coast swing short today, rushing back here to D.C. in just a few minutes. She's set to get a briefing over at FEMA headquarters, Ryan.
Okay, Gabe, thank you for that. Coming up, what's next for Israel, Hezbollah, and the entire region as the Israeli military ramps up its fight against Iran-based militants and prepares for a potential ground invasion of Lebanon. You're watching Meet the Press now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. Israel is expanding its attacks on Iranian-backed militant groups across the Mideast today, just days after killing Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah in an airstrike in Beirut. And multiple sources now tell NBC News that Israel is planning a limited ground operation into Lebanon that could begin as soon as today. Those sources say Israel was planning a larger invasion, but after extensive conversations with U.S. officials over the weekend, Israel decided to scale things back. The White House, however, does remain concerned that the conflict could expand. Here's what the president said earlier today.
Well, just the fact that Israel may be now launching a limited operation into Lebanon. Are you aware of that? Are you comfortable with their plans?
I'm more aware than you might know, and I'm comfortable with them stopping. We should have a ceasefire now.
Joining me now is Raf Sanchez. He's in Haifa, Israel, and in a moment I'll be joined by Courtney Cuby, who is at the Pentagon. So, Raf, what more are we learning about Israel's ground incursion into Lebanon?
Ryan, multiple sources tell NBC News that this ground offensive could begin at any time, and I can tell you it feels on this side of the border like things are starting to move very, very quickly. In just the last couple of hours, the Israeli military has declared a closed military zone along the eastern edge of the Israel-Lebanon border. At the same time, Lebanese media is reporting intensive Israeli artillery fire in that same area. So we don't know for sure, but early indications appear to be that Israel is planning to begin its ground offensive on that eastern edge of the border. There's been no official confirmation from the Israeli military that a ground assault has begun, and in just the last couple of minutes, the military's chief spokesman has been on social media appealing to the Israeli public not to spread rumors. Now, U.S. officials, other sources, are telling us that Israel is planning a, quote, limited operation over the border into Lebanon. The idea would be to push Hezbollah back from the immediate border to create conditions where displaced Israeli civilians could return to their homes in those border communities. Some 60,000 Israelis have been displaced over the last 11 months. Ryan, the problem that history shows us is that ground operations often begin limited and then they take on a life of their own once the shooting starts. Israeli forces crossed into southern Lebanon back in 1982. That was supposed to be a limited operation to move militants away from Lebanon's border. It turned into a 20-year occupation of southern Lebanon. It saw Israeli forces fighting their way to Beirut and laying siege to the capital of Lebanon. So there is a lot of concern in the White House and in other places that a limited operation won't necessarily stay limited. Now, there are about 1 million displaced Lebanese civilians, mostly from the south of the country, who have fled north to try to get away from the fighting. So it may very well be that most of these villages that Israeli forces will roll into will already be empty. But of course, the deep, deep concern here is that as Israeli forces move into southern Lebanon, you could see civilian casualties on a much larger scale. Some 1,100 Lebanese have been killed in the last 2 weeks since those pagers started going off, and then these intensified Israeli airstrikes. We don't know how many of those are Hezbollah fighters. Israel says it is giving warnings to try to get civilians out of harm's way, and we are seeing more of those warnings being issued tonight to residents of southern Beirut, telling them to get away from areas that Israel is planning to target.
And,
Ryan.
And Raf, you touched on how the Prime Minister Netanyahu has vowed to return Israeli residents back to their homes in the north, which is a complicated process. How are people in Israel reacting to that potential second front in the war?
It's a really good question, Ryan. There's a lot of fear. Hezbollah is a much stronger enemy than Hamas. They had well over 100,000 missiles, rocket drones going into this war. So far, they seem only to have been able to fire those weapons at a fairly limited rate. There's been some surprise, actually, that the skies of northern cities like Haifa, where we are now, aren't more full of Hezbollah rockets. That appears to be a sign that Hezbollah is really on the back foot after these relentless series of Israeli blows. I can tell you, among a lot of people in northern Israel, they feel that this was long overdue, that they've been out of their homes for 11 months, that they wanted to see their government take firm action to make the situation safe. But I can also tell you, a lot of people are skeptical that this is going to work. We met one father whose paratrooper son was killed on October 7th. He was forced to evacuate with his family from their home in the north the next day. And he told us he isn't sure this is going to work and that his family will be able to go home safely. Ryan.
Okay, Ralph Sanchez, thank you for that update. Stay safe where you are. Let's now go to the Pentagon, where Courtney Kuby is standing by. And Courtney, I understand you have some new reporting out of the region. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so, I mean, this is in the region. It's not directly related to Israel, but we now know, according to 3 defense officials, that the Houthis, which is the Iranian-backed militia group in Yemen, have downed a U.S. MQ-9 drone. Now, this is not the first time. In fact, we know of at least a half dozen times that drones like this, MQ-9s, these are U.S. military drones, have been downed or have been impacted by the Houthis. In fact, Ryan, we had some reporting recently that Iran is helping the Houthis to target these drones. This is millions of dollars in U.S. military assets. But not just that. When the drones are taken out by the Houthis, it also impacts the U.S. ability to gather information, to gather intelligence about them. And it can impact potential strikes, because remember, these drones are actually capable of conducting airstrikes as well, Ryan.
And some experts are saying that Israel likely used an American-made 2,000-pound bunker buster bomb to take out Nasrallah. What more do we know about that, and how is the Pentagon adjusting its posture in the region?
Yeah, so the U.S. is not saying that's the case, but when you look at the battle damage and you look at the pictures and the video coming out of there, it seems that that's the most likely weapon that was used here and that it would have been provided by the U.S. Now, the U.S. generally has a hard time because there's rarely end-user agreements, or it's not like the Israelis have to tell the Americans before they use these sorts of weapons or equipment in a combat situation. But the concern here is that if U.S. weapons, or when U.S. weapons are used in these sorts of strikes, that it only fuels what is an Iranian belief that the U.S. is complicit or helping Israel in strikes like this. Now, the U.S., the Biden administration, for their part, has foot stomped time and time again that they were not aware of this operation to kill Hassan Nasrallah last week, that in fact that Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin was informed as the operation was underway and that the U.S. had no advanced knowledge of it, Ryan.
And tell me what the Pentagon's thinking now is about the dynamics in the region after the killing of Nasrallah. Have things significantly changed, or Iran's proxy groups seriously weakened since October 7th? Give us kind of the 30,000-foot view here. I
got to tell you, Ryan, it's pretty remarkable when you look back to October 7th versus where you are now and how the proxy groups have been impacted. Hamas, much of their leadership, I mean, look at what has happened in Gaza. They have been largely taken out. Much of their weapons stockpile have been taken out. But Hezbollah, what we have seen happen with Hezbollah over the last 2 weeks is stunning. The Israelis have had a tremendous amount of intelligence information that they have worked with and slowly and strategically acted on over months. Even when you go back even to the killing of Hania back in July in Iran, these have been long-term carried out operations that have taken out Hezbollah and Hamas's leadership, their command and control. They have been severely weakened. Now, we're talking about core Hamas and core Hezbollah here. When you look to some of the groups that are in Iraq and in Syria, even the Houthis in Yemen, they still have the ability to carry out smaller attacks, more regional attacks within the areas where they operate. Iran has continued to train them, to provide money, to provide weapons over the course of the last several months. There's no indication that they are weakened, but I think it's very telling that we have not seen them act. So we have not seen a tremendous uptick in activity in Iraq or Syria since the Hania killing. We've not seen anything yet since Nasrallah, but that's really where we need to be looking to see if there's any additional activity from those regional militia groups. Ryan.
Okay, Courtney Kuby, thank you for that. Let's now bring in Bilal Saab, who's the head of the U.S. Middle East practice at Trends Research and Advisory. Bilal, U.S. officials have told NBC News that Israel's operations in Lebanon will be limited in scope. They expect them to last days, not weeks. But given how we've seen this war unfold in Gaza, does the administration really have any means to get Israel to commit to that and eventually choose a diplomatic path forward?
Yeah, good question, Ryan, and good to be with you. My confidence level, probably like yours, is not very high, frankly, in our ability to apply any kind of pressure, to issue recommendations, to the Israelis. All we've been doing, frankly, over the past few weeks and months is express concerns, which obviously is not that effective. So the ground invasion is now a matter of when, not if, and then how it unfolds. Obviously, nobody knows. The very mission itself of the ground invasion is still unclear, frankly, even in the minds of the Israelis. Are you there to create a buffer zone? Are you there to further degrade the military infrastructure of Hezbollah? When will you incorporate some diplomacy into this entire equation? We don't have the answers to any of those things, and all of that is happening in the absence of U.S. diplomacy, at least serious U.S. diplomacy.
And I know you said you can't predict what a potential ground invasion might look like, but just give us an idea of what we could expect. Would it look anything like Israel's 2006 invasion? Does that provide us any insight?
In the words of the Israelis, they say, no, this is not going to look like 2006, more like sort of clean up as many areas as possible, as close to the borders of Lebanon, probably take out a few more weapons depots, some military infrastructure, and then come back in. As we speak, some preparatory fires, some airstrikes, in order to facilitate a ground incursion through special forces first, to further clean up those areas, and then with something a bit more conventional significant. Look, there's a very high risk of mission creep, as you very well know. It could start with something limited, but then get either ambitious or actually get bogged down, which will force the Israelis to come up with something more extensive, more expansive.
I want to read a portion of what you wrote today about Hassan Nasrallah. You say, quote, "It is no exaggeration to say that he was the brain, the spinal cord, and the beating heart of Hezbollah. Without him, it's very hard to see how Hezbollah will think, move, and inspire the way it did before an Israeli fighter jet struck Nasrallah's bunker." So what is next for Hezbollah? Who's in line to succeed Nasrallah? And how diminished is that militant group today?
It's always surreal when I look at the words that I actually expressed myself. Look, they're in the midst, obviously, of figuring out who's going to succeed the Secretary General. Obviously, these are impossible shoes to fill. This is no ordinary man, as you can imagine. He had influence that extended beyond Lebanon's borders. You know, there's a technical process for succession in the organization through the Shura Council, which is the sort of decision-making body. But then there's obviously the politics of it all, and they're in the midst of trying to figure out who's the best candidate to lead the organization at a time that is probably the most dangerous throughout the entire history of the organization, right? They're in an active war right now. The leadership is decimated, both politically and militarily speaking. I'm not even sure about the partnership that they have with the Iranians. There's a huge question mark there. We haven't really seen the Iranians support them that much throughout this conflict. And so whoever's going to step up is already had they're a target, right? And I don't know how much longer, frankly, they would survive as the leader of the organization. Look, just like the Israelis, they learned a few lessons from 2006, so they're not helpless. And Courtney, it's always difficult to go after Courtney because she's very smart and she always has impeccable insights. She's right. You know, there's still more than 100,000 fighters, right? Those are the foot soldiers. Yes, they're not getting the right kind of command and leadership at this point, but they're still there, right? And so it's an organization that still has some capabilities, and we don't know how it's going to react to this entire situation, right? But that doesn't mean that they're going to fold. It's not part of their DNA. It's not part of their philosophy. So we're going to wait and see. They have an advantage on because they know the terrain now, if there is an invasion. So we'll see that tit for tat, what it's going to lead to.
Okay, Bilal Saab, thank you so much for your insight and expertise. We appreciate it very much. Coming up, we'll hear directly from Latino voters in two critical battleground states and dig into brand new NBC polling on the state of the race for the White House. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn. Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the NBC Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Let's turn now back to the presidential election, and that's where we have some new poll numbers looking at the key demographics this November, Latino voters. Vice President Harris does lead former President Trump by 14 points among Latino voters in a new poll from NBC News, CNBC, and Telemundo. While Harris' lead is an improvement from President Biden's standing when he was at the top of the ticket, it's also a lot smaller than the margin that Democrats have won Latinos by in past elections. According to historical NBC News exit poll data, Democrats' lead with Latinos has been shrinking since 2012. This new polling also shows just how politically diverse and divided Latino voters are. The results among Latinos mirror many of the trends we're seeing in the country at large, especially when it comes to gender. Harris has a 26-point lead among Latinas, while Harris and Trump are tied among Latino men. NBC News correspondent David Noriega is talking to Latino voters in Clark County, Nevada, which is the main population center in that state. And Telemundo's senior Washington correspondent Christine Ladoña is in Hazleton, Pennsylvania, a town with a growing Latino population. David, let's start with you. You're talking to Latino voters in Las Vegas. What are they telling you?
Yeah, Ryan, so I am specifically on Las Vegas's east side, which is the predominantly Latino part of the city. And I've been talking to voters here for a couple of days, and what I'm hearing really reflects that national polling in a couple of ways. First of all, this community is really torn between the parties and torn between the candidates in a way that they haven't been in several election cycles. You can see this community really going both ways. Additionally, the one thing that is pretty universally true when I talk to voters about what matters to them is that the first thing they mention is the cost of living and the economy. We were at a park very close to where I am now, talking to parents who were watching their kids play in a youth soccer league. That's where I met Griselda Martinez. She moved to Nevada from California about 20 years ago. She told me that she's about 60-40 leaning towards Trump, but that she is persuadable, and that if the Harris campaign reaches her and talks to her in a convincing way about the economy and the cost of living, they could still win her vote. I want to play you a little bit of what she told me. Take a listen.
I love what Donald Trump did for us as an economy while he was in presidency, and I don't know what she has to offer because she's new. So that's kind of like taking a chance on her, you know, so that's what I mean. But I do like how she is doing a lot of things for small businesses and how she has that idea for them. I do like that about her.
What are the most important issues for you?
Family income, you know, just the cost of living. I want to be able to support myself and my children and be able to do things, you know, and that's what's important to me. I know that there's a lot of bigger issues, but those issues don't affect me and my family and how I'm living right now.
Voters like Griselda, Ryan, are exactly why the campaigns, and particularly the Harris campaign, are spending tremendous amounts of money trying to find and reach these specific voters, this relatively narrow slice of this one demographic, particularly in southwestern swing states like Arizona and like here in Nevada. Ryan?
Okay, thank you for that, David. Let's go to you, Christina. You're in Hazleton, Pennsylvania, which is just south of Wilkes-Barre in Luzerne County. It's a place that's been going through a bit of a shift in demographics and politics. So tell us why you're there.
Well, Ryan, it's part of the Latino belt in northeastern Pennsylvania. Here in Hazleton, the majority of the population is Latino. It was 5% 20 years ago, and now 63% of them are Latino, mostly Dominicans. And they're not, here the Democrats do not have the advantage. What we have spoken to people, they have told us most of them are planning on voting for Donald Trump. They voted for him. The majority of them did in the past two elections. He won by 3 points. 8 years ago and then by 11.4 years ago, and we're still thinking that they may give him greater numbers come November. And also the divide is like David was talking about, it's depending on the issues. Those voters that are voting with their pocketbook are leaning towards Trump. The other ones that are voting with the heart, with democracy and values issues, say that they're on the side of Harris. And we also saw a divide in gender and religion. Let's take a listen. What are the issues that move you towards Trump and move you and your community towards Donald Trump?
Well, mainly is the transgender and also the abortion right.
And you would say most of your community is choosing Donald Trump because of that?
Yes. The majority, yes.
What is it about Kamala Harris's values that entices you? Why are you with her?
I'm with Kamala Harris because she values what women value. She values women's rights. I feel that we have a safer place with her in terms of bodily autonomy, other reasons why as well.
Another big issue that is being debated here in the streets of Hazleton are Trump's growing attacks on some of the immigrants that are crossing the borders. On Saturday, he said, once again, some of them are animals and some of them, of the immigrant criminals, break into your kitchen and cut your throat. So the Democrat leaning voters are saying they cannot support a candidate like that. They're worried he's actually poisoning the feel of the country. They don't want that hatred moving forward for their kids and their grandchildren. But the Trump supporters are saying, I am not an animal. He's not talking about me. I am not a criminal. This is not directed at me. Very different reactions, Ryan, and we'll see what plays out November 5th.
Okay, Christina, we know one thing is for sure. The Latino vote is going to be so important in this upcoming election. We appreciate that reporting. After the break, we're counting down to tomorrow night's vice presidential debate as Governor Tim Walz and Senator J.D. Vance prepare to face off. You're watching Meet the Press now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We're just over 24 hours until one of the final pre-election dates on the 2024 calendar, the vice presidential debate. Tim Walz and J.D. Vance are set to meet on stage tomorrow night in New York. Both candidates are largely off the trail today, putting in some last-minute debate prep. Joining me now on set is Betsy Woodruff-Swan, who's a national correspondent for Politico, Democratic pollster Cornell Belcher, he's also an NBC News political analyst, and Republican strategist Garrett Ventry. Betsy, normally I would say a vice presidential debate maybe has 24 hours worth of legs before we move on to the next thing. But the fact that we don't have another debate coming up, does that put a little bit more stock in what we're going to see tomorrow night?
I think you could argue that. That's the last time we're going to see.
You don't seem that convinced, Betsy. Yeah. I'm going to be honest.
Ryan, you're not crazy. Look, it's not as exciting as a presidential. It just isn't. The biggest issue tomorrow night is, does anyone theatrically faceplant? Is there like a total disaster episode that we see unfold? If it's moderately boring and unexpected, then I think we all kind of move on. One fun fact about this debate coming up. Based on my analysis, I'm 99% sure I'm correct about this. Tim Walz is the first non-lawyer in about 20 years to be on a Democratic presidential ticket.
Wow.
And J.D. Vance is the first lawyer in about the same period of time to be on a Republican presidential ticket. And so in the debate context, that's kind of fun because lawyers, of course, are trained very much in this particular mode of arguing. And the tables are going to be sort of reversed than the way they have been for, I want to say at least 20 years.
Wow, that's fun facts you bring to the table. I like it. Very good. Cornell, I want to show you some net favorability numbers from our latest NBC News poll. Shows that Tim Walz has a pretty good favorability rating. In fact, of all the people running for president, his is the best right now. That might have something to do with the fact that not a lot of people know him. But he hasn't really done much media since he was named to the ticket. Not very many interviews. He's not even doing like kind of the local interviews that some of these vice presidential candidates do. Is part of that because they don't want to hurt that favorability number and that it's just too risky to do that? Or what's the strategy here?
Well, look, I'll go back to this point. Look, he's not a lawyer. He's a school teacher, right? You know, next to nurses and firemen, you know who Americans really like? They really like school teachers.
Not TV news anchors.
I like you well enough. But look, he's sort of a regular guy, and I think sort of that regular guy persona comes across to voters. Look, don't underestimate favorables because look, in the end, we'll make a lot of conversation about policy, and you'll do a lot of reporting about policy. And the average American, in the end, this is what George Bush had in Oodles. I just like him. He seems like a good man. Don't underestimate how powerful it is that both of these candidates have above water favorables, particularly in a time where we're so polarized.
All right, I do want to go back to this point about how Walz has largely stopped doing media interviews. And Garrett, I'm going to read part of this piece by Mark Leibovich in the New Atlantic article. It says, it's a bit of a mystery why Walz has largely stopped doing national media, especially given how effective he was over the summer. The campaign seems to have trapped him in the same hyper-protective bubble wrap it placed around Harris, and that was placed around Biden before her. This strikes me as a massive waste of Walz's talents. But what do I know? Are you surprised, especially given the fact J.D. Vance is doing interviews everywhere? It seems as though he'll take an interview whenever anyone asks. What do you make of this strategy of putting Walz on the sideline?
I do think it's interesting because I think a lot of the reason he came on people's radar for the job was because he was doing media every single night when he was campaigning for the vice president. So I find that very interesting. Now, I think if you take a step back, how does this play out in debate? I think there's two things here. One, it's the most eyeballs that both of these candidates are going to have. But two, I mean, the essential job of a VP is do no harm, right? So that's it here. And so I think this isn't going to matter as much as the presidential. Now, when you're looking at Vance here, I think he has a slight advantage because he's doing a lot of media. And he's not only just going on Fox News, he's doing NBC, he's doing CNN, ABC, CBS. So that gives him an advantage, and he's doing press conferences. So I think the bottom line, a win in this debate is this. Nobody's really voting for the top of the ticket based on the bottom of the ticket. It's can you tie negatives on the bottom of the ticket to the top of the ticket. So for JD, can he tie immigration and economic issues to Harris that are negative about Walz? And for Walz, can he do it on abortion, democracy, healthcare, and tying those things on JD to Trump? whoever does that better will ultimately win the debate.
And so do you think that'll be the strategy then, Garrett, to kind of talk about the tickets fulsome and their policy issues, or should we expect J.D. Vance to go after Tim Walz's military record?
I think he will. I mean, listen, that's going to be, those are the two things. J.D. is going to have to answer for the Springfield, Ohio comments with Haitian migrants, right? He's going to have to answer for that. And Walz is going to have to answer on what people feel like that he's misled on his military record. So I think he will attack him on that, but it is a, if you're not going after the top of the ticket as the VP candidate, you're really missing an opportunity because that's what people are really voting for.
Time for me to jump. I completely agree with my Republican colleague. I will say this one thing. I think Vance has to change the dynamics that's happening right now. If you look at most of the polling, and even on average right now, it seems to be trending, and has been for over a month now, trending in favor of Harris Walz. The other part of this, whenever I have a candidate who's in a debate and I know they're trailing, you have to shake up the dynamics of this race. If you don't shake up the dynamics of this race and continue this trajectory, we're likely to lose.
Okay, let's turn now and talk about this Latino poll that NBC News has commissioned this week. And Betsy, I'm going to turn to you now. It shows that Kamala Harris is up, but man, this is a much tighter race in terms of Latino vote that we've seen over the 2-3 past election cycles. What I think we're all coming to learn is that Latino voters are not a monolith. In fact, they seem to mirror the rest of the country quite a bit. But how does the Harris campaign target this vote, which is going to be so important to them in being successful?
What's interesting about this poll is that it shows dramatic differences when you break down this massive portion of the electorate. One thing that jumped out to me was a huge discrepancy between how Catholic Latino voters versus how evangelical Latinos vote. Evangelicals are much more favorable to Trump. The Catholics are significantly more favorable to Harris. One area where Harris's team sees room to gain and room to improve their standing is with evangelical voters. That's traditionally for Trump. He's very much viewed that, in particular white evangelicals, as his home turf. But we've seen Harris's team invest more in trying to sort of explicitly court evangelical voters, and that's something where potentially she could see benefits or at least room to marginally move the needle going into November.
And Cornell, were you surprised that the gender gap for Latino voters is very similar to the way it is with the rest of the country?
No, because that's the way it's been. That's the way it's been moving. Look, I actually, at some point, look, it's battleground by battleground. Look, to think of the Latino vote as monolith, I know you said it before, but it's huge difference. Like Puerto Ricans are very different from Cubans, and Cubans are very different from Mexicans. And sort of you look from a battleground state, let's go to Nevada, let's go to Arizona, like those populations are different than the populations that you see in Florida. So I'm at the point now where I don't even like looking at a Latino poll, right? I'd much rather look at battleground states, sort of Latino or Hispanic voters in those battleground states, because they're so dramatically different from outside the battleground states.
And what about the Trump campaign? What have they done right to try and close this gap?
What you're talking about, it's a seismic shift. You're talking about 20, 30-point shift to Trump. The other problem for her, real quick, I know we've got to wrap up, is that she is underperforming where Hillary was in the polls in 2016 and where Biden was in 2020 in key swing states. That is a current trajectory that is good for Trump, not for Harris.
All right, we got to go. Betsy, Cornell, Garrett, thank you all for being here. We're back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. The news continues with Hallie Jackson.
We are coming on the air with historic destruction and more than 100 people now dead from Hurricane Helene. With real concern, that number is going to go even higher because rescuers are just now getting deeper into areas that have been decimated. We are fanned out in 3 states across the South, as any minute we could hear from President Biden on what the feds are doing to help. We're also live outside Atlanta, where about 100,000 people are essentially stuck inside their homes because of fumes from a chemical fire outside. More on the new questions over whether the air is safe to breathe. Plus, T-minus 7 hours until a strike that could paralyze ports across the East Coast. What it means for what you pay for what you want for the holidays. Then tonight's backstory on an NBC News investigation that has shocked families across the South. We'll take you behind the scenes on just how our team found out that a Texas hospital built a big business off dead bodies without permission from family members. And the Passion Project from one of the most famous directors of all time, a $140 million box office bomb. So was Megalopolis really that bad? Later in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and tonight we are starting with the deadly fallout from what officials are calling an unprecedented storm that so far has killed 121 people across 6 states, with hundreds now missing, thousands isolated, and millions of people without power. I want to show you now some new drone video that our team is just getting in from the heart of the damage in Asheville, North Carolina. It's an aerial view of some of the destruction that you're going to see. Streets totally washed out by brown water. You have houses half submerged or worse. From the ground, trees covering bridges, a van flipped up, and in nearby Boone, look how fast. Look at this mudslide. This is a mudslide, right? That's just the earth sliding down this hill right into this person's house. This is the most rain that this part of the Blue Ridge Mountains has seen in a tropical storm, 2.5 feet at its peak, with some places seeing 5 months worth of rain in just 3 days. You're seeing it down in Tennessee, too. A church ripped up, cars overturned, a highway that probably nobody's using anytime soon. And in Florida, the state was whacked head on by the storm, with sand piling up in one town off the coast of St. Petersburg. But there are some big questions right now, including whether FEMA was caught off guard in some of the hardest hit spots, and when will more federal help arrive, especially as sources are telling our team Congress has no plans to come back early to try to pass something more. We've got coverage across the region tonight, but we start with Jay Gray in Boone, North Carolina.
Good evening. We want to give you a firsthand look at some of the devastation Helene left behind. You can see power cables across the roadway here. They are down. They're not operating. And you can see how it happened. Water filled this entire area. It was underwater in a matter of 30 minutes, residents say. The power pole was knocked down. This entire community caked in mud right now. You can see that water high enough to lift that SUV, throw it into this tree. And we've talked to a lot of people here. There are hundreds missing and a very real concern about what that may mean long term.
Homes are gone, and that's a big concern for us. Where are those people? We have 30 confirmed fatalities at this time, and we expect that to really increase over the coming days, which is just the most tragic piece of this, is the loss of our friends, our families, and our loved ones.
Now, emergency officials do say some of those missing just don't have the ability to communicate with anyone. All the cell service is down, no power for more than 2 million. We know that more than 100 have died as a result of this storm, and more than a third of those in the Carolinas. They are choppering some essential supplies into those areas that are still too devastated to get into either on the ground or by water, and they say they'll continue that for as long as necessary. As for restoring the power in places like this, what we're hearing is not days, but perhaps a week or more. That's the latest from here in Boone, North Carolina. I'm Jay Gray. Now back to you.
Jay, thank you. Let me go to Priscilla Thompson now in Irwin, Tennessee. And Priscilla, you heard Jay talk about the many people still believed to be missing. There is, where you are, I think, a sense of desperation from some of these family members who want answers. They want any news here.
Yeah, Hallie, the state of Tennessee has only confirmed 3 deaths, but there are more than 150 people right now who are unaccounted for. And we spoke to some of those families, and they are just desperate for answers. Some of them describing the final phone calls that their loved ones made. These were people who were working at a plastic factory here when that water began to rise, and their family members say that they got into the back of a pickup truck and were calling 911, but 911 said that they could not come to help them. And those families believe that the remains of their loved ones have been found, but they have not yet gotten that confirmation, and they are just desperate for answers. Take a listen to some of what those folks shared.
They are just desperate to find out where she is, if she's been found. They just want news. They just want to know where they are, where she is.
And the plastic factory says that they dismissed employees when the roadway and the parking lot began to flood, but that there were employees that remained on site and got into a semi-truck that ultimately tipped over, and 5 people were able to be rescued by helicopter, but there were 5 others who are still missing. Hallie?
Priscilla, how about the status of medical care? Part of the issue here is that the roads are, if they are passable at all, they have just become passable. People are just now able to get through, that they're in shape to be able to do that. What about people who need medical care, who need help? I know that you had a chance to speak with a doctor who was at one point evacuating patients via helicopter off the roof of the facility.
Yeah, and here in Irwin, that is the hospital where they were evacuating patients from the roof of that building on Friday. That hospital is no longer in use, and this is a rural area, so there are not hospitals necessarily nearby. So what we saw earlier is officials and hospital staff from here working to set up a mobile hospital so that they can provide that care, particularly mental health care, given all of the trauma that this community has experienced. Take a listen to some of what they had to say about that.
One of the things we're leaning into right now is mental health, trying to deploy people so that we can be prepared if people, a lot of first responders have seen things that are really hard to see, and we want to make sure that we're able to take care of them.
And that is likely going to continue to be a problem because officials today saying that as they are searching for those 150 people who are unaccounted for, this is no longer a search and rescue mission, but it is likely going to be a search and recovery mission. Hallie?
Priscilla Thompson in Irwin, Tennessee, thank you. I want to show you now a live look at Vice President Harris. She is at FEMA headquarters. This is the back of her head, of course. She has been getting a briefing on the effort to help the very people that Priscilla, that Jay have just been talking about that have been so deeply affected by what has happened 3 days after Hurricane Helene slammed into the coast of Florida. That is where we find Guad Venegas now in Treasure Island for us. Talk us through what you're seeing, and we can see some of it behind you here. But what are people dealing with at this point? Clean water, access to food, etc.
All of those things, Hallie. So this part of Florida was about 100 miles away from where the storm made landfall. But what happened is the storm was so large that it pushed a lot of the water from the Gulf into these communities. So this is the result of the storm surge. Treasure Island had about 2 to 6 feet of water in a lot of these properties. I spoke to the fire chief who explained to me why we have so much sand. So essentially, all of this sand was part of the beach here in Treasure Island. And you can see the force with which the storm surge came in. It went through a lot of these properties. And look at these cars. The owner of this property told me these vehicles were inside the garage. The storm surge pushed them out of the garage. There's another car that was in there that is now sitting across the street. Now, this is just one community here in Treasure Island. We've seen other types of damage from the storm surge all up and down this area known as the Barrier Islands. This is west of the Tampa Bay area. So we're seeing essentially that any community that was right off the water in the bay or here right on the Gulf, they have damage because of that storm surge. These are properties that have no power, no running water, properties that many are under the sand, and the residents can't come back yet. So they're waiting for authorities to figure out how to clear some of the sand so they can make their way into these properties. Earlier today, we spoke with a captain with the National Guard who's helping residents, and this is what he had to say about the damage that he's seen.
What is the destruction like?
That's exactly what it is, absolute destruction. It looks like a war zone here. Cars, piles of dirts on cars, windows busted open, garages completely flooded, houses catching on fire, just complete destruction.
And Hallie, he's been working inside Pinellas County. So just so you get an idea about the damage here in this part of Florida. So there's 8 counties in the Tampa Bay area. One of those counties is Pinellas County. In that county, authorities believe there's 12 to 13,000 residential structures that suffered major damage. That's just inside this county. And the damage is different. So I'm showing you neighborhoods that are dealing with the sand. There's other neighborhoods that are dealing with power issues. Other neighborhoods where the water came and ruined everything inside of people's properties. So then people are coming back and they're taking out their furniture, their appliances, and that's piling up outside. That trash has to be removed. Meanwhile, you also have a lot of the debris that came in from the ocean. We're getting a smell of dead fish and mussels and other organisms. And you mix all of that with the humidity, the heat. These are buildings that have no air conditioning. So all of this together is what authorities have to deal with. And, Hallie, they're also talking about the weather in the next week or two, because we have news that there could be something in the Gulf and possibly more rain could be coming this way. So they're responding to what happened, assessing the damage, and preparing for the future, Hallie.
Yeah, not pleasant on a lot of levels. Guad Venegas live for us there in coastal Florida on Treasure Island. Thank you. Not too far from some of those areas hard hit by Helene, officials are now telling a suburban Atlanta community, we're talking like 100,000 people, to shelter in place, to basically seal themselves inside their homes after a fire sent chemicals shooting into the air. Look at this. You see these huge clouds of smoke in the sky. The EPA says there was chlorine in some of these fumes. Now, the fire has been put out, right? So that is no longer actually active. This was at a chemical lab in the town of Conyers. And basically that whole area, you see it in red, it was all evacuated. That facility there makes Clorox branded cleaning products, and you can see what's left of it, what little is left of it. And officials say the cloud of gas, you're seeing some of it here, could hover over this spot for days. NBC's Priya Sridhar is in Lithonia, Georgia, several miles from where this is happening. For obvious reasons, Priya, we don't want you there. If people aren't allowed to be breathing the air, we don't want you breathing it either. Talk to us, though, about your conversations with folks who are inside that evacuation zone, people who are sheltering in place. Talk to me about some of their concerns, which seems to be, is the air safe to breathe?
Yeah, Hallie, so the reason we're here in Lithonia actually is because we're standing in front of one of those evacuation centers. There was about 3 of them that were all strategically chosen because, as you mentioned, they were out of that area where you saw those enormous basically clouds of smoke. And what's really fascinating, as you mentioned, is that officials are saying that we could see those plumes of smoke for days to come. But as you mentioned, the fire has been put out. So really what's causing these plumes of smoke at this point is the off-gassing of the chemicals that were inside of that plant. As you mentioned, this facility actually made cleaning treatment products for pools and spas, which is what has caused the chlorine to get into the air. And chlorine, when it's in massive quantities like that, can be dangerous. It can cause you to have eye irritation, dizziness, even vomiting and nausea. So it can be very dangerous in bigger quantities. We're also hearing from people as far away as Atlanta, Hallie, which is 25 miles from here, saying that they were also seeing a haze in the sky and they were experiencing that same kind of odor. So the mayor of Atlanta actually dispatched some Atlanta firefighters to test the air there. So far, we haven't heard any reports of chlorine being reported in any places outside of that Conyers vicinity. But we did get an update from the fire chief today about exactly what's going on, and this was kind of to put people at ease a little bit. Take a listen.
There's nothing that we can do or will be done to make this product any worse than it already is. So it is off-gassing, but once we can get it removed from the building, from the water source, in a secure area, then we will see a better diminishing of the clouds and smoke that we are seeing.
So it sounds like things are getting better, Hallie, but there is no specific timeline just yet about when this shelter-in-place warning is going to be lifted.
It's also not the first time that this particular facility, that this particular plant has had some kind of a problem.
That's right. Actually, a man just came out of the evacuation center to talk to us, and he said that he used to work in that facility, and he remembers one of the previous fires that actually burned down the entire facility back in 2004. And there was even another one just as recently as September of 2020 that actually burned down the entire facility. One of the issues, Hallie, with the chemicals inside of that facility is that they don't mix well with water. And so with this specific instance, the fire chief said that a sprinkler system malfunctioned. And so once that water got everywhere, it really reacted with the chemicals inside, and then it made the firefighters' jobs even more difficult, because how do you put out a fire with water if the chemicals inside of that facility are resistant to water? So it seems like these problems have been happening, every few years with this facility. And so, as you mentioned, the residents here are asking, what can be done to prevent this from happening in the future?
Priya Sridhar, thank you very much. I want to take you overseas now, where we're following the potential for breaking news tonight, because we're learning that Israel's ground operation into Lebanon could start imminently. imminently, according to what 3 sources are telling NBC News. Israel saying there's really nowhere in the Middle East beyond its reach, as they're already making these stunning raids into Lebanon, with the IDF expanding its attacks on Hezbollah just days after killing the Iran-backed group's leader. I want to bring in Raf Sanchez, who's live for us in Haifa. So talk us through this, Raf. What does imminently mean? Does that mean possibly tonight? Does that mean in the days to come? Do we have a sense?
Imminently, Hallie, feels like potentially any minute. Things are moving very, very quickly on this side of the Israel-Lebanon border. Just rewinding a couple of hours, the Israeli military declared the eastern edge of the border a closed military zone. And not long after that, we started getting very widespread reports of heavy Israeli artillery fire just on the other side of the border inside southern Lebanon. So we don't know for sure, but every indication at this point is that Israel's offensive is at least going to begin on the eastern edge of the border, but U.S. officials are saying that they expect Israel could cross the border in multiple places. Now, Israel is telling the United States it is planning a, quote, limited operation. The idea is to push Hezbollah back away from the border and begin to make it safe for Israeli civilians to return to their homes along that border. Some 60,000 of them have been displaced now for 11 months. The problem, Hallie, is that history shows us that limited operations on the ground often don't stay limited. In 1982, Israeli forces rolled over that border just about 15 miles north of where we are right now. That was supposed to be a limited operation against Palestinian militants, and it turned into a 20-year occupation of southern Lebanon. It saw Israeli forces fighting their way all the way to Beirut, laying siege to the Lebanese capital. So there is a lot of concern here in the region among the civilians in Lebanon, but also in Washington, D.C., that what starts out as a limited operation could turn into a much, much bigger war. Hallie.
President Biden, as he has done previously, is calling for de-escalation. We have heard him say similar things before, but I want to play what he said just a couple of minutes ago. I should say earlier today, as just a couple of minutes ago, he was talking with reporters in the Oval Office. We're still waiting on the full readout from that to see if he did talk anything regarding where you are in the region there, Raf. But let me play President Biden from earlier.
The fact that Israel may be now launching a limited operation into Lebanon. Are you aware of that? Are you comfortable with their plans?
I'm more aware than you might know, and I'm comfortable with them stopping. We should have a ceasefire now.
But, Raf, President Biden has been saying that for weeks, and yet here we are at this moment. What weight does the U.S. have here moving forward?
Hallie, you know the brutal reality of Washington politics better than I do. This is a lame duck president. There's a couple of months left in his term, and it feels like the force of his words don't carry the weight that they used to. You've heard the president over the course of this war calling for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, a deal to get the hostages out, to end the suffering of Palestinian civilians. And he hasn't been listened to. There isn't a ceasefire. The fighting continues in Gaza. He has been signaling he does not want to see a large-scale Israeli escalation in Lebanon. And instead, you are seeing Israel night after night, including tonight, bombing Beirut, the capital of Beirut, killing the leader of Hezbollah. And now it appears, Hallie, preparing for a ground offensive into the south of that country.
Just
Hallie.
very quickly, Raf, what is going to be the first signal that the ground offensive has in fact started? In other words, if you can help us pull out your reporter's notebook a bit, what's the thing you're looking for to indicate that, yes, this has actually begun?
So every indication right now is that the Israelis are doing what's called shaping operations, that they are pounding the other side of the border in preparation for ground forces crossing over. It's night here. It's going to be difficult to see the movement of individual Israeli tanks, but we are likely to be able to hear at least the sound of armored divisions crossing over that border, and at some point we may get an official announcement from the Israeli government. Hallie.
Raf Sanchez, potentially a busy night for you in the region. Thank you very much for being with us. Back here at home, you've got trucking companies, you've got freight companies tonight racing to try to get billions of dollars of stuff from ports to where they need to be before this dock worker strike that is set to happen in just under 7 hours from now. That's because thousands of workers with the International Longshoremen's Association are expected to walk off the job at midnight. That's if they don't come to a new deal with management. And right now, it looks like they are not going to come to a new deal with management. There's no meetings between now and the deadline here. So what does this mean for you short term? Probably not a lot, to be honest. But if this goes on for a while, if this lasts for like a month or more, It could cost you more on everything from fruits and veggies to cars to other things ahead of the holiday shopping season. And oh, by the way, did you know there's a presidential election in November where people are very tuned in to the price of things? Christine Romans is joining us now. Get super real with us, Christine, right?
Sure.
It seems like every indication is that this strike is going to happen at midnight, that we will see workers basically walk out at these ports. At what point do you or I or our budgets or our wallets or whatever start to actually notice this?
You or I, not immediately, but the longer it goes on, the more pronounced, especially if you're looking to buy a car, for example, or if you are a small business owner or small manufacturer, you've got a little assembly line and you got a box of stuff that's on a ship in the ocean that's not going to get there in time. You might have to lay some people off while you wait for the stuff to get there. So the near term, got to try to work this out. That's what the White House is saying. That's what retailers are saying and importers are saying. And it'll, look, they want more money and they want less automation. So there needs to be a discussion here. The management basically has been going back to federal labor officials saying, hey, get these guys back to the bargaining table. We're not even talking. So it looks like this is going to happen at midnight.
What about Senator Tim Scott from South Carolina, who's saying, hey, maybe these workers, could you delay the strike to make sure that, like, the hurricane recovery efforts that we talked about at the top of the show aren't affected? Do you have any indication that that's going to sway anybody here?
You know, no word from the union at all, other than saying that the offer that they've had so far from management has been insulting. And, you know, they're going to quit work. You've got a union boss who's very defiant here, who's been sending out, you know, like videos to his union folks for weeks now saying, we are going to fight this. We're going to fight this because this is about the workers against the big profits of these shipping companies.
What leverage do they have? I mean, this is it, right? The potential for a strike walking off. I mean, this is the thing.
With weeks to go until the holiday shopping season, you know, retailers have seen this coming, Hallie. They have been for weeks front-loading a lot of stuff. I mean, I was looking at the numbers last week. You had bigger than normal numbers coming through these ports last week because they're trying to get this stuff in. Today, you had trucks and trains trying to get this stuff off the ports so they could keep it moving. So retailers are ready for the holiday shopping season. It's other parts of the economy. Again, cars, you know, imported cars. It's, you know, widgets for your factory to keep your factory going. It's an awful lot of bananas. And, you know, they're trying to find new ways to get it around. But the reason why it comes on these ships and these containers the way it is there is because that's the cheapest way to do it. Now, if you put it on a plane, you put it, now it's starting to get...
It gets expensive.
It gets expensive and you pass on those costs. And that's us.
Christine Romans, lots to watch. I'm sure it'll be a late night and an early morning for you. Christine, thank you very much. Appreciate that. So listen, the Department of Veterans Affairs tonight says they're in touch with police about allegations that medical records of the two vice presidential candidates were looked at when they should not have been. That's why investigators are stepping in after reports from multiple outlets that files belonging to these two men, Senator J.D. Vance on the right, Governor Tim Walz on the left, were wrongly accessed by at least a dozen workers over at the VA. If those reports are true, if that's the case, it could mean that these employees broke federal health privacy laws. Now, NBC News has not independently verified these reports, but you know there's been a lot of interest in the military records of both of these candidates, including, of course, Governor Walz and his military record after he had to clarify comments that he served in a war, although he was never deployed to a war zone. The 2024 race also means that this is now the first time that both VP candidates are vets since 1996. The Vance team has declined to comment on these reports of accessing of records. The Walz camp says they're not going to talk about an ongoing investigation. NBC's Ryan Nobles is following this for us. Is this malicious political intent on the part of these employees, do we know? Is this somebody who's, you know, bored and messing around in, like, the internal system? Do we have any indication of, like, motive or reason for this yet?
I think that's part of the problem is that we don't know the answer to that yet. And that's why you have investigators involved in this, law enforcement looking into it. I think there's a question as to whether or not there was malicious intent here and whether or not the information or the documents were even shared with someone outside of the people that were able to access them. But what has been determined here is that this is a system of which a lot of employees that work at the VA have readily and easy access to this material. And so it could be employees at the VA who are just curious. These are the two guys running for vice president. I want to look at their records. Or could it have been someone working for the VA who wanted to help one of the candidates or one of the others? This is what the VA is saying about it. We reported to law enforcement allegations that VA personnel may have improperly accessed veteran records. We take the privacy of the veterans we serve seriously, and we have strict policies in place to protect their records. Any attempt to improperly access veteran records by VA personnel is unacceptable and will not be tolerated. And I think that last part of this is important, Hallie, because even if they were just goofing around, even if it was someone who saw they had access to this and decided they wanted to check it out, even if they didn't do anything with it, there are still serious penalties here. It could be up to a $50,000 fine, even a year in jail. They take the protection of these records really seriously.
Any idea of timeline for this investigation? Like, is this something that we think a few weeks from now, a few months from now? Is there any sense that you have?
No, they haven't really been very clear as to how long it would take. I think it's open-ended, and I do think it's probably part of a longer and bigger conversation about how the Veterans Affairs Department takes care of these records. Are there too many people that have access to them? I think that's part of what we'll find out over the course of this investigation.
Ryan Nobles, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Be sure, by the way, as we talk about these VP candidates, to join us for that debate. Their first and only, of course, tomorrow night. J.D. Vance, Governor Tim Walz on stage. Full coverage starting right here, really 5 o'clock Eastern. I'm going to lump us into that. But 8 o'clock Eastern on the network, NBC, and right here on NBC News Now. You can watch the whole thing. We're simulcasting it. Gangs all together. We're going to be walking you through every bit of it. We got a lot coming up, including Hurricane Helene throwing the 2024 campaign for a loop. We'll talk about how the candidates are responding. And I got to tell you something else, too. President Biden, we are just getting word that he is going to be heading to the hurricane zone coming up just a couple of days from now. Wednesday, he is planning to head to North Carolina. We got a couple seconds until that playback rolls out. We're going to play that for you the second we get back. Take it a break. We are back, and let's take you right to the White House, where President Biden is speaking from the Oval Office. We're just getting our first look after this briefing from the head of FEMA and from the North Carolina governor. As the president said, he is going to head to North Carolina on Wednesday. Let's listen.
And getting cell networks back online so folks can connect to their loved ones. We deployed 30 Starlink receivers, and we're 10 more on the way to Western North Carolina. And FEMA's on the ground supporting the communities and registering people for disaster assistance. And talking to the governor, it's going to take a while, right, Gov? It's going to be a long time. And there are thousands of line workers working around the clock to help get power back up in North Carolina. Additionally, Governor Cooper and I have spoken about my traveling to North Carolina and to survey the damage as soon as I can without taking resources or diverting resources on the ground. And we're going to stay as long as it takes when we get this thing going. But I'm going to North Carolina on Wednesday, as planned now. We're going to be landing in Raleigh for a briefing with the Emergency Operations Center. And I'll then do an aerial tour of Asheville. It's too much for me in terms of interrupting access to help there to land and to survey the damage other through the air. And then it's my plan to travel to Georgia and Florida as soon as possible after that. And I don't know, Governor, you want to add anything?
Thank you, Mr. President. We appreciate the resources that are coming our way. This has been a devastating storm, as you know, and we're grateful to have had Administrator Criswell here on the ground all day today, and she's going to be staying and making sure we surge assets into the area to get people food and water and to get the power back on. And obviously, we are grateful for the search and rescue teams as well. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Any questions on this issue?
Sir, is it your sense from the governors you've spoken to that they have all the resources they need right now, or are there things they need immediately?
They need things immediately. They're getting them immediately. It's a matter to get access to the people who need them. And so that's why we're talking about land bridges, to be able to get the Defense Department in there, to get water, for example, from a place that, in fact, they can't get to because the roads are gone, the roads are closed. We've contacted we have the Defense Department agreeing that they're providing for helicopters from the base there to get as much in as we can. It's going to take a long time, but Gov, what am I leaving out that you need?
We've talked about a lot of resources that we need, medical, making sure that we are getting additional helicopters for land bridges, search and rescue. All of those things are happening now. We just know that the commodities are going to have to continue in for weeks because, for example, Asheville, the largest city here, and that supplies a lot of the water, their water system is completely down. So getting water in here on a sustained basis is going to be critical, and we are discussing the strategies to continue those efforts and to surge those efforts.
Mr. President and Governor Cooper, Donald Trump has accused both of you of ignoring the disaster.
He is lying. Let me get this straight. He's lying. And the governor told him he was lying. The governor told me he was lying. I've spoken to the governor, spending time with him, and he told me he's lying. I don't know why he does this. And the reason I get so angry about it, I don't care about what he says about me, but I care what he communicates to the people that are in need. He implies that we're not doing everything possible. We are. And you spoke to the governor. I assume you heard the Republican governor of Georgia talk about that he was on the phone with me more than once. So that's simply not true, and it's irresponsible. I don't know what the governor wants to say about it. Let me tell you what I say.
Mr. President, in retrospect,
You have been listening to President Biden getting that briefing from FEMA, speaking, of course, with the North Carolina governor, Roy Cooper. That's the governor he's referencing. You see him on that screen there in the Oval Office next to him with some sharp words, of course, for former President Trump. Gabe Gutierrez is joining us now from the White House. And this is a back and forth, Gabe, that has developed throughout the day after former President Trump suggested President Biden was not doing enough, did not reach out to the governor of Georgia. The governor of Georgia had said, in fact, that he had spoken with President Biden a day earlier. Part of the briefing here that we're seeing is this is a job that any president has to do at a time of crisis, like what we're seeing now from Helene.
Yeah, this is Consoler in Chief, Hallie, as you well know. Right. Now, the White House has increasingly throughout the day highlighted the federal response. This is actually the second time that the president has been out there speaking about the federal response here. That's in addition to the White House briefing that we heard from just a short time ago. The White House emphasizing that more than 3,600 federal personnel are deployed there on the ground. But Hallie, one more part that's playing out right now, the president also in a bit of a testy exchange with a reporter, you heard him react angrily to the suggestion that Donald Trump said that he had not communicated with Governor Brian Kemp. Well, the next question, we're told by the pool reporter there, is that President Biden shut down a question asking why he was in Rehoboth Beach, his beach house, during the weekend while this disaster was unfolding. He cut off the question and said, stop this game. So the White House trying to communicate that even though the president was at his beach house over the weekend, he was heavily involved in this disaster response. But again, Hallie, this has become already a campaign issue. Also, Vice President Kamala Harris, as you reported earlier, was at FEMA headquarters just this past hour getting a briefing of her own, Hallie.
And both of them plan to visit hard-hit areas, right? Now that we know that President Biden is going to head to North Carolina on Wednesday, we know former President Trump, and we'll get to this in a second, was in Georgia earlier today.
Yeah, that's right. And we actually got some new details in that Oval Office, those remarks by the president. He said that he is plans to visit North Carolina on Wednesday, that he will actually go to Raleigh and then take an aerial tour of the most affected area in Asheville, because it would be too disruptive for the president and his security team to go into the hardest hit areas. But certainly the White House feeling pressure to go to North Carolina, to go to those affected areas as quickly as possible. But throughout the day, both he and the vice president have emphasized that they don't want to do it if it's going to mess up the emergency response there in any way, Hallie.
Of course, with the footprint of any president, that's a big security bubble that moves with him. Gabe Gutierrez, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. We want to play for you now some of that back and forth between former President Trump and then what we heard from the Republican governor of Georgia, Governor Kemp. Watch this.
The governor's doing a very good job. He's having a hard time getting the president on the phone. I guess they're not being responsive.
He offered that if there's other things we need, just to call him directly, which I appreciate that. But we've had FEMA embedded with us since, a day or two before the storm hit.
Garrett Haake has been traveling with former President Trump as he has been viewing some of the hurricane damage and joins us now.
Hallie, this really bubbled up over the weekend when I think the Trump campaign thought they could catch Vice President Harris and President Biden out of position and make hurricane response more of a thing. The vice president was on the West Coast. President Biden was at his beach house in Delaware. And they really kind of hit this hard on Saturday and on Sunday, the idea that somehow they weren't doing the job that was necessary in this hurricane response, forgetting, of course, that there are telephones and that the president in particular is always connected to the White House, basically wherever he or she goes. That's the backup that Biden got from Governor Kemp here in Georgia today, who said he spoke to the president over the weekend and that basically has gotten everything that he's asked for from the federal government. But nevertheless, Trump came here to Valdosta, Georgia today. He was much more political on the airport tarmac, basically right after he landed, trying to hammer the administration as though they're not doing enough. Then coming here to this site where it was a much more unifying message, I think trying to get on kind of the local news here in Georgia to say, we're coming for you. We're working with Franklin Graham. We're bringing aid. We're trying to help. He wants to look like he is there in a very red part of the state for the people who are largely his supporters in this part of the state. But a lot of what he's saying just doesn't hold up under further scrutiny. There's no indication that aid has been slowed or is less available because of the geographical positioning of the administration over the weekend. And there's no backup for one of the things that Trump said on Truth Social, the idea that somehow aid isn't getting to Republican areas because they are Republican areas. I tried to press him on that right in this spot, and he basically said the evidence is you should take a look. Okay, that's as Trumpian of a tell as it gets, that there's not really evidence to support something that he wants to get out there. But I think this is a series of attacks that may all kind of get cut off by whatever news happens out of the vice presidential debate tomorrow. And if that's not the case, if the federal response isn't up to snuff, it's the kind of thing that could potentially have a very long tail in a race. We all remember the effects of Superstorm Sandy in 2012. Disasters can change the course of races. Whether that's going to happen because Trump beat Kamala Harris and Joe Biden onto the ground in one of these states, I think is pretty unlikely, Hallie. But as always with this election, time will tell.
Garrett Haake, thank you very much. And as those candidates fight to win the White House, more news out of Georgia, of course, one of the most important 2024 battlegrounds. Democrats, we're learning today, are suing the state's election board over a new rule that would force counties to count ballots by hand. The DNC and the Democratic Party of Georgia say this kind of hand counting will just mean chaos on election night, delaying results for the bigger counties, they argue, and putting the ballot security itself at risk. They're now arguing that this election board went way beyond its authority when it passed the rule to hand count earlier this month. We should note VP Harris's campaign is also supporting the suit. Now, election board members who have been praised by former President Trump have argued that hand counting will make sure that the total number of ballots matches the machine counted totals. We're going to bring you more details on this story as it develops. Keep in mind that early voting is already kicking off in some states across the country, with just about 5 weeks to go until Election Day. And one thing has been pretty consistent, pretty much from the jump. Voters care about the economy. It is a big motivator that could help decide the race. And there's a big range in how people feel about the economy, as we discovered when we grabbed a whiteboard and a marker and headed to Battleground, North Carolina. Hi, lady. In this key swing county. We're with NBC News. Nice and big right here. In battleground North Carolina, there's no right answer, there's no wrong answer. We showed up with a whiteboard and a question. But how would you fill this in? What do you think, sir? The economy is? First word that comes to mind, just nice and big right there.
I don't think I'm allowed to write that word.
And we heard plenty.
Pathetic.
Hard. I think doing okay.
From terrible to getting better.
I think it's strong. I mean, the whole economy is not just consumer prices.
No, it's not, that person says. From struggling.
Real people are feeling much more pain than what the 401ks or the IRAs might be showing.
To booming.
I feel like money's flowing, people are spending money. I don't have any complaints, I'm a small business owner.
And we heard one word again and again.
It sucks.
Renee Governal plans to vote for Donald Trump.
Because everything is more expensive. Everything is just so much more expensive than 3.5 years ago.
Yes. On that point, Glendora Fonestock Sutton agrees. Do you feel that pinch economically?
Absolutely.
Tell me about that.
Hey, it's rough on everybody. Like housing is up, groceries expensive, everything, and our paychecks don't live up to it.
But she's planning to vote for Kamala Harris. Nice and big right here. The whole thing may feel, well, complicated.
It's very, very complicated, and there are no quick and easy solutions.
In our newest poll, NBC News asked people all over the country the same open-ended question. The economy is, and by a 2-to-1 margin, the response is negative. Walk me through some of the dynamics at play right now. We sat down with our senior business correspondent, Christine Romans, at where else? A kitchen table to talk through it. If the experts you talk to, if economists were to boil down how the economy is doing into a single word on our whiteboard, what word would that be?
If economists were to boil it down, they would say resilient. They'd say strong. Some would say historic.
The unemployment rate, 4.2%. Inflation at its lowest rate in more than 3 years. And the markets setting record highs. But higher prices at the grocery store, for example, aren't dropping back down as quickly as many want.
The problem is there are pieces inside the economy that cause real Americans at their kitchen table paying their bills, they feel like they can't get ahead. And those things are childcare, they're elder care, they are concerns about Social Security.
Experts call it a vibe session, the disconnect between how the economy is and how it feels. For some, clearly a mixed bag. Hey there, sir. Thumbs up, thumbs down. The economy is thumbs up. And a thumbs down right behind him. From bad to great, more than just a feeling, the reality for many Americans. Who wants to do the writing? With one word, this election season, top of mind, money.
So I always vote with my wallet. Yeah. Wallet first.
You vote with your wallet.
Wallet first.
Battleground voters in their own words. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the man accused of attempting to assassinate former President Trump in Florida, pleading not guilty today to 5 federal charges. You remember this one, a Secret Service agent spotting Ryan Ruth with a gun outside Mr. Trump's golf course earlier this month and fired at him. If he's convicted on all counts, Ruth could spend the rest of his life in prison. Number 2, the armorer for the movie Rust will stay behind bars after a judge denied her release from prison today. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed had been convicted of involuntary manslaughter earlier this year for the killing of cinematographer Helena Hutchins. A couple months ago, the judge dismissed charges against Alec Baldwin, saying prosecutors didn't disclose evidence, but the judge says that is not enough to now dismiss the charges against her, against Reed. Her lawyer tells NBC News they will appeal. Number 3, basketball Hall of Famer Dikembe Mutombo died today of brain cancer. He was 58 years old. With the NBA commissioner calling him one of the greatest defensive players in NBA history. He was also the league's first global ambassador, doing a lot to promote the sport abroad. A lot of humanitarian work as well. Number 4, we're getting some pretty stunning video. Look at this. This is a Russian military jet flying really close to a U.S. jet. This is near Alaska. In slow-mo, you can see that Russian jet zoom right by the American one, with the U.S. commander calling it unsafe and unprofessional. Number 2, Charli D'Amelio's coming to Broadway. From TikTok to the big stage. She's joining the ensemble of the hit musical Romeo and Juliet, or it's called And Juliet, which is a spin on, of course, Romeo and Juliet from Shakespeare. She's going to be performing from late October to mid-January, dancing her way right onto the stage. Still to come here on the show, a lot more to get to, including our backstory tonight. Texas now moving to stop unclaimed bodies from being used for research. So how exactly did our NBC News investigation trigger this action? We're going to go behind the scenes with the reporter who broke this story and talk to those very emotional families next. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Midwest Bureau, police are looking for whoever's behind a string of carjackings and burglaries across Chicago. This is some security footage here. Police say anywhere from 2 to 4 people in masks hit up nearly 20 businesses in just the last week. It's not clear if it's the same group responsible for all the break-ins or just, a bunch of different ones throughout all those places. Out of our Western Bureau, 2 hikers ended up rescued in Arizona after getting super hot and sick. They were both taken to the hospital in critical condition. You can see some video here. This comes as 24 million people are under heat alerts across the West, with Phoenix probably set to hit 110 degrees for the first time ever during the month of October. We'll find out as early as tomorrow. And out of our Northeast Bureau, the tap water in New York might start tasting a little bit different because a section of the aqueduct that supplies about half the city's water is getting shut down to fix big leaks under the Hudson River. You're still going to get your water like normal, but officials say its taste and smell could change a bit. Time now to get the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. And tonight, we're taking a look at an NBC News investigation that's helping to very much change how unclaimed bodies are used for medical research. We've told you about this investigation before, NBC News finding that the University of North Texas Health Science Center was making big business, essentially, out of hundreds of these unclaimed bodies, basically cutting up corpses, leasing them out for medical research without permission from a lot of those people's family members. Sometimes it was still happening as families were still frantically looking for answers about their loved ones. Here's what some of them told our Liz Kreutz.
I don't believe they tried to find us. I don't believe they did. You can find people.
We were completely failed by the entire system.
After seeing NBC's report, a Texas state senator says he will introduce a bill to ban the use of people's bodies after death unless they or their relatives give full consent. Speaking exclusively to NBC News, Tam Parker says he was outraged and disgusted to learn what was happening. No comment from the Health Science Center on Parker's plans. But when NBC's investigation first came out, the program stopped accepting unclaimed bodies, saying its program fell short of the standards of respect, care, and professionalism. John Shupe is one of the reporters who worked on this blockbuster investigation. And John, we're so glad to have you with us now. Thank you very much for taking us behind the scenes as to how this came together.
Well, it began actually more than a year ago when we started working on an investigation into the use of unclaimed bodies in Mississippi. And while we were investigating how authorities in Mississippi were disposing of bodies in paupers' graves without their families knowing, we had a hunch that turned out to be true, that this was going to be something that isn't just happening in one particular place. This was not a one-off. And so we began expanding our reach and looking into where this might be happening elsewhere. And my colleague, Susie Carroll, came upon in her research a medical ethicist who was talking about the University of North Texas Health Science Center, as you just mentioned, was using unclaimed bodies in medical research. And that was the nugget that set us on this new path that 10 months later resulted in the article that you just described.
You and the team working on this looked at dozens of cases, and you identified 12 where families learned either weeks or months or years later that somebody they loved, that person's body had been given to this medical school. 5 of those families actually learned what happened to their loved ones from NBC News. Can you talk about the extraordinary amount of care and sensitivity that goes into something so deeply personal like that?
Well, sure. This is not something that, first of all, reporters are supposed to be doing. Talking to somebody about how their loved ones' bodies were used or disposed of is something that authorities or professionals should be doing. But we found ourselves repeatedly, my colleagues and I, in the position of having to provide this type of information to families who weren't told in the expected way. And so in Texas, my colleague, Mike Kixenbaugh, and I ended up talking to several families whose loved ones, without their knowing, had died, and then their bodies had been used for medical research. And going into these conversations, reaching out to these families to find out what they knew, we didn't know exactly whether they knew the people were dead, whether they knew their loved ones had been used in any way. And so we had to approach the situation very delicately. And in one case, I talked to the family of Victor Honey, including Kimberly Patman, who you just included some of the interview that we had with her. And in my phone call with her, it turned out that she had only days earlier learned about Victor's death just a year and a half after he had actually died. And at least she did know that he was dead through, I guess, a circumstantial chance encounter with a stranger. But then she did not know what happened to afterwards. So we had to slow it down and very delicately and respectfully explain what happened to Victor. And that is kind of the essence of what we were trying to do here, is approach this story in a very respectful way.
When you were reporting out this story, because as you say, this was months and months and months in the making here, and I think that folks will remember on this show, we covered that other series, Lost Rights, of course, the one in Mississippi you mentioned. As you guys worked on all of this, it sounded like the Health Science Center was sort of defending it throughout the process, right up until the last minute, I think, when they got word that NBC News was preparing to publish this, right?
That's right. What happened was, for months, the Health Science Center knew what we were working on and was telling us that defending their practices and saying that the use of unclaimed bodies was part of a process that was necessary to advance medical knowledge and to help train our next generation of doctors. But on a Friday evening, days before we were going to publish our story, they announced that they were suspending the program and firing the people who led it. And we had to put together a story that reflected their response. And in a way, we knew that we had not only the Health Science Center saying that it acknowledging that what it was doing was wrong.
John Schuppe, it is just impactful and important reporting. We're so glad that you're giving us a look at how that all came together and what that process was like. Thank you so much, John. It's good to see you. And of course, we commend folks to read that series on NBCnews.com. Still ahead, a lot more to get to on the show. We're going to check back in the hurricane zone on the impact from Helene. We're also talking, too, about The Godfather director spending $140 million of his own money on a box office flop. Why it's only the latest passion project gone wrong.